Let destruction come, I am weary. Zhang Yu, overwhelmed by familial upheaval and personal turmoil, found himself unable to repay his mortgage and chose to leap into the river to end his life. However, fate intervened, and he unexpectedly awoke in a parallel universe, inhabiting an alternate version of himself, where he drifted onto a deserted island, participating in a survival competition. Faced with the allure of survival rewards, he resolved to join the contest. Chapter 1. Weary, let destruction come. I'm sorry, Mr. Zhang, but you can only apply for a mortgage extension once. Today is the last day of March. If you do not clear the 3 months of overdue payments, your house will enter foreclosure proceedings tomorrow. The fresh and polite voice resonated in Zhang Yu's ear, yet it brought him no warmth. Standing on the railing of the Qingjiang Bridge, with the gentle spring breeze and a hint of the ocean's briny scent, Zhang Yu suddenly felt a profound sense of relief wash over him. All right, I understand. By the way, miss, have you ever heard the sound of freedom? The bank representative on the other end, with a strikingly beautiful visage, was momentarily taken aback. What? A relaxed smile crept across Zhang Yu's lips as he lowered the phone and hurled it into the river with all his might. Off you go, he watched with growing delight as the phone tumbled and splashed. In the next instant, he spread his arms wide, a serene expression on his face, leaned forward, and, succumbing to the pull of Mother Earth, leaped into the rushing Qingjiang. Hey, young man, don't jump. An elderly man carrying groceries hurriedly rushed a few steps, but it was too late. The old man anxiously grasped the railing and peered down, just in time to witness a shimmering distortion in the air vanish without a trace. Where did he go? Did I just imagine that? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 2015 Wilderness Survival Competition, co-hosted by Mango TV, Tianfei Media, Ingji Entertainment, and Huaxia Insurance. The enthusiastic host, Xiao Xiao, animatedly addressed the cameras and the audience in the studio. Behind her, a large high-definition screen was divided into 99 segments, each displaying different individuals boarding helicopters. 50 helicopters flew in formation, presenting an awe-inspiring spectacle. Thanks to Guoran Airlines for providing the aircraft, the competition will take place on the uninhabited island of Four Seasons Island in international waters. Participants will be paired in teams of 2, drawn from various countries such as Huaghua, Nanyue, Hanbang, Riri, Baoyuo, Laosi, and Mayu, representing diverse professions. They will face the challenge of surviving for 15 months without external aid. This competition will be broadcast live online and recorded for television, with Dia Live serving as the official online streaming partner. Each contestant will have their dedicated streaming room, alongside a central live broadcast room. Brother Xiong, why are there 99 streaming rooms? A youthful, bespectacled individual in the back of the studio inquired of the middle-aged man beside him, who was intently watching the broadcast. The middle-aged man, who was actually a young adult aging prematurely, cast an annoyed glance at the questioner. Xiaoyang, don't ask what you shouldn't. If you want to excel as a production assistant, keep your eyes peeled and your ears open, speak less and do more. Brother Xiong rambled on before mysteriously adding, one of them has been arranged from above, a young lady from a wealthy family, merely here for appearances. The youth, known as Xiaoyang, listened to Brother Xiong's gossip while glancing at the live broadcast screen, just in time to catch a glimpse of the 99th streaming room. Miss Shun, the survival area you have drawn is right here. I must reiterate the competition requirements. All right, I get it. How annoying. A striking figure, radiating an inexplicable anger, descended from the helicopter. Trailing behind her were 2 drones. One rose high into the air, hovering out of sight, while the other flitted around her like a sprite, capturing every angle with unparalleled finesse. It's just pressing the emergency button if there's danger. Sunshine and beaches, what could possibly go wrong? Shin Suyu sulked, surveying her surroundings. Unlike other contestants, she had secured her spot through connections, not through charm, but by leveraging familial ties to land directly on the island, and she had audaciously chosen to compete solo. The survival zone she had drawn was a beach, with 50 teams evenly distributed across the island. Wherever she landed would become her starting point. Sunshine, sand, and shade. Shin Suyu pondered what to do next, adding a touch of elegance to the picturesque scenery. Water, fire, food, shelter. In this situation, I should probably prioritize water, right? Shin Suyu hesitated, having arrived late and only attended the training for a day. Fortunately, her learning ability was exceptional. She rarely forgot what she had seen once. Water was simple. Before long, Shin Suyu discovered a source of hydration, coconuts on the palm trees lining the beach. However, the lowest coconut was still 6 or 7 meters off the ground. How was she to retrieve it? Shin Su-yu was momentarily dumbfounded, her helpless expression captured by the drone hovering nearby. Forget it'll build a shelter first. Shin Su-yu wanted to maintain her dignity. She couldn't climb trees, but she needed to do something for the cameras. An hour later. Get away, bug. Leave me alone. Shin Su-yu shrieked, tossing the stick she had been holding and retreating several steps before stopping. Who could have imagined that a simple stick would harbor a centipede? Such creatures weren't particularly terrifying. She had trained in martial arts, but the shock of nearly having it crawl on her hand was alarming. With a pale face, she hesitated, biting her lip, and picked up another branch to inspect the wood she had gathered for any other unwelcome visitors. Yet, as she checked the other pieces, a grave thought struck her. What if a centipede crawled into the shelter she built at night? The horrifying image of various bugs crawling over her sent shivers down her spine. The shelter. Can wait, I need to address the issue of food first. Shin Su-yu refused to admit defeat. She had watched survival shows where participants were always busy. She had to do something to appear competent. Glancing at the sky, the sun was directly overhead. What did the trainers say? Make the most of the daylight, there's usually nothing to be done at night. With this thought, she disregarded the scorching sun and hurried towards the beach, knowing that the ocean held her next meal. Her mind became clearer, confidence rekindled in her eyes. With food, survival was assured. Shin Su-yu, you are amazing. The water was crystal clear even at depths of 1 or 2 meters. The seabed was visible. Shin Su-yu removed her shoes and rolled up her pants, listening to the crashing waves as she licked her parched lips, longing for a sip. She thought again about retrieving coconuts, but felt compelled to find some seafood since she had come all this way. Wading through the surf, Shin Su-yu soon spotted a red-shelled crab, proudly waving its claws, appearing before her. Ecstatic, she reached out to grab it, but the crab scuttled away behind a large rock. She could not let this opportunity slip away. She climbed onto the rock, eagerly searching for the crab's whereabouts. However, to her astonishment, she stumbled upon a body, lying among the rocks, drifting in the water. Gazing at the pallid skin, Shin Su-yu's pupils constricted, her eyes widened, and goosebumps prickled her skin as her legs felt rooted to the spot. Under the scorching sun, she shivered involuntarily. She tried to scream, but suddenly realized she had lost her ability to voice a sound. Immediately, a wave of dizziness struck her. The only thought in her mind was death. Chapter 2. Goodness, a Resurrection. Director Luo. Director Luo, this is terrible. A young man rushed into an office in a flurry. Behind the desk sat a middle-aged man, immersed in his writing, exuding an air of authority. What is it? The man inquired, lifting his gaze and gently placing his pen down. This simple action brought a sense of calm to the anxious young man. Taking a deep breath, the youth quickly organized his thoughts while pushing a tablet toward the middle-aged man. Director Luo, it's bad news. In Live Room 99, a corpse has been discovered in Shin Su-yu's survival zone. The entire incident has been broadcast live, and the viewer count in Shin Su-yu's room is skyrocketing. What should we do? Director Luo's eyes widened, and his previously calm demeanor transformed into one of decisive action. He straightened, grabbed the tablet, and began assessing the situation, simultaneously questioning the young man. A corpse? Don't our drones have the capability to detect vital signs? Regardless of whether the individual is alive or dead, I want all their information within 15 minutes. As he watched the video, he continued speaking rapidly. We have cleared CG Island 3 times, yet someone still managed to infiltrate. Bring the head of security here. If he can't handle such a trivial matter, he'll find someone else. Unbeknownst to him, the young man had already taken out a notebook, jotting down keywords as he listened. The discovery of a corpse in the wilderness survival competition was no trivial matter. This could jeopardize the entire show. At that moment, Director Luo finished watching the video and glanced at the bustling Live Room 99. Viewers commented, "What a thrill. On the first day, we witness a corpse. This show seems unreliable. How could there be a dead body on the beach? My goddess is terrified. I only tuned in to see the goddess. The main host is too verbose. Shouldn't the production team have shut down the stream immediately? Who is the deceased? Could it be a murder? Don't say anything. The drone is checking it out. Ugh, I'm so scared. This is horrifying. Don't worry, sweetheart, come to your husband's side." Shin Su-yu wiped the cold sweat from her brow. Although she was naive and somewhat inexperienced, her composure was not typical of an ordinary girl. After the initial shock, she forced herself to regain her calm, as the drone that had been following her approached for an inspection, which eased her nerves. This indicated that the production team had taken notice of the situation, and perhaps a helicopter would arrive in a matter of minutes. After a moment of hesitation, she steeled herself against the fear of encountering death and cautiously approached for a closer look. Her grandfather was a renowned expert in medicine. She could not afford to bring shame upon him. Before her lay a disheveled man, tall and sprawled atop a round log about 1.5 meters long. His calves and one arm dangled in the sea. His legs were still clad in shoes and pants, providing little indication of his condition, but his arm submerged in the water was shriveled and pale. At that moment, Shen Suyu was horrified to see a red-shelled crab she had previously chased deftly swimming to the man's hand. With powerful pincers, it clutched his fingers, and without hesitation, it began to nibble at the dead skin on his hand. Ugh! Ugh! Shen Suyu retched at the sight, the gruesome spectacle combining with an unshakable sense of terror. Yet, instead of fleeing, she took a step closer, now less than 2 meters from the man. Get away, go away. Ugh! However, the red crab was unwilling to relinquish its meal, undeterred by Shen Suyu's attempts to shoo it away. One claw raised in defiance, and the other instinctively pinched the man's slightly swollen finger. Ouch! A faint cry escaped the man's lips, and Shen Suyu felt as if her brain had exploded. Oh my goodness! He's alive! With a scream, she stumbled backward, tripping over rocks, yet her fear only intensified, as if she were being pursued by phantoms. In her mind, she had already labeled him as a corpse, but the man she had deemed dead suddenly spoke, shocking her to the core. Shen Suyu dashed out of the rocky area, her long legs propelling her toward the coconut trees, but she abruptly halted. Wait, how could a corpse speak? Was it a case of a soul returning to the body? No, what if there was a chance he wasn't dead yet? Unbeknownst to her, the man, feeling the excruciating pinch of the crab and hearing her high-pitched scream, slightly turned, allowing one arm to hang in the water while the swollen arm was lifted out. At that moment, his rugged yet youthful face was revealed, and the drone hovering above him captured a close-up, sending the viewers in the live chat into a frenzy. Oh my goodness! Get away, filthy creature! This show is too terrifying. I'm never watching again. Is the operator insane? Why are they filming a corpse? Those who can't handle it should leave. Didn't you see him move? He's alive. Production team, save him. Huh? He's actually quite handsome. Could he be a homeless man who drifted here? Director Luo, the drone's vital signs scan indicates the man is in a weakened state, but should be fine. Here are his preliminary investigation documents. In the office, the young assistant handed Director Luo a stack of 6 or 7 sheets of paper. This demonstrated the production team's capabilities, though not officially sanctioned. Their prowess was undeniable. Gathering basic information on an individual was a matter of minutes. Director Luo quickly examined the documents. Zhang Yu, male, 24 years old, 184 centimeters tall, employed by a mechanical subsidiary of the National Industrial Group as a maintenance technician. He owned a third-hand sharp car and a spacious 185 square meter apartment in Jianghe Garden, Xinjiang City, but 2 days prior, due to 3 months of unpaid loans, the bank had seized it, and it was about to enter foreclosure proceedings. Zhang Yu's parents were villagers in Wanghai Village, Jiangdong County, Xinjiang City. 3 years ago, during Typhoon Ruilai, their poultry and mountain pigs, valued at over 100 million, perished in the disaster. His mother, heartbroken by the calamity, succumbed to renal failure, and a series of misfortunes had drained the family's savings. As Director Luo flipped through the documents, he realized that this basic information gleaned through influence revealed a tragic story. Though there were no subsequent details, he surmised that the young man likely intended to take his life. At that moment, the assistant's eyes lit up as he held out the tablet to Director Luo. Director Luo, we have more information. Zhang Yu jumped into the river from Xinjiang Bridge to commit suicide, and there's footage of his leap. Additionally, we found a video of him drifting in the sea. The assistant marveled, pointing to the third video on the computer. This footage was captured from the signal tower at the mouth of the sea, clearly showing that Zhang Yu was pushed onto the log by a dolphin. It's simply incredible. Director Luo's expression fluctuated as he watched all the videos. A vague yet audacious plan began to form in his mind, one that could not only assist the young man, but also potentially create the first sensational highlight for their survival program. Go over there personally. If the medical team approves, inquire whether he is willing to join Shen Suyu's team. Additionally, prepare a contract for him, and you must find a way to obtain authorization to disclose this information publicly. After conveying this series of instructions, Director Luo shifted his gaze to live room 99, observing Shen Suyu cautiously approaching Zhang Yu. He murmured to himself, "Little Yu, I believe finding a companion for you will enable you to linger in the wilderness a bit longer." Chapter 3. The Wilderness Survival Competition. Hey, wake up, wake up. Shen Suyu's delicate, fair fingers incessantly prodded Zhang Yu, poking his arm, then his chest, and finally his armpit. Hee, stop it, I have a night shift today. Zhang Yu jolted awake. Night shift? What nonsense! He had already submitted his resignation. Before his eyes, a swirling darkness enveloped him, distorting everything into a blurry vortex surrounded by twinkling stars. His stomach felt so hollow it nearly pressed against his spine, and his left arm was plagued by an incessant itching sensation. The sound of crashing waves echoed in his ears, and the air, tinged with a hint of brine, also carried an elusive fragrance. What is happening? Is this paradise? You're awake. Quickly get out of the water. I can't pull you. Zhang Yu turned his head in bewilderment, confronted by a celestial figure descending from the heavens, exuding a soft, radiant glow. Is there such a benefit after death? Had he known, he would have ended his torturous, guilt-ridden life much sooner. Hey, can you hear me? You're not blind, are you? Shen Suyu waved her little hand before Zhang Yu's eyes. Although she was participating in a show, witnessing someone survive because of her brought her immense satisfaction. Zhang Yu began to sense something amiss. How could one feel so complexly if they were dead? Where's this place? His voice was hoarse and low, each word a struggle to articulate. This is Season's Island, an uninhabited isle, hosting a wilderness survival competition. Who are you? And how did you end up here? Hurry! Get out of the water! Zhang Yu's reactions were sluggish. Water? He looked down, astonished to find himself submerged. With a twist, he tumbled into the sea. A graceful yet chaotic plunge. The waters around the rocky area varied in depth, and beneath the boulder where Zhang Yu floated, it was over a meter deep. Shen Suyu watched in exasperation as he floundered in the shallow waters, feeling a twinge of annoyance. She was trying to survive, after all, and he was only adding to her troubles. Gritting her teeth, she stepped down from the boulder, moving to a slightly shallower spot, and seized the collar of Zhang Yu's shirt. Her tone grew increasingly impatient. What are you doing? If you drown in this shallow puddle, you'll be famous. You know, cough, cough. Let me go. Zhang Yu struggled against her grip, having inadvertently swallowed several mouthfuls of seawater. He had survived river jumps before, yet here he was, thoroughly exhausted in this small waterhole. However, his senses began to return to normal. At least he no longer believed he was in paradise or some celestial realm. He must not have died, but rather drifted to an uninhabited island. What kind of luck does it take to achieve such a feat? Such narratives only dared to surface in television and novels. After the commotion, the two settled beneath the shade of a coconut tree. The island in March was still a bit chilly, and the environment felt peculiar. Since it was named Season's Island, it ought to embody its namesake. Wilderness survival competition? I've never heard of it. Zhang Yu felt exceedingly weak. However, he was striving to accept everything, regardless of whether he wished to continue living. Familiarizing himself with his surroundings and determining his next steps were of utmost importance. At the very least, he needed a hearty meal. He was on the verge of fainting from hunger. Heaven knows how long it had been since he last ate. Even as a ghost, he wished to be a well-fed specter. Has your household just obtained internet access? The grand survival competition hosted by Huagua is all the rage. Its advertisements are ubiquitous. And you are unaware? Shun Suyu remarked, her irritation surfacing, her noble demeanor clashing with her inner turmoil. Huagua? Is that not China? Zhang Yu paid little heed to Shun Suyu's tone. He was a man who no longer cherished his own life. Why would he care about anything else? He was indifferent even to Shun Suyu's exquisite beauty, for his current plight was inextricably linked to women. I'm not sure. I seldom watch television and rarely check my phone. If I've interrupted your competition, surely someone will come to escort me away? Zhang Yu sighed, uncertain of what to do next. Was it time to seek another place to die? Dying required courage. He had attempted suicide once, and to be honest, he was not inclined to repeat it now. But how was he to navigate life moving forward? Following his parents' wishes. He had left a remote village to settle in a bustling city, navigating through throngs of people and incessant traffic. He had secured a position in a governmental institution, living a life characterized by meager monthly wages, an existence deemed stable in the eyes of others. However, he was certain he could not repay his mortgage. The bank would reclaim his home due to plummeting property values and penalties, potentially leaving him with nothing and perhaps even in debt. This wretched world, he lamented, and those cursed developers. Before Shun Suyu could finish her thought, the sound of a helicopter approached from afar. As it descended, she found herself reluctant to see Zhang Yu taken away. It was not that she had developed feelings for him. In fact, she detested men. Yet, she thought that survival in the wilderness truly necessitated companionship. Facing it alone was overwhelming. Why don't you stay and participate in the competition? Shun Suyu's voice was barely audible, her pride making her feel slightly embarrassed for suggesting such a thing. Zhang Yu gazed at her in confusion. Did you just speak? The noise of the helicopter drowned out her words, and coupled with his hunger-induced dizziness, his thoughts were somewhat disjointed. He had completely missed her quiet suggestion. However, the audience in the live broadcast heard her words clearly. Viewer, the goddess is mine. How can she team up with a man? Exactly. That man looks like he is on the brink of death. If he stays, who will take care of whom? Saving his life is sufficient, but giving the goddess to him? I would never agree. Is the viewer demographic in room 99 so immature? Have you not noticed that Zhang Yu possesses no skills? Indeed. What shall we do now? Can I sign up to team with the goddess? Absolutely not. I shall. Get lost. I'm here to protect my goddess. Greetings, Mr. Zhang. I am Xiao Ning, the assistant director of the Wilderness Survival Competition show. We've observed that you appear to be in a weakened state. Would you mind if our medical team conducted an examination? Upon landing, a team descended from the helicopter, disregarding Zhang Yu and maintaining a respectful distance, all while drones captured the event from above. Zhang Yu nodded. How could he refuse a complimentary checkup? Despite feeling a slight itch in his limbs, he was overwhelmingly hungry, yearning for a feast. The medical team was efficient, swiftly tending to him, checking his hands and feet, measuring his blood pressure, listening to his heartbeat, and even drawing blood for rapid tests. How commendable. Half an hour later, Assistant Xiao Ning smiled warmly and said, Mr. Zhang, aside from your weakness, your health seems stable. I have 2 suggestions for you. First, you may choose to remain and join Miss Shun's team for the competition. Second, we can arrange for your return to your city. Zhang Yu, who was preparing to find a way to procure coconuts, abruptly halted. She genuinely wished for Zhang Yu to stay. However, without much contemplation, Zhang Yu declined. Please arrange for my return. Zhang Yu was taken aback. Chapter 4. Wilderness Survival. Isn't it simply a matter of having hands? Why? The question came from Zhang Yu, her expression a mix of disbelief and disappointment, akin to a couple in love where one suddenly proposes a separation. Zhang Yu looked at her, perplexed. What do you mean, why? I have matters at home. In a live broadcast room, the viewers expressed their relief. All right, brothers, I feel reassured. This guy is even more straightforward than I am. No wonder he is single. He doesn't even care about such a delicate goddess. If it were me, I would comply with whatever the goddess requested. Do you think he has a girlfriend? Even if he does, she must have broken up with him. He is too blunt. It's unbearable. Too blunt is unbearable? Come on, let's keep it civil. Xiao Ning cleared his throat. Mr. Zhang, we gathered some information about you. Participating in our wilderness survival competition comes with substantial rewards. Zhang Yu's eyes sparkled with interest. At this moment, earning money was his primary concern. His current predicament was solely due to financial woes, and he believed that with wealth, at least 90% of his troubles would vanish. Oh, how much is the prize? Is it easy to achieve? Surely at ISNT, just the first place that received a reward? Zhang Yu's demeanor had evidently shifted. Nearby, Zhang Yu shot him a scornful glance. Xiao Ning was well prepared. He snapped his fingers, and a person promptly handed him a stack of documents. All the details are within. Feel free to review them. But I must caution you that participating in the wilderness survival competition is perilous and could even cost you your life. Zhang Yu smiled lightly. Life? In comparison to poverty. What value does it hold? He opened the documents and began to read intently. The wilderness survival competition, while entertaining in nature, presented unique and uncontrollable dangers, with substantial rewards set at each stage. Surviving for a month guaranteed a reward of 300,000, while 3 months of survival would earn 1 million. This is a guaranteed reward. After 3 months, evaluations will occur every 3 months. The production team will assess based on survival conditions, resource reserves, available tools, and so forth. The criteria for evaluation are entirely transparent, allowing for complete peace of mind. In the 6th month, the team or individual ranked first will receive a prize of 10 million. If it is a team, the prize will be divided equally between 2 members. The second place will receive 5 million, the third 2.5 million, and so on, down to the 10th place. In the 9th month, the first place will be rewarded with 50 million. The second place will receive half that amount, while the third will receive half again, continuing until the 5th place. In the 12th month, the prize will amount to 100 million, divided among 3 ranks, with each subsequent rank receiving half of the previous one. In the 15th month, 500 million will be awarded, but only to one team. In addition to the official rewards, there are earnings from live stream advertisements, tips, and revenue sharing from television and short videos. The revenue split for the live stream is 60-40, with participants receiving 60 and the official team receiving 40. The television revenue split is 50-50. Upon reading this, Zhang Yu made a resolute decision. He would participate in this program. Wilderness survival? Surely, it merely requires the use of one's hands. Despite his occupation as a mechanical repairman, his passion has always been crafting various things since childhood. He has attempted to create everything he has ever seen. His reclusive nature has led to his prolonged singlehood. He cannot even recall the names of former classmates, let alone maintain a romantic relationship. Moreover, he possesses a unique skill that he takes great pride in. Although he has made his decision, he remains patient, continuing to peruse the subsequent rules and introductions for the competition. The geographical location of the Four Seasons Island is unique. boasting distinct seasons and a plethora of tropical plants and animals. The island is abundant with wildlife. A year prior, the production team released a significant number of herbivorous animals onto the island to artificially expand the food chain, resulting in a surge of carnivorous animals. Surviving on the island poses considerable danger for participants. Each contestant is equipped with a defensive drone. In the event of an uncontrollable threat, the drone is armed with tranquilizers, serums, and antidotes to enhance the participants' chances of survival. However, once the drone intervenes, it signifies the contestants' automatic withdrawal from the competition. Contestants are prohibited from attacking one another, although they may part ways. Male and female teammates are forbidden from intentionally harassing or assaulting one another. Any violation will result in immediate disqualification and potential sanctions from the organizers. Inter-team direct attacks are also ambiguous, as this is the only rule that pertains to interactions between different teams. Zhang Yu quickly contemplated alternative strategies, such as setting traps, luring opponents into danger, or raiding their camps, knowing full well that the opposing team would be too afraid to retaliate. What a devious set of rules. While Zhang Yu pondered this, the television network simultaneously provided commentary across all platforms, including the main live broadcast and Channel 99. The screen split in two, with one half showcasing Zhang Yu's information. Naturally, Xiao Ning, president of the competition site, learned of this through his earpiece and realized he needed to obtain Zhang Yu's authorization immediately. Otherwise, the production team would face legal repercussions for disclosing personal information without consent. Ahem, Mr. Zhang. Time is of the essence. What are your thoughts? Beside him, Shen Suyu gazed at him with fervent eyes. Zhang Yu had not yet finished reading, yet he sensed something unusual in Xiao Ning's demeanor. It seemed as though the latter fervently wished for his participation in the competition. Was there something amiss? When it comes to money, Zhang Yu donned the guise of a dramatic character, feigning difficulty, but my bank. This was a carefully considered thought. Xiao Ning must certainly be aware that he could not repay his loan. His demands were modest. If only the production team could assist him in applying for a loan extension once more. The house was a gift from his parents, and he did not wish to relinquish it so easily. If a solution existed, who would not desire to retain their home? Xiao Ning's lips twitched. Indeed, Director Luo had anticipated this. The production team could act as a guarantor, allowing him to apply for an extension of 15 months. A satisfied smile immediately graced Zhang Yu's face. Splendid, his home would be safeguarded. Very well, I agree to participate. Xiao Ning promptly produced a contract that was 20 centimeters thick, exuding enthusiasm as he said, Then, Mr. Zhang, let us proceed with the signing. Zhang Yu's thoughts were interrupted by the astute Xiao Ning. Miss Shen, please refrain from interfering with Mr. Zhang's signing. Shen Suyu stamped her foot in frustration. She wished for Zhang Yu to propose alternative conditions, yet he had not cast a glance in her direction throughout. Why had he purchased the house? It was a property bestowed upon him by his parents before the tempest struck, a proverbial tree planted to attract the phoenix. A spacious home would undoubtedly ease the pursuit of a romantic partner. However, after acquiring this house, a storm swept away everything, followed by his mother's grave illness and subsequent medical expenses, leaving only a meager sum to assist in repaying the mortgage. What was once affluence, even a small fortune, had been reduced to naught but a cold, empty house. Yet, his salary was insufficient to cover the mortgage. The sudden turn of events left him at a loss for how to earn more. Property prices had, in an unprecedented manner, declined over the past 2 years. Defaulting on the mortgage meant that he and his family would possess nothing. This bore implications for his future romantic endeavors, and he unconsciously blamed a portion of his misfortunes on women. Upon encountering any woman, no matter how beautiful, he instinctively chose to distance himself. Chapter 5. You haven't even made your demands, yet you are leaving? Zhang Yu continuously signed under Xiao Ning's guidance. The contract comprising numerous documents, liability waivers, insurance contracts, entertainment agreements, and image rights authorizations, along with perplexing agreements concerning songs, dances, and unique merchandise. His hand grew weary from signing, yet he completed the task. However, no one noticed that Zhang Yu's hands, and indeed his entire body, trembled slightly. The legal clauses cited in the contract were based on Huawei law, rather than that of China. The document mentioned participants from other countries, their names appearing to be ambiguous. No one could fathom the complexity of his emotions at that moment. Compounded by his physical weakness, he felt an overwhelming sense of dizziness. He might have traversed time, but was he still himself? Were his parents still his parents? It was a convoluted thought, yet the anguish in his heart felt more profound than death itself. Regardless of the circumstances, even if his parents remained unchanged and their experiences were identical, the truth remains that the same things have transformed into something entirely different. This is reality, not a mere game. Even with parents who appear identical, everything has shifted. It is no longer the same as before. He feared unforeseen events and could only forcibly suppress the tumultuous waves within his heart, gradually contemplating the matters that lay ahead. Xiao Ning still wore that cheerful smile as he accepted the competition attire and shoes prepared by the person beside him. Mr. Zhang, considering you have not eaten for 3 days and your strength is waning, this outfit is permitted by the production team. He handed the competition attire and the tracking wristband to Zhang Yu. The wristband could control the filming drone, and since you had never participated in training, you could present a request that would not disturb the balance of the competition. Zhang Yu felt an itch in his fingers, a desire for a cigarette emerging. He needed to remain calm, suppressing the unease within as he pondered what request would be most appropriate. Do you have a cigarette? Please, just one. Xiao Ning promptly beckoned someone behind him, and a cigarette soon found its way into his hand. He handed it to Zhang Yu and even lit it for him. Zhang Yu took a deep, satisfying drag. His throat burned, yet the tobacco provided him with an immense sense of relief. Oh no, they're leaving. Hey, Zhang Yu. Stop them. Shen Suyu stamped her little feet in frustration, creating a small pit in the sand. How could I let such a good opportunity to make a request slip away? Zhang Yu snapped back to reality, noticing Xiao Ning and his team striding towards the helicopter without a backward glance. Hey, wait. I haven't made my request yet. Xiao Ning turned back, flashing a charming smile and mimicking a smoking gesture before continuing on his way. Zhang Yu and Shen Suyu exchanged bewildered glances, then simultaneously looked at the burning cigarette in his hand. Is that considered a request? Ah, you're infuriating, Zhang Yu. You've driven me to madness. Sen Suyue, in a fit of frustration, pounced on the already feeble Zhang Yu. She straddled him, hands gripping his neck. You smoker. What do you need a cigarette for at a time like this? Why not ask for water or food? You've driven me insane. Cough, cough, let go of me. I want tea, let go. I'll take you down with me. I'll bite you. Shen Suyu was true to her word, leaning down to bite Zhang Yu's neck. Zhang Yu wished to resist, but after 3 days without food, having just endured the shock of crossing over and signing a mountain of documents, he was utterly drained of strength. Life is akin to a certain saying. If one cannot resist, then one must quietly close their eyes and embrace the experience. Zhang Yu lay still, while the live stream exploded with excitement. Viewers, damn, I just felt sympathy for Zhang Yu, and now I want to kill him. Oh goddess, let go of Zhang Yu. If you have the ability, come for me. Woe is me. I've just experienced a breakup, love, and heartbreak on the same day. I can't go on. I want to jump into the river. Exactly. Is there a team jumping into the river? If luck is on our side, we might encounter the goddess. Count me in. 1, 10, 10,000 just moments ago. The television host, Xiao Xiao, had been explaining the meticulously edited script to the majority of the audience and viewers online. The document contains comprehensive information about Zhang Yu, including the video of his leap into the river and subsequent rescue by dolphins. Zhang Yu parked his dilapidated vehicle on Qinjiang Bridge and courteously activated his hazard lights. This scene, under the directive of director Luo, was transformed into a series of brief videos that inundated the internet. The program's influence was immense. Zhang Yu's incident garnered significant attention even before he had finalized all his contracts, propelling it to trending status. Through Zhang Yu, the popularity of the wilderness survival competition escalated dramatically, evidenced by an overall increase of over 200,000 viewers across various live streams. Given the fervor sparked by Zhang Yu, it would not be unreasonable to request a mere extension on his loan repayments, or even solicit the program team to assist in settling his remaining mortgage. In room 99, which initially attracted merely 30,000 fans, the audience soared to over 600,000 following the incident. Even a newly established room 100, dedicated to Zhang Yu, boasted 40 to 50,000 viewers. Naturally, the majority of voices were critical. However, contestants could not see the barrage of comments. In the spirit of competition, it was essential to ensure a semblance of fairness, preventing contestants from being aware of external information regarding other competitors. In Director Luo's office, he was basking in the glow of success, having unexpectedly stumbled upon a sensational highlight that propelled the program to instant popularity. The success of a program he personally directed was indeed his paramount ambition. Hello? This is Luo Hongxing. Ah, Shanggu. He distanced the phone slightly from his ear. Indeed, the voice on the other end erupted with fury. You scoundrel. You actually sent my daughter to a deserted island. Is this how you behave as an uncle? Bring her back immediately. Once the outburst subsided, Director Luo delicately responded. Shanggu, as much as I dote on that girl, I wouldn't dare send her to an island. It was your esteemed father who called me directly and insisted I keep it from you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had the audacity. After a brief silence, the voice on the line erupted again. Nonsense. This is absolute folly. Director Luo patiently waited for the outburst to dissipate before earnestly advising, Shanggu, you must consider Yu's feelings. She has worked diligently throughout her life to prove herself. Yet, you have barely allowed her the opportunity to understand your corporation. and you are hastily arranging a match for her. Today's youth are often rebellious. If you persist in your obstinacy, trouble will inevitably ensue. Another silence ensued, followed by a long sigh. You know our family situation. Her only uncle and your sister-in-law are away, and while our fathers chastise me for my shortcomings, they dote on Zhang Yu. What am I to do? Can I simply conjure another child? That would be absurd. Director Luo sighed in sympathy, recognizing that in esteemed families, wealth is not the ultimate measure. It is the promise of future generations to carry forth the family's legacy. The Shun family faced challenges in this generation. Do not be upset. Yu is currently averse to any male presence. Without addressing her psychological barriers, she cannot possibly meet your matchmaking expectations. Her journey to the island may indeed prove beneficial, as interacting with her teammates could potentially alter her perspective on men. Even if it does not succeed, this experience will allow her to vent her pent-up frustrations. Rest assured, I will deploy an additional drone for protection. However, the voice on the other end became increasingly agitated. Interact? What if she takes a liking to that young man? Can he withstand the weight of the Shun family's legacy? Director Luo found himself in a comical predicament. This father was torn between his desire to see his daughter married off quickly and his reluctance to let her go. Look at you. I was merely making an offhand comment. The disparity is so vast, it's improbable they would find common ground. Chapter 6. Oh no, I am tainted. Oh no, I am tainted. After all these years, I have finally succumbed to you. Zhang Yu lamented with profound despair, yet his demeanor, leisurely smoking, belied any signs of sorrow. Shen Suyu ground her teeth in frustration. After their intimate encounter, she hastily separated from Zhang Yu, only to be further infuriated by his shameless demeanor. You should have just stayed back. We have no water, no food. We might have to withdraw from the competition tomorrow. With this realization, Zhang Yu suddenly grasped the gravity of their predicament on the deserted island. He hastily rose, the intense weakness and dizziness nearly causing him to stumble. He surveyed the area and quickly focused on a small pile of dry wooden sticks. Approaching the pile, he picked up a stick for examination, neglecting the half-burnt cigarette still in his hand. Hey, what are you doing? That was my hard-earned find. Shin Suyu got up as well, her tone brash. But she couldn't help feeling concerned about Zhang Yu's unsteady state, fearing he might faint at any moment. After all, she had heard that he hadn't eaten for 3 days. She could hardly endure a mere half-day of hunger. Ignoring her, Zhang Yu set down the stick and hurried into the sunlight to gather dry leaves and grass. The production team had cleared the island several times, but only the human refuse had been removed. The dry wood remained untouched. Time was of the essence, and Zhang Yu had no opportunity to examine his surroundings closely. Once he had collected a sufficient amount of dry grass and wood, he chose a slightly sheltered spot, formed the grass into a bundle, and, feeling fatigue from squatting, lay down on the sandy ground. What are you planning to do? Start a fire? Shun Suyu approached him. Her spirits lifted somewhat by having a teammate to converse with. Zhang Yu did not respond. He was focused on the dry grass, inserting the cigarette but into it, then leaning in to gently draw on the cigarette to ensure the butt ignited fully. However, the hastily gathered grass was neither fine nor soft enough to burn easily. Hurry and help me. Gently blow next to me, using a soft breath. With only a third of the cigarette but remaining, every second was crucial. Shun Suyu, foregoing any pretense, knelt beside him, realizing her position was awkward. She pressed her head against Zhang Yu's, both facing the same direction, one inhaling, the other blowing. The live stream erupted with excitement, predominantly filled with envy and jealousy, even prompting the network host responsible for commentary across various channels to switch screens for live updates. Allow me to introduce Zhang Yu, a newcomer who, despite his youth, displays considerable cleverness as he attempts to ignite a fire using a cigarette butt. Brother Dazhuang, do you believe they will succeed? The foundational configuration of the program's official network comprises a female host accompanied by 2 guest speakers, who are tasked with providing commentary for 5 teams. In essence, with 50 teams participating, there exist 25 commentary factions. Furthermore, there is an official main broadcasting room, which hosts esteemed guests such as renowned botanists and individuals celebrated for their prowess in wilderness survival. The smaller commentary factions often invite survival streamers, internet celebrities, and stars, creating a symbiotic relationship where the official entity merely incurs a modest fee for appearances while attracting a multitude of participants. The individual known as Dazhuang is a wilderness survival streamer whose videos portray him as an almost omnipotent figure. With an air of expertise, Dazhuang asserts that a cigarette but can indeed ignite a flame. After all, it is often the careless disposal of such but that leads to disastrous fires. In the wild, even a mere spark can kindle a flame, contingent upon the skills of the person attempting to do so. However, I observed that this contestant had gathered some rather stiff dry grass, which is not particularly suitable as tinder. While he was expounding on his knowledge, thick plumes of smoke began to emanate from the live stream. The viewers were quick to react. Huh, What did he just say? Is his face hurting? We thought he was so professional, but look at him now. Those who are ignorant ought to remain silent. Did Zhuang say anything incorrect? If it is so easy to ignite a fire, why are two people blowing on it? Indeed, what can Zhuang not do? Have you not seen his video where he ignites a fire using merely an iron nail? Zhuang graciously shares his knowledge of fire making in the wild. Yet a horde of keyboard warriors can only scoff. Can you do better? Then step up. Zhang Yu, no longer smoking, joined Zhang Yu in blowing on the flames. Zhuang was correct. The dry grass he had chosen was not ideal for tinder. However, what if he crushed some dry leaves and mixed them in? Can a living person truly be rendered helpless? Suddenly, a burst of flames erupted. Hooray! We have fire! Zhang Yu cheered with excitement. What once seemed trivial now filled her with exhilaration beyond measure. Zhang Yu set down the fireball, hastily adding more dry grass, and then positioned several slender sticks atop it. Before long, a campfire blazed alive. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Zhang Yu thought, with fire, we need not fear the cold at night. Fire can accomplish so much. He refrained from lengthy discourse. Perhaps it was serendipitous that he had no cigarette but to ignite the fire, for with his current stamina, he would indeed struggle to achieve a fire through friction. All right, enough jumping around. Conserve some energy. You arrived first. Have you scouted for any useful resources nearby? Zhang Yu rolled her eyes at Zhang Yu, but smiled nonetheless. I noticed there are plenty of coconuts in those palm trees, although I cannot reach them. We should be able to find seafood on the beach. I spotted a crab earlier, but I couldn't catch it. Zhang Yu sighed, recognizing the truth in her words. A word from you is worth more than 1,000 words. Zhang Yu looked astonished. What do you mean by that? It sounds like an insult. Zhang Yu lacked the energy for further expressions. Such obvious resources hardly required mention. Never mind. I suppose I cannot rely on you. I shall take care of it. Zhang Yu immediately became displeased. You? Can you really get those coconuts down? With such a demeanor, do refrain from fainting while speaking, she remarked. Indeed, Zhang Yu was currently stumbling, his head spinning with each step, and should he exert himself too much, he might genuinely lose consciousness. After 3 days of exposure to the elements, it appeared that he had not eaten anything since the day before his leap into the river. For days without sustenance, Zhang Yu quickly recognized the gravity of the situation. He could not afford to faint, for besides disqualifying himself, it would be exceedingly difficult to regain consciousness. Ignoring Zhang Yu's taunts, he lowered his gaze and soon discovered a flat stone, larger than a coin. He met Zhang Yu's eyes earnestly. My strength is limited. If I instruct you to act, heed my words, and we shall have coconut water to drink. What say you? Zhang Yu pouted, tempted to reject Zhang Yu's proposal. Yet he swiftly kindled a fire, and with fire, their suffering would lessen considerably come nightfall. Speak, but I must inform you, I cannot climb trees. A prideful stance, despite her lack of skill, Zhang Yu almost chuckled, though his frail condition forbade it. Seek out stones like this, for a 5 will suffice flat, preferably with one side somewhat sharp. Curious, Zhang Yu accepted the task, intending to inquire further, but Zhang Yu's near-lifeless expression silenced her. As she searched, she approached the coconut tree, retrieving the clothing and positioning bracelet provided by the production team. Before long, she had gathered the small stones as instructed. Here, wear this. Your drone will follow you. Zhang Yu accepted the positioning bracelet, made of silicone, adorned with several slightly raised buttons. He found little intrigue in it. Merely a locator and remote control, likely featuring life sign detection, not particularly groundbreaking. What kind of battery does that drone use? How can it fly for such an extended period? He couldn't help but inquire. Innovative graphene batteries, charged once a month, though their high cost makes them difficult to popularize. Zhang Yu replied casually. Zhang Yu, now silent, grasped the small stones, firmly convinced he had indeed traversed dimensions. The fabled parallel universe truly existed. This world bore similarities to his own, yet also marked differences. Take this graphene battery, for instance. In his time, the concept had merely been introduced, with experts inflating its potential. In reality, the developed applications were only marginally better than existing batteries. Yet here, despite their exorbitant cost, they had genuinely been realized. It was hard to fathom that a device, so energy-consuming as a drone, could be charged once a month. If such technology were adapted for mobile phones, would they not require charging for a year or two? How do you intend to procure coconuts? Please do not tell me you plan to strike them down with those small stones. Zhang Yu interjected, observing Zhang Yu silently toying with the stones. Zhang Yu discarded a rounded stone and, clutching a few, rose to survey the coconut tree in the distance. How do you know? I intend to use stones to knock down the coconuts. Zhang Yu's face flushed with indignation. She felt as though Zhang Yu was mocking her. Knock them down? Goodness, coconuts grow on trees, not merely hang there. How could you possibly knock them down? Are you jesting with me? Zhang Yu, without a backward glance, staggered as he adjusted his stance, seeking the optimal moment to strike. How could I possibly have the energy to engage with you, dear sister? Just refrain from mounting me at every turn. You. Shin Yu was on the verge of exasperation. This was the first time she encountered such a man. Those she typically met were either brazenly flirtatious or stealthily eyeing her, or perhaps entangled in their own delusions of grandeur. Yet, Zhang Yu was an entirely different breed, rarely sparing her a glance. Though he occasionally uttered some flippant remarks, she could sense that he held her in disdain. For the first time, Shin Yu found herself questioning her own beauty. Why was it failing her now? In the live stream, this individual was undoubtedly a master of seduction. He feigned an aloof demeanor, a true scoundrel. I surmised as much. With his frivolous words and deliberate disregard for the goddess, he was undoubtedly attempting to capture her attention. I told you so. I was against his joining the team from the outset. Look at the trouble he's caused my goddess, taking advantage both physically and verbally. While delivering snide comments, I chuckled. Using stones to strike a coconut? Does he think this is some rural pastime? If he manages to knock down a coconut, I, Qiandafu, shall gift him 100 rockets in his live stream. I can't afford that many. I'll send 10. I'll contribute 5. Count me in for 50. Goodness. You all are quite wealthy. A single rocket costs 1,314 yuan. I'll just wager a lollipop instead. Finally, Zhang Yu discovered an appropriate angle. It wasn't easy to discern the stem on the coconut. After fiddling with the stone in his hand, he suddenly flung it like a stone skipping across water. Launching it upward. Whoosh. It indeed made a remarkable sound. How? How did you do that? Your aim is impeccable. Shin Yu exclaimed from his side. As Zhang Yu's stone struck the coconut stem, though it did not fall, Zhang Yu took a few deep breaths, his vision darkening. Having gone 4 days without food, he was nearing his limit. After a brief respite, he deftly hurled another stone. Whoosh! Thud! Again it struck the same spot, and this time, the coconut plummeted to the ground. 2 coconuts connected at the stem. Viewers exclaimed, impossible. He must be lucky. 2 stones bringing down 2 coconuts? How absurd. Is someone up there aiding him? Dare they drop more coconuts? Well, he certainly accomplished it. I'm impressed. I, Qiandafu, will head to his live stream to send rockets. Sigh. I shall join as well, though I still can't comprehend how he managed that. In an instant, Zhang Yu's live stream was flooded with gifts, drawing a considerable audience eager to witness the spectacle. Zhang Yu had settled onto the ground. Tossing those 2 stones had drained much of his energy, and his vision was filled with golden stars. This was no mere act of tossing. The technique required was distinct. This was the proud skill he had honed since childhood. In his prime, he could use a steel needle to pin a mosquito from 3 to 4 meters away. What appears to be miraculous to others is, in fact, the culmination of years of relentless practice. Stones are merely child's play for him. His true expertise lies in steel nails, playing cards, and throwing knives. How do you accomplish such feats? It is truly impressive. Could you possibly impart some of your wisdom to me? Shin Yu was at a loss for how many times she had stammered today, yet the wonder of it all was undeniable. We are all human, equipped with 2 hands. How is it that he excels so remarkably? It is simply a matter of familiarity. Quickly, go fetch a coconut, and find a sharp stone to strike it with force. I shall guide you on how to open it, for I am utterly exhausted. Zhang Yu, devoid of sweat upon his brow, nonetheless felt the rising heat within both his mind and body, a symptom indicative of severe dehydration. Sen Suyue, obediente, stretched her long legs and hurried off to gather coconuts. While it is common knowledge that coconuts contain refreshing coconut water, the challenge of opening one is formidable. Without a knife, one can only resort to brute force. The specifics of the arduous endeavor need not be detailed, under Zhang Yu's guidance. Shin Yu labored for half an hour before she finally managed to breach a coconut. Eagerly, Shin Yu took a sip from the coconut. But after just one taste, she halted. Zhang Yu's condition was far from optimal. His complexion had turned waxen. Rather than feeling pity, she was determined to assist her remarkably skilled teammate in regaining his strength, so that he might elevate her in turn. I shall hold the coconut. You merely need to open your mouth, she instructed, unperturbed by the fact that Shin Yu had already sipped from it. Zhang Yu swiftly opened his mouth to catch the gentle flow of coconut water. How to describe it? He felt a refreshing coolness soothing his mouth, cascading down his fiery throat and flowing into his stomach. It was as though a drop of gasoline had ignited the engine of his belly, setting it into motion and disseminating that invigorating sensation throughout his limbs. Not a single drop of the coconut water was wasted. Every last bit found its way into Zhang Yu's stomach. His spirit visibly revived. Thank you, he said, a phrase he rarely uttered, for he had previously been a rather taciturn individual. Shin Yu had shown remarkable thoughtfulness, a woman toiling tirelessly, drenched in sweat to open a coconut, and yet only took a sip before considering him, a feat rare among most. Licking her parched, cracked lips, Shin Yu smiled and replied, no need for thanks. Are you feeling better? After a moment of silence, Zhang Yu responded, much improved. I have a suggestion. You should break open this coconut. for there is flesh inside that we can share. If I rest a moment, I will regain some strength, and then I can open another coconut for you, as well as strike down a few more. Zhang Yu, equally parched, had felt thirst since noon. Now, it was nearing 2 or 3 in the afternoon, and her lips were on the verge of cracking. She nodded gently. Zhang Yu's proposal was indeed the most prudent course of action. If she were to attempt opening another coconut on her own, she could be preoccupied for an indeterminate length of time. Chapter 8. Could it be yet another individual? On the first day of the wilderness survival competition, at 4 in the afternoon, Zhang Yu and Zhang Yu parted ways. He had assigned her the tasks of gathering dry wood and scouting for a suitable place to take shelter. After a lengthy respite, Zhang Yu diligently smashed the coconut open, and the two shared the flesh within. Zhang Yu, having rested for less than half an hour, regained some strength and set about swiftly and efficiently breaking down 6 coconuts. The participants in a live broadcast fell into a profound silence. No one dared to claim that he was merely lucky. His prowess was undeniable, as he effortlessly brought down a coconut with a few stones. Opening the coconut required minimal effort, an endeavor Zhang Yu had once been curious about and had experimented with, thus acquiring some experience. After consuming several coconuts, both the refreshing juice and the tender flesh alleviated his hunger significantly. However, Zhang Yu remained cautious, refraining from indulging further. Having gone days without sustenance, he was aware that coconut flesh is not particularly easy to digest, and overindulgence could lead to discomfort. With the issue of hydration temporarily resolved, an urgent concern loomed. They needed to find a suitable shelter. Only by resting well at night could Zhang Yu hope to recover his strength. The beach they occupied was rather pleasant. To the west lay sandy shores with gentle waves, promising the possibility of foraging for shellfish. To the east was a rocky area, equally promising, as fish, shrimp, and crabs often sought refuge among the crevices of the stones. From a distance, Zhang Yu spotted white objects nestled within the rocks, oysters. With the right tools, a feast of oysters could easily satiate them. The inland portion of the beach was adorned with coconut palms, oak trees, and various low-growing plants whose names he could not recall. Zhang Yu was not omniscient. Many plants remained a mystery to him. The terrain inland consisted largely of sand dunes, while opposite the eastern beach rose rocky hills. He was responsible for scouting this direction, where suitable semi-open caves were likely to be found. In the initial phase of their habitation, he preferred the security of a cave. Constructing a shelter without tools would be an arduous task. This inclination was wholeheartedly supported by Zhang Yu. With Zhang Yu as the strategist, their objectives quickly crystallized: establish a foothold, ensure survival, and then ponder subsequent steps. On a deserted island, unless one yearned to ceaselessly signal for help, residing by the sea was not an ideal choice. The resources were plentiful, and surviving for 2 to 3 months in a natural coastal environment posed little challenge. But beyond that, prospects for growth were limited. Moreover, the proximity to the ocean brought risks of illness. The dampness and strong sea breezes could be detrimental to their health. Most importantly, Zhang Yu harbored an intrinsic fear of the sea. While he did not fear the water itself, he dreaded typhoons, having lost his home to one. As he traversed the rocky shore, Zhang Yu occasionally gathered the driftwood he found, stacking it together. The production team had cleaned the area so thoroughly that not even a shard of glass remained. Common marine debris, such as plastic bottles and bags, was conspicuously absent. The difficulty of survival had been artificially heightened. It seemed the production team was intent on making their survival arduous. Meanwhile, Zhang Yu, filled with renewed vigor, diligently executed her tasks. Initially, she had harbored little hope for their wilderness survival, but with Zhang Yu by her side, the challenge suddenly appeared less daunting. She no longer feared whether insects lurked beneath the pieces of driftwood. Confidently, she lifted a corner and struck the ground with a stick, knowing that any hidden insects would be dislodged immediately. Her proficiency was almost heartbreaking. Oh! Zhang Yu could scarcely believe her eyes. 2 rusty nails were embedded in a piece of driftwood, leading her to momentarily suspect it might be some unknown insect. Her figure gradually approached the juncture of the sea and the sandy shore. Zhang Yu remarked that it would be delightful to gather some shellfish for dinner. Her beautiful eyes scanned the surroundings, and she found this treasure-hunting sensation rather enjoyable. A water friend lamented, "Brothers, I have suffered a heartbreak. My goddess has changed so much since meeting that guy. Alas, they will probably be together in just a few days. I am forlorn. I have decided that next time, I will take someone I fancy to the seaside for camping. It will surely be effortless." Suddenly, he exclaimed, "Wait, am I seeing things? What is that floating in the sea? I can't quite make it out. It looks dark. Could it possibly be a person? What is the production team up to? Don't be ridiculous. It looks like a piece of wood to me." Another chimed in, "Is it possible that it could be a crocodile? Don't be absurd. There are no crocodiles in the sea. For your information, there are indeed crocodiles in the ocean, commonly referred to as estuarine or saltwater crocodiles, depending on the species. That thing certainly resembles a crocodile, and and it seems to be slowly drifting closer to the goddess. Oh, what is this shellfish? Oh no, it's dead and smells terrible. The beach that Zhang Yu was exploring was remarkably clean, allowing her to spot things from a distance. As she straightened up, she caught sight of the dark object floating in the water, and her heart skipped a beat. It couldn't possibly be another person, could it? With Zhang Yu ahead, she felt less fearful and even approached the mysterious object to ascertain what it was. If it turned out to be useful, he would surely praise her, she mused, gradually drawing closer until she was about 6 or 7 meters away. However, upon finally discerning what it was, her expression froze in shock. A crocodile. Its head was unmistakable, and the clarity of the water allowed her to see its dark body lurking beneath the surface. "I'll help. A crocodile." Zhang Yu turned and fled, seemingly instinctively aware of where to run, her movements swift. Behind her, the crocodile lunged forward a short distance, but, realizing it could not catch up to her, refrained from leaving the water. What was happening? Zhang Yu, having just spotted a semi-open mountain nook that might serve as temporary shelter, heard Zhang Yu's cries for help. Zhang Yu, with her long legs, sprinted rapidly, perhaps due to her anxiety, still foolishly clutching a small bundle of wood. When she reached Zhang Yu, she tossed the wood aside and leapt into his arms, bursting into tears. "Wah, there's a crocodile. In such a dangerous place, you still let me go alone. Wah, it's such a gigantic crocodile." Zhang Yu, taken aback by her sudden embrace, was not particularly attuned to the implications of her actions, as he had never considered it in that light. With a grave expression, he asked, "Did you really see a crocodile? How big was it?" Zhang Yu pushed Zhang Yu away, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, silently scolding herself for being so weak. After all, what was there to fear about a crocodile, as long as one kept a safe distance? It seemed to be over 3 meters long. Anyway, it was quite large. Zhang Yu feigned nonchalance, wiping away her tears and casting her gaze elsewhere. Zhang Yu inhaled deeply, reminiscent of a bay crocodile. "For now, let's refrain from venturing towards the beach. The rocky area is comparatively safer. The bay crocodile remains inactive there, yet we must still exercise caution." He turned and made his way towards the newly discovered mountain nook, with Zhang Yu following closely behind. The bay crocodile? Is it the largest crocodile in the world? Zhang Yu had now observed the entire expanse of the mountain nook, a flicker of joy crossing his face, for it was precisely the temporary refuge he sought. It was spacious within, yet modest on the outside, entirely concealed by the overhanging rocks, providing shelter from the rain. Furthermore, the geological stability of the stone ensured it was unlikely to collapse. A few stones could be arranged to barricade the entrance, and for the time being, it was the perfect haven. His voice carried a hint of delight as he casually explained to Zhang Yu, "The bay crocodile is indeed the largest crocodile on Earth, often referred to as the killer crocodile. The one you saw is likely a female, with a relatively normal size. The males can reach up to 7 meters in length. A truly colossal creature." Chapter 9. Is having hands enough? What an exaggeration. Encountering wildlife in the wilderness is commonplace, and Zhang Yu was merely startled momentarily. After chatting with Zhang Yu for a while, she soon returned to her usual composure. However, their vigilance towards this desolate island heightened, for it was indeed a wilderness where losing one's life was a real possibility. Take crocodiles, for instance. Once bitten, no defensive drones could save one. Did they truly believe that substantial rewards were so easily attainable? Zhang Yu swiftly fashioned a rudimentary broom from mugwort and assigned Zhang Yu a task. "In a moment, you shall sweep this area, relocating the stones to the entrance. I have further use for them. Once you finish clearing up, do you see this mugwort in my hand? Gather a bundle and be mindful of the grass. Use a stick to tap about, lest there be snakes lurking." Upon hearing of yet another perilous task, Zhang Yu felt a surge of resistance. How could she possibly know if snakes were coiled in the grass? It was far too dangerous, and fear gripped her. Before Zhang Yu could voice her objections, Zhang Yu continued undeterred. "Never mind, it's too dangerous. I shall handle it instead. You're responsible for tidying up here, and then go outside to move the stones. At night, we must block the entrance, not only to shield from the wind, but also to deter wild animals." Zhang Yu felt a twinge of embarrassment. All the hazardous tasks fell to him, yet she was genuinely afraid. "What do you need the mugwort for?" Zhang Yu, preoccupied with his broom making, did not glance at her. After completing the broom, he began selecting suitable stones from the debris. Once the area was cleaned, he intended to lay down the mugwort and burn it, both to disinfect and exterminate any small insects residing in the stones, as it would prove effective and offer a simple repellent effect. The nights would likely be quite cold, yet mosquitoes would undoubtedly persist. "Our time is limited. I must venture into the rocky area to procure some food and find a way to gather dry grass. Laying down the grass will make sleeping more comfortable, preventing chills and dampness." Zhang Yu exclaimed in astonishment, "You have never undergone training. How do you know all these things?" Zhang Yu picked up 2 stone tools resembling hoes and swaggered outside. Surviving on a deserted island? Surely. It was as simple as having hands. Once he recovered, he would treat her to a life of luxury and indulgence. Shen Suyu instinctively tilted her head, about to display a look of a bewildered little fan, only to quickly regain her composure. As long as one has hands. How boastful! She huffed with a touch of pride. Nevertheless, Miss Shen promptly began to tidy up the cave. In the live stream, De Zhuang, who was about to log off, happened to witness this scene. His disdain for Zhang Yu stemmed purely from jealousy. He envied Zhang Yu for competing alongside beautiful women and for thriving in the wilderness despite being an ordinary individual. Moreover, Zhang Yu had humiliated him once. Survival in the wild is no trivial matter. As everyone has observed today, at least 7 teams encountered various degrees of danger. Escaping unscathed is fortunate, but one cannot solely rely on luck. I believe these contestants possess insufficient vigilance towards the deserted island. Do not assume the island is devoid of peril. This desolate isle is exceptionally vast, teeming with wild beasts. I can only say that today is merely an appetizer. The real crisis has yet to unfold. In the end, he couldn't resist alluding to Zhang Yu. Having confidence is commendable, but one must not be arrogant. Among the viewers, many harbored discontent. After all, acknowledging another's excellence is a challenging endeavor, yet many others were reasonable. Having hands really sounds like boasting, but why do I feel Zhang Yu is speaking the truth? I feel the same. So far, he seems to have found solutions to various difficulties. Is it just me, or does he seem a bit impressive? I've been watching other live streams, and thus far, out of 50 teams, fewer than 10 have managed to start a fire. Most of their time is consumed by fire making and forging. Yet Zhang Yu's team appears to be doing remarkably well. Haha, I saw a wilderness survival master from a European country merely find a shelter and is now attempting to start a fire. With the sun setting and the temperature dropping, he mentioned it's unlikely he will succeed. Starting a fire in the wild without any tools is indeed challenging. One wilderness streamer I follow has temporarily given up and is searching for fruits to eat. Dad, why did you agree to let Suyu go to the deserted island? Just look at the danger. She nearly got bitten by a crocodile, and she's teamed up with that guy. They'll have to stay together at night. How can my Shun family's daughter endure such experiences and still hope to marry in the future? Shun Xiaogua stormed into a large courtyard, a rare 3-entry, 4-courtyard layout, complete with mountains, water, flowers, trees, and pavilions. Upon entering the 3rd courtyard, he found 2 elderly men lounging in chairs, engaged in conversation. Before them lay a sizable tablet, streaming the live broadcast from the 99th Wilderness Survival Competition. Shun Xiaogua, in his early 40s yet appearing to be in his 30s, had a slightly plump physique. The elderly men, though referred to as such, seemed to be merely in their 50s, with only a few strands of white among their hair. Both looked remarkably healthy, making it hard to believe they were over 60. My father-in-law is here too. Where's my mother-in-law? Shun Xiaogua inquired awkwardly, quickly adopting a more humble demeanor. Shun Xiaogua's father-in-law, Zhang Jing, was affable yet spoke with a persuasive authority. So, Xiaogua has returned, presumably for Suyu's sake. In times of significant events, one must remain calm. Come, sit down. I shall share something with you. The elder beside Zhang Jing, named Shun Heng, is the patriarch of the Shun Qiu kingdom. With an exasperated tone, he remarked, "What is there to explain? Can't you discern your own daughter's mindset?" Shun Qiu, reluctantly taking a seat, listened as Zhang Jing spoke slowly. This girl, Xiao Yu, lost her mother a few years ago and has exhibited some rebellious behavior. Yet, at her core, she still possesses a sense of propriety. However, as humans are driven by emotions, after being urged into blind dates, her demeanor has shifted significantly, her resentment intensifying. If this continues, it may drastically alter her character. Shun Heng, with a robust voice, interjected, "We urge you to find her a partner quickly, not to force her into matchmaking. Every individual is different, do you understand? Look at what pressure has done to her. Allowing her to roam the wilds is merely a means to temper her spirit and let her vent her emotions." Shen Xiu whispered, "But that island is perilous. That scoundrel, Luozi, has escalated the survival challenges." Shen Heng rolled his eyes. "Was your childhood devoid of danger? You thought you could learn a bit of martial arts and gather a gang to fight? What did I say? Ultimately, I had to send you to the front lines. Do you think I relished that? It was merely to temper your foul temper." Shen Xiu muttered under his breath. "That foul temper is still your doing." Shen Heng feigned ignorance and, with renewed enthusiasm, remarked, "I believe that lad Zhang, who is teaming up with her, possesses some talent. The way he exerts himself suggests he has had no instruction. Should he master the art of utilizing strength, he could become a master of hidden weapons." Shen Xiu cast a glance at the tablet, where a figure was diligently cracking open oysters with a stone. "Father, he is already in his 20s, well past the age for martial training." Shen Heng paused, sighing, "Alas, you speak the truth. Why is it so challenging to find someone to inherit my martial legacy? Zhang Jing, who had been smiling throughout, chimed in, and I have my medical skills. If I cannot find a suitable heir at home, I shall have to pass them on elsewhere. Chapter 10. What are you staring at? Thud. Crack. Zhang Yu struck down another oyster. Fresh seafood by the shore is not always accessible. It typically comes with the tides. His hometown, Wanghai Village, while not directly by the sea, has made him familiar with the concept of tide catching. The island offers a decent supply of resources. He gathered some seaweed and managed to haul in a large patch of kelp, which would temporarily alleviate his need for salt. However, he still needed to refine sea salt when time permitted, a tedious process requiring several iterations despite the cleanliness of the seawater to yield consumable salt. As the sun began to set and visibility waned among the crevices of rocks, Zhang Yu could only gather some seaweed and crack open a few oysters, occasionally discovering other shellfish clinging to the rocks. Only when he worked in solitude did he ponder the mixed feelings his journey through time had brought him. In novels, characters traversed their new worlds effortlessly, devoid of pressure, while he experienced a heart-wrenching struggle, having survived a leap into the river. He found his parents were not the same as before. He had to pretend to be untroubled while dutifully honoring them, unsure if his affection stemmed from genuine sentiment or merely from the responsibilities of this new identity. In short, it was profoundly distressing. Moreover, this was merely one of the myriad challenges he faced. He yearned to reconnect with his former life, seeking ways to earn a modest income to ease his burdens. The monotonous routine of working had become exceedingly tiresome. He pondered the contrasts of this world, contemplating actions he could undertake. Having read numerous novels and learned a few songs, he believed these talents might yield some meager profit. Others who traversed realms often possessed a system or some form of assistance. Why was he devoid of such fortune? He was certain he held a wealth of knowledge, albeit shrouded in vague memories. Like suddenly being reminded of an old song. Could he truly sing it? Forget singing. He could hardly recall the melody. System, oh system, are you there? Activate the system. Speak, dear system. Should I accumulate merit or popularity? Do not hide away. I can see you. Come forth. Could it be a romance system? That would be splendid. I would willingly offer my 24 years of prime vitality. System, if you do not reveal yourself, I shall demonstrate my despair. If you are malfunctioning, grant me a signal. Ding ding ding. Zhang Yu felt as if he had been immobilized. His entire being stiffened. Had he heard something? Was that the voice of the system? It truly existed. Ha ha ha. Zhang Yu laughed unabashedly, envisioning a life of leisure and triumph with the aid of a system. What are you laughing at? A familiar yet timid voice interrupted from behind, causing Zhang Yu to stifle his laughter. He must not divulge his secret. According to unspoken rules, those who possessed a system were often subjected to dissection. However, when he turned around, his expression froze. 4 rusty nails lay atop a stone before Shun Su Yu. Could it be that? Zhang Yu, half laughing, half crying, asked, Did you just place those nails on the stone? Shun Su Yu looked somewhat frightened, responding cautiously, Yes, yes. What is wrong with you? Please do not scare me. Indeed, life remained utterly absurd. He felt like the greatest fool in existence. What a ridiculous notion of system. Merely a few rusty nails. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Yu returned to his impassive demeanor. The pain life inflicted compelled him to adopt this expression, allowing him to face the unimaginable tribulations that lay ahead. Just a bit pleased at the thought of indulging in a feast of oysters soon. Shun Su Yu should have been suspicious, yet after working a bit, she felt hunger pangs. Upon seeing Zhang Yu with a pile of oysters resembling a small mountain, she joyfully joined in his enthusiasm. Hihi, should I assist you? How shall we consume these oysters? Oh, by the way, I found some rusty iron nails attached to a piece of deadwood. Do you think they might be useful? Perhaps due to having faced death once, Zhang Yu displayed extraordinary courage and began considering how to utilize those nails. The nails were certainly useful. Anything related to metal was a treasure to us. Once we have gathered sufficient equipment, we can melt these nails down and forge them into a small knife. While continuing to crack open oysters, Zhang Yu remarked, we could also fashion the nails into fish spears. While they may not be effective against that crocodile, at least we can use them to spear fish along the shore. Shun Siyue was filled with joy. The simplicity of discovering hope in her daily life brought her immense comfort. Although dangers lurked, she firmly believed that their team would continue to improve. How may I assist you now? The goddess had begun to request tasks proactively. Zhang Yu, who had little interest in women, was rather blunt. Have you seen the broad leaves I prepared? No. Well, let's use my clothes instead. Please transport the oysters back to our residence. I will procure a few more. The abundance of oysters appeared deceiving, as it was not easy to satiate one's hunger with them. Zhang Yu removed his coat and, in front of Shun Siyue, took off his long-sleeved shirt, tying its sleeves around his neck, creating an ample opening beneath which he could store quite a few oysters. Casting a glance at Zhang Yu's pale, slender physique, which lacked muscle, Shunse couldn't help but smirk quietly. He dared to flaunt such a figure. After a moment's hesitation, she cautioned, "Be mindful. We are still live streaming. Don't you need money? You could find ways to boost the popularity of your stream. Tips and ad revenue can be substantial." After saying this, Shunse filled her makeshift pouch with oysters and left with a somewhat unnatural expression on her face. Zhang Yu struck down another oyster, suddenly turning to meet the gaze of the drone camera that had been following him. He had never live-streamed before. It felt peculiar, and he had no idea how many people were watching. The thought of deliberately live-streaming felt awkward. Would he be seen as a lunatic if he spoke to himself? But it seemed that streamers often did converse with themselves. After locking eyes with the camera for 3 seconds, Zhang Yu suddenly exclaimed, "What are you staring at?" Viewers responded, "Whoa, you startled me." This was the way of greeting in the Northeast. "What are you looking at?" Finally feeling engaged in conversation with Zhang Yu, the viewers urged, "Hurry, get away from my goddess." Zhang Yu mused, "I can't live stream either. There's so many stars, celebrities, and professional competitors. People must have gone to watch them instead." Once he began speaking, he truly felt as if he were conversing with Wilson. Viewers commented, Yes, your stream is only about 90,000 viewers, while 680,000 are watching your goddess." Zhang Yu could not see the barrage of comments, but he felt considerable pressure. Speaking to the drone camera served as a means of external relief. In truth, the treasures of the entire island lay along the coastline. Even if the production team cleared the surface, it remained unchanged. To thrive in such an environment, one required tools and defensive weapons. Tomorrow, he planned to conduct a thorough search in the rocky area. The production team might have removed human debris from the surface, but he was skeptical they could extract everything from the murky depths. Chapter 11. Be My Stepping Stone. Surviving on a Deserted Island. The simplest method was to make full use of the refuse generated by human society. Broken wood, foam, plastic bottles, floats, fishing lines, torn nets, and tin cans were all incredibly useful. The production team likely considered this aspect as well, deploying manpower to clear the island in advance, artificially increasing the difficulty. Zhang Yu wagered that, given the vastness of the island, the production team could not have cleaned it thoroughly. In the office of Director Luo, he was intently watching the live broadcast featuring Shunse and Zhang Yu. Earlier, Shunse had encountered an alligator, and he had received a scolding from Shunse over the phone. In truth, their drones were equipped to handle alligators, armed with 2 enhanced tranquilizer darts that could not be resisted by reptiles or armored creatures. However, this was contingent upon the participants not being taken by surprise. Xiao Ning remarked with a hint of mischief, "Zhang Yu has analyzed the situation quite astutely. He has surmised that we cannot account for the oceanic debris buried in the soil. Yet," he added with a smirk, "but he seems to have forgotten about metal detectors. He won't unearth anything of value." Director Luo, unable to suppress his discontent at the success of his cherished subordinate, interjected, "Humph. And what are those iron nails?" Xiao Ning awkwardly touched his nose. "That was an accident. I assure you that will be the last of his finds." Before Xiao Ning could finish, he was met with the reality of the situation, akin to the plight of Dijuan. In live broadcast room number 100, Zhang Yu was elated. "Ha! We are indeed fortunate to have found so many nails." Shunse remained silent, her cheeks flushed as she assisted Zhang Yu in dragging a large log. Indeed, the log was the substantial piece of wood that had drifted to them, nearly 40 centimeters in diameter, with numerous potential uses. After finishing with the oysters, he had contemplated keeping the log, envisioning it as a future cutting board or table surface. To his surprise, upon flipping the log, he discovered it was embedded with numerous nails, at least 100. Judging by their color, it appeared that some fool had indiscriminately hammered in steel nails. The prospect of acquiring iron thrilled him, let alone steel. If utilized wisely, he could forge a knife with an iron body and a steel blade, creating a sharp implement. The two exerted considerable effort to drag the log back to their shelter, perfectly blocking the cave entrance. "Let us rest for a moment. Later we can pile stones on the log, and with the firelight, no beast should dare approach us tonight." Zhang Yu, feeling the effects of his depleted energy after consuming the coconut meat and juice, began to feel dizzy again. After a while, he hurriedly took advantage of the fading light to gather dry grass, while Shunse, unable to merely watch, followed behind to help carry the grass back. It was only after the sun had dipped below the horizon that Zhang Yu returned to the shelter, utterly exhausted. Yet, his tasks were far from over. He still needed to construct a makeshift stove to cook the oysters and to provide warmth in the evening. "Why is your stove so peculiar?" "It's blocking the entrance." "What will we do if we need to escape?" Shunse inquired curiously as she assisted him. Zhang Yu had fashioned a nearly 1.5-meter-long trough from stones near the cave entrance. "This is not a stove. Aren't stoves usually square?" Wiping the sweat from his brow, Zhang Yu explained, "This design maximizes our safety from any approaching beasts. I also plan to use extra deadwood to create a rudimentary warning barrier outside." I have no desire to be bitten by a beast in my sleep. Furthermore, the elongated shape serves to prevent the fire from extinguishing when firewood is piled together. It burns rapidly, whereas a long strip slows the process, effectively preserving the ember. As the task neared completion, Zhang Yu's tone lightened considerably. One must never heed the words of certain streamers or so-called wilderness survival experts. Otherwise, one might not even realize how they met their demise. Have you ever witnessed a wild leopard stealthily dispatching a sleeping house dog? Shen Suyu shook her head in a daze. Zhang Yu continued earnestly. Consider this. If even a house dog struggles to detect the leopard's approach, what might happen to us if we succumb to slumber? Potentially meeting our end in the depths of our dreams. Shen Suyu found Zhang Yu's remarks rather amusing. This realm had yet to adopt the term met one's end, yet others understood it nonetheless. Zhang Yu wore a smile as he added, moreover, have you observed those wilderness streamers or survival experts videos where they ignite fires for the night? Many simply pile a heap of firewood. Anyone familiar with burning coal knows that if a pile is not arranged properly, by the next day, not a single ember may remain, let alone wood. I plan to sprinkle some water on another section of the wood, allowing it to burn more slowly by midnight. In the live stream room, the comments were exceedingly lively. Zhang Yu was indeed correct. My family hails from the north, where a single night can completely consume a furnace full of coal. I am well versed in the arrangement of fire pits. Aside from the elongated form, a star-shaped configuration can sustain the fire perfectly until the following day. But might they not succumb to carbon monoxide poisoning? The likelihood of such poisoning is minimal. Their shelter's roof is 1/3 open, and the stone walls they constructed allow for ventilation, making it improbable. Meanwhile, at a Western restaurant, De Zhuang furiously set down his phone, feeling irked by an individual he found thoroughly displeasing. He is a prominent wilderness survival streamer. He understands certain aspects, yet lacks knowledge in finer details. Influencers often rely on stage content, akin to an assembly line, one moment capturing a crowd gathered around a bonfire roasting food, and the next showcasing the technique of fire by friction. As for whether the fire can endure until the next day, how could he possibly know? Continuing on this path is not advisable. The audience in Zhang Yu's stream, due to the daytime hype, rivals that of many competing celebrities. A strategy must be devised to undermine his credibility among viewers. Quickly, De Zhuang conceived a plan and hastily dialed a number. "Da brother, I need to trouble you with something." "Yes, I'm aware of the price." The individual in question is the 100th contestant in the wilderness survival competition, named Zhang Yu. Yes, remember a few key points for them to use in the script. He brought iron nails from outside. The production team provided him with an extra set of clothes and shoes, and his coconut hitting technique appears suspiciously fabricated. After a lengthy phone call, De Zhuang transferred funds via his mobile, then contentedly resumed his meal. The wilderness survival arena is limited in scope. Preemptively eliminating potential rivals is beneficial, with only a slight monetary loss at stake. Moreover, the loss may not be certain. Once Zhang Yu's reputation tarnishes, he can emerge to speak, belittling others to elevate himself. Such tactics are universally applicable across any sphere. Sometimes, it is not merely who is right that prevails. Times have changed, and certain truths have become less steadfast. Gazing at Zhang Yu, who is grilling oysters on his phone, De Zhuang smirks coldly, thinking, "You shall obediently serve as one of my stepping stones." Chapter 12. Coexisting with beauty. The sizzle of the grilling oysters is simply delightful. Zhang Yu and his companion exchanged few words, engrossed in their meal. Unlike others, he did not toss the oysters directly onto the embers, which would make eating cumbersome and risk contamination with ash. Instead, he placed 2 thin stone slabs, cleansed with seawater, over the fire in the rectangular grill. The oysters cooked effortlessly. Moreover, these oysters are safe to consume raw, providing hydration without any concerns. In a cooler corner, torn seaweed lay, and fresh twigs served as chopsticks, as the two busily indulged in their meal akin to a teppanyaki buffet. The oysters from this region possess a faint briny aroma that is almost negligible, and with their ravenous appetites, the substantial pile of oysters, sufficient for an entire family's 3 meals, was swiftly devoured. Satiated with oysters, Shen Suyu wiped her mouth contentedly. To enjoy such a fulfilling meal in the wilderness is indeed a rare delight. Zhang Yu, having also satisfied his hunger, felt no discomfort in his stomach, having laid a foundation of coconut juice and flesh before this feast. Yet, as soon as he finished eating, his eyelids began to droop. Let's prepare for an early rest tonight. It was only around 7 in the evening, yet fatigue overwhelmed him, and all he longed for was a good night's sleep. Shen Suyu's cheeks began to flush. How would they manage to sleep tonight? Zhang Yu glanced around the cave, noticing a stack of firewood on one side, convenient for stoking the fire later. The remaining space was quite ample, roughly the size of a 1.5-meter bed. For makeshift shelter, this was indeed luxurious. "You can sleep inside, and I will take the outer side, or rather, the middle." We can use some stones and the clothes and shoes I wore today to fashion a simple partition. There's a distinction between the sexes. Zhang Yu is extraordinarily beautiful, possessing a visage that could make most feel inadequate. Her features are picturesque, with bright, clear eyes, a refined and prominent nose, and delicate, alluring lips that are distinctly shaped. Her face is reminiscent of an oval shape, with just a hint of youthful roundness. Her beauty is immediately apparent, and one could even foresee her future allure. In her youth, she would have captivated nations with her charm, and as she ages, one could describe her as possessing a countenance that signifies peace and prosperity, a visage that would bless a nation. Zhang Yu, though not versed in physiognomy, could discern that her face is undoubtedly auspicious for a husband. Zhang Yu's skin is tender and fair, exuding a luminous glow, and her figure is well proportioned, easily grasped in one hand. With a slim waist, curvaceous hips, and long, straight legs, she stands over 1.7 meters tall, and astonishingly, she possesses petite feet as well. At the onset of her live stream, Zhang Yu captivated tens of thousands with her beauty and physique, a testament to her allure. It is noteworthy that among the competitors, there were genuine celebrity powerhouses, prominent internet influencers, renowned wilderness survival experts from abroad, and popular participants from various countries. In this circumstance, her ability to captivate so many individuals could be said to overshadow the entire entertainment industry with her beauty. Perhaps it was due to her sheer perfection. Or maybe Zhang Yu genuinely felt unworthy of her. In the presence of such a stunning beauty, his heart remained as tranquil as a still lake. Given that he harbored no ulterior motives, he naturally adopted a gentlemanly demeanor. However, due to certain constraints, he could not possibly venture out to live elsewhere, could he? Then you mustn't come over at night. Otherwise, I will hit you. Zhang Yu waved her tiny fist, devoid of any real threat, eliciting a smile from Zhang Yu. All right, I am on the verge of fainting, so I cannot afford to entertain other thoughts. Just refrain from straddling me or throwing yourself into my arms. Zhang Yu, flustered, exclaimed, "You must not say such things." Zhang Yu chuckled as he stepped outside, arranging the dry branches in a systematic manner. He effectively constructed a makeshift little frame, which, if any creature were to tread upon it, would produce a rustling sound, serving as a minor alert. Having resolved his personal matters, Zhang Yu returned to the shelter. Amidst the protests of hundreds of thousands of viewers, he and Zhang Yu adjusted the drone to a fixed shooting mode, placing it in a corner by the door to allow the viewers to appreciate the beach and sea under the night sky. Resting his head on a stone as a pillow, he lay on the warm and soft hay, with a gentle wave of heat emanating from the stove nearby. Zhang Yu felt as though his very soul were about to ascend to the heavens. In the next moment, he could easily drift into a deep slumber, but alas, just as he was on the brink of sleep, thoughts of his time travel surfaced in his mind. The sorrow within him was incomprehensible to anyone. He wondered how his counterpart in that other realm was faring. Perhaps he had perished, for that dimension lacked a wilderness survival competition. Would his biological parents in that world be heartbroken? The mere thought was distressing. The most absurd part was that he had to pretend as if nothing had occurred, dutifully honoring his parents in this realm. Yet he felt an indescribable void in their closeness. This vividly real world surely lacked the legendary systems. A wilderness survival competition was precisely where his skills shone, and without this contest, he was nothing. Alas, the whims of fate. Both his body and soul were utterly exhausted. Yet sleep eluded him, a most frustrating predicament. Why could others traverse dimensions with carefree abandon while he suffered so gravely? On the other side, Zhang Yu was also unable to sleep. She had endured much, all of which had upended her previous life, and she had faced numerous shocks that would likely haunt her dreams that night. However, unlike Zhang Yu, she did not feel such anguish. Instead, she found herself quite content and had developed an affection for this new way of life. Nevertheless, her good upbringing prevented her from taking advantage of Zhang Yu without reason. Why should he always assist her? Wouldn't he thrive on his own in this survival scenario? Zhang Yu, are you asleep? Zhang Yu whispered. Zhang Yu's voice was drowsy, his thoughts in disarray, and his head began to ache. Not yet, Zhang Yu proposed. How about I give you the survival prize money that I am entitled to? Consider it the cost of you bringing me into this competition. Zhang Yu barely registered her words, his mind spiraling into a dark corner. He was nearly overwhelmed by despair, reminiscent of the state he had been in when contemplating suicide. Whatever, as long as I have enough money to get by. After all, one cannot take anything with them upon death. His responses were utterly mismatched. Yet Zhang Yu remained oblivious. Concerned that discussing money might embarrass Zhang Yu, she pondered deeply before exclaiming, "Would you like to learn martial arts? I genuinely possess skills. Otherwise, how would I dare venture here alone?" Zhang Yu replied, I suppose that works. Elated by her proposed solution, Zhang Yu believed that the knowledge she had acquired was likely unfamiliar to Zhang Yu. She could impart lessons in various subjects: music, chess, calligraphy, painting, martial arts, medicine. singing, dancing, and even the management principles she had systematically studied. The extent of his learning would depend on his aptitude. Although she might not provide him with much, it would undoubtedly prove beneficial. It's settled then. Starting tomorrow, I shall teach you a few things. All right, understood. Now let us sleep. Zhang Yu's head felt as if it might explode. Inside, he felt as though several tiny voices were bickering, unable to persuade one another. If he were not so tired, conversing with Shen Suyu might have lightened his spirits. However, his exhaustion rendered him too lethargic even to speak. He could no longer hear Shen Suyu's voice, or perhaps she had fallen silent. With no other recourse, he resorted to a self-devised method of hypnotism, a technique he recalled from watching The Return of the Condor Heroes, where Yang Guo recited the Chuanjin heart method. In his childhood, he had harbored dreams of martial arts, which he later transformed into a lullaby. The path of enlightenment begins with the opening of the 9 orifices. The 9 orifices reside at the base of the spine. First, the energy flows from the Yongquan point at the foot, rising to the knees and gradually ascending to the base of the spine, swirling rapidly at the crown of the head. Chapter 13. Why is there another person in my arms? The live broadcast of the wilderness survival competition at night attracted significantly fewer viewers. The first day's competition had devolved into a scene of widespread suffering. Many struggled to sleep due to mosquito bites, while others huddled in dead leaves, shivering from the cold, with some dramatically clinging to teammates for warmth. There were also those who, famished, could not sleep, yearning for food yet too fearful to venture out, confined to their makeshift shelters, idly chatting with drones and fellow competitors. Upon exiting the live broadcast, Zhang Yu and Shen Suyu realized that, in terms of comfort, safety, and survival status, their group ranked first among the 50 competing teams. When the host summarized the events the following day and mentioned Zhang Yu and Shen Suyu, a significant influx of viewers would surely follow. However, that was a matter for later. The night would not pass so easily. In the depths of the night, the rectangular stove designed by Zhang Yu burned steadily. He had not overloaded it with firewood, fearing that an excessive blaze might extinguish their source of heat by morning. He divided the wood into 5 segments, connecting each with a few sticks. Thus, throughout the long night, the flames would periodically flicker, emitting a comforting warmth and a light that frightened away animals. Yet, the stove's excellent design caused Shen Suyu to turn restlessly in her sleep, plagued by nightmares. In her drowsy state, she absent-mindedly removed her competition jacket and pants. Ahem, let us not dwell on that. The contestants wore an additional layer beneath, akin to thermal leggings, prepared to help them endure the summer heat. Shen Suyu awakened several times, yet due to the fatigue from her daytime labors, she drifted back into slumber. Eventually, she unknowingly crossed the imaginary line and nestled beside Zhang Yu, embracing the reassuring warmth of his body, listening to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. At last, she succumbed to a sweet sleep, no longer startled. As for Zhang Yu, he lay motionless, breathing deeply and evenly, resembling a meditative monk, steadfast as a mountain. The following day, around 5 or 6 o'clock, Zhang Yu's breathing subtly altered, and his eyelids slowly fluttered open. He experienced none of the usual disorientation that accompanied waking from sleep, nor the lethargy that tempted him to linger in bed. Instead, he transitioned naturally from the realm of dreams to consciousness. Clarity, lucidity, this was Zhang Yu's most immediate sensation. Never before had he felt such mental clarity. It was as if his mind had been rejuvenated, remarkably sharp. If this had occurred during his school days, he believed that merely glancing at a textbook would enable him to memorize it entirely. The clarity of thought and the brightness of vision were interconnected. With his mind unclouded, he perceived the world in a new light, as if transitioning from standard definition to high-definition brilliance. What could be the cause of this? Was it the effect of the oysters he consumed last night? Zhang Yu dismissed the thought, considering that he had not eaten for several days and had endured an inexplicable ordeal, drifting on a log for 3 days without waking. Perhaps it was due to the extraordinary circumstances he had encountered. If only he could maintain this state daily. Upon returning, he could pursue a graduate degree, and his future career might unfold more smoothly. However, as he collected his thoughts, he suddenly realized something was amiss. Why was there another person in his embrace? He glanced down and was taken aback. Shen Suyu had made herself quite comfortable, resting her head on his arm, one arm draped over his chest, and one leg entwined around him. It seemed a rather excessive test for a mechanical repairman. What to do? The allure of her softness was undeniable, yet she was a woman destined to remain beyond his reach. Should he take advantage of the situation? Just as this thought crossed his mind, he quickly dismissed it. The potential embarrassment of being discovered was too great, especially with the upcoming competition on the horizon. Alas, women are indeed a complex amalgamation of challenges. Suppressing his unusual thoughts, he gently poked Shen Suyu's forehead with his other hand. It was smooth and soft. What on earth was he thinking? Speaking of which, if he could resolve his financial troubles upon returning, It might be time to seek a suitable girlfriend. Dad, what time is it? Shen Suyu mumbled, eyes still closed. The morning live stream was already bustling with activity. With a combined audience of around 100,000 in 2 channels, night owls, those napping, and early risers preparing meals. Shen Suyu's words ignited both live streams. The positioning wristband possessed a recording function. Unless whispers were exchanged, normal conversations could be heard distinctly in the streams. Viewers chimed in, goodness, just one night, and it's already at the call me daddy level. A beautiful day begins with a broken heart. Woe is me, I am heartbroken. Curse you, Zhang Yu, it must be his fault. Surely he secretly stole my goddess away last night, and now she's been forced to accept reality. To the one above, how filthy must your thoughts be? Can you truly be considered a virtuous individual if such bitterness resides within you so early in the morning? Let us all calm our tempers. After all, it is merely a goddess we are discussing. Should we not simply find another? To the scoundrel above, kindly take your leave. As Shen Suyu opened her eyes, Zhang Yu swiftly sealed her lips. With clarity of mind, Zhang Yu pondered deeply. Should the live stream audience catch wind of any impropriety? How would the young lady ever secure a marriage? Shen Suyu's demeanor clearly indicated a distinguished background. What if she had a fiancé or admirers? Would he not bear the brunt of their ire as an ordinary citizen? The best course of action was for this matter to remain solely between the two of them. However, Zhang Yu underestimated Shen Suyu's formidable spirit. Bang! As she pounded her small fist against her chest. Zhang Yu hardly had time to react before a punch landed squarely on his eye. Ouch! Zhang Yu, disregarding everything else, felt tears streaming down his face. Why did you hit my eye? Ah, it hurts so much. If I go blind, you shall see how I will take vengeance on you. Shen Suyue resembled an irate little leopard, her hair almost bristling with indignation. How dare you embrace me? Speak up, otherwise you shall face my wrath. The viewers in the live stream exclaimed, what a character. Zhang Yu is indeed a lecherous man, taking advantage of the goddess while she sleeps. How could the production team allow such a person to compete? Zhang Yu had clearly violated the rules. He should be disqualified immediately. Disqualification seems lenient. He should be condemned to bear this stain for life. Ah, if he weren't on the island, I would surely end Zhang Yu. Ha ha. The voice suggests the goddess has struck Zhang Yu. Well done. I just woke up. What transpired? The beach is stunning. Thus, one may prepare for certain events. Yet success is not guaranteed. Indeed, circumstances may unfold in an entirely opposite direction. How can I embrace you? Look at my position. I barely moved throughout the night. Yet you crossed the line. What is the meaning of you ending up in my arms? And yet you dare to accuse me first. Furthermore, you struck me. Zhang Yu was incensed. When one harbors no ulterior motives towards the opposite sex, they are merely an ordinary individual. Chapter 14. Gathering shellfishing. Perhaps I misjudged you. Why are you so petty? Look at you, even crying. Must I concede my fault? The two remained at an impasse until Shen Suyue finally comprehended the situation and, feeling embarrassed, apologized to Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu, with tears still flowing from his injured eye, found the morning, once promising, had taken a dismal turn. Please check my eye. Let there be no lasting issues. Zhang Yu, weary of the contention, resolved to keep his distance from this woman in the future. Next time, he would erect a wall between them while sleeping. In comparison to that trivial misunderstanding, his focus remained on the competition. The potential for a significant profit hinged on this rare opportunity. Shen Suyue approached him, her earlier shyness dissipated by the commotion. As Zhang Yu withdrew his hand, her delicate face suddenly appeared awkward. Indeed, the legendary panda eyes truly exist. It should be fine. There's a bit of redness in your eyes. You like me? Have pronounced features. Most of the force landed on your eye socket. Zhang Yu wiped away his tears and silently vowed to make that wretched girl suffer when the opportunity arose. As long as we're fine, let us get up quickly. We have much to accomplish today. Filled with indignation, he disregarded the presence of Shen Suyu beside him and decisively removed his trousers. Donning the attire provided by the production team, Shen Suyu cast a fleeting glance before lowering her head, feeling an inexplicable sensation, akin to that of a couple rising early together. Zhang Yu adeptly donned the production team's clothing and turned away, stating, we have a considerable amount of work ahead. There's no need to wear that layer underneath. We only have one set of clothes, so we must conserve. With that, he seized his drone, kicked aside the stones blocking the entrance, and ventured outside alone. This incident was likely heard by the viewers in the live stream, and he assumed most would be cursing him. He was uncertain how many people were watching their live broadcast, but he imagined it was not many, perhaps akin to a small streamer with just a few hundred followers. In Zhang Yu's mind, that was the nature of his audience. In the wilderness, devoid of mirrors, the drone's professional camera, roughly the size of 3 coins, served as an excellent reflective surface. Zhang Yu held the drone up to his face, his dark eyes aligning with the camera. The viewers chimed in. Ah, look at the state he's in. Just look at those tear streaks. Dark circles. Panda eyes. I've already taken a screenshot. I'll make a meme out of this. It's all natural. Zhang Yu's expression soured as he muttered to himself. That was a bit too harsh. Whoever marries her is in for a rough time. After fiddling with the drone for a moment, its four wings began to whirl rapidly, showcasing impressive power as it took flight. Such a marvel. Had they not been in the wilderness, Zhang Yu would have certainly examined it closely, perhaps even attempted to replicate it. For this had been his lifelong passion, one for throwing and the other for researching various items. After a while, Shun Su Yu shyly emerged. Zhang Yu then turned back to gather the embers of the makeshift stove, adding some fine kindling. What shall we do today? Shun Su Yu inquired, having stepped outside briefly. Presumably for a moment of convenience. Zhang Yu, feeling not only hunger but also a sense of clarity, began to formulate numerous plans. They must consider not only their immediate needs but also their long-term survival. The seaside was not suitable for prolonged habitation, thus an exploration inland was essential. Consequently, there were two categories of items they needed to prepare. First, food reserves such as dried fish and shellfish, which are easy to preserve. Second, tools, as they must create weapons for self-defense and implements for productive activities. Noticing Shun Su Yu attentively listening, Zhang Yu continued, in addition to those two categories. Salt extraction is crucial. One cannot live without salt, and preserving food relies on it as well. We should take advantage of these days of adaptation and exploration to stockpile food and salt, facilitating our future endeavors. By the way, do you know how to extract sea salt? Shun Su Yu nodded eagerly, acknowledging that it required the excavation of salt flats. Zhang Yu shook his head in silence. That method of drying was simply too time-consuming for them. Instead, they could collect pristine seawater, heat stones with fire, and allow the seawater to drip down, gradually evaporating and forming salt upon the stones. Once sufficient salt was collected, they could dissolve it in fresh water, filter out impurities, and swiftly evaporate the solution, repeating the washing process 2 or 3 times. The resulting salt would pose no harm when consumed. The yield from seawater extraction depended on the location and equipment, while the quality hinged on the purity of the seawater. The waters near human habitation were undoubtedly tainted, but the Four Seasons Island was different. After enjoying oysters yesterday, Zhang Yu noted the environment was pristine and the seawater uncontaminated. However, despite the ease of discussion, accomplishing this without tools was no trivial task. They lacked even a container to hold water. Zhang Yu attempted to pry out the nails from a log, but they remained steadfast. Such fine wood could only be utilized for burning, which would allow for the nails to be extracted. After a brief meeting, he took Shun Su Yu to the rocky shore, where the tide was receding, providing an ideal opportunity for forging. He had just fashioned a rudimentary spear by binding the iron nails that Shun Su Yu had found yesterday to a branch, while 2 others were sharpened with stones and tucked away for future use. Naturally, the binding rope was fashioned from his shoelaces. This unexploited island was rich in seafood. Upon reaching the shore, Zhang Yu spotted a sea cucumber the thickness of a thumb. Shun Su Yu's excited exclamations filled the air as a lively foraging expedition commenced. While searching for seafood, Zhang Yu remained vigilant for any human refuse amidst the mud. In the main live streaming room, a beautiful online host had gathered all the scripted content and, smiling at the camera, began to report. The Wilderness Survival Competition show had garnered a staggering 1.3 billion views on its first day, with an average of 27.88 million viewers in the live rooms. While the audience might not fully comprehend these figures, industry insiders recognized their significance. On just the first day, nearly 30 million regular viewers had tuned in, rivaling the combined total of 2 major streaming platforms. Should they secure an advertisement, the production team would undoubtedly reap enormous profits, boasting a financial draw even more formidable than the most popular television stations. Last night, they had urgently invited judges to assess the participants, and to everyone's surprise, the team ranked first was actually the 50th group, comprised of Zhang Yu and Shun Su Yu. Their respective live rooms were numbered 99 and 100, and there was hope they would maintain their initial spirit and achieve further success. In the production team's conference room, a high-level meeting was underway. Director Luo, brisk and decisive, was swiftly assigning various tasks. The video featuring contestant Zhang Yu had not garnered enough attention, and those responsible for promotional content were given another chance. This was merely a trial run. In the future, the program would unveil even more explosive moments. I intend for 5 trending topics across all platforms to be dedicated to our show. If you cannot achieve this, I will find others who can. Director Luo scanned the room and added, furthermore, do not focus solely on those few celebrities. How long can they maintain their presence? Should they withdraw from the competition? Upon whom shall we rely to sustain the fervor of our program? Our show has several entertainment companies involved. For the sake of profit, we might allocate certain resources to a few stars. However, we must also cultivate our own rising stars. It It is imperative to select those with strong survival instincts and excellent performance capabilities, such as Team 50, who are both handsome and beautiful. Regardless of the resources we provide them, they will inevitably draw a significant audience. Oh, by the way, this morning I noticed a plethora of negative articles targeting contestant Zhang Yu and our production team. I am unsure who has provided us with such assistance, but this presents an opportune moment to incite public discourse. Seize the opportunity and amplify the situation. Chapter 15. Martial arts? Just you? Uncle Ant. My brother is in trouble. In a farm household in Wanghai village, a youthful and vibrant girl burst into the courtyard, startling the family's large black dog, who barked in protest. Inside the house, a middle-aged man, who was enjoying a meal, changed his expression at once and hurriedly grasped the hand of his wife sitting across from him. Do not panic, remain calm. Let's first hear what the matter is, he said, but the girl named Ching had already dashed inside. He quickly gestured to Ching, reminding her to collect her thoughts before speaking, as her aunt was not in good health and should not be kept in suspense. Ching realized her impulsiveness, but the news she had just received was monumental. She organized her words and spoke swiftly yet clearly. My brother has entered a wilderness survival competition. If he wins, there will be a substantial cash prize. Ah, this is a good news to report first. It would surely bolster her aunt's capacity to accept the information. Ching felt quite clever as she looked at her uncle and aunt, who, despite being under 50, appeared aged due to the series of recent events. Indeed, upon hearing this, the expressions of the middle-aged man and woman softened, for they had been dreading the arrival of ill tidings. The man, Zhang Yu, was a well-known carpenter in the vicinity, while the woman, Wu Xiuli, was a lively thinker who had once led her family in a livestock breeding, reaching a peak worth over 100 million. Yes, this is indeed the mother and father of Zhang Yu in this timeline. Xiuli, see what I have told you? Ching speaks without consideration, but participating in such a program is a good thing. It signifies our son's success. Wu Xiuli smiled faintly, playfully chiding, you reckless child, with such impulsiveness. Who would dare to marry you? Instead of receiving praise, Ching was met with mild reproach, leaving her somewhat displeased. The program is a wilderness survival competition, akin to a contest where participants must survive on a deserted island with nothing at their disposal. The longer they endure, the greater the financial reward. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu and his wife's expressions darkened once more, particularly Wu Xiuli, who expressed her concern. Nothing at all? Then what will they eat? Where will they reside? Isn't this simply tormenting them? Zhang Yu reassured her, our children who have ventured beyond the countryside won't starve in the wild. They can identify wild vegetables, fruits, and small fish. It said they are on an island. They can find food along the coast. Our son used to go fishing there as a child. Ching tossed out a small bombshell. It's not that simple. That deserted island is teeming with wild beasts, tigers, leopards, wolves, bears, wild boars, venomous snakes, pythons, and crocodiles. With each animal Ching mentioned, the expressions of the two elders darkened further. Zhang Yu forced a smile and attempted to reassure Wu Xiuli, oh, it's only natural to have animals. Otherwise, why would anyone pay? He added, we have wolves and snakes in our mountains too. We even caught little fish. Ching glanced down at her toes, yearning to mischievously say, I have good news and bad news. Which would you like to hear first? Yet, considering the frailty of their composure, she dared not speak out of turn. However, Wu Xiuli saw through her. After all, Ching was merely a 17-year-old girl, unable to conceal her thoughts. Ching, do you know something more? Just spill it all. Knowing that your brother is safe and sound, what could we possibly find unbearable? Nervously clutching her clothing, Ching stammered, I saw on the news and online that my brother contemplated suicide, but ended up drifting to that island, where he joined a competition. Zhang Yu and Wu Xiuli exchanged incredulous glances. Meanwhile, Zhang Yu, having set down half-eaten fish, turned to Shun Siyue in disbelief. Are you serious? Harvesting from the sea has been quite fruitful. 4 types of fish, 15 sea cucumbers, 3 crabs, 5 octopuses, 6 scallops, along with some small snails and oysters. Strangely enough, Zhang Yu felt ravenous, and thus, this bounty became their breakfast. Yet, as they feasted, Shun Siyue suddenly became inexplicably upset. She glared defiantly at Zhang Yu, her exquisite features tinged with grievance. You promised me. Are you backing out now? Irritated, Zhang Yu retorted, when did I ever promise you? Clarify that. Shun Siyue stood her ground, insisting, you agreed last night before we went to sleep? You scoundrel. You can't just go back on your word. Sensing the conversation had taken a confusing turn, Zhang Yu suppressed his rising frustration and impatiently explained, Sister, we are in survival mode. Do you understand? Just securing our basic needs is a struggle. And now you want to teach me martial arts? What are you thinking? He barely registered their previous discussion. Shun Siyue's beautiful eyes glistened with unshed tears. You did promise. I can't let you bear the burden of survival on this deserted island alone. I have my uses too. I can teach you many things you don't know. Zhang Yu suddenly laughed, albeit in irritation, appraising Shun Siyue from head to toe. Martial arts? You? He raised his fist, which dwarfed her delicate hand, illustrating the stark disparity in their physical prowess. Even if Shun Siyue possessed some martial skills, they were likely limited to flashy forms like Taekwondo, while true combat required a different caliber entirely. You underestimate me. Let's have a duel. Strangely, despite her anger, her words and tone carried a hint of playfulness, a nuance that neither she nor Zhang Yu noticed. A duel? Sure. Zhang Yu's mind flashed back to the times when Haonan called for a duel, a sentiment he found nostalgically amusing, yet he knew such a world was far-fetched. Shun Siyue's bright eyes sparkled with mischief as she declared, "If I win, you shall obey my instructions in all matters of teaching." Zhang Yu casually nodded in agreement. Sure. And if I emerge victorious, you must humbly request my guidance in survival. Shun Siyue extended her fair hand, and Zhang Yu met it with his own. The sound of their palms striking together, sealing their pact, binding both to honor their word. In the live-stream commentary booth, De Zhuang shook his head in resignation, noting, "It seems their first-place victory was purely by chance. They could have stored some of the food they acquired today, yet they devoured it all. And as for learning martial arts, this is a survival scenario on a deserted island. Wasting energy is the gravest sin." A viewer chimed in. Brother De Zhuang makes a valid point. Zhang Yu has an insatiable appetite, oblivious to the need for restraint. Look at the other contestants. They hesitate to split a single insect in two. Is it wrong to have a hearty appetite? Let us not forget that Zhang Yu has endured 3 days of hunger. What harm is there in him consuming more? Wasn't most of the seafood he gathered today? He even discovered a half-empty mineral water bottle in the mud. Did any other team achieve that? Even those by the sea were merely prying open small shells. Has no one noticed how well these two synchronize? I often find myself unable to suppress a maternal smile. Well, maternal smile. Step aside. The goddess belongs to me. Enough bickering. Bets are being placed. I wager a rocket that Zhang Yu cannot surpass Shun Siyue. Everyone knows Shun Siyue's background. Only Zhang Yu is unaware. Still, I support Zhang Yu. After all, his physique speaks volumes. Chapter 16. Behold the hungry tiger pouncing upon its prey. Zhang Yu swiftly consumed the remaining fish, feeling an unusual sensation today. Typically, a full meal felt just that, satisfying. Yet after finishing today, it felt as though waves of energy coursed through his limbs, transforming into nourishment absorbed by his body. It was indeed peculiar. At times, he questioned whether he was dreaming. He had once dreamed of flying, effortlessly soaring yet struggling with balance, only to awaken and realize he had been holding back a torrent of urgency. After their meal, the clock approached 8 in the morning. The two deliberately chose a sandy arena for their duel. Zhang Yu, now satiated, felt quite jovial, approaching Shun Siyue with a playful mindset, eager to take her down and see what she had to say afterward. With a feigned seriousness, Zhang Yu proclaimed, "Watch me, the hungry tiger pouncing upon its prey." He approached with a comical grimace, his one eye darkened, clawing the air, much to the amusement of the viewers. However, Shun Siyue was devoid of any jest. As Zhang Yu closed in, she swiftly extended her leg, delivering a lightning-quick kick to the side of his knee. Bang! Ouch! Zhang Yu exclaimed, feeling his balance shatter, with no room to struggle as he toppled sideways. Fortunately, the sandy ground cushioned his fall. Undeterred, he sprang back to his feet, asserting, "I was careless just now. I didn't evade. Let's go again." Shun Siyue remained silent, extending her palm and beckoning him with 4 fingers, reminiscent of a scene from a classic Hong Kong film featuring Wong Fei-hung. Zhang Yu fixed his gaze upon Shun Siyue, his form shifting from side to side. He was not adept at fighting, although in a true brawl, he would simply strike at the head, dismissing all else. When Shun Siyue turned to face him, Zhang Yu perceived an opportunity. With a forceful push of his feet, he lunged toward her, believing he could overpower her with sheer force, regardless of her techniques. However, Shun Siyue stood her ground, suddenly exclaiming, "Ha!" With her voice, her legs moved in an astonishing manner, akin to a sudden teleport, closing the distance by over a meter in an instant. As Zhang Yu finally beheld Shun Siyue, one of her feet struck him squarely in the chest. He was propelled backward uncontrollably, witnessing her perform a graceful backflip to dissipate the force of the impact. As he lay on the ground, a thought crossed his mind. This girl truly possesses martial prowess. Here he was, a grown man, bested by delicate beauty. How utterly humiliating. Shun Siyue strutted forward, chin held high, hands clasped behind her back, exuding an air of superiority. "Are you convinced?" What could Zhang Yu say? He conceded. Shun Siyue let out a triumphant hum, declaring, "From now on, you will practice with me for 2 hours every morning. The rest of your time is your own." Any objections? Zhang Yu opened his mouth. But ultimately, like a defeated rooster, he drooped his head and replied, no objections. Shun Suyue found delight in teasing Zhang Yu, playfully adding, if you have any complaints, feel free to voice them. I am quite democratic. Zhang Yu rolled his eyes, thinking, addicted to this, are we? Very well then, master. Teach me the inner workings of martial arts. Shun Suyue, noticing Zhang Yu's mischievous grin, regarded him with an odd expression. Are you certain? Zhang Yu genuinely wished to learn the intricacies of martial arts. Perhaps no man could refuse such a call. Absolutely. Without a doubt. You teach, and I shall learn. But the question remains, do you truly possess the knowledge? Shun Suyue broke into a radiant smile, illuminated by the morning sun. In that fleeting moment of beauty, even Zhang Yu found his heart swaying. In the livestream commentary booth, Dazhuang sipped his drink nonchalantly, feeling like a mere clown. No matter his commentary, the parties involved remained oblivious, seemingly enjoying themselves thoroughly. What did it matter if he was right? In just a short while, the popularity of both the 99th and 100th livestream rooms surged, accompanied by generous tips. He felt a twinge of envy. Just wait. Once all the scripts are prepared, I can turn white into black. Viewers commented, could it be true that the goddess actually knows martial arts? I refuse to believe it. Forget everything else. I move my coffee table aside. Goddess, please teach us quickly. I want to learn martial arts too, so I can remain glued to their live streams. The goddess's moves in defeating Zhang Yu were so stylish. I want to learn as well. Was it just me? Or did I lose my soul to that smile from the goddess? New here, you'll get used to it. Those in the goddess's live stream are but soulless zombies. In the courtyard, the hearty laughter of old master Shun echoed throughout. Ha ha! With such rudimentary skills, you wish to teach others. Today, Shinshouwa did not go to the company. He chuckled, remarking that Su Yu's understanding was not particularly profound, yet she had memorized the theoretical concepts quite well. However, as he laughed, the smile faded from his face as he recalled the conversation from the morning's live stream. His precious daughter had spent the night in someone else's arms. The pain was palpable. Shun Su-yu, with her small hands clasped behind her back, delivered a serious explanation of internal energy. While one might dismiss internal energy as mere fantasy, it is in essence a profound force, a mastery of energy manipulation that transitions from the tangible to the intangible and vice versa. Such knowledge has largely been lost among contemporary sects, with the remnants differing greatly. Each school possesses its unique approach to cultivation. As a novice, with unrefined physical strength and a lack of coordination, delving into such esoteric concepts was beyond reach. Upon noticing Zhang Yu's expression of skepticism, Shun Su-yu swiftly shifted her tone, proposing instead to teach him the fundamentals of hard qigong, which also encompasses the rudimentary aspects of internal energy. We shall begin now, she assured him. The key points are easy to remember, but they require long-term practice. Regardless of the authenticity of these teachings, Zhang Yu felt that their live stream was likely to be engaging, which directly correlated with his earnings. Thus, he promptly adopted a serious demeanor, anticipating Shun's instruction. First, assume the horse stance she commanded. Zhang Yu complied, positioning himself as he had seen on television. Unexpectedly, Shun Su-yu delivered a kick to his knee. What kind of horse stance is this? Your knees should be apart. Knees together is the internal horse stance, suitable for women. Following her guidance, he adjusted, only to endure a flurry of kicks and nudges before she finally helped him achieve a proper stance. Second, straighten your back. Puff out your chest, lift your head, and cradle your hands as if holding an orb, then slowly squat down. Zhang Yu dutifully descended, discomfort washing over him. Third, draw in your abdomen and inhale. He nearly faltered, questioning how one could draw in their abdomen while inhaling. Was this not contradictory? The live stream audience erupted in laughter, convinced that Shun Su-yu was merely teasing Zhang Yu. Yet, Shun Su-yu was indeed earnest in her instruction. She positioned herself behind him, pressing her knee against his spine while applying pressure on his shoulders. Once he became accustomed to the movement, she applied pressure and playfully kicked his rear. Zhang Yu felt a jolt through his body, drawing in a sharp breath. So this was the essence of drawing in the abdomen while inhaling. Chapter 17. Remember this posture? How could one describe Zhang Yu's current position? It was reminiscent of squatting in a cramped restroom, with a rough door panel almost touching his face and body, an exceedingly awkward stance. Zhang Yu was ready to withdraw from this exercise. But then Shun Su-yu leaned in close, her breath carrying a refreshing scent that ignited a flutter within him. She was not jesting. In a hushed tone, she instructed, remember this posture. Effective breathing should feel constrictive. Inhale deeply, exhale lightly, 5 short breaths followed by 1 long one. In that final exhalation, envision the energy circulating back through your limbs and body. It may seem somewhat foolish at first, but with prolonged practice, one can swiftly harness physical strength, even leveraging it in confined spaces. Additionally, it serves to cultivate one's breath. Over time, you will be capable of unleashing a formidable force. Much like the way I could effortlessly send you flying with a single kick. Once you master this technique, you will be able to engage in this state of breath control at any moment. Subsequently, I shall impart to you the 5-animal play, a method for respiratory cultivation that, when combined with the techniques I teach, will yield optimal results. My grandfather achieved a measure of inner energy through the practice of the 5-animal play. Many might assume that Zhang Yu is merely jesting with Zhang Yu. Yet Zhang Yu himself is convinced. This belief stems from his understanding of Zhang Yu and his own experience during the instruction. Although he felt discomfort, he also sensed a hint of effectiveness. At the very least, squatting in this position should induce feelings of confinement and discomfort, with aching legs and tingling feet. Yet he persevered for quite some time, feeling surprisingly well. What Zhang Yu whispered in his ear must be a closely guarded secret of martial arts. True inheritors would not divulge their complete knowledge. Zhang Yu emptied his mind, deeply imprinting every sensation within his body, particularly that remarkable feeling of breath. Despite inhaling deeply and exhaling lightly, he experienced no sense of suffocation, which was quite wondrous. He followed Zhang Yu's breathing instructions to the untrained eye. His expression appeared akin to that of constipation, causing those in the live stream to laugh uncontrollably. After observing for a while, Zhang Yu seized Zhang Yu's drone and walked away, left squatting in place. Zhang Yu recalled Ouyang Feng from the Legend of the Condor Heroes and the Return of the Condor Heroes. Surely, he too practiced a form of internal energy. In the past, he had dismissed such notions as remnants of a shattered childhood dream. Yet now he found himself a believer once more. After a spell of breathing, he sensed an awakening of strength within his body. For reasons unknown, he began to silently recite the complete reality heart method, which conveyed the essence of cultivating one's qi. As he breathed, he attempted to guide his qi, albeit without control, as he had no knowledge of where the energy resided. He merely drew upward in rhythm with his breath. Suddenly, Zhang Yu's pupils contracted. This was no mere illusion. He truly felt it, not the sensation of qi, but rather an awareness beginning from his feet, advancing through his toes, the tops of his feet, his ankles, and calves. Gradually and distinctly, with each passing area, his muscles twitched with a wave of soreness. It felt as though strength was being swiftly siphoned away. The sensation of enhanced power abruptly ceased in his calves, rendering him unable to lift them. He could not discern the reason behind this. Perhaps it was due to insufficient physical strength? Wasn't it customary for martial artists to first fortify their bodies, cultivating to a certain degree before turning inward? Perhaps this was the reason behind his predicament. If only Zhang Yu were present to witness, she would see Zhang Yu's face flushed a deep crimson, veins bulging on his forehead, as though he were on the brink of spitting blood. In that moment, Zhang Yu recalled the peculiar clarity of his mind upon waking that day. Could it be attributed to his recitation of the complete reality heart method before sleep? As for his previous lack of results, the sudden efficacy yesterday, might it be a transformation brought about by his journey through time? At times, one must embrace the mystique of the metaphysical. After all, if even the most absurd occurrences, such as time travel, can transpire, what remains impossible? Suddenly confronted with a new system, he finds himself surprisingly accepting of it. Uncertain how long he has been breathing in this peculiar state, Zhang Yu eventually rises to his feet, instinctively seeking that elusive sensation, yet discovers it remains unattainable. Indeed, the methods imparted by Zhang Yu prove to be remarkably effective. He resolves to master her martial skills, although they may not significantly alter his existence. They represent a cherished aspiration. Much like his obsession with conducting experiments and throwing objects, these pursuits are mere hobbies, for which he is willing to disregard any consequences. Are you feeling unwell? Zhang Yu approaches with a drone in hand. Zhang Yu, still in a state of shock, merely nods in silence. A viewer remarks, I bet a lollipop that Zhang Yu will soon tackle Zhang Yu, punishing her for deceiving him. I doubt he has the courage. He cannot overpower Zhang Yu, so he must endure. Poor Zhang Yu, I almost feel sorry for him. I never expected you to be such a goddess. I must be more cautious in the future. Beautiful women are often the most deceptive. Brother, your words hold great wisdom. I must inscribe that in my novel. Very well. But do not forget the copyright fee. Let us forego that. I'm merely a struggling author, earning a meager sum of 1 yuan and 80 cents a month. Always laughing away. Meanwhile, in the courtyard, Elder Shun Hung gazes intently at the computer screen, scrutinizing every subtle expression on Zhang Yu's face. He murmurs excitedly, if I am not mistaken, that young lad should have developed a sense of energy. Shun Xiugua, skeptical, replies, no way. Both Su Yu and I had to endure months of training under your guidance before we felt even a hint of it. Elder Shun shakes his head, affirming, I assure you, I have not misjudged. That astonished and electrifying demeanor cannot be feigned. He must have felt it. A prodigy indeed. Though he may be a bit late in age, with effort, he could inherit my legacy. Shen Xiaoguo feels a pang of unease, understanding the implications of his father's words. If that boy were to pursue a relationship with his daughter, the elder's approval would be granted. And yet, the family patriarch still remains the elder. Was their own precious daughter about to slip away? In the live streaming room, the roles of Zhang Yu and Shen Yu have shifted. The survival competition has become paramount. Are we truly going to observe crocodiles? It's exceedingly perilous. Perhaps we should reconsider? Zhang Yu's perception of Shen Yu has notably transformed, her previously aloof demeanor softening. He earnestly explains, "Today, we acquired a half-plastic bottle. Have you contemplated its potential uses?" Shen Yu tentatively suggests, "Are you looking to collect fresh water? Or perhaps to contain seawater for the extraction of sea salt?" Zhang Yu chuckles, "Neither, for diving in seawater can harm the eyes. Even the cleanest ocean water is unsuitable. We can utilize the plastic bottle to craft a rudimentary diving mask, enabling me to dive for fish and search for human debris. The deeper we go, the more challenging it becomes for the production team to clean up, yet all of this remains within the realm of the rules, which we can adeptly exploit." Shen Yu was perplexed, questioning the relevance of their venture to observe crocodiles. Zhang Yu could not help but gently tap her on the head, explaining that they needed to comprehend the crocodile's habitat range. Otherwise, while he was diving, should a crocodile swim by, would he be able to fend it off? Shen Yu nodded in understanding, but then placed her hands on her hips, indignantly declaring, "How dare you, Zhang Yu? You hit your master on the head. Just wait and see how I will discipline you, my unfilial disciple." Zhang Yu turned and fled, finding her fierce demeanor somewhat intimidating. It was prudent to make a hasty retreat. Chapter 18. Where does this sense of superiority arise from? As Zhang Yu and Shen Yu frolicked toward the western beach, a heated debate erupted online and in live streams, spurred by certain individuals regarding the appropriateness of utilizing human refuse for survival strategies. It was at this opportune moment that De Zhuang, sensing the timing was right, boldly expressed his views, coinciding with Zhang Yu's actions. In the commentary booth, De Zhuang spoke animatedly to the host and a third-tier celebrity guest. He argued that it was entirely justifiable to make full use of human debris left behind, as such items are exceedingly difficult to procure in the wild. However, regarding the fifth group, which deliberately expended effort to seek these resources, he found it to be rather disagreeable. Clearly, the production team's effort to clear the island of human refuse was aimed at elevating the challenge of the competition and preventing the contestants from utilizing these materials to survive in the wild. To put it bluntly, they had deviated from the essence of the competition and were exploiting loopholes in the program's rules. It would not surprise him if the judges penalized their scores. The third-tier celebrity, smiling sweetly, knew that in the entertainment industry, being labeled a third-tier star is derogatory. As a guest on the show, she rarely voiced her opinions, serving instead to enhance the atmosphere alongside the host. Yet, she found herself in stark disagreement with De Zhuang's assertions. Furthermore, De Zhuang's mindset seemed rather petty, having been publicly embarrassed by the fifth group on several occasions. He had consistently belittled them in his commentary. Where does this sense of superiority stem from? De Zhuang was excessively harsh. Throughout the world, human refuse is ubiquitous. Even the polar regions bear the remnants of human activity, which can be considered a resource in its own right. Moreover, the contestants were operating within the confines of the program's rules, as long as they remained active on Four Seasons Island and its surrounding waters. Any method they employed could be regarded as a legitimate resource utilization for survival. De Zhuang felt elated. He had feared being ignored, for without engagement, his outcries would go unanswered, and public discourse would fail to materialize. As a prominent internet celebrity, he was well-versed in the art of sensationalism. Controversy was essential. At times, he would even hire individuals to debate against him. "Xiaoming, you are mistaken. Our island survival competition aims to present an authentic wilderness experience. If we can utilize human refuse, it would be no different from casually watching someone else's wilderness video." The individual addressed, as Xiaoming, whose full name was Lu Xiaoming, possessed a pure and sweet appearance, maintaining an impeccable reputation in the entertainment industry with hardly any negative press. She had married and started a family early with her longtime boyfriend. Lu Xiaoming, unwilling to engage in a dispute with De Zhuang, simply smiled and shook her head, saying, "I'm sorry, Teacher De Zhuang, but I did not see any indication from the production team regarding the intent behind this aspect of the competition." Competition intent? To put it succinctly, there is a prevailing weariness among the populace regarding urban life, prompting a desire for something distinctly different. Moreover, many entertainment programs have reached a stagnation point, entering a cyclical trap that results in a significant loss of viewers each year. The production teams now aspire to innovate competitive variety shows, a goal that has tacit approval at the national level. Otherwise, what future awaits the next generation if they are perpetually enamored with effeminate portrayals? Within the community, opinions abound. while De Zhuang enjoys a considerable fan base. His supporters remain steadfast regardless of his statements. However, the majority of viewers lend their support to Zhang Yu and his companions. As for the hosts and guests, it is a delicate matter to discuss. Permit me to express my thoughts. As the competition progresses, when contestants encounter one another, will they resort to underhanded tactics to pilfer each other's resources? Indeed, I have long pondered this, though I would prefer to avert my gaze from such scenes. Human nature dictates that they will inevitably occur, provided they remain within the bounds of the competition's rules, who decreed that one must adhere rigidly to traditional survival protocols. If one wishes to witness such a spectacle, why not simply film the lives of primitive tribes? Ahem, it is worth noting that even primitive societies utilize numerous modern conveniences. An invisible wave of public sentiment is gradually taking shape, yet this does not impede Zhang Yu and Sun Yu's exploration. Only a minority voice their opinions. Much like the majority of readers who quietly engage with their books without leaving reviews or ratings, the silent observers in live streams dominate as well. On the island of 4 seasons, the beach near Zhang Yu and his companion is somewhat larger, aptly referred to as a bay. In the distance, the terrain rises steeply, forming a mountain that towers several dozen meters high. This is the limit of what Zhang Yu and his group can currently observe. Even Sun Yu, who arrived by plane, remains oblivious to the interior's mysteries. To venture inland, they must traverse a stretch of subtropical rainforest. We must make it a point to explore that mountain, Zhang Yu mused, for from its heights, we can gain a clearer perspective and set definitive goals, rather than aimlessly searching. He toyed with a few conveniently shaped stones, contemplating their potential utility in hunting a seabird. Sun Yu hesitated, voicing her concern. According to your reasoning, once we reach the interior, the 3 seasons of summer, spring, and autumn may be manageable, but won't winter be excessively cold? Zhang Yu scrutinized the beach and the sea. They had indeed arrived at their destination, where crocodiles roamed, necessitating caution. Although I have not lived on this 4 seasons island. Trust me, winter in the interior is certainly more tolerable than by the seaside, especially for survivalists like us who possess nothing. One endures dry cold, while the other suffers from damp cold. Which do you believe is more frigid? Sun Yu picked up a beautiful seashell, replying, is that even debatable? Clearly, the damp cold is harsher, much like the differences between the north and south of our country. Suddenly, Zhang Yu extended his hand, pressing down with a lowered voice. I see a crocodile. Let us proceed with caution. Stay close behind me. Instinctively, Sun Yu complied, following the direction Zhang Yu indicated. Indeed, upon gazing toward the sea, she discerned 2 dark shapes motionless at the juncture of water and sand, while numerous seabirds flitted about in that vicinity. The crocodile appears to be preying on the seabirds. Its length exceeds 3 meters, and there is one that seems to be over 4 meters long. There's no doubt it is a saltwater crocodile. Look, a pelican! Zhang Yu exclaimed with excitement. It seems there must be a considerable number of fish in the vicinity. Sun Yu also felt a surge of enthusiasm. So, does this mean we will catch a plethora of fish? Zhang Yu regarded her with a bemused expression. Sun Yu, perplexed, asked what's wrong. Am I mistaken? Zhang Yu, wary of provoking Sun Yu, primarily due to his inability to contend with her, explained, how can we catch fish? Shouldn't we first deal with the crocodile? This is a deserted island survival scenario. There are no legal constraints. We could catch pelicans, he added, referring to the pelican's alternative name, pond goose, and pondering the taste difference between it and a large goose. Sun Yu was taken aback, genuinely not expecting Zhang Yu's line of reasoning. At that moment, Zhang Yu was already instructing her, our targets are too grand. No, you cannot abandon me. Sun Yu immediately countered, I'm scared. Zhang Yu, somewhat helpless, had never before encountered someone who articulated fear so boldly. After a moment's contemplation, he suggested, all right, you stay closely behind me, and keep your eyes peeled on the area where the beach meets the rainforest. If a crocodile appears, we can spot it at once. Meanwhile, I will devise a way to take down a few pelicans. As for the fish in the sea, let's not think about that until we find a way to deal with the crocodile. I suspect the base of that mountain or the other side of the coast is the crocodile's habitat. Chapter 19, The Hunt, a Swift Kill. In the live broadcast room of the Wilderness Survival Competition, the audience is currently witnessing the 50th team comprising Zhang Yu and Sun Yu. Let me share a secret with you. The lively host, Mu Rongxiao Yu, said in a playful tone, her voice charming and her appearance captivating, drawing a large fan base. Few are aware that she is very close friends with Sun Yu. However, the decision on which live broadcast to air is not solely hers. When she received a notification to stream her friend's session, she was particularly thrilled. After creating suspense, Mu Rongxiao Yu remarked, contestant Zhang Yu possesses an extraordinary skill. His throwing ability is remarkable. Have you ever seen him strike a coconut with pebbles? Don't doubt it. There is video evidence to prove it. We heard the director mention that this team would be hunting pelicans, and it left us curious about how effective Zhang Yu's method would be against living targets. Xiao Yu, displaying her extensive knowledge, effortlessly outshone many popular survival streamers. Many may be unfamiliar with pelicans. They're the formidable birds with large beaks. Known as the bullies of the avian world, capable of swallowing virtually anything. It is said that the larger their beaks, the bolder their spirits. Pelicans, also known as pond geese or river birds, belong to the category of large aquatic birds, with males generally larger than females, characterized by their long, broad beaks, small tongues, and well-developed muscles in their oral cavity. After introducing pelicans, Xiao Yu noticed that Shen Suyu and Zhang Yu were beginning their actions, prompting her to hasten her speech. Today marks the second day of the wilderness survival competition. True wilderness survival, devoid of external resources, proves to be exceedingly challenging. Thus far, only 6 teams have managed to ignite a fire, and this morning, 2 of those flames have been extinguished. Zhang Yu and Shen Suyu's team skillfully kindled a fire and successfully preserved their ember. To date, among the 50 participating teams, none have directly hunted animals. However, 22 teams have set up rudimentary traps. Remarkably, the 50th team, led by Zhang Yu and Shen Suyu, is the first to engage in direct animal hunting. The live audience numbers are staggering, with nearly 4 million regular viewers. The production team's strategy yesterday was commendable, focusing on commentary for several celebrities and well-known contestants, which helped retain a significant number of viewers. Today serves as a trial, and no one can predict the outcome. On the island of 4 seasons, Zhang Yu instructed 2 drones to fly low. These drones possess their own intelligent filming program and can also execute commands as directed by humans. Don't come too close to me. What if I accidentally hit you with a stone? Shen Suyu grasped the edge of Zhang Yu's garment, her anxiety palpable as she not only aimed to hunt pelicans, but also needed to be wary of lurking crocodiles. Shoo, stop talking and focus. Shen Suyu glanced around nervously, as if she were preparing for the hunt herself. Zhang Yu shook his head in exasperation. There was no reason to be so tense. Within a 10-meter range, his success rate for throwing stones at birds was a remarkable 90%. Of course, when it came to a bird as large as a pelican, fortune played a significant role. Hitting the body was futile. Only a strike to the head would suffice. If he could close the distance to 6 meters, his iron nails would prove effective, or even a dagger or a dart would be far superior to stones. Others remained oblivious to his remarkable throwing skills. Suffice it to say, he could direct the sharpest edge of a stone to its intended target. How he accomplished this remained a mystery even to him, a unique tactile ability honed through years of practice. It was akin to someone who always manages to flip a coin to land on their desired side. Can they explain how many times the coin flips in the air? Clearly not. Yet, they consistently achieve their desired outcome. As Zhang Yu and Shen Suyu cautiously approached the pelicans, they observed a flock resting on the beach. Their steps slowed, and at last, Zhang Yu identified 2 suitable targets. 2 pelicans stood with their backs turned towards them. Although the pelicans had noticed their approach, their focus was primarily on the sea. With the water crystal clear, 2 bay crocodiles had stealthily approached the pelicans floating on the surface, while the pelicans at sea remained oblivious. The scene was crystal clear from the shore. In fact, several pelicans had already begun to call out, their voices slightly urgent, clearly alerting their companions. Such an opportunity could not be missed. Zhang Yu quickly leaped forward, but he felt a distinct pull from behind. Shen Suyu was still holding on to him. Frustrated, he gritted his teeth at this encumbrance. With no time to waste, Zhang Yu, like skipping stones, swiftly hurled the pre-prepared stone, while simultaneously launching an iron nail with his other hand. The majority of the force behind the iron nail is elastic, with only a small portion relying on the flick of the wrist and arm. Both stones and iron nails were launched. Zhang Yu propelled himself forward with a powerful push off the ground, swiftly breaking free from Shen Suyu's grasp. This process was remarkably quick. As Zhang Yu rose, he discovered that most of the pelicans had yet to notice his presence. Without a moment's hesitation, he reached into his pocket and executed a graceful flick of his hand. Whoosh! Another iron nail shot forth. The pelicans finally sensed his approach after he had taken 2 strides, their calls growing frantic. Unlike before, over half of them took to the air. Zhang Yu disregarded the other pelicans. His focus was solely on the 3 he had locked onto. His movements were so rapid that he began running the moment he released the stone, and by the time he took a second step, the targets were struck. Crack! Squeak! Squeak! 2 pelicans hit in the head by the iron nails recoiled, flapping their wings erratically, while one struck by the stone attempted to take off unsuccessfully, shaking its head as it prepared for another ascent. Zhang Yu surged forward once more, and before the pelican could lift off, he lunged at it. Thud! The sound of his landing on the sandy ground coincided with his grasp of the pelican. Yet this was not the end. As if he had anticipated his next move, he rolled forward and halted his momentum, seizing the neck of one pelican while reaching for the other two. The iron nails had delivered a powerful blow, fortuitously striking their brains, and with one swift motion, Zhang Yu found himself with 3 large pelicans in hand. A radiant smile illuminated his face, evoking joy in those around him. Yay! Zhang Yu, you are incredible. Shun Siyue, from the atmosphere team, finally caught up. Had she not been holding him back, he might have captured the pelicans even more effortlessly. Nevertheless, he understood the importance of sharing joy in such moments, refraining from dousing the excitement with negativity. Here, take one. Tonight's dinner will be these. The cheers in the live broadcast echoed, with nearly 500,000 viewers witnessing this scene. Murong Xiaoye gasped in amazement. Had it not been for her role as the host, she would have been shouting in exhilaration alongside the crowd. Zhang Yu, however, remained composed, sharing in Shun Siyue's delight while keeping a vigilant eye on the sea. 2 saltwater crocodiles were hunting simultaneously, one having failed in its attempt. Its cold gaze fixed upon the shore where they stood. The crocodile adjusted its position, possibly preparing to approach them. This was not a safe place to linger. Quickly, let us go. Wait, what is that? As Zhang Yu casually scanned the edge of the rainforest, he suddenly spotted something intriguing. Chapter 20. So, shall we eat it? Zhang Yu's remark not only captured Shin Suyue's attention, but also intrigued the viewers in the live broadcast, who were captivated by the unfolding events. In comparison to the thrilling hunt, the struggles of other contestants seemed rather mundane. Shin Siyue turned to look, exclaiming, "Oh, a bird? Is that a pelican chick?" Zhang Yu took the lead and walked forward. He had thoroughly surveyed the beach and found no trace of the bay crocodile. Its habitat did not lie here, but rather on the beach on the other side of the mountain. In his grasp was a fledgling no larger than a newly born puppy, its movements clumsy and awkward. Zhang Yu easily captured it with one hand. This was not a pelican chick. Pelican chicks had rather sizable beaks. Instead, it resembled an eagle. Could it be a peregrine falcon? Zhang Yu felt a twinge of uncertainty, as the fledgling S-down suggested it was over a month old, and its size was considerable. He questioned its identity upon observing its 2 legs and standing posture, suspecting it might indeed be a peregrine falcon. What exactly is a peregrine falcon? It seems so familiar. Shin Suyu leaned in curiously and inquired. The more Zhang Yu looked, the more convinced he became, his eyes gleaming with joy, more delighted than when he had caught 3 pelicans. The peregrine falcon is a top-tier raptor. If the opportunity arose, it could even take down eagles and owls. It is a fighter jet clad in feathers. If you are unaware of this, consider the most advanced bomber in the United States. Its flight resembles that of the peregrine falcon almost identically. After finishing his statement, Zhang Yu was suddenly drenched in a cold sweat. Such comparisons should not be made lightly. What if this world lacked them? Wouldn't he be exposed? Shin Suyu finally recalled. I know. This bird flies exceptionally fast, right? Zhang Yu nodded. Its diving speed is so swift that it is nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Shin Suyu glanced at the deceased pelican she was holding and then at the fledgling that resembled the peregrine falcon, hesitatingly asking, "Are we going to eat it?" Zhang Yu rolled his eyes at Shin Suyu. "You little glutton, all you think about is food. Can't you consider the possibility of attempting to adopt and train it?" After saying this, he instinctively sighed. Being labeled a little glutton, Shin Suyu pouted in discontent. Yet her curiosity persisted. "Why are you sighing?" Zhang Yu playfully poked the fledgling, which immediately opened its beak and chirped, likely starving. It would be a pity if it were indeed a peregrine falcon. Its flying, hunting skills, and aerial combat abilities are honed through parental guidance. If we raise it, its combat prowess may not reach its full potential. As Zhang Yu spoke, he gazed towards the mountain not far away, if all went as expected. The fledgling's nest should be atop the mountain, yet its parents had not come down to search for it. Was something amiss? Should we go take a look? Upon hearing Shun Suyu's suggestion, Zhang Yu felt a flicker of intrigue. Though this would delay their progress in survival, it might yield unforeseen benefits. Even if it did not, they had still acquired a fledgling resembling a peregrine falcon. After 2 months of nurturing, it should take flight, significantly aiding their wilderness survival. All right, let's skip lunch and save time to investigate, while also climbing the mountain to ascertain the situation afar. Plans, however, seldom align with reality. They had initially intended to create a diving mask at noon and spend the afternoon foraging for seafood, but now they were set to embark on a mountain climb instead. Shin Suyu readily agreed, her demeanor resembling that of an adventurer rather than a wilderness survivor. "Let us return these 3 pelicans to the sanctuary. They are quite burdensome to carry." Zhang Yu raised an eyebrow and playfully remarked, "Perhaps you should remain at the sanctuary. Ascending the mountain could be perilous." Sure enough, Shin Suyu immediately protested, "No way. I want to see it too. What is the point of my being here if you do not take me along?" All right. I am merely considering your safety." "Of course, I will take you with me," he replied. That is more like it. And remember, you must protect me. Otherwise, you would be betraying your mentor." Yes, yes, you are always right, Xiao Yu said with a beaming smile, her gaze drifting away from the live broadcast. Perhaps it was the effect of a best friend's filter, but she thoroughly enjoyed watching her friends' escapades. On their first day, various unforeseen events had left their relationship ambiguous. But by the second day, it had swiftly blossomed into what could be considered friendship. What might unfold next? She was filled with anticipation. Unfortunately, she still had to host the program. How vexing. Professor Wong. Is that fledgling a peregrine falcon? The live broadcast had attracted a plethora of esteemed guests, and any questions could be freely posed to them. Professor Wong, a renowned professor of botany and entomology at Kyoto University, spent half of each year conducting research in diverse wild terrains, both domestically and internationally. With a cheerful smile, Professor Wong replied, "Indeed, that is a fledgling peregrine falcon. To be precise, it is a tiercel. This can be discerned from its talons. Juvenile birds exhibit slate-gray talons which gradually turn yellow as they mature, while the fledglings of peregrines are distinctly yellow. If Zhang Yu's group could rear the fledgling into an adult, it would undoubtedly be a significant asset in their hunting endeavors." Zhang Yu's decision was astute. Since the fledgling was at the base of the mountain, it was imperative to explore the summit, as there might be further discoveries awaiting them. Intrigued, Xiao Yu inquired, "Professor Wong, could you elaborate on your reasoning?" Unbeknownst to them, the number of fans in the live broadcast had swelled to nearly 700, all eagerly listening to Professor Wong's analysis. Professor Wong chuckled, leisurely sipping his tea. "Based on the current observations, we can boldly conjecture that this beach hosts pelicans, yet lacks any nesting sites. It is plausible that the pelicans intend to establish their nests atop the mountain, a common choice among island avian species. Consequently, if the peregrine family resides on the mountain, they would undoubtedly defend their territory against the pelicans, as pelicans are known to prey on the fledglings of other birds. Is it possible they might engage in conflict with the pelican flock? This could distract them from their fledgling, causing it to fall from the heights. Alternatively, the peregrine parents may have been injured and incapacitated or even deceased, prompting the fledgling to venture from the nest." Unable to contain her admiration, Xiao Yu applauded, recognizing Professor Wong's esteemed reputation as he succinctly identified the bird as a peregrine and logically deduced the circumstances surrounding its family. She then asked Professor Wong, "Are peregrine falcons the same birds seen in videos of individuals from the Middle East raising them?" Professor Wong glanced at Zhang Yu, who was feeding the young peregrine with strips of pelican meat, a hint of subtle envy gleaming in his eyes. "Indeed, the peregrine falcon, a magnificent raptor, is easily trainable and possesses a striking appearance, making it the quintessential hunting companion. Owning a falcon in the Middle East symbolizes both wealth and fashion. However, these majestic creatures typically prefer not to reside along the coast, while the merlin enjoys the coastal habitat. Perhaps the temperate climate there is more suitable. The falcon ventures inland to hunt, and subsequently returns to the coast to roost." Xiao nodded knowingly, acquiring yet more trivial knowledge. She turned to the camera and suggested, as Zhang Yu and Shan Siwei prepared for their ascent, that they should first observe how Zhang Yu effortlessly dispatched 3 pelicans in the blink of an eye. With a playful smile, she added, "Perhaps we might even glean some of Zhang Yu's extraordinary skills." Professor Wong straightened in his seat during the live broadcast. The moment had transpired so swiftly that he had hardly grasped it. Chapter 21, 128 times. In a live stream viewed by nearly 7 million participants, a significant portion of the audience was eagerly awaiting a slow-motion replay of Zhang Yu's remarkable feat. The event unfolded too rapidly for anyone to react. Zhang Yu dashed forward and, akin to a vendor grasping vegetables at a market, seized 3 pelican-sized birds. The production team had already prepared the edited footage, with many segments accompanied by polished commentary, awaiting the conclusion of the live explanations to release these breathtaking videos and enhance the show's popularity. Of course, the videos generated revenue, with 50% allocated to Zhang Yu. The livestream soon began to replay the earlier moments, underscored by exhilarating background music, initially playing at normal speed 3 times. However, this proved ineffective, as viewers could only witness Zhang Yu throwing stones without comprehending the precise mechanics of his technique. Subsequently, the playback speed was dramatically reduced, with prominent multipliers displayed on the screen. Zhang Yu's stone-throwing motion was slowed down to 32 times its original speed. His fingers and wrist moved in perfect harmony. Although the intricacies remained elusive, the elegance of his execution suggested that this method minimized his own physical strain. Yet even at this reduced speed, capturing the trajectory of the iron nails remained impossible. The production team employed a bullet time effect, beginning with normal motion, and as Zhang Yu prepared to release the stone, the speed multiplier surged until it reached a staggering 128 times. Only then did the brown iron nail emerge, launched from his opposite hand. A collective gasp resonated from every computer and smartphone viewing the livestream. 128 times was necessary to capture this moment. A multitude of words coalesced into a single exclamation. Astounding. Was this truly human? What must a multiplier be to track a bullet's path? It likely wasn't too far off. How on earth did he achieve this? With such prowess, Zhang Yu resembled a living weapon. Murong Xiaoya and Professor Wang exchanged incredulous glances. Even a haphazardly executed motion from them could not match such velocity. This was no mere result of prolonged practice. It required an extraordinary gift. When this video was completed, the higher-ups of the production team erupted with excitement. There would be no need for additional promotion. This video was destined to be one of the year's most remarkable showcases. As noon approached, none of the senior executives from the production team had stepped out. They were engrossed in watching the live broadcast in the conference room, reveling in the astonishment of the world as if they were the ones responsible. Director Luo smiled with satisfaction. Was this enough? Oh, it was far from over. The video was still playing, and Zhang Yu sprinted forward, capturing a humorous moment where Shun Suyu tugged at his clothing. Subsequently, with a casual wave during his run, the scene reverted to 128 times the speed, and another iron nail was sent flying. Finally, the camera fixated on 3 pelicans, one of which was struck by a stone, causing its flat head to cave in immediately. The other 2 fared even worse, each one impaled by an iron nail. As the video concluded, the live chat fell into a profound silence, akin to being frozen in place. Murong Xiaoya and Professor Wang shared in this silence. No commentary was necessary, for it was utterly breathtaking. The sheer shock rendered them speechless, evoking a deep reverence and admiration for life itself. Much like extreme sports enthusiasts experience when they shatter a record, a moment that epitomizes the most exquisite bloom of existence. In such instances, people truly grasp the essence of seeking brilliance without the desire for eternity. That fleeting beauty eclipsed all mediocrity. No one anticipated that casually watching a live stream could unveil profound philosophies of life. What followed was straightforward. The production team's video was released for merely 5 minutes before it skyrocketed to the top of the trending searches across all platforms, swiftly followed by meticulously edited videos featuring Zhang Yu. Fame arrived with astonishing simplicity. While not every internet user would recognize him, anyone who had been online during that time had inevitably encountered those videos. What? Some claimed that the iron nails violated the show's regulations? To hell with that. Anyone daring to voice dissent was swiftly drowned out by countless netizens, who even cared about such details. Enthusiasts of the genre flocked to find the organization and soon discovered Zhang Yu and Shun Suyu's livestream. Their viewership surged as if artificially inflated, growing at a staggering rate of thousands per second. Wang, who had long harbored resentment toward Zhang Yu, trembled in fear at the explosive figures and without hesitation abandoned any thoughts of opposing him. In an era where traffic reigned supreme, no one could undermine that. This situation seemed almost surreal. Surely, Zhang Yu himself would find it hard to believe. Yet this was an undeniable reality, akin to a viral video on the internet. Fame arrived in the blink of an eye. Of course, how long that attention would last depended on Zhang Yu's own capabilities. Achieving fame was one matter, but bearing the weight of the crown was another. The tumultuous tides of the outside world had no bearing on the tranquil season's island. Upon returning to the sanctuary, Zhang Yu swiftly gutted the 3 pelicans. Using nails as makeshift knives proved challenging, yet he managed to clean them up. The young falcon chicks joyfully feasted on the pelican's entrails, nearly choking as they indulged, clearly having been ravenous for at least 2 days. This further solidified Zhang Yu and Shun Suyu's resolve to venture up the mountain. Once the little falcon had finished its meal, the 2 of them each drank 2 coconuts and consumed the tender coconut flesh before embarking on their ascent up the towering mountain that loomed before them. This time, each wielded a sturdy stick, and Zhang Yu had even brought along a rudimentary fish spear, for one could never predict what might await them atop the mountain. Their survival journey progressed smoothly, filled with laughter and playful banter, occasionally interrupted by trivial squabbles. Your grandfather is a renowned medical expert. Surely you can gather spices and herbs in the mountains and rainforest? Zhang Yu teased. Shansui's cheeks flashed crimson. It's not that I'm afraid of bugs. I simply have a phobia of dense clusters. Those many-legged creatures terrify me. Zhang Yu perched the little falcon on his shoulder, allowing it to grasp the strap, and turned to her with a playful smirk. But crowds have plenty of legs too. Why didn't you seem frightened by them? You've devoured 2 out of the 3 we found this morning. Shun Suyu retorted, that doesn't count. Those only have a few legs. I'm talking about creatures like centipedes. Suddenly, Zhang Yu's expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed, you have a spider on you. Sensu Juefros is climbing. Oh no. Get off me. She flailed about as if afflicted with hyperactivity. Ha ha, look at you so frightened. I was merely joking, Zhang Yu said, stabilizing the little falcon before darting away. Shun Suyu, incensed, shouted, you despicable Zhang Yu, you wretched disciple. How dare you? A while later, at the foot of the mountain, Zhang Yu limped slightly, his hair tousled. Glancing at the drone camera, he grumbled, honestly, can I even make a joke without it causing chaos? Surely there are thousands watching the live stream now. Don't I care about my dignity? The live stream chat exploded with over 170,000 viewers, inundating the screen with messages. Oh yes, it's certainly in the thousands now. Chapter 22. The air grows heavier. The path upward was far from easy, yet neither of them seemed to mind. Zhang Yu was indeed as knowledgeable as she claimed, able to identify most plants, some of which she eagerly began to gather. Ah, there's the Qiong flower. Zhang Yu, you are incredibly fortunate. As Zhang Yu led the way cautiously, vigilant against snakes and venomous insects, Zhang Yu held a delicate white flower in her petite hand, leaving Zhang Yu somewhat perplexed. How is this my fortune? Zhang Yu deftly plucked several Qiong flowers and their leaves, explaining, the Qiong flower is effective for detoxification and alleviating itching. It promotes blood circulation and can be brewed into tea to treat colds without the need for medication. It's also a wonderful remedy for injuries. Once we return, we can extract its essence, and if you ever get hurt, you'll have medicine at hand. Zhang Yu, his expression darkening, assisted her in gathering the flowers. But with no containers available, they could only collect a small amount. He quickly fashioned a simple basket from nearby branches, aware of the limited time they had. Do you really wish for me to get injured and drop out of the competition? Then let us see how you fare. Zhang Yu stuck out her tongue, viewing the abundance of plants as treasures. Many of the less potent herbs could also serve as temporary culinary seasonings. By the way, Zhang Yu, I haven't tea yet asked how you ended up drifting to this island. She had already surmised some details, and with their relationship growing closer, she felt comfortable posing the question. The progress of the two climbers was rather peculiar. Whenever Zhang Yu spotted a plant she wished to pick, Zhang Yu would pause to weave a small basket, and upon resuming their journey, he would venture ahead with a wooden stick to clear the path. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Yu casually remarked, I intended to jump into the river, but instead I inexplicably drifted here. Noticing that Zhang Yu exhibited no evident change, Zhang Yu finally felt a sense of relief. She could discern that he was troubled. By unveiling the scars and expelling the toxins, healing could occur more swiftly. What troubles you? Why such despair? Could it be a matter of the heart? Zhang Yu mused, unconsciously tearing at the leaves of a flowering plant. Without looking back, Zhang Yu forged the way ahead. He too needed to communicate, to expel the mental clutter that weighed upon his spirit. What is there to trouble? Poverty, ineptitude. He recounted with calm acceptance. In truth, when faced with someone contemplating a desperate end, one ought to intervene. Everyone occasionally finds themselves ensnared in their own mental traps. Once these are untangled, the burden diminishes. It is truly not worth relinquishing a life of merely several decades over trivial matters. By the time Zhang Yu finished, they had reached the halfway point of the mountain, a mere few dozen meters more to traverse, and they would soon arrive. The environment of Four Seasons Island was quite extraordinary. The base of the mountain was cloaked in subtropical rainforest, while the mid-slope bore far fewer plants. You ought to communicate more with your uncle and aunt, Zhang Yu suggested, her mood dampened by her own thoughts. Zhang Yu shook his head, a bitter smile gracing his lips. Communication is futile. My father merely wants me to leave the village and establish roots in the city. But what about me? I yearn to return to the village and inherit my father's 2 plots of land. Can you believe I could live as a carefree spirit? With a long sigh, Zhang Yu lamented, what is there to enjoy in the city? Consuming vegetables that taste like insects and meat devoid of flavor, breathing polluted air, enduring the radiation from various appliances. Each day, I awaken thinking only of work and earning money, bowing to superiors and donning a mask of insincerity before my colleagues. Tell me, is this existence truly meaningful? Zhang Yu, influenced by Zhang Yu's deluge of negativity, agreed, indeed, it is rather meaningless. Zhang Yu concluded thus, one must be resolute. When I return, I would rather endure a thrashing from my father than suffer in the city. This exchange resonated deeply with many viewers in the live stream, particularly those who were engaged in the struggle of urban life while watching wilderness survival. A viewer commented, I understand Zhang Yu's suicidal thoughts. He is much like each of us, bound by familial ties, yet trapped in lives we detest. I too hail from a rural background, having worked hard to attain a house and a car. Yet when I look back, I feel no joy. What is the purpose of living? Our country has too large a population, and the competition is relentless. Without effort, one risks being gradually cast aside. To those above, do you not comprehend that even if you succeed, what of it? Is that truly what you desire? Brothers and sisters, we have a holiday for middle school today. Does this not imply that we should not blindly follow our parents' wishes? Ah, young student, it is unwise to harbor such thoughts. One must possess the requisite abilities before daring to pursue one's desires. As the proprietor of a company, I once reveled in my accomplishments and found contentment in my current living conditions. However, After listening to Zhang Yu today, I was struck by a sudden realization. The allure of material possessions has diminished, and the pursuit of vanity and fame seems far less significant. My dear fellow, should you choose to relinquish your burdens, I would gladly transport you to the countryside, covering your future living expenses and alleviating your current struggles. Like Zhang Yu, I am but an ordinary employee in a public institution. He speaks the truth. The coveted iron rice bowl others so desire is truly a mere trifle, insignificant compared to what we have lost. The live stream has devolved into a grand forum for reflections on life. Among the farmers of Wanghai village, Zhang Jinsai puffs on his dry tobacco, a visage of contemplation adorning his face. He turns to his wife, Wu Xiuli, with a bittersweet smile. In the days of our prosperity, I yearn for the finest tobacco, yet upon reflection, this dry smoke brings the most comfort. We were mistaken. We should not have imposed our aspirations upon our child. He deserves his own freedom. Wu Xiuli wipes away the tears that cascade down her cheeks. Indeed, we erred. Our direction was flawed. We should have ceased our greed and refrained from expanding our farming endeavors, saving some money instead, allowing our son the liberty to pursue his own path. Zhang Jinsai takes a drag from his tobacco. I received a call informing me that the production team has granted a moratorium on the repayment for the house we acquired for Xiaoyu. Do you think we should consider raising some livestock to assist our son? Wu Xiuli gazes at the screen, where Zhang Yu radiates an aura of melancholy. We could indeed raise some animals, but this time we shall not interfere. He may return at his choosing, dwell wherever he desires, and marry when he wishes. Let's grant him the freedom to shape his own life. Zhang Jinsai follows her gaze, a flicker of hope lighting his eyes. The young woman, though exceedingly beautiful, possesses qualities that are quite commendable. Their relationship seems to be blossoming, and one wonders if they might find happiness together on the island of 4 seasons. What neighborhood did you purchase? Why would you choose a property beyond your means? Shun Suyu, wishing to escape the oppressive atmosphere of despair, deftly shifts the topic. Zhang Yu lifts his gaze, nearing the mountain summit, where the trees have become sparse, and the geological features appear rather unique. He casually mentions, it's called Jianga Garden, considered quite reputable in our area. My mother insisted on applying pressure, so she purchased a house there, following the saleswoman's advice to secure a 20-year loan. Shun Suyu halts abruptly, incredulous at the coincidence. Zhang Yu turns to her, what is it? With a mix of laughter and disbelief, Shun Suyu replies, that is the community developed by my family. Zhang Yu, taken aback, contemplates the remarkable twist of fate, having narrowly escaped death by his own hand, washed ashore on a deserted island, only to be rescued by Shun Suyu, whose family is the very developer of his community. Viewer, forget everything else, please. Just marry right there. Such serendipity is unparalleled. Could it truly be orchestrated by the production team? Come, you two can do it. Hurry and leap into the river at the Qingjiang Bridge in Qingjiang City. If fortune smiles upon you and you survive, perhaps a benevolent dolphin will rescue you, and you may drift to an island. Apologies, but your residence is not in the Riverside Garden community. This twist of fate appears far more natural than any idle drama. From now on, I shall watch dramas in this live stream. Haha, for a maximum of 15 months. Alas, the goddess is lost, but I still extend my best wishes to you, sobbing softly. This serendipity is beyond my reach. Just watch, the two of them might soon spark a romantic connection. However, it turns out your family is that accursed developer. Zhang Yu glared at Shun Suyu with clenched teeth. Sen Suyue, who had listened to all of Zhang Yu's stories, instinctively felt a pang of guilt. Zhang Yu's current predicament was significantly influenced by the house. Shun Suyu instinctively sought to shift the blame, asserting that it was her father's doing and had nothing to do with her. In a lavish office in Kyoto, Shun Xiaogua clutched his chest. Had the little cotton jacket finally sprung a leak? Zhang Yu scoffed. Isn't it your family's fault? Aren't you a beneficiary? Shun Suyu hastily defended herself. That's not how it works. The primary beneficiaries of a development are not the developers. Wait, that's not right. The money you owe the bank has nothing to do with me. If the bank is repossessing your house, that's not my fault. Zhang Yu faltered, attempting to deflect blame. Your sales representatives insisted that the loans were advantageous. You are enticing consumers for profit. Despicable and scrupulous merchants. Shun Suyu realized the absurdity of his claims and placed her hands on her hips. You can't just follow whatever the sales representative says. She wasn't coercing you into taking out a loan. You truly excel at shifting blame. Zhang Yu's bravado waned. He yearned to declare war, but hesitated at the thought of Shun Suyu's strength, especially after being bested by a woman. Such news would not be well received, particularly as it was being broadcast live. Regardless, you all conspire together, colluding for profit, and are not virtuous individuals. You only seek to exploit the vulnerable. In this day and age, still playing with real estate? Be cautious, lest you lose everything. Shun Suyu clenched her small fists, indignantly exclaiming, "You are so malicious." slandering and cursing. Seeing Shun Suyu poised to strike, Zhang Yu recognized the need to de-escalate and quickly sought to mediate. All right, let us consider ourselves even, shall we? Let us joyfully ascend the mountain together. Shun Suyu, still seething, retorted, joyful, you say? I wish for you to find nothing on that mountain. Zhang Yu, smiling ingratiatingly, moved behind Shun Suyu and urged her up the mountain, unwilling to face her wrath. Women can be utterly unreasonable when provoked. Fortunately, he remained single. Yes, I shall gain nothing. Our group will soon be in dire straits. Is that satisfactory? Observing the two young adversaries, Shun Xiaoguo fell into deep contemplation. Upon her return from studying abroad, his daughter's first order of business would be to cut losses in the real estate sector. Yet, real estate had once been the pillar of Shun Xiaoguo's business empire, and he was reluctant to relinquish it so easily. With the government's inconsistent signals, he was gambling, hoping that a favorable policy might revive the housing market. Now, upon calming down and reflecting carefully, it seems that there is little hope in this endeavor. It would be wiser to withdraw early and invest our resources in other fields, although it appears to be merely a modest hill of a few dozen meters. The winds atop it are surprisingly strong and somewhat chilly. As Zhang Yu and his companion ascend, their perspective gradually widens, and, as they near the summit, their gaze is drawn not to the peak itself, but rather to the distant terrain below. Before them lies a subtropical rainforest, approximately 2 kilometers stretching from the coast inland, where tropical and subtropical flora intertwine, forming a verdant bastion for the island. Beyond that, the land undulates, with patches of dense woodland interspersed with stark areas revealing blackish yellow soil. In the distance, obscured by miles, stands a towering mountain, its upper slopes still adorned with a hint of white snow. Zhang Yu estimates that there must be a suitable dwelling place more than 20 miles away. Look over there. He gestures towards his chosen direction. Shun Suyu is not the type to be easily perturbed over trivial matters. Angered by Zhang Yu, she will surely retaliate when she learns martial arts. What is so special about that place? Zhang Yu replies with a confident smile, pointing out that the forest beyond the blackish-yellow hill appears to be significantly darker. And it is not far from the lofty mountain. If his intuition serves him right, there should be rivers and streams, thus ensuring a supply of fresh water. Moreover, the hill of blackish-yellow soil likely contains clay suitable for construction, and nearby, there are rocky hills, indicating abundant resources. Despite having mentally prepared herself, Shun Suyu is still reluctant to venture so far. Going there would mean starting anew. But what will we eat? There aren't nearly as many resources there as here. Zhang Yu cannot guarantee the food situation entirely, yet he firmly believes that it is the most habitable place they have observed thus far. We can hunt. There are plenty of resources in the mountains and rivers, such as freshwater fish and small woodland creatures. We plan to stay for 15 months, and the seaside is definitely not viable. The weather is fine now, but should a storm arise, we might return empty-handed. Furthermore, it is only a little over 20 miles away. We could reach it in half a day. If we crave seafood, we can always return periodically. With no counterarguments left to offer, Shun Suyu concedes, recognizing that their survival depends entirely on Zhang Yu. All right, I will follow your lead. Zhang Yu feels a surge of pride, envisioning the possibilities that a fixed dwelling would afford him. Unable to restrain himself, he boasts, "In our home, I shall take charge." With a thud, the two set off again. Well, Zhang Yu alone is covered in dirt. Honestly, how can someone as beautiful as you resort to such rough housing? Zhang Yu cannot help but complain, recalling how he was knocked down by Shun Suyu's kick. Fortunately, his hands cushioned his fall. Otherwise, he would have landed face first, while the little bird perched on his shoulder wisely leapt away. I'll give you a chance to rephrase that, Shun Suyu declares, lifting her delicate chin with an air of defiance. Zhang Yu quickens his pace, thinking, if I cannot confront her, I can at least evade her. At that moment, the little chick perched on Zhang Yu's shoulder suddenly began to chirp. Zhang Yu was walking to the left, primarily motivated by his desire to observe the situation below from the mountain summit, while the direction of the chick's calls was to the right. Could this chick possess the ability to recognize its home? How remarkably intelligent. Without hesitation, Zhang Yu turned towards that direction. Chapter 24. Inferior to a dog. This location was a natural indentation in the stone wall, with a rear stone face rising upward, forming a semi-open canopy reminiscent of an inverted U. This recess was approximately 2 meters wide, containing 2 nests, one large and one small. The larger nest was in disarray, whereas in the smaller one, both Zhang Yu and Shun Suyu immediately spotted a large bird with a striking black and brown grid pattern resting. It was a peregrine falcon, Zhang Yu declared with utmost certainty. His admiration for the sleek design of American bombers had led him to pay close attention to falcons. And eventually, his fascination shifted to the more magnificent hunting falcon. The distinction between the two species is subtle. The hunting falcon is slightly larger, with more vibrant plumage, rendering it even more visually appealing. Chirp, chirp. The little chick, whether having spotted its home or its parents, chirped incessantly. Zhang Yu, is that hunting falcon dead? Just as she spoke, the falcon slowly lifted its head, revealing a disheveled patch of feathers on one side, exuding an air of lethargy. This creature is a raptor. If an intruder were to encroach upon its territory, it would typically launch an attack. Yet now, the falcon appeared to be in a half-dead state, likely injured. Let us approach cautiously. It could be quite ferocious, Zhang Yu cautioned, cradling the little chick in his hands as he gently advanced toward the falcon's nest. The wind howled fiercely, and behind the stone wall where the falcon resided lay the vast, endless sea. Zhang Yu's focus was unwavering. He carefully placed the little chick back into the nest. The falcon swayed slightly, folding its wings, and with this movement, two more small heads emerged beside it. In a live broadcast room, gasps erupted. Hiss! This nest contains 3 hunting falcons. Professor Wang exclaimed. Morong, Xie quickly inquired. Professor Wang, is there a possibility that the adult falcon might attack Zhang Yu and the others? Professor Wang, fixated on the screen, responded, No. If it were a healthy falcon, Zhang Yu and his companion would likely have been driven away before even spotting the nest. Clearly, this falcon is in poor condition and injured. Morong Xiaoye was filled with concern. What should Zhang Yu and the others do now? Professor Wang's heart raced as he observed Zhang Yu reaching into the bird's nest. He rapidly cautioned, avoid close contact, be cautious of its beak. Now, let's see how they manage. Zhang Yu steadily returned the little chick to the nest, during which the adult hunting falcon exhibited a noticeable display of aggression. Its feathers fluffed up. However, it did not attack. Rather, it seemed to be a facade of strength, lacking the energy even to stand firm. Zhang Yu reached into his pocket and retrieved a piece of pelican liver wrapped in a leaf, its form distorted from being pressed. He cast a glare at Shun Suyu, blaming her for the situation. Are you hungry? How about this? Do you like it? He murmured to himself as he offered the liver. The falcon, of course, could not comprehend his words, but perhaps it could sense the kindness he exuded. The falcon maintained an air of aloofness until Zhang Yu set the liver down and withdrew his hand from the nest, at which point it finally turned its gaze towards the offering. The 2 chicks beside it were less reserved, chirping eagerly with their mouths agape, while the chick that Zhang Yu had returned remained quiet, gently nuzzling the feathers of what was likely its mother. She possessed a beautiful white plumage on her chest, and her physique was not as formidable as one would expect from a raptor. The falcon examined the pelican liver before pecking at it voraciously, even sharing small morsels with the 2 chicks. What should we do? Shen Suyu tugged at Zhang Yu's sleeve. Without turning around, he replied, Let's wait until it's finished eating. It's a good sign that it can eat. Afterwards, we can see if we can check its condition. By the way, isn't your grandfather a renowned practitioner of traditional medicine? Can you diagnose ailments? Shun Suyu's cheeks flushed slightly, her voice lowering. I only know some basic bandaging. My grandfather practices traditional Chinese medicine, which is quite difficult to master. Zhang Yu lamented. What a waste of resources. Such a splendid opportunity. And you're not taking advantage of it. Many people would wish to learn, but lack the means. Her grandfather, too, was watching the live stream, finding it rather enjoyable. Observing Zhang Yu's thoughtfulness, he felt a newfound fondness for the young man, though he understood his granddaughter's predicament, with so much to learn. How could she find the energy to master a complex discipline like traditional medicine? The adult falcon was eating slowly, indicating its weakened state, as even consuming food seemed to require great effort. Zhang Yu and Shun Suyu exchanged casual conversation as they observed. I have many things I wish to learn, but my energy is limited. Traditional medicine is waning in relevance. Studying, it seems of little utility considering the prevalent criticism of it online. Zhang Yu scoffed. Critics of traditional medicine fall into 2 categories. Shen Suyu, intrigued, asked what are those 2? She had only learned the basics of identifying medicinal herbs during her limited visits to her grandfather and had subsequently been preoccupied with other studies, leaving her unfamiliar with his extensive medical expertise. After all, how could a 21-year-old girl complete her studies in return? One type consists of those with ulterior motives, and the other is merely foolish sycophants. A laugh escaped Shen Suyu, surprised by Zhang Yu's candidness. He continued, I won't delve into the merits of traditional medicine, as even the uninitiated can grasp some of its value. Many have even experienced its benefits firsthand. Traditional medicine is undoubtedly a treasure trove. While some vocally denounce it, they secretly seek ways to learn its practices. Many effective, side-effect-free remedies are derived from traditional herbal medicine. This is the nature of certain Western medical practitioners and the vested interests behind them, including capital, instinctively excluding dissenting views. Eliminating the market for traditional Chinese medicine will only serve to enlarge their own share of the pie. Once they have satiated their appetites, they may very well turn against traditional medicine, further amplifying their profits. Shun Siyue remarked with a smile. Are you not afraid of the repercussions? Western medicine has indeed cured your aunt's ailment. Do you not fear that the doctors might resist your claims? She subtly tugged at Zhang Yu's sleeve, signaling him that they were live streaming. Yet, Zhang Yu remained unfazed. With a scoff, his eyes glimmering with moisture and emotion, he retorted, "Resist me? Ask them if they dare resist the money. They treat healing as a business, so why shouldn't I voice my opinion as a customer?" A viewer commented, "Zhang Yu has crossed the line. I thought he had come to terms with reality. Regardless, Western medicine saved his mother's life." Another added, "Indeed," with one statement, "He has dismissed the hard work of countless medical professionals. I fear this may be his downfall." Sighing, they lamented, "Words can lead to disaster. I used to quite like him." Zhang Yu's eyes reddened. He had almost forgotten that he was a traveler from another realm, completely disregarding Shen Suyu's warnings. Let us not glorify all medical personnel. Certainly, some are commendable, but I am speaking of those who treated my mother. Do you know how much her treatment cost from the onset of her illness to recovery after the kidney transplant? A staggering $362 million. I have every right to condemn them, and if they dare to rebut, I will take legal action against them. Let's see who ends up in prison. I simply wish to ignore them. This is my way of repaying the debt of gratitude for my mother's life. But if you ask me to evaluate them, they are worth less than a dog. Chapter 25. Don't hit. It already hurts. After revealing the exorbitant medical expenses incurred for his mother's treatment, those who had predicted his downfall fell silent. Even the most uninformed could deduce that these costs far exceeded those of standard medical care, indicating potential overmedication or something more sinister. No wonder Zhang Yu felt emboldened to speak out. Would those he criticized dare confront him? In an instant, viewers rallied passionately, sharing their own or their family's experiences. Tales of spending thousands for a mere cold, of patients receiving prescriptions even when they were beyond saving, and of the collusion between pharmaceutical companies and certain physicians. Within mere minutes, this issue had trended on social media. The main broadcast continued to showcase Zhang Yu's live stream, capturing the audience's attention with a blend of banter and adventure, leading to an audience surge of over 8 million. Moreover, the combined viewership of the 99th and 100th live streams exceeded 200,000. The sheer scale of live viewers made trending a mere formality. Furthermore, some resourceful bloggers unearthed information about Dr. Wu Xiaoli and others involved. This was no trivial matter. Director Luo convened the senior members of the production team, and after intense discussions, the decision was made to support Zhang Yu. The trending topic was of little concern, as long as Zhang Yu was not attacking indiscriminately. They could harness their influence to guide public sentiment. Indeed, Zhang Yu was already well aware of the circumstances. He was the one who had been deceived. His family possessed an inherent goodness, characterized by their honesty and reluctance to contend. However, justice resides within the hearts of the people. Is it necessary to articulate who is right and who is wrong? What harm is there in criticizing them? In the words of some extreme netizens, it would be akin to a decisive blow to their existence, and the vast majority would undoubtedly applaud. A simple conversation in the live stream has generated an overwhelming public sentiment, and the implicated doctors will likely find it difficult to remain unscathed amid such fervor. One must expel what has been ingested. Shen Suyu listened in trepidation to Zhang Yu's astonishing remarks. Families like theirs would never stand in the limelight of public opinion. Even in the face of retribution, it would be conducted discreetly, remaining largely unknown. Discretion is indeed paramount. Once she was assured that Zhang Yu would be fine, she hastily shifted the topic. Zhang Yu did not harbor a disdain for society. Rather, in comparison to his plight, neither he nor his family had inflicted harm upon others. If someone else were in his position, the outcome would likely differ dramatically. When discussing traditional Chinese medicine, it seemed to stray into the realm of Western medicine. Despite the merits of traditional practices, their decline is an undeniable reality. Zhang Yu composed himself and remarked that traditional Chinese medicine should adopt a premium approach, where practitioners charge appropriately and select their patients judiciously. Shen Suyu, taken aback, questioned, "But didn't you just mention Western medicine?" Zhang Yu, observing a family of falcons feasting on a pelican's liver, casually responded, "I was referring to a developmental strategy. When the practitioners of medical expertise are seen profiting, it creates an advertising effect, enticing others to study traditional Chinese medicine, as the prevailing mindset is that expensive equates to quality." Shen Suyu poked Zhang Yu, exclaiming, "Hey, we are live. Can't you offer some sound advice? Do ordinary practitioners of traditional medicine operate this way? If so, how many would still seek it?" Zhang Yu nonchalantly sat down, asserting that even if ordinary practitioners charge more, it pales in comparison to the costs incurred by a single examination from Western medicine. Shen Suyu, indignant, retorted, "That is a flawed argument. If you are so capable, what do you have to say about our nation's eldercare issues?" Zhang Yu, uninterested in a lengthy explanation, noted that while many extol traditional Chinese medicine, few promote it openly or advertise. How then would the public be informed? Those engaged in traditional medicine must first secure their livelihoods to serve as examples for others. Beyond the noble pursuit of healing, most individuals prioritize basic necessities and financial stability. Who would wish to pursue this path without sufficient income? Traditional Chinese medicine is deeply woven into the fabric of Chinese culture, yet its transmission has stagnated, stifling innovation. Ultimately, it is the pursuit of profit that drives this situation and cannot be resolved with mere solutions. With time to spare, Zhang Yu, animated, stated, "Elder care, you say? Allow me to share a thought. Do not take it too seriously. I believe the government could enhance its regulatory efforts in this area. They could consider opening rural regions in picturesque provinces, guided by the principle of voluntariness. Remember, this is crucial. Those who wish to go may do so, while those who do not, need not. This would open avenues for the elderly and retirees to reside there, cultivating vegetables and raising livestock, leading a leisurely and healthy life. Once congregated, establishing supportive infrastructure would be convenient, and as they are predominantly elderly, the costs of care would diminish. Many elderly individuals receive pensions, and their funds flow into rural areas, gradually trickling back out, potentially invigorating the township economy. Shen Suyu was once again astounded. She could not fathom the thoughts swirling in Zhang Yu's mind. No wonder he remained single. Zhang Yu continued, stating that as the number of elderly in cities diminishes, urban pressures lessen, housing issues substantially alleviate, and the real estate market will not expand indefinitely. While cities may suffer short-term losses, they will rejuvenate and become more vibrant, leading to better development in the long run. This is not merely a displacement of the elderly. How many people long to move to picturesque locales but cannot? Transitioning from rural to urban areas is straightforward, yet the reverse is fraught with obstacles. Does that seem reasonable? Would the elderly prefer to vie for space in public squares to dance or breathe fresh air in nature? Rural self-sufficiency allows for contentment even without wealth. With resources, life becomes even more comfortable. With proper guidance, while the issues of elderly care may not be completely resolved, they can certainly be alleviated. Shen Suyu was at a loss for words. She felt Zhang Yu's arguments were somewhat fallacious, yet contained a kernel of truth. Indeed, such significant matters cannot be easily resolved by a mere couple of solutions. And as a young woman, these considerations had never crossed her mind. "Oh right," Zhang Yu exclaimed, snapping his fingers to capture Shen Suyu's attention. With a mischievous grin, he remarked, "If we were to follow my approach, your family's real estate business would likely face bankruptcy." Hee. Shen Suyu could no longer contain herself and playfully punched Zhang Yu, startling the Hawk family, who stared at them with wide eyes. "You would delight in my family's misfortune, wouldn't you? Humph. If my family were to go bankrupt, I would simply dine at yours." Zhang Yu retorted, "On what grounds?" Shen Suyu continued to tease, "Is it not enough that I saved your life? Or that I am your mentor?" Zhang Yu had no retort, conceding, all right, just stop hitting me. It's starting to hurt. Now you're feeling pain? Let us see." In the live stream, many viewers awakened from their reverie, gazing at the broadcast with amused expressions, yet Zhang Yu's seemingly offhand remarks lingered in their minds. If life were to unfold as Zhang Yu suggested, it might not be so bad after all. Chapter 26. Why is your face red? After the playful scuffle, the Hawk family finally finished their share of the pelican liver, although they certainly hadn't had their fill, considering it merely a preliminary snack. Zhang Yu extended his hand slowly toward the mother hawk, expecting it to resist, yet to his surprise, it allowed him to grasp it without struggle. Perhaps the mother hawk sensed the need for assistance from the two bipedal beings before it. The two promptly examined it with great care. The mother hawk bore an injury on its neck, a small hole exposing white bone. Yet this was not the most severe wound. As Zhang Yu gently opened the mother hawk's wings, he noticed a part of the wing that could not be fully extended. Shen Suyu reached out to stroke it softly, but her touch caused the mother hawk discomfort, and it glared at her with a fierce intensity, as if poised to peck at her any moment. Zhang Yu discovered something peculiar. The mother falcon exhibited almost no hostility towards him, her demeanor contrasting starkly with her attitude towards Shen Suyu. He gently stroked the feathers on the falcon's neck, reassuring her, "Please don't be upset. I'm merely assessing your injuries. Do you wish to soar through the skies again?" Then, he softly inquired of Shen Suyu, "What is the verdict?" A glimmer of joy flickered across Shen Suyu's delicate face. "Good news. Its wing isn't completely severed. One side appears to have fractured from a collision with a sharp rock. If we find a stick to serve as a splint and secure it with some time, it should heal." She continued, "The injury on its neck should also mend. We can crush some osmanthus leaves to apply as a salve and tear a piece from my clothing to use as a bandage. Unfortunately, we lack alcohol. I wonder if it can withstand an infection." As he pondered the notion of using clothing as a bandage, Zhang Yu inexplicably found his thoughts wandering to Shen Suyu's monthly cycle. How, he mused, would a female competitor address such a predicament? Surely, one could not run around in a blood-soaked garment? Perhaps this explains why competition attire is typically black. It seemed he could no longer wear his undergarments. He would wash them and keep them for Yu as a makeshift sanitary pad. A mere bachelor contemplating such intimate matters left him feeling quite flustered. "Why is your face so flushed?" Noting Zhang Yu's silence, Yu turned to him, only to find his cheeks ablaze. "It's nothing," he stammered. "Let us carry this family of falcons back to the sanctuary. The male falcon is likely deceased. Without someone to hunt for them, they cannot survive." Yu's face lit up with hope. "Do you think they will follow us afterwards?" Zhang Yu hesitated, then shook his head. "I cannot be certain. I have no experience in this regard. However, I have raised poultry in the mountains. I believe that if we gradually condition them through food and attempt to train them to see us as their caretakers, we may successfully tame them." Finding his reasoning sound, Yu chose not to press further. Sticks were easily sourced from the nearby bird's nest, and the string was the innermost thread from Zhang Yu's shirt, which he punctured with nails to tear it away. He was able to bandage the mother falcon's neck as well, perhaps due to Zhang Yu's gentle hold. She only emitted a few pained cries without putting up much resistance. This illustrates how astonishing animals can be. For example, whales and sharks may seek assistance from humans, and some creatures ensnared in traps patiently await rescue. The mother falcon likely shared a similar sentiment. Before retrieving the falcon family, Zhang Yu led Yu to the opposite side of the mountain. As they leaned over to gaze down, they both gasped in astonishment. Two drones were diligently capturing footage of what lay before them, including several close-ups. The other side of the mountain revealed a lengthy beach stretching approximately 10 miles, which curved sharply in the distance. The waves there were noticeably more vigorous. Overall, the area they had chosen was quite favorable. It featured a rocky shoal, with reefs and possibly coral further out, and the water was relatively shallow. The most perilous aspect, however, lay on the opposite side of the mountain. Zhang Yu and Yu observed no fewer than 15 saltwater crocodiles, half basking on the beach and half gliding through the sea. The largest among them was even bigger than those they had seen previously, estimated to be around 6 to 7 meters long. The mere thought of such perilous creatures lurking nearby sent a shiver down Yu's spine. Gripping Zhang Yu's arm in fear, she conceded, "You were right. That inland area is indeed far safer than here." Zhang Yu exhaled softly, offering reassurance. "Do not be afraid. The rocky area is not within their active range, and they are formidable only in the water, becoming less so on land." He had watched numerous videos of crocodile captures, but unless absolutely necessary, he had no desire to attempt such a feat himself. After observing the crocodiles in their surroundings for a while, Zhang Yu decided it was time to return. He had spent considerable time locating the falcon's nest, and today he would only have a couple of hours left to fish in the sea. With the vast ocean beside them, his spirits lifted considerably. After the myriad of experiences over the past few days, Zhang Yu suddenly broke into song. "If the sea could carry away my sorrows, just as it carries away every river, all the wounds I have endured, all the tears I have shed, my love, please take them all away." Yu looked perplexed. "What are you singing? I've never heard it before." Zhang Yu wished he could slap himself. The stark reality made him easily forget that he was in a parallel universe. It seemed imperative to extract some information about this world from Yu. Otherwise, he would always be erecting barriers in his heart, which was quite exhausting. "The song is called The Sea. Is it pleasant?" Zhang Yu deflected. Yu nodded, acknowledging that the melody was quite nice, though she added, "Your singing, however, leaves much to be desired. You hardly qualify as a performer." Zhang Yu felt somewhat disheartened. Was it truly that unpleasant? Yu's face suddenly brightened with a smile. "All right, I was just teasing. It's actually not bad. When we have time, I'll teach you some music, and you might just reach the level of an average singer." Such bravado. The two then made their way back to the falcon's nest, deciding to take the entire nest with them. Yu could not assist, as the mother falcon harbored animosity towards her, and he certainly did not want her to get injured. Under the stern gaze of the mother falcon, Zhang Yu cautiously lifted the entire nest, while the three fledglings swayed their little heads, gazing intently at him. "What are you staring at? What will you find to eat up in the mountains? If I leave, you shall starve." The two fledglings immediately chirped in response, but judging by their open beaks, they were likely yearning for food once more. As they prepared to depart, the nest and fledglings were not particularly heavy, though they obstructed his view. Zhang Yu instinctively glanced beneath the nest, noticing something peculiar. "Hey!" Yu had taken a few steps forward, and upon hearing him, turned back to inquire. "What's wrong?" Chapter 27. Red Iron or Wait. Let us not rush off. I need to investigate this. Zhang Yu carefully set the nest down. Upon arriving on this mountain, he had sensed something unusual about the terrain at the peak. "What is happening? What did you discover?" Yu returned to join Zhang Yu in examining what lay beneath the nest. Zhang Yu picked up a fist-sized reddish-brown stone, weighing it in his hand, contemplating that it might be a piece of hematite, seemingly rich in iron content. He drew the stone across the rocky wall, leaving a vivid red mark in its wake. Iron ore? Could it be that we can smelt iron? No, we lack the necessary equipment. To be honest, Shen Suyu had little knowledge of smelting iron. During the training, it was touched upon briefly, but she had not absorbed much. The training for participants primarily focused on self-protection, identifying toxic plants, evading dangerous large animals, and mastering basic survival techniques, such as making fire, sourcing water, and constructing shelters. Zhang Yu rummaged through the base of the falcon's nest once more, discovering that the other stones were merely ordinary rocks. He handed the hematite to Shen Suyu, cradling the bird's nest as he led the way, convinced that the discovery of one iron ore indicated the presence of others. Have you noticed anything peculiar about the mountaintop? Shen Suyu hesitated. No plants growing? Zhang Yu nodded affirmatively. Yes, there is a scarcity of vegetation, and the topography above the peak is unremarkable. Many things I cannot identify, but I suspect this was once a volcano long, long ago. Shen Suyu gasped, her eyes widening in disbelief. A volcano? Goodness, the place we chose is perilously dangerous. Zhang Yu chuckled, urging her to remain calm. That was eons ago, a time when humanity may not have even existed. Shen Suyu appeared skeptical, questioning how he could deduce such ancient history. Are you not deceiving me? Observing the falcon family nodding along with him, Zhang Yu felt his spirits lift. This is merely my hypothesis. I am not a geologist. I suspect this mountain might be the remnant of a volcano, possibly having endured earthquakes and erosion from the sea, leading to its gradual disappearance. Seeing Shen Suyu still unconvinced, he added, I lack concrete evidence, but if I am correct, we must proceed with caution. This island may indeed be prone to seismic activity. As a precaution, we should relocate from our current shelter promptly, and when constructing future shelters, we must consider potential earthquakes. In the live broadcast room, Professor Wang had concluded his workday. Such a figure could never be a permanent guest in the studio. However, another guest remained present. Murong Xiaoya intended to summarize and temporarily log off, but upon hearing Zhang Yu's remarks, she felt a chuckle bubbling within her. Suspecting that Zhang Yu was merely spinning a tale to hasten Shen Suyu's retreat inland. Associate Professor Liu, as an expert in geology, do you find Zhang Yu's conjecture plausible? Professor Liu adjusted his glasses, his expression solemn. I too harbor doubts about that mountain. The absence of vegetation at its summit is a common phenomenon, attributable to various factors which we shall not elaborate upon here. However, the topography of this mountain indeed bears the hallmarks of volcanic activity. To confirm this, one must examine the fault lines of the mountain, though the abundance of crocodiles there renders this task quite challenging. Seasonal Island lies close to the Asian continental shelf, conditions conducive to the existence of volcanoes. However, there is no need for alarm. A volcano in such a state of disrepair poses little threat. My sole concern is that if it truly is a volcano, it would indicate that the climate on Four Seasons Island is highly variable, with geological disasters occurring frequently. Murong Xiaoya maintained her smile, yet inwardly she scoffed, proving herself to be a true associate professor, articulating a plethora of words that amounted to little. She addressed Associate Professor Liu while simultaneously reassuring the viewers in the live stream. There should be no cause for alarm on the island. 2 years prior, when the production team was newly formed, they had already begun monitoring Four Seasons Island. Aside from its somewhat peculiar climate, there had been no recorded geological disasters. As Zhang Yu and Shen Suyu returned to the shelter, several trending topics had firmly secured the top spots across various platforms. The limits of humanity, handily dispatching 3 pelicans, Zhang Yu's mother's exorbitant medical expenses, Zhang Yu's furious denouncement of unscrupulous doctors, the serendipitous fate, and a grand romantic drama commencing here. Can elder care truly be resolved in such a manner? Zhang Yu has utterly ignited. Such hype could hardly be manufactured, yet coincidentally, a multitude of topics converged, each more tantalizing than the last. The popularity of both live streams surged once more, with the program's overall viewership experiencing a significant boost. By conservative estimates, the production team attracted an audience of 5 to 6 million today. No one anticipated that this grand spectacle would not be ignited by the carefully selected celebrities, but rather by an ordinary individual who joined midway. Life is replete with surprises. The allure of wilderness survival is gradually becoming apparent. Director Luo and the upper echelons were even smiling during their afternoon nap. Perhaps this program will ascend to become the most popular show globally, without exception. On Four Seasons Island, Zhang Yu suggested, shall we name the family of falcons? Shen Suyu remarked, as she plucked feathers from the pelican. They had spent less than 2 hours ascending the mountain, and upon their return in the early afternoon, they busied themselves. Zhang Yu had not discarded the pelican's entrails, for they held considerable utility. Even if not for the falcons, they could be fashioned into fish traps. However, for now it was unnecessary, as the falcon family was feasting heartily and had not paused since their return. Zhang Yu's lips twitched as he held an iron nail, and a slightly sharp stone. Attempting to fashion a diving mask from a plastic bottle by melting it. It proved to be quite challenging. Even with specialized tools, it would be difficult, let alone with only an iron nail at his disposal. How shall we name the falcons when they all look so similar? Shin Yu queried, her tongue sticking out. You have a point, but if we don't name them, we won't know what to call them. Zhang Yu picked up a stick and positioned the plastic bottle cap atop it, calculating the appropriate spot before painstakingly melting the edges with the heated iron nail. Without glancing up, he said, let us wait a bit. Once I find usable dye, I can mark them, and then we can name them. You can think of their names in the meantime. Viewers chimed in. Big Falcon, Second Falcon, Little Falcon, Old Falcon. How does that sound? They're all fluffy now. We could call them Big Puff, Second Puff, Puff Puff, and Puff Mom, which sound delightful. It seems we are all at a loss for names. Let us call them Falcon Sky, Falcon Earth, Falcon People, and Falcon Mother, whom we shall refer to as Falcon All Beings. Goodness gracious, what a fine suggestion. Zhang Yu was oblivious to the throng of viewers assisting in the naming process. He glanced up at Shen Siwa, who was deep in thought, unconsciously plucking feathers from Pelican. A mischievous smile crept across his lips as he queried whether she had conceived a suitable name. Shen Siwa sighed in frustration. No, assigning them names like 1, 2, and 3 seems rather hasty. Yet, I fear that more intricate names will be too convoluted to remember. Zhang Yu threaded his shoelaces through the side of a rudimentary diving mask and affixed it awkwardly to his face. It looked rather unappealing, taking on an irregular shape from the heat, but it was serviceable enough. He promptly rose to gather his tools, instructing her, once you are ready, meet me by the seaside. Let us name the 3 little ones Yia, Susu, and Shun Shun. Shen Siwa stared in bewilderment at Zhang Yu's retreating figure, contemplating the names. Yia, Susu, Shun Shun. What on earth? How infuriating. Zhang Yu, you're being mischievous again, aren't you? Chapter 28. What are you searching for? In April, the waters around CG Island were rather chilly. Even under the afternoon sun, Zhang Yu's lips turned a shade of violet. However, the marine bounty was plentiful, as the cool sea rendered the creatures less active. Each dive yielded a modest harvest. To Zhang Yu's astonishment, the drone possessed an absurd diving capability. It seemed to maintain a stable signal as well. Such a formidable drone, if deployed on the battlefield, would render warfare an entirely different affair. Unbeknownst to him, CG Island was equipped with a signal processing device, ensuring comprehensive network coverage. Nonetheless, diving did impact visibility. The quality of the feed was not particularly clear. Additionally, competitors were required to clean the drone's lens daily, utilizing the inner lining of their competition attire. As anticipated, it wasn't too long before Zhang Yu discovered a small, rusted tin can beneath the waves. Such finds were invaluable. Iron was fundamental in crafting various tools, and iron ore was not easily located. During his time atop the mountain, he had remained vigilant, having only spotted a piece beneath a bird's nest. If his conjectures held true, there might be iron ore directly beneath the mountain, although that location was perilously close to the habitat of the bay crocodiles. Any disturbances would surely attract their immediate attention. Fortunately, he had refrained from venturing there, for at present, his only source of iron lay in scavenging human refuse from the ocean floor. He meticulously collected tin cans, plastic bottles, frayed ropes, and even the tiniest bits of wire. After each dive, upon capturing fish or other marine treasures, he would rummage around at the bottom. Once the water became slightly murky, he would surface for air. Hoo! Hoo-hoo! Zhang Yu expelled water, gasping for breath. Zhang Yu, perhaps you should come up? You might catch a chill. Shen Siwa called out anxiously from the shore. Zhang Yu, clad only in his shorts, struggled to ascend the beach, the coastal breeze intensifying his chill. He untied the clothing he had secured around his waist, letting it cascade onto the sand. Grouper, pike crabs, bread crabs, abalone, sea conch, seaweed, and kelp lay strewn about. Fetch some fire starter, and we shall kindle a fire here. Prepare the abalone. We can dry it when we return. The kelp and seaweed also need to be washed and dried. These will supplement the nutrients lacking in our meat-based diet. Aside from a grouper, attempt to prepare the other fish by slicing them in half, ensuring the back remains intact, and later drying them by the fire at night. Crabs, however, cannot be stored for long. They shall serve as our sustenance for the evening. Once Shen Siwa had listened to this, she quickly interjected, all right, enough of that. Hurry and put on your clothes. You are bound to catch a cold like this. Zhang Yu tied his clothing around his waist, fashioning it into a makeshift net, before dashing towards the sea. I felt that it was warmer in the water than on the shore. Rest assured, I'm well aware of what I am doing. There were some things he could not articulate, such as the inexplicable all-true heart method. Though he had not tested its efficacy in strengthening the body, he had an instinctive belief that it could. Thus, he felt confident that he would not catch a cold. Without such assurance, he would not dare to plunge into the sea. Falling ill on the island would be quite a predicament, while a cold may be easily remedied. He feared that it could escalate into more severe ailments. The two were quite busy and had not paused since their return. Shun Suyue, having experience in the kitchen, possessed skills that surpassed Zhang Yu's, particularly in presentation, suggesting she had likely received formal training. However, preparing the fish proved laborious. Despite the task requiring merely a single cut, Shun Suyue needed to puncture the fish's belly with a nail repeatedly. After creating a noticeable hole, she would then gradually slice it open with a stone. She finally comprehended why Zhang Yu was so relentless in his search for human refuse. Without tools, nothing could be accomplished. If they were to venture into the interior empty-handed, it might take them an entire day to construct a rudimentary shelter, but with a knife, they could accomplish it in just an hour. The adage sharpening the knife does not delay the cutting of firewood rang true. Even if they spent a few days crafting tools, they could subsequently advance in other areas and easily surpass other teams. Unbeknownst to them, despite the considerable time they had spent, their food supply remained the most abundant among all groups. Most teams, like them, were striving to fashion tools: stone axes, stone knives, bone knives, bamboo knives, wood mallets, and others sought out human refuse, like Zhang Yu. Among them were 3 groups along the shoreline, inadvertently digging in the sand, perhaps unearthing something unexpected. The afternoon swiftly passed, and Zhang Yu finally emerged from the water, shivering and with a purplish complexion. Shun Siyue, feeling a pang of empathy due to their friendship, lamented, "How many can endure such a grueling endeavor?" After drying off, Zhang Yu hastily donned his clothes, attempting to ignore the sensation of the seawater on his skin. As it was unavoidable, his hands ached to reach into the fire. While he consoled Shun Siyue, the life of the impoverished is of little value. There was a time I incurred the ire of a small supervisor in the workshop, and he assigned me to work night shifts for an entire month. It was quite the ordeal. For reasons unknown, Shun Siyue suddenly became irate. "What is the name of that supervisor? We should expose him during a live stream." Zhang Yu chuckled. "What foolishness is that? Our experiences have certainly been varied. What if the audience numbers in the thousands, or even tens of thousands? We must be accountable for our words and actions. What has passed is in the past. Let us leave it be." "Shen suis dissatisfié, uft ah. So you do know about responsibility. Then why did you speak so recklessly this afternoon?" Zhang Yu refrained from further argument and eagerly began to examine their spoils. "Hee. These past few hours have not been in vain. The harvest has been quite bountiful. Tomorrow, I shall craft a few small knives for you." Zhang Yu squatted amidst a pile of debris, a blissful, foolish grin illuminating his face, and as she observed him, Shen Siyu couldn't help but smile in return. Sometimes, when desires are subdued, contentment comes easily. 2 1-kilogram cylindrical tin cans, a 10-kilogram metal box with exposed edges, and 3 segments of iron wire approximately 10 centimeters long. There is also an intact red wine glass bottle, 3 complete plastic bottles, and half of a large Coca-Cola plastic bottle. "We have struck it rich." A fellow water friend remarked, "Diligence yields rewards. This is what Zhang Yu and his companions rightfully deserve." I noticed others by the seaside contemplating entering the water, yet they hesitated, deeming the sea too chilly, and thus refrained. Alas, Zhang Yu is taking a risk. He could easily catch a cold. Let us not forget that he has only had 2 meals since drifting here, and his body must still be in a weakened state. Have you forgotten that Shun Suyu discovered the Qianghua isn't known to cure colds? I believe Zhang Yu must have prepared for this. He is not one to act recklessly. Am I the only one who feels a sense of melancholy when he speaks of the worthlessness of the lives of the impoverished? Sometimes, one truly finds oneself at the mercy of circumstances. Without further ado, I shall offer a token of appreciation. I shall join in. I will allocate public funds to reward Zhang Yu. I shall repurpose our class funds. I will use the money meant for buying a purse for my wife. On the beach, as the sun dipped below the horizon, Zhang Yu and Shun Suyu busied themselves once more, though this time Zhang Yu kept his head lowered. "Searching for something. What are you looking for?" Shun Suyu inquired, feeling a hint of irritation, surrounded by a pile of seafood, the scent of fish clinging to her. Chapter 29. Your face tells 1,000 stories. I am in search of suitable wood and stones. I can hardly wait to craft some simple tools tonight. They have already gathered a substantial amount of human refuse. And as for the seafood, we can expect to feast on crabs tonight, likely enough to satisfy our hunger. The fish from the sea could easily provide for 3 or 4 meals. This is the benefit of this undeveloped marine area. They could harvest repeatedly here for 2 months without issue, though prolonged duration would not be feasible. It was not until darkness enveloped the land that Zhang Yu completed all his preparations. The rectangular stove was slightly enlarged and repositioned outward, for the constant fires had rendered the shelter somewhat warm, especially with a family of falcons residing there as well. He lifted the large log inside, one end already ablaze. Above the cave, several ropes woven from mugwort hung down, with one end suspending a halved fish and 3 pelicans. Beside the stove, lay an array of abalone, both large and small, shucked and ready, and on the other side, neatly stacked were seaweed and other marine vegetables. The space previously designated for firewood inside the cave had been transformed into a nest. The falcon mother rested while her 3 chicks, Susu and Yuyo, gazed with wide eyes at the industrious duo. Animals are undoubtedly fearful of flames. However, the falcon family finds themselves reluctantly residing here, and they must endure their fears. After bargaining with Yu, the 3 chicks were named Yiya, Susu, and Yuyo. Yiya's eyes are slightly elongated, while Susu's are round and closer to the center. Yuyo's name replaces Shun, a phonetic play on Zhang Yu's name, and he is affectionately nicknamed Little Fish with a moniker octopus. The eyes of the fish are slightly downward, adorably awkward, and have been forcefully named by Yu. The mother of the falcon is simply called Falcon Mother, which encapsulates the name of the entire falcon family. Henceforth, whenever Zhang Yu and his companion feed them, they must call out their names several times in unison. With the aid of food, they believe the creatures will soon remember their names. These provisions are merely preliminary preparations. Zhang Yu approached the cave entrance, where he had set up a makeshift workstation. He had prepared 2 sizable, flat stones for stone hammers and a wooden mallet. The hammers were simply fashioned from tree bark, securely bound, sufficient for the purpose of striking. The wooden mallet resembled a natural pestle, one end slender and the other broad. In addition, he had gathered around 10 fist-sized stones of higher density, serving as backup hammers. The large log was ablaze, with 3 sheets of iron and 2 iron nails inserted into its crevices. Due to the abundance of crabs caught today, they opted not to roast the pelican. Instead, they hung the bird above the cave entrance to be slowly smoked by the drifting fumes. Yu, uninterested in the blacksmithing process and unable to assist, busied herself inside the cave, attempting to weave a basket from twigs, using the framework that Zhang Yu had crafted for her while she completed the rest. The first to glow red were the 2 iron nails. Under these conditions, the best they could achieve was a red-hot state, as the temperature was far from sufficient to melt them. Zhang Yu used a stick to extract the nails, quickly striking the tips with the wooden mallet. The process was not as effortless as he had imagined. Striking a small surface area with what required caution and a lack of force rendered it ineffective. After several strikes with the wooden mallet, he swiftly switched to the stone hammers. The notion of striking iron with stone was already absurd, and after some time, the stones began to disintegrate, which was why Zhang Yu had prepared such a number of backup stone hammers. After more than half an hour, having exhausted 2 stone hammers and 5 stones, he finally flattened the tip of 1 iron nail. This was merely the beginning. Another half hour passed, and he successfully flattened the second nail. Immediately after, Zhang Yu became engrossed in his work, taking the red-hot iron sheet and using the nail tip as a chisel. Striking rapidly yet delicately, the thin iron sheet was swiftly shaped under the hammering, yielding the form he desired. Essentially, these were just blades, with several holes punched through the metal to facilitate binding them to wood, resulting in a small knife reminiscent of a wallpaper cutter. Zhang Yu had initially planned to fold several sheets of iron, hammering them together once heated to enhance their thickness. However, as this was his first experience forging without proper tools, it proved quite challenging, and he had to abandon that idea. After an indeterminate amount of time spent hammering, Zhang Yu finally ceased his efforts, satisfied with his work. He had not spoken to Yu during this time. They both needed silence to reflect and process their experiences. Despite the monotonous nature of the forging process, Zhang Yu found enjoyment in it, often spending his time creating and experimenting, which he found far more engaging than scrolling through his phone or playing video games. The log burned slowly, having consumed just over half its mass, and the remaining charcoal continued to smolder. This evening, he planned to add more firewood to sustain the embers, bringing them closer to their goal. Upon entering the cave, Shunsua sat upon a grass mat, her hands diligently weaving a basket crafted from twigs, significantly larger than a bicycle basket, nearing completion. Sensing Zhang Yu's arrival, she turned to him with a radiant smile. "What do you think? Impressive, isn't it?" Once one masters the technique, weaving such a basket is not particularly difficult. It seemed that after spending so long in solitude, she harbored her own thoughts. Zhang Yu praised her, "Quite remarkable. If we gather plants in the rainforest, we could carry back a substantial harvest." Shunsua beamed with pride, but soon her expression shifted. "Oh no, I completely forgot about roasting the crabs." Zhang Yu, unconcerned, replied, "No worries, we can roast them fresh. Don't rush. Let us enjoy the crabs and then take a rest." A water friend remarked, "Why does the atmosphere feel so peculiar? I'm a bit lost. This is more mentally taxing than a soap opera." Another added, "I fell asleep for a bit, but let us be honest, Zhang Yu's blacksmithing is genuinely hypnotic. Indeed, such a tranquil ambience is most soothing. When relatives visit, I can easily drift into a deep slumber while listening to their conversations. What a coincidence, I feel the same. Allow me to elucidate the plot. Zhang Yu is rather straightforward, seemingly devoted to research and wholly engrossed. Shun Siyue, on the other hand, remains somewhat enigmatic. There is little information about her, yet it is evident she bears her own narrative. Zhang Yu desires to show concern, but feels uncertain about how to proceed. Wow, your explanation has truly enlightened me, one exclaimed. What kind of story might the goddess possess? Perhaps she has a childhood sweetheart? Even if she does, he may no longer be in her life. The goddess, heartbroken, might have come to this deserted island to escape. Could it be a case of fleeing an unwanted marriage? Perhaps she detests her fiancé while secretly cherishing a timid childhood companion, leading her to the island in search of solace? Incredible. You all should consider becoming editors or novelists. Your talents are being wasted. Within the cave, Zhang Yu inquired, what troubles you? Although we lack wine, feel free to share your story. After a prolonged internal struggle, both began to crack into the crabs, unable to endure the silence any longer. Shun Siyue, taken aback, replied, I'm fine, really. I just feel that not thinking about anything can be quite pleasant. Do I seem like someone with a story? Zhang Yu took a hearty bite of crab meat and earnestly proclaimed, your face is a canvas of untold tales. Chapter 30, is that all? Wait. Allow me to prepare the wine and dishes before we continue. Everyone in the front row, please sit still and await the entertainment. Beer, drinks, 8 treasure porridge, everyone in front. Please make way. Peanuts, sunflower seeds, bottled water, beer, drinks, tea, eggs. Please keep your feet to yourself. Goodness, this is like a green train. It must be as I suspected. How could the goddess lack romantic experiences? She must be nursing a heartbreak to participate in this competition. Could it be a publicity stunt? The goddess may be crafting a persona, then return to sing a song or star in a film, launching her career thereafter. To those upstairs, intelligence is a valuable asset. But regrettably, you seem devoid of it. Why would one occupy a competition slot merely for publicity? Can't you discern the absence of a script? Indeed, it is quite evident that this individual is an ardent fan of a certain celebrity. One merely needs to observe those stars, particularly the female ones, and then return to scrutinize this couple. Those actresses truly excel in their craft. It appears that one of the female stars is on the brink of a breakdown, while others, despite their struggles, still seek survival. After a prolonged silence, Shun Siyue finally spoke. Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu patiently cracked open a crab claw. Responding with a curious Shun Siyue continued, let us seek other provisions tomorrow. Consuming crabs exclusively is detrimental to our health. Zhang Yu retorted, sister, this is a survival scenario on a deserted island. What choices do we have? Is there really a better way to change the subject? Sen Suyue, caught off guard by Zhang Yu's gaze, managed to smile, albeit awkwardly. Oh, it's really nothing. I merely left to escape my father's insistence on arranging a blind date for me. I'm still so young. Besides, what era is this? Blind dates are rather outdated. Zhang Yu, somewhat skeptical, thought, is that all? However, he chose to respect her reticence. It was her affair, and why should he trouble himself? While others might succumb to frustration upon losing a teammate, Zhang Yu felt confident that he would remain composed. Shun Siyue, feeling a surge of indignation, exclaimed, isn't that enough? Imagine if you had just graduated and were thrust into a blind date scenario. Would you accept? Zhang Yu opened another crab, noting the insufficient amount of roe, and remarked without concern, I would, as long as I could find someone appealing. Initially, my parents were indifferent, but as time passed, they grew anxious and devised various plans, including the purchase of that burdensome property. Shun Siyue fumed, realizing that her frustrations, seemingly trivial to others, highlighted a generational gap. How old was she? A girl constantly subjected to blind dates. Was she deemed unmarriageable or flawed in some way? What would become of her reputation if word got out? Initially reluctant to share her own struggles, she felt compelled to voice her frustrations since childhood. I have been subjected to my parents' relentless educational regimen. Piano, chess, literature, painting, singing, dancing, and musical instruments. My grandfather even taught me martial arts, while my maternal grandfather imparted medical knowledge. It was a constant cycle of learning, leaving me no time for anything else. Then, when I was older, my mother tragically passed away in an accident. At this point, tears welled in Shun Siyue's eyes as she set down the crab. After a moment of silence, she continued, eventually, I could no longer endure the torment and sought to study abroad, hoping that a change of scenery would allow me to forget the pain. Years later, upon returning with my degree, I joined my father's company, wishing to alleviate his burdens and apply the skills I had acquired. Yet, just as I began to acclimate to the corporate environment, he abruptly insisted I partake in blind dates. It seemed he was eager for me to marry and bear children, thus ensuring a legacy for our family, along with the continuation of my grandfather's and maternal grandfather's teachings. But I am a human being. What was the purpose of my relentless education throughout my life? Am I not even afforded a single opportunity to truly engage? Furthermore, how can one be compelled to associate with someone they do not cherish? Does he perceive me as a mere puppet? Meeting someone through a blind date. Do you understand the sensation? Shun Su Yu's agitation intensified, and before Zhang Yu could respond, she declared, "It feels akin to selling oneself. I feel like mere merchandise, available for others to scrutinize. It is revolting, utterly revolting." In a moment of overwhelming emotion, Shun Siwa impulsively pushed the crab before her into the stove, as if that half-eaten creature symbolized her suitor. Tears streamed down her face. A life that seemed predetermined felt utterly unfair. Why should it be this way? She would rather live on a deserted island. If she were to perish, so be it. A viewer remarked, "Parental love is but a shackle. Alas, it is the same for everyone." It appeared that even affluent families were not exempt from such struggles. What, then, was the purpose of earning money? As a woman, I empathize with her plight. Why must we be relegated to mere vessels of reproduction? Indeed, one ought to live free from the scrutiny of in-laws, to pursue one's desires without hindrance. I stand with Shun Siyue. May she carve her own path in life. As for others, let them be damned. Once Shun Siyue fell silent, Zhang Yu picked up another freshly roasted crab, his appetite insatiable. As if his stomach were a bottomless pit. Do you value your family's wealth more, or the legacy passed down from your grandfather and maternal grandfather? Shun Siyue, her exquisite face adorned with tears, paused momentarily before responding without hesitation. Of course, the legacy is of greater importance. Zhang Yu, while relishing the succulent crab meat, casually inquired, "Oh, so your father cannot accept the legacy of the elders?" Though Shun Siyue felt anger towards her father, she would defend him against others' criticisms. Do you think anyone can readily accept such a legacy? In martial arts, one must possess exceptional talent, willpower, and character. The standard for medicine are even higher. Zhang Yu swallowed the tender crab meat and remarked thoughtfully, "Your experience reminds me of a saying." "What saying?" Shun Siyue asked, perplexed, struggling to keep pace with Zhang Yu's train of thought. Unhurriedly, he replied, "There are 3 types of foolish birds in this world. One that flies first, another that refuses to fly out of fatigue, and, the most detestable, the 3rd type, which cannot fly at all, but lays an egg in its nest, hoping the next generation will soar." With a soft laugh, Shun Siyue, whose delicate visage was reminiscent of a weeping pear blossom, found herself momentarily lightened by Zhang Yu's leisurely cadence, which prevented her from fully venting her pent-up emotions. What had initially burdened her heart with despair, even driving her to thoughts of death, was now brushed aside by Zhang Yu's lightheartedness, leaving her with a hint of amusement. "Just wait, when you go outside, my father will surely give you a good thrashing for speaking so of him." In a villa in Kyoto, Shun Siyue's face flushed with indignation as he clenched his fists, longing to confront Zhang Yu. Yet the truth of Zhang Yu's words weighed heavily upon him. The family legacy was not merely about companies and industries. Those were but auxiliary matters. The true inheritance lay in Shun Heng's martial prowess and Zhang Jing's medical skills. Those with ability seldom face adversity, whereas those devoid of skill who possess immense wealth often find themselves either squandered or devoured by others. While his own capabilities were limited, his daughter was slightly more adept, managing to retain a fair amount of knowledge, yet unable to apply it, only able to pass it on to others. They now hoped to quickly nurture the next generation, instilling skills from a young age, perhaps to cultivate true talent. Was this not akin to being unable to take flight oneself, yet laying an egg for the next generation to soar? It was a painful realization. When the opportunity arose, he vowed to give that boy a sound beating. At the same time, he felt a profound sense of guilt towards his daughter. As a father, he had failed her miserably. Alas! The 2 elderly gentlemen possess a profound understanding. If matters are mishandled, the daughter may indeed harbor resentment towards her father for a lifetime. In the cavern of 4 Seasons Island, Zhang Yu, with a demeanor suggestive of extortion, taunted, "Strike me? Go ahead, give it a try. I shall call the authorities in an instant. Medical expenses, lost wages, compensation for emotional distress. Your family shall be ruined." Shun Siyue, nearly forgetting her previous discontent, jested, "Well, you better be prepared. If you are so easily satisfied, my father would be beating you daily, and that meager compensation wouldn't even be a scratch on the surface." Zhang Yu felt a slight sting from her words. However, his eyes soon sparkled with a sudden realization. "All right, you mentioned you would teach me martial arts. Once I master it, I could defend myself. You mustn't keep any secrets from me." Shun Siyue rolled her eyes. "You want me to teach you martial arts so you can confront my father? Do I really appear that foolish?" Chapter 31. A beautiful day begins with a beating. After enjoying crabs, the 2 soon fell into a deep slumber. Due to time constraints, they had only briefly separated, just as the previous day. Shun Siyue had barely lain down for 3 minutes before drifting off, while Zhang Yu silently engaged in a clandestine endeavor. He whimsically recited the complete Kanzen heart method he had seen on television, pondering whether this meant that other martial arts techniques might also be effective. Yet, he could only recall this one method in its entirety. Zhang Yu racked his brain, struggling to remember others, Not that he couldn't, but rather that the novels or shows only provided fragmented snippets. As for the 9 divine art, he thought, let them be strong. The gentle breeze caresses the mountain ridge. Let them be arrogant. The bright moon illuminates the great river. Let them be harsh or wicked. I possess a reservoir of true energy. For the North Sea divine art, he pondered how to draw inner strength from the lesser merchant to store it within his energy sea. Should he use a syringe or a fan? And what of the Lingbo Weibo, with its poetic phrases that eluded his comprehension? He had memorized these as a child, dreaming of becoming a martial arts master himself, believing that by simply writing them down, he might eventually learn them. Ultimately, the only method he retained was the complete Kanzen heart method recited by Yang Guo on television, which had become his go-to mantra for sleepless nights, ensuring he would soon drift away into slumber after a few recitations. After much contemplation with no resolution, he mused that perhaps this was destiny. What is meant to be yours cannot be taken away, and what is not yours cannot be forced. He once again recited the Kanzen heart method. The great path begins with the opening of the 9 orifices. The 9 orifices originate from the coccyx. Start from a yongquan at the sole of the foot, flowing upward to the knees, then gradually to the coccyx, as the energy spirals rapidly at the top of the Niwen. The secret language, passed down by masters, is understood from the very beginning. It arrives without residue and departs without a trace, cleansing the years of dust and illuminating the entire being in the vast void. The second day of the survival competition on Four Seasons Island came to an end. A night devoid of conversation passed. Zhang Yu awoke from a sweet, dreamless slumber, and as expected, he found another person nestled in his arms. Shen Suyu had somehow migrated to his side. As he glanced down, even the slightest movement stirred her from her slumber, and their eyes met. Bang! Indeed, a beautiful day begins with a beating. Soda. After a busy morning, the two of them had a meal, but did not rush to the sea. Instead, they arrived at the sandy area, ready to learn martial arts. Throughout the morning, Zhang Yu remained silent, offering no explanation to Shen Suyu. Upon reaching the sand, however, Shen Suyu leaned close to his ear and softly apologized. Zhang Yu grumbled, asking what they would learn today, urging her to hurry and not waste time. He was unsure why he felt this way. He held her close for a night and received a light punch in the morning, which seemed trivial. Awakening today, his mind felt remarkably clear, akin to the sky after rain, lucid and pure, gradually bringing some previously vague memories into sharper focus. At this moment, he realized it was indeed the merit of the Chuanjin heart method. The dream of becoming a martial artist within him was awakened. Even after being struck by Shen Suyu, he bore no anger and was genuinely curious about what practicing martial arts would entail in the future. Shen Suyu still felt a bit embarrassed. She had some recollections of having a nightmare wherein a horde of crocodiles chased her. Upon finding solace in Zhang Yu's arms, the nightmare dissipated, allowing her to sleep soundly. Her punch to Zhang Yu was purely instinctive, and fortunately, it was the same as she struck the day before. Unnoticed by the live stream audience, Shen Suyu whispered in Zhang Yu's ear about the shadow following leg and bagua palm, allowing him to choose either. She cautioned him, though, that while she would teach him martial arts, some techniques could not be passed on without her grandfather's permission. Thus, she would only teach him once, and whether he could learn depended on his own ability. Additionally, she discreetly informed him of the methods of exertion and the key principles. These secrets must not be shared with others. Zhang Yu nodded silently, but internally he was overjoyed. He could instantly replicate what Shen Suyu had taught him the previous day, with remarkable clarity. It was likely due to the Chuanjin heart method that his mind and senses were exceptionally sharp, making it nearly impossible for him to forget anything. Rest assured, I won't teach anyone else. However, you must be careful not to let others learn from you while demonstrating in front of the live audience. Hearing that Zhang Yu had finally forgiven her, Shen Suyu felt relieved. She playfully smiled. Did you not know that drones have a cruising function for capturing scenery? Saying this, she grabbed their drone, adjusted the shooting mode, and sent it soaring to capture the surrounding landscape. Viewers commented, damn, I wanted to learn martial arts with Zhang Yu too. I even bought my martial arts gear for this. And this is all I get to see? I've changed into my gear for this. What's going on upstairs? Same here. I woke up early and rushed to the park, hoping to practice with Zhang Yu. But clearly, the goddess doesn't want to teach. Ha! There are truly people foolish enough to think they could learn. I noticed yesterday that when it came to crucial points, the goddess discreetly whispered to Zhang Yu. How could she easily pass it on to others? Speaking of which, why were they so awkward with each other this morning? Did they have another disagreement? 2 hours later, Zhang Yu assumed the same awkward position from yesterday, while Shen Suyu observed him with an uncertain expression. She genuinely followed through on her promise, guiding Zhang Yu through the shadow, following leg and bagua palm, demonstrating each technique and correcting his mistakes along the way. Zhang Yu appears to possess an extraordinary talent. After just one lesson, he practiced with remarkable proficiency. Is this the distinction between men and women? Furthermore, when it comes to cultivating hard qigong, Zhang Yu seems to embody the essence of many repetitions, effortlessly assuming the stance and entering a state of breath regulation. This is quite miraculous, isn't it? Is this the kind of successor that Grandpa sought? In the traditional courtyard of Kyoto, Elder Shun gazed intently at the computer screen, where Zhang Yu was practicing breath control, his large hands repeatedly opening and closing. If only my granddaughter would return. It is rather inappropriate for a woman to be so helpless in public, under the scrutiny of so many. A woman's voice resonated behind Elder Shun. Turning to look, he saw a woman in a qipao, exuding elegance, with only a few wrinkles gracing her face, carrying a handbag as she prepared to leave. He frowned and remarked, "And what about you? You claim to be concerned about her. Yet you haven't even opened the orchestra this morning. At your age, you should be at home." The woman rolled her eyes at Elder Shun. "It's not the same. I am a guiding instructor at the Kyoto Orchestra, going to teach. What about your granddaughter?" Elder Shun turned away, dismissing her with a huff. "Teaching, you say? She's already part of the first orchestra. What can you teach that others aren't already overseeing?" Upon hearing this, the woman laughed and stepped closer to Elder Shun. "What? Are you feeling jealous, old man? What are you watching? Huh? Why is Xiaoya teaching that young man martial arts?" Elder Shun momentarily forgot his jealousy, his eyes lighting up. "My dear, let me tell you, this young man has remarkable talent. One lesson with him is equivalent to Xiaoya's 10 days of training." But wait. Elder Shun's eyes widened in shock as he observed Zhang Yu's complexion turning increasingly purple on the screen. Despite his breathing, it appeared as though he was suffocating from a lack of oxygen. This state persisted for several seconds, and then, unexpectedly, Zhang Yu, while practicing breath control, suddenly coughed up blood. Chapter 32. A refreshing sensation. While practicing hard qigong and breath control, Zhang Yu silently recited the complete truth heart method in his mind. The familiar sensation returned. Starting from his feet, the feeling of energy being drawn upward once again emerged. This time, however, the energy seemed to have a certain resilience. When it reached his knees, it faltered, unlike yesterday's total exhaustion. This uncomfortable sensation of being caught between rising and falling was unbearable. Zhang Yu felt that this force must surge upward for him to find relief. Though he understood little of the underlying principles, he stubbornly persisted with sheer willpower. As he felt close to a breakthrough, he exerted himself to control the force upward, yet he realized he could not truly command it. He could only exert a faint influence, akin to cheering from the sidelines. It was a peculiar feeling, unbeknownst to him. His face grew increasingly purple until, puff. "Ah, Zhang Yu, what is wrong with you?" Shun Su Yu, having taken a stroll along the seaside and finding joy in a fishing net rope, returned just in time to witness Zhang Yu's alarming display of blood. She had never heard of anyone coughing up blood from practicing martial arts. Typically, it would only result in misalignment and frustration. Zhang Yu's expression was rather peculiar. He himself could hardly believe that after spitting blood, he actually felt invigorated. "I am uncertain. It was merely through practice that I coughed up blood. However, there is no need for concern, as I feel a sense of relief following the incident. Indeed, I feel quite rejuvenated. The area around my knees is pleasantly warm, and I experience a sensation of unimpeded energy flow. The chill from my prolonged exposure to the sea yesterday has nearly dissipated. I dare not claim that this is solely due to the rigorous practice of martial arts. It is undoubtedly intertwined with the essence of the true heart method. Perhaps we should refrain from further training for now. If you truly wish to learn, I can have my grandfather instruct you upon our return." Shin Suyu expressed her concern, for coughing up blood is no trivial matter. We must avoid any perilous consequences. Zhang Yu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and coughed up more blood and phlegm, reassuring her, "It's nothing serious. I'm quite well, actually. By the way, do you understand the acupoints in the human body?" Seeing that he was genuinely untroubled, Shun Suyu felt a bit more at ease. "It's good that you're fine. Perhaps it was merely a misalignment of energies that caused the reverse blood flow. If you ever feel unwell, you must stop immediately. Understood?" After Zhang Yu nodded earnestly, she continued, "I am well versed in the acupoints. I shall teach you when we have the time." Zhang Yu felt a surge of joy, realizing that understanding the acupoints would allow for a more precise visualization during his cultivation. Rising to his feet, he stretched his legs, feeling stronger than before. "Let us proceed to create a simple device for extracting sea salt and a distillation apparatus for seawater. Afterwards, we shall venture into the rainforest. Upon our return at noon, we can dive to gather seafood and collect human refuse. Water friend, has Zhang Yu contracted some terminal illness? Is he merely feigning nonchalance for Shun Suyu's sake? I share the same sentiment. How can one cough up blood from mere training? This is not some martial arts film where one loses control. Fortunately, I did not join the goddess in learning that dubious hard qigong. Just observing the postures felt untrustworthy. I attempted to practice, yet my legs merely ached without any other sensations. I do feel something, It is merely the urge to find a restroom. I suggest the production team have Zhang Yu examined upon reaching the island. We must ensure nothing untoward occurs. Could it be food poisoning? I am uncertain. Let's observe further. Perhaps Zhang Yu is indeed concealing an ailment. Alas, this brother has it tough. Within the courtyard, an elderly woman expressed her anxiety. Old man, please ensure that Xiao Yu does not lead him astray. She was none other than Shun, Su Yu's grandmother. Old Master Shun displayed a myriad of emotions. Hesitation, disbelief, joy, and trepidation. After a long pause, he remarked, "Do not fret. Let us wait and see. You are unaware that when I was 40, I too coughed up blood during my training, yet afterward, my skills improved significantly. I once heard from an esteemed elder in the military that a Taoist he knew had similarly coughed blood several times. Such occurrences are beneficial. I suspect that Zhang Yu is experiencing something akin to this, though I find it hard to believe, considering he has only just begun his practice." In the conference room of the production team, the morning meeting was underway. Director Luo's strategy was sound. Focusing solely on a few stars would impede the program's potential growth by locking in the traffic. Today, we shall select several teams worthy of cultivation. They are acutely aware of the importance of popularity and will strive to showcase themselves. We will have the editors pay closer attention to them, highlighting their appeal, and subsequently arrange for live broadcasting from the main studio. At this moment, Xiao Ning entered and whispered a few words into Director Luo's ear. The director's brow furrowed deeply as he proceeded to examine his recent health check records, hoping there was no grave illness lurking. Xiao Ning nodded and exited the room. On the island of Four Seasons, Zhang Yu's prowess and handiwork once again left Shun Su Yu profoundly impressed. Upon returning, he meticulously gathered the ash left from burning wood over the past 2 days, amassing a total of 113 nails. Over 100 indeed, a considerable collection. Moreover, most of them were steel nails. With such materials, he could undoubtedly forge a sharp dagger. Of course, gathering the necessary equipment for smelting iron was no trivial task. At the very least, he would need a hammer. He filled a larger mineral water bottle with seawater, sealing the opening with a cloth strip, and positioned it upside down to allow the seawater to drip steadily. Below it lay a large, slightly sloped clean stone slab, with dry wood burning beneath. As the seawater dripped onto the slab, the heat would cause it to evaporate rapidly, and soon the spots where the droplets had landed transformed into white patches, indicating a thin layer of salt had formed. This was merely the first step in extracting sea salt, a substitute for sun-drying salt. Further steps involved filtration and washing the salt, followed by repeated evaporation. Only then could the sea salt be deemed safe for consumption. In truth, even salt that had been extracted once was edible, though it depended on luck. If fortune was unkind, one might fall ill. This apparatus for extracting sea salt alone could hardly be enough to captivate the stunning Shun Su Yu. Another device was set up alongside the sea salt extraction apparatus. Zhang Yu had punctured a large iron can, fashioning it into a funnel-like shape that covered the stone slab. He left 2 openings, one for the seawater input of the dripping apparatus, and the other connected to a mineral water bottle. The other end of this bottle connected to a horizontal bottle, culminating in a complete water bottle. In total, 3 mineral water bottles formed a system to capture the steam from the seawater. The seawater would evaporate through the stone slab, and the steam would be gathered by the iron cover, flowing into the horizontal bottle for condensation. Due to gravity, the condensed water would flow into the final bottle, transforming the distilled seawater into fresh water, ready for consumption. However, it is worth noting that distilled water should not be consumed in excess, as it lacks trace minerals present in regular water. Prolonged deficiency of these minerals could lead to health issues. Thus, the 2 devices operated in concert, utilizing resources efficiently. Only a bit of firewood was required, which was plentiful along the beach. Having completed these tasks, Zhang Yu had exhausted his supply of bottles, but he remained unfazed, confident that he could find more when he returned to the sea at noon. He took out the blade he had crafted the previous night, and the 2 of them polished it against the stone for a while. The iron was already thin, having been hammered the night before, and with some grinding, it became sharp. He then bound the iron piece to a wooden stick using the bark from branches, fashioning a moderately sharp knife. Zhang Yu also wove 2 grass ropes, each the thickness of a thumb, from mugwort to attach to the basket Shun Su Yu had woven the day before, creating a shoulder strap. Thus, a backpack was formed, perfectly suitable as long as it was not burdened with excessively heavy items. Once everything was prepared, Zhang Yu sliced some pelican meat to feed to the hawk family. The 2 individuals donned their gear and ventured boldly into the depths of the rainforest. Chapter 33. Exploring the rainforest. The family of the falcon mother, being wild and vigilant, seldom sleeps in the presence of intruders. However, yesterday, exhaustion had taken its toll on the falcon mother. Leaving them at the sanctuary, well fed, would allow them to rest soundly. And by the time the duo returned, the weakness from a few days without food would likely have dissipated. For this expedition, their basic equipment consisted of a sturdy stick each, while Zhang Yu wielded a makeshift spear. Each carried a knife, and Zhang Yu had a backpack slung over his shoulder, filled with 5 steel nails and several handy stones. Such rudimentary gear was among the finest in all the teams. Yet, Zhang Yu was not the only one skilled in wilderness survival. After a day of adaptation, all teams had made varying degrees of progress. On this third day, 90% of the teams had managed to ignite fires and construct various makeshift shelters. Notably, many teams had even captured substantial prey in their traps today. The competition had suddenly blossomed into a vibrant spectacle, leaving the audience somewhat overwhelmed. The viewership in Zhang Yu and Shen Suyu's livestream had noticeably dwindled, with Zhang Yu's count slightly above 2 million and Shen Suyu at over 120,000. In another livestream, Mu Rong Xiaoyu enthusiastically narrated the exploits of a premier team from Europe, highlighting a duo, one adept at surviving in the wild and the other skilled in exploration and hunting, a perfect partnership. If Zhang Yu were to witness this, he would undoubtedly be astonished, as they bore a striking resemblance to Bear Grylls and Ed Stafford, even sharing similar names, one named Belial and the other Ed. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now witnessing 2 wilderness survival experts from Europe. They ignited their fire on the very first day, constructed a shelter, and enjoyed a feast of locusts. Yesterday, they set numerous traps, and Belial crafted a makeshift bow and arrow from branches. Their initial survival area is inland, and just moments ago, one of their traps yielded success, capturing an antelope. This is a remarkable achievement for novice wilderness survivors. Their food reserves will soar to the top among all teams. Survival in the wild relies heavily on both luck and skill, especially in the early stages. With ample food, one can free up time for other pursuits. Much like Zhang Yu and Shen Suyu, who had now entered the rainforest. Being a subtropical rainforest, the vegetation was not as densely packed as in true tropical jungles. Nevertheless, moving swiftly was no simple task. Don't rush too much. What if there's a snake? Zhang Yu cautioned. Oh, is that a palm tree? He halted, recognizing the famed palm tree, despite being a northerner with limited exposure to tropical flora. This particular palm was quite large, its trunk thicker than a thigh, not the kind from which one could easily harvest palm hearts. Ah, it seems this one is inedible, Shen Suyu expressed her disappointment, having hoped to find edible palm hearts. After surveying the tree and confirming the absence of snakes or other venomous creatures, Zhang Yu raised his knife and struck the trunk. Swoosh! The small knife penetrated the tree trunk gradually, revealing a hint of pale pink branches. Who said it was inedible? This palm tree, presumably a sago palm, seems to thrive here unexpectedly. Its trunk is abundant in starch. The process of extracting the starch is rather cumbersome, yet once obtained, it becomes consumable. Zhang Yu swallowed hard after speaking, for the Chinese have a profound reliance on staple foods. This explains why Shen Suyu devoured seafood with gusto, yet exhibited a reluctance towards other offerings. Her body yearned for nourishment, but her spirit hesitated, primarily due to the absence of staple food. Let us go. We cannot procure it just yet, Zhang Yu declared, turning to leave, with Shen Suyu closely following. In a bid to comfort her, he remarked, let us not dwell on it for now. We possess no tools, so having anything to eat is a blessing. Once we secure a new shelter, I assure you I will procure staple food for you at the earliest opportunity. Shen Suyu, reminiscent of a girl seduced by empty promises, responded eagerly. That is a promise. Is this cassava? She exclaimed, pointing at a modest bush with leaves. Zhang Yu, taken aback, realized that many things in this area were beyond his knowledge. Even passing by, he could not identify them, yet he had heard of some by name and their uses. Cassava? Are you certain? Shen Suyu tugged at him, circling the cassava plant with enthusiasm, finally nodding in confirmation. Indeed, it is cassava. Ha, we have staple food. Zhang Yu shared in her excitement. He was aware that this edible plant grows underground, much like potatoes, yielding bountiful harvests. Once unearthed, cassava can be peeled and steamed for consumption. Dubbed the king of starch, it can be refined to create a variety of delectable dishes. Seeing Shen Suyu bend down to dig, Zhang Yu quickly pulled her up. What are you doing? We must hurry and dig. He suppressed his excitement and chuckled. Why the rush? Our shelter is only about a mile away. We want to lose it. Let us see if there are more cassava plants nearby. We need to preserve some roots for planting, rather than merely indulging in a few meals. Reflecting on his words, Shen Suyu agreed and began searching the vicinity. As such plants typically grow in clusters. In the commentary booth, the female host smiled and remarked, it seems Zhang Yu and Shen Suyu have indeed struck fortunate luck. De Zhuang had long since set aside his prejudices against Zhang Yu, recognizing that the latter had garnered far more fans than himself. In the realm of internet fame, if one cannot compete, one must acquiesce. The acquisition of starch was vital for them, as the Chinese people require staple foods. With cassava, if distributed wisely, they could potentially have sufficient staple food for the entire year. In conclusion, he inquired of the host, Sister Tian, has the production team introduced any grain crops to the island? The host, known as Tian Tian, had been addressed as Director Tian just yesterday. But with Zhang Yu's rise, the tone had shifted. A voice came through her earpiece, and she replied with a smile. The production team has just authorized it. They began introducing some crop seeds 2 years ago. However, without human intervention, it's challenging for these crops to propagate on their own. The production team did not introduce cassava. It is a plant native to Four Seasons Island. Zhang Yu and Shun Suyu toiled for half an hour, ultimately uncovering a mere 12 cassava plants, a mixed bag of fortune indeed. Rather than commence excavation immediately, they pressed further inland, as one of their objectives for the day was to traverse the rainforest and carve out a path. These cassavas deserved a more favorable environment. Otherwise, by the end of the competition, they might scarcely have enough to eat. Zhang Yu expressed his discontent. Shun Suyu concurred, lamenting the lengthy growth cycle of cassava. If only they were potatoes, which could be harvested in just over 3 months. Suddenly, Zhang Yu halted, accustomed as he was to Shun Suyu's exuberant exclamations. She had a particular knack for botany, and he often deferred to her expertise. Ah, haha, these are chili peppers, Shun Suyu exclaimed, pointing excitedly at a cluster of green, upward-pointing chilies. But that was not all. She was eager to pluck them. Zhang Yu instinctively scanned the surroundings for any potential danger, and it was this instinct that ultimately saved Shun Suyu. Chapter 34. Stay still, there's danger. Stay still, there's danger. Zhang Yu's gaze fixated on a small snake, motionless and camouflaged among the green chili plants, pretending to be merely another branch. Having grown up near mountainous terrain, he had taken the time to learn about snakes. What's wrong? Shun Suyu felt an immense pull and suddenly found herself beside Zhang Yu. Upon hearing his warning, she froze, her earlier joy at discovering the peppers dissipating entirely. Look beneath the chilies, there's a green snake. Zhang Yu raised his spear, his expression grave. In the commentary booth, Tian anxiously inquired of Dezhuang. Teacher Dezhuang, what kind of snake is this? Dezhuang could only respond with confusion. As a wilderness internet celebrity, he was not well versed in such matters, having relied on prepared scripts for most of his knowledge. Fortunately, Zhang Yu provided clarity. What is that snake? It's green and rather cute, Shun Suyu exclaimed. Her initial terror at the mention of a snake causing her hair to stand on end, yet her fear waned upon seeing its appearance. Zhang Yu was right beside her, ready to protect her, and the snake appeared quite unthreatening, resembling a fake snake one might find for sale on the street. Zhang Yu, slightly exasperated, thought to himself, just because something in nature is cute does not mean it poses no danger. This is a bamboo viper. It is venomous, but not fatal. I will deal with it. If we were to get bitten, we would have to withdraw from the competition. Shun Suyu instinctively became a burden. Clutching Zhang Yu's shirt tightly, Zhang Yu remained relatively calm, having experience in handling snakes, although he had generally dealt with non-venomous ones. The bamboo viper was small and exquisitely beautiful, its emerald hue enticing enough that unknowing individuals might feel compelled to touch it. Zhang Yu extended the spear, attempting to coax the bamboo viper to the ground, thus allowing him the opportunity to either impale or capture it. However, the vibrant little serpent suddenly lunged forward, and while there was little to fear from its bite on the spear, its body sprang up as if equipped with springs, swiftly climbing the shaft of the spear. The sudden turn of events caused Shun Suyu to tightly embrace Zhang Yu's waist. The atmosphere heightened Zhang Yu's senses, and without a moment's hesitation, he discarded the harpoon. Almost instinctively, a steel nail emerged from his pocket. Whoosh! Thud! At such a close range, Zhang Yu was remarkably accurate, driving the steel nail directly through the head of the bamboo leaf green snake, propelling it a short distance before pinning it to the ground. Despite having witnessed Zhang Yu's prowess before, the sight was still awe-inspiring, a truly invincible maneuver. Unbeknownst to Zhang Yu, in the years to come, many adept practitioners of nail throwing would emerge in China, all inspired by his technique and dedicating themselves to practice. However, no matter how hard they trained, none could replicate the force he wielded. The bamboo leaf green snake was firmly pinned to the ground, its tail and body thrashing about, yet it could not escape. Zhang Yu carefully surveyed his surroundings before casting an annoyed glance at Shun Suyu, who was still clinging to his waist. You're not afraid of the snake, but you're nearly scaring me to death. Could you refrain from being the atmosphere creator? It's no different from someone lighting firecrackers while you stand nearby in fright. Shun Suyu naturally released her hold on Zhang Yu and playfully pinched the small amount of soft flesh on his abdomen. I'm not afraid. Snakes are just as terrifying as insects with too many legs. Hiss. Zhang Yu inhaled sharply. Ouch. Be gentle. If you pinch me to death, I'll see how you escape this rainforest. With a giggle, Shun Suyu teased, Are you made of paper? You think that could actually kill you? The two exchanged playful banter until the bamboo leaf-green snake began to thrash erratically. Zhang Yu then picked up the harpoon to secure the snake. And with a swift motion, he drew his knife. He reassured himself, 3 cuts, and I'll be rid of its head. That is not too bad. Shen Suyu watched with keen interest as Zhang Yu carefully retrieved the steel nail. Zhang Yu, will you teach me your nail-throwing and launching skills? Zhang Yu shrugged, indifferent. There's no technique to it. It's all about relentless practice. He drained the blood from the snake's body and wrapped it in leaves before placing it in his backpack. Birds like falcons adore snake meat, and he intended to treat them. Only then did he turn his attention to a cluster of peppers. What kind of peppers are these? They must be chili peppers, right? As he spoke, a smile crept across Zhang Yu's face, for he was finally able to indulge in spicy food. Cautiously, Shen Suyu approached and delicately sniffed with her exquisite nose. Achu, one must admit, a sneeze from a beauty is always delightful to behold. Shen Suyu gazed at the peppers, noting their intense spiciness, reminiscent of the world-renowned bird-eye chili. Before Zhang Yu could inquire, she elaborated. Bird-eye chili is extremely hot, but it is edible. For seasoning, we only need to cut a small piece and dilute it with water. After a moment of thought, she continued, let us wrap them in leaves. We can pluck 2 and wait for them to ripen before collecting seeds for planting. Zhang Yu was aware that as long as the chili seeds matured, it didn't matter whether the peppers themselves were ripe. Once dried, the seeds could be planted. Of course, this only applied to the original chili, not hybrids. Cautiously plucking 2 peppers from amidst the foliage, the duo continued on their journey. However, it seemed that their stroke of good fortune had been exhausted, as they encountered no particularly useful plants thereafter. Only a few unfamiliar flora, hastily gathered by Shen Suyu, were claimed to serve as substitutes for seasoning upon their return. An hour later, they traversed a wooded area and soon felt a breeze distinct from the coastal winds. Indeed, they had officially entered the inland. The vegetation here was markedly sparser, with the once dense clusters of plants now dissipated, yet Zhang Yu found himself filled with joy. This environment bore a striking resemblance to the mountains near his home, and it was amidst such surroundings that he felt truly at ease. Despite his outward composure, he had been inwardly anxious. How many people from Huagua could truly adapt to the tropical rainforest environment? The presence of poisonous creatures and toxic fruits was enough to instill fear. This was not a nurturing land, but rather one that claimed lives. Nonetheless, every locale had its inhabitants, and several groups even migrated toward the coast in search of their own suitable environments. Shen Suyu also felt a wave of relaxation wash over her. While the wilderness here was still abundant with vegetation, it lacked the overwhelming intimidation of the rainforest. Hey, where are you going? She began to speak, only to notice Zhang Yu excitedly sprinting a few paces ahead. Without him by her side, a sense of panic enveloped her. Zhang Yu reached a patch of exposed soil, exclaiming thus, and it has some stickiness to it. What a find. Shen Suyu hurried over and discreetly tugged at the hem of his shirt, asking, what a lus are you planning to? Chapter 35, Lus. Zhang Yu nodded. Indeed, Lus has a wide array of applications. What we urgently need now is to construct a smelting furnace and a primitive bellows from it. This will allow us to achieve the necessary flame temperatures to smelt iron. Shen Suyu understood Zhang Yu's overarching plan. As long as they prepared some basic tools for expansion, they would leave the coastline and venture into the inland. So, what shall we do? Can we carry back a basket of lus? Will it suffice? Zhang Yu shook his head. Not enough, but fret not. There are plenty of branches from the trees here. Just earlier, I discovered several vines in the rainforest. We can weave those into large baskets. He glanced at the sky, noting that it was already midday. Let's hasten our efforts. We should be back at the shelter by 3 or 4 this afternoon. Though they had initially planned to venture back into the sea, transporting lus took precedence. 2 baskets of lus would likely suffice. Their primary aim was to create a bellows and to mold with the lus. They had a few more days at sea, but he anticipated that their iron collection would be limited. Crafting an axe and a knife would be sufficient. The 2 of them shared a coconut and sampled some of its flesh before commencing their tasks. They found themselves in a peculiar dilemma regarding their meals. On one hand, they were ravenous, yet on the other, they were reluctant to consume too much. The absence of seasoning was a significant factor. Yesterday's fishy scent had dampened their appetite considerably. Only when their hunger became unbearable could they truly indulge once more. Those who claimed that anything one might find in the wilderness tasted delightful clearly lacked outdoor experience. Without spices, who could withstand the inherent flavors of the ingredients? Seafood is somewhat preferable, as its subtle flavor is not overwhelmingly fishy. However, other ingredients falter, such as pelican, which lacks fat and may become tough when roasted. Given the current circumstances, the best approach would be to prepare a beggar's chicken, albeit without the necessary seasonings. And neither dares to experiment. Fortunately, now there are chilies, salt, and the spices gathered by Shen Suyu, allowing for the creation of delectable dishes. This is truly the wilderness. far less idyllic than one might imagine. Water friends. It is often said that we are food enthusiasts, yet upon entering the wilderness, I have observed that the most joyous diners are the Europeans. They savor everything in its purest form. Just look at the antelope meat that Bailey and the others have roasted, dark and charred like charcoal, quite unappetizing. I also noticed that they dug a pit to slow-cook lamb legs with nothing added. Can it really taste good? I am unsure. When stewed, beef and lamb with a pinch of salt can be delightful, yet I wonder if the wild antelope, devoid of seasoning, carries a gamey flavor. Among the contestants, Zhang Yu and his companion prepare the cleanest and most aesthetically pleasing dishes, yet one cannot witness their hearty enjoyment. Brother, did you not see how they devour crabs? Watching them made me hungry. Now that they have seasonings, I wonder what they will create. In any case, I have ordered roasted goose from shop and will join them for a meal. A splendid idea. I shall place an order as well. At 3 in the afternoon, 2 hunched figures emerged from the rainforest. Even though they had found a makeshift shelter, their pace remained sluggish. Zhang Yu carried a large rattan basket on his back, predominantly filled with yellow earth, while a smaller basket at his front contained some cassava and plant branches. Shun Siwei bore a slightly smaller rattan basket, also filled with yellow earth. While the straight-line distance was not great, navigating through the rainforest severely hampered their speed. I am utterly exhausted, Zhang Yu exclaimed as he set down the front basket and assisted Shun Siwei in lowering her heavy rattan basket. As Shun Siwei relaxed for a moment, she promptly helped Zhang Yu with his load. In the shelter's stove, only a few embers remained. The previously prepared seawater distillation device had yielded its last, replaced now by glistening solid salt upon the stone slab and a substantial portion of water. Here, have a sip. Zhang Yu smiled as he handed over a bottle of mineral water. This was their first bottle of water in 3 days. Thank you, Shun Siwei replied with a sweet smile. She cared little for the water itself. It was Zhang Yu's attentiveness that delighted her. No matter the situation, he always prioritized her. Such meticulous care is perhaps beyond what even couples typically offer. Take now, for instance. Zhang Yu's lips were cracked and parched, yet he still insisted she drink first. Shun Siwei took a sip, the tasteless water flowing smoothly down her throat, and upon receiving its refreshing essence, every cell in her body seemed to rejoice. Tears nearly welled in her eyes. Water, the very essence of life. You should drink too. Shun Siwei offered the bottle back, momentarily unconcerned about any implications of indirect kissing. Nourishment and hydration were paramount. They were on the brink of exhaustion, thirst, and hunger. Zhang Yu took a hearty gulp. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The falcon mother and her family observed them, her keen eyes fixated on the water in Zhang Yu's hand. Are you thirsty too, falcon mother? Would you like some water? Zhang Yu inquired directly, pointing at the water he held. Chirp, chirp. Although communication was lacking, the essence was understood. Zhang Yu remarked to Shun Siwei, it must be quite warm at the shelter by noon. It's rare for them to desire water. Then pour some for them quickly. I will head to the beach to fetch more water for distillation, Zhang Yu instructed. Be cautious and pay attention to your surroundings. He poured some water from the iron can for the falcon mother, who drank her fill, and then he fed Su, Yu, and Yu in turn. The 3 little creatures were unafraid, and the falcon mother held a favorable impression of him. As they grew more accustomed to one another, they could begin to train with food. During the remaining time, Zhang Yu refrained from returning to the sea, instead distilling some seawater while the 2 of them prepared seasonings to marinate the pelicans. They then wrapped them tightly in broad leaves and formed 3 large spheres with clay made from yellow earth. Indeed, their intention was to consume all 3 pelicans. Just as they eagerly anticipated the emergence of their delectable feast, the production team stood ready for action. Wilderness Jiegu was a prominent online streamer, whose broadcasting style emulated that of foreign survival experts. He ventured everywhere, challenging various survival environments around the globe. In Huagua, he enjoyed immense popularity. After participating in a wilderness survival competition, his fame soared to rival that of several celebrities, capturing a significant portion of public attention. His partner was a popular female star, and together their pairing attracted an astounding amount of focus. On the first day of the competition, their live stream received a full 3 hours of camera time. Jiegu exuded confidence as they began their survival journey by a river inland, where, due to the damp conditions, they were unable to start fire. But their shelter had already been constructed. On the second day, they set traps like everyone else, yet by the third day, they had caught no prey and were utterly famished. Ignoring the frigid waters of the inland river, Jiegu opted to fish. The water was crystal clear, so there was no fear of crocodiles, and indeed, he managed to catch a carp weighing over 2 pounds, which garnered them hundreds of thousands in donations during the live stream. Initially, everything seemed normal as they joyfully prepared the fish. However, just as they were about to enjoy their catch, the scent of blood attracted a tiger. All previous experience dealing with wild beasts faded into oblivion as Jiegu and the female star screamed in terror. Eventually, it was the star who cleverly dragged him behind the fire, where they faced off against the tiger from a distance. This was the first time competitors had confronted a ferocious beast head-on. The surveillance drone hovering above all competitors descended, its weaponry trained squarely on the tiger. Yet, the most infuriating part was that, once Zhang Yu had regained his composure, he inexplicably chose to continue the competition, brandishing a flaming stick in an attempt to drive the tiger away. Did he truly believe that fire would deter the animal? Chapter 36. The Call of the Pelican Water Friends. I would stake my head to guarantee that Zhang Yu is a fraud. They should be slowly retreating with the fire in hand, escaping this area. But what is he doing now? On the very first day, I discerned the truth. He spoke with great eloquence, having prepared for half the day, yet failed to kindle a fire. It was only on the following day that it was Xuelin who assisted him in igniting a spark. I was left speechless, standing by the river. One could starve for 3 days, and the traps he set were riddled with flaws, a far cry from what Bailiers and his team could achieve. Spare us the sarcastic remarks. Clearly, you are reveling in this, are you not? Brother Jia's progress is no different from that of the other groups. It is merely a stroke of bad luck. Why is he being belittled? Surely you have not witnessed Brother Jia's prowess abroad, where he utilized traps to take down lions, have you? Alas, it is futile to reason with die-hard fans. Slaying a lion? The enormity of those traps must have taken countless hands to excavate. Not to mention, even an elephant would struggle to escape if ensnared. Could it be possible that they were dug by an excavator? Hush, do not speak. Look, the tiger is about to charge. On the screen, the resplendent tiger, provoked by Brother Jia with a torch, was leaping in fury. The flames were indeed fearsome, yet was unwilling to relinquish its prey. Roar! The tiger let out a thunderous roar, suddenly circling the fire pit. Brother Jia, let us concede. An unmistakable fear flickered in Brother Jia's eyes. Yet he was reluctant to surrender. He understood his performance over the past few days. To abandon now would allow for a flimsy explanation upon return. But a decline in popularity was inevitable. His audacity to challenge was not solely for show. A measure of courage accompanied it. Hearing the trembling voice of the actress beside him, his gaze glimmered momentarily as he urged, Xuelin, press the abandon button. I still wish to contend with it. I cannot let you bear the brunt of this. The actress, thoroughly frightened, acted without hesitation, pressing a discreet button on her wristband. Beep. The drone capturing the footage immediately flashed a red light, while the defensive drone overhead had long been poised for action. Upon activation of the abandon button, it swiftly launched 2 tranquilizer darts. Whoosh, whoosh. The tiger, caught in motion, was taken aback by the sudden turn of events. It instinctively dodged one dart, but was struck by the other. Roar! The tiger let out a pained cry, instinctively readying to attack, yet its body betrayed it. First in its forelimbs, then the entirety of its form. Thud! A 200-kilogram beast was thus brought down. Both the actress and Brother Jia exhaled in relief. Before the actress could fully comprehend the situation, Brother Jia smacked his forehead, realizing, the production team has intervened. I can no longer confront the tiger. The actress stared at Brother Jia in disbelief, quickly piecing together the truth. She wanted to expose him immediately, but after years of navigating the entertainment industry, she had developed her own way of handling matters. Brother Jia, you should leave quickly. Once the production team takes me away, they will not attend to the tiger. Brother Jia, believing his performance to be flawless, replied, Very well, Xuelin, I shall take my leave. We will reconvene once we are outside. The actress forced a smile and replied, All right, Brother Jia, take care. Had they rehearsed, or if the situation were not so urgent, they might have executed their roles seamlessly. However, in such a crisis, every expression was laid bare before the audience. Aside from the die-hard fans blinded by their bias, the rest of us are left utterly repulsed. One viewer remarked, Is there anyone else whose worldview has been shattered like mine? Brother, you are not alone. My greatest fear lies not with those who scheme against me, but with those who, despite their exposure, continue to feign innocence. That wild brother? Bah, he is no different from that wild giant. Without the team, he is nothing. The prevalence of streamers is alarming. Few genuinely succeed on their own merit, so let's just treat it as a source of amusement. I am quite curious to see how this brother will perform when he inevitably withdraws from the competition. In the meeting room of the production team, bang! Director Luo slammed the conference table, his face contorted in disgust as he exclaimed, What on earth is this? Inviting popular streamers has proven to be a grave mistake. He ordered, Convey the message. The remaining streamers shouldn't be given any screen time. Remove the commentary from those wild streamers. We can replace them with entertaining and humorous content or professionals. Furthermore, manage the program's public relations to divert the public's attention elsewhere. Attempt to control the narrative. But be cautious. If dissenting voices proliferate, do not intervene further. That individual is steeped in darkness. No amount of cleansing will suffice. If necessary, let him become the target of collective ridicule. With fame comes controversy, as is the case with television programs. Director Luo could easily envision the rival teams mocking remarks directed at the production crew. In light of this, it would be wise to acknowledge the situation candidly. What connection do the contestants have with our production team? The reality aligned closely with director Luo's expectations. Before the production team could act, videos showcasing brothers and the female star's abysmal acting skills had already circulated widely online, reminiscent of that infamous chicken from Zhang Yu's timeline. So poorly executed it was nauseating. Yet, there remained a multitude of uninformed individuals eager to lick the soles of their shoes. The online uproar was fervent, yet fortunately, the production team maintained their composure and refrained from forced damage control. Ultimately, when they could no longer contain the public sentiment, they issued a statement clarifying that the contestants' actions bore no relation to the production team. Controversy breeds attention. This, in turn, attracted a considerable following. On Season's Island, Zhang Yu sat across from Shun Suyu, and in stark contrast to the tumult outside, their surroundings exuded a sense of tranquil serenity. Are you ready? Shun Suyu nodded nervously. Perhaps I should take the lead. I have greater strength. Zhang Yu expressed his concern. Shun Suyu resolutely shook her head. No, this is my first time. I want to do it myself. Zhang Yu, albeit reluctantly, acquiesced. Very well, let us begin. Bang! Shun Suyu's petite fist struck a mud ball the size of a basketball. Crack! The yellow clay ball shattered on impact. Shun Suyu stifled her excitement and struck again, disregarding the heat as she meticulously peeled away the yellow clay. A subtle meaty aroma wafted forth, imbued with the distinctive smokiness of cured meat, coupled with the fresh scent of plant leaves. Beneath this fragrant layer lay a rich meatiness tinged with a hint of spice. Gulp! Zhang Yu couldn't help but swallow. The enticing scent was indeed intoxicating. Shun Suyu poured some seawater from a wine bottle to cleanse her hands, then delicately placed the broad leaves onto a pristine stone slab. Her slender fingers, akin to embroidered flowers, gently parted the leaves. Perhaps it was an illusion, but Zhang Yu found himself wishing to devour those delicate hands as well. Finally, as the last layer of broad leaves was peeled away, a golden-hued, flower-pecking pelican emerged before their eyes. The flesh was originally firm, yet due to the abundance of herbs and spices, along with the outer layer of broad leaves, moisture had seeped into the pelican, rendering it almost stewed, with a delicate broth accompanying it. Hurry, let us dig in. I can hardly contain my excitement, Zhang Yu exclaimed, unable to resist any longer as he eagerly grasped his chopsticks to reach for the pelican meat. Chapter 37. Could it be about to rain? Delicious. The meat was succulent and tender, with a spicy and fragrant profile. It possessed the smooth texture of chicken and the rich, smoky flavor of duck, truly a culinary delight. Zhang Yu praised it endlessly, while Shun Suyu beamed with happiness. After 3 long days, they finally savored a meal that satisfied their cravings. They no longer had to endure extreme hunger while being unable to eat. Shun Suyu felt as though she could consume an entire pelican. The two did not partake in the feast one by one, but rather shared the experience together, making it all the more delightful. This tantalized their online friends, though regrettably, pelicans were a protected species, making them off-limits for consumption. As Zhang Yu continued to eat, he remarked, Suyu, from now on, the task of gathering spices will be entrusted to you. Shun Suyu nodded enthusiastically. What did you just call me? Zhang Yu broke off a pelican wing, noting that the wings of flying creatures are particularly delectable. I called you Suyu, of course. Should I call you Yu? That would be too similar to the name of the little kestrel. Shun Suyu shot him a playful glare, but upon witnessing his ravenous eating, she offered him some freshly distilled water. Eat slowly. There is plenty left, and don't forget we have 2 cassavas as well. Zhang Yu looked up, their eyes met, and they exchanged a blissful smile. Let there be no misunderstanding. This was the happiness derived from delicious food. Eating had become a significant motivation for them, and they shared a mutual anticipation for the forthcoming challenges of survival on the deserted island. Nearby, the family of the kestrel was also busy. Snake meat was a favorite among raptors, and the 3 little ones chirped incessantly, urging their mother to hurry with the feeding. Unlike those birds that desperately opened their beaks for food, the little kestrels were quite clever. They only opened their mouths when food was within reach, their bright eyes sparkling with intelligence. Ouch! Spicy, spicy, spicy. I bit into a piece of chopped bird's eye chili. Zhang Yu's forehead was beaded with sweat, the heat surging to his crown. Nevertheless, he had to admit, it was quite exhilarating. Shun Suyu maintained an air of elegance while eating, observing that perhaps she had added too much spice. 3 pelicans shared 1 chili, and I even diluted it with water. Next time, I'll use just a pinch. Zhang Yu took a small sip of water, about to say something, when suddenly, a distant thumping sound resonated through the sky. As they turned to look, a helicopter rushed towards the interior of the island. They exchanged glances, realizing it must be a sign that someone had given up. After a moment of silence, Zhang Yu stated from now on, whatever we do, safety must come first. Shen Suyu nodded in silent agreement. It was conceivable that someone had surrendered, but it was also possible that someone had perished. This island was not as simple as it appeared. Many dangers lurked within its depths. This only strengthened Zhang Yu's resolve to forge weapons. With arms, they would possess the means to protect themselves against the creatures that roamed the land. After finishing their meal, the two took a brief respite. Zhang Yu suddenly leaned close to Shen Suyu's ear, causing her delicate face to flush a deep crimson. You should wash my underpants. They will come in handy when you have your period. As for the shirt, let's keep one side, and it can serve as our towel in the future. Shen Suyu's head nearly sank to her chest. Although they had shared considerable physical closeness over the past few days, discussing such an embarrassing matter with Zhang Yu was beyond her courage. Yet, warmth blossomed within her. She had occasionally pondered this issue herself. The production team had trained them on the papermaking process, but, as always, it required the right tools. She had anticipated that Zhang Yu had considered these matters as well. Wait, could he have ulterior motives towards her? Shen Suyu scrutinized him, but Zhang Yu paid her no mind. He was busy binding a piece of tree bark around his arm. Blushing, she asked curiously, "What are you doing?" After securing it himself, he extended his arm towards her, indicating for her to assist him in fastening it. The sun hasn't set yet, and we can't go to the sea. I'm taking Mama Falcon, Su, and Yu out for a stroll, hoping to find something interesting, Zhang Yu announced. Upon hearing that he was leaving, Shen Suyu instinctively wanted to follow, but recalling his earlier request for her to wash the underpants, she dismissed the thought. Hey, what about Yu? Why isn't it coming along? Zhang Yu replied matter-of-factly, you named it, so it's naturally yours. You can take it to do the laundry. Shen Suyu pouted, conceding, all right then. Water friends. It feels like the son belongs to you and the daughter to me. Are Zhang and Shen separating so soon? Upstairs, are you throwing shade at Zhang and Shen? Why not call it Suyu instead? It sounds nice and tastes good. They've separated. I'm on the goddess's side. Then I'll be with Zhang Yu. It's bound to be amusing. Under the stern gaze of Mama Falcon, Zhang Yu carefully placed it onto his arm, where the tree bark was tied. Mama Falcon was quite docile and did not peck at him. Zhang Yu then meticulously discerned, placing Su and Yu, one on each shoulder. Yu wobbled a bit, flapping its downy wings while Su, the fledgling that had survived the fall from the mountain, perched confidently on Zhang Yu's shoulder, exuding experience. Let's go, Zhang Yu called out, leading his trio of falcons toward the eastern beach. Although Shen Suyu felt somewhat dissatisfied upon seeing Zhang Yu's underpants and shirt in the shelter, an inexplicable sense of happiness welled up within her, and she chose to remain silent. Zhang Yu had indeed overeaten, supporting himself against the wall as he walked. The three pelicans, well, 2.5. One half was fed to Mama Falcon's family. Shen Suyu had consumed half of one, while the other two had disappeared into his stomach. The two pelicans were plucked, their innards removed, and the hefty heads discarded, yet they still weighed around 10 kilograms combined. He couldn't fathom how he managed to consume so much. In any case, it was the first time in several days that he felt full. He suspected it must be related to the complete sincerity method, as logically, he should have been sore and exhausted after each busy day. Yet he felt none of that discomfort. No matter how tiring, he could always rejuvenate fully by the next day. His dedicated drone faithfully followed, capturing every moment. The falcon mother appeared restless, her keen eyes fixated on the drone. It was evident that if she were to recover, she would undoubtedly strike it down. That drone belonged to them. It was not to be harmed. Zhang Yu, in a reckless moment, extended his hand to poke the bird's beak. The falcon mother instinctively opened her mouth slightly, but refrained from pecking him. Perhaps sensing Zhang Yu's words, she ceased her gaze upon the ever-watchful drone. Zhang Yu addressed the drone, stating, we have already surveyed the western beach, but the eastern side remains unexplored. From the mountain's vantage point, after passing the rocky area, the water here is shallow. If it proves to be safe, we shall venture there tomorrow. Though he spoke of exploration, his demeanor was leisurely, reminiscent of a tranquil stroll along a seaside vacation. The sound of gentle waves was not overwhelming, and after some time, he noted that today's temperature seemed considerably higher than the previous day. Would it rain tonight? April weather was notoriously unpredictable, with snow, rain, dust storms, and strong winds all possible in Huagua. While snowfall on the island was improbable, rain was likely, and a drop in temperature was expected. Zhang Yu was uncertain about the impending rain, yet he sensed a slight discomfort in the air. With this thought, he quickened his pace. While exploring, he needed to devise a means to procure food. If rain were to arrive, their food reserves would not sustain them for long. The live broadcast was currently featuring Zhang Yu, as a single individual managing 3 hunting falcons was indeed captivating. Morong Xiaoye glanced at a message recently sent by the director, her expression turning serious as she began her commentary. Chapter 38, a warning from the falcon mother. Esteemed viewers, breaking news. The island of Four Seasons is set to experience 3 consecutive days of rain tonight, with the heaviest downpour expected to be moderate. Temperatures on the island will continue to decline, dropping by 12 degrees over the next 3 days, meaning the temperature will hover just above freezing. Murong Xiaoye stated gravely. This is a severe test for all competitors, as they currently lack adequate means to stay warm and sufficient food supplies. Within 3 days, it is highly probable that more contestants will withdraw from the competition. She elaborated, the human body's normal temperature ranges from 36 to 37 degrees Celsius. In wilderness survival, one must be particularly cautious of hypothermia. Once hypothermia sets in, even at temperatures above zero, it can be fatal. The live broadcast showcased Zhang Yu, who was now briskly walking along the beach. The 3 hunting falcons remained remarkably composed. Susu and Yiye appeared curious, diligently observing their surroundings. Despite her injuries to the neck and wings, the falcon mother stood upright, exuding an air of disdain towards the world. Zhang Yu paid little mind to the trio, occasionally bending down to collect bits of human refuse washed ashore in recent days. Plastic bags, foam, water bottles, and ropes. He discovered that beyond the rocky area, this stretch of beach was an ideal spot for gathering debris, unhindered by rocks, allowing various items to wash up with ease. He also stumbled upon 2 slightly foul-smelling dead fish, which he skewered with a wooden stick. Upon returning, he dismantled his backpack to weave a fish trap. Regardless of the impending rain, placing the trap in the sea would surely attract a bounty of marine life. The beach stretched out long before him, and Zhang Yu, with his long legs, walked briskly for half an hour before spotting a distant shadow at a bend. He chose not to venture further, but instead made his way to the dry sand, intending to retrace his steps, hoping to uncover more treasures along the way. Chirp! Zhang Yu's focus was entirely on the ground. At that moment, he felt akin to a scavenger, deriving more joy from finding a water bottle than from any monetary gain. Suddenly, the hawk mother, who had been silent until now, called out twice, prompting Zhang Yu to alertly scan his surroundings. Such an astute bird would not call out without reason. Yet there was nothing in sight. Not a single seabird was present, and only a few scattered coconut trees bordered the rainforest. Then, chirp, 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 Zhang Yu glanced at the hawk mother and followed her serious gaze. There, far above the rainforest, wisps of familiar blue smoke floated in the air. It was hard to ascertain the exact distance, but it seemed to be around 20 to 30 miles away. There were other competitors. Zhang Yu's emotions were conflicted in a genuine survival scenario. Encountering others would bring him joy. However, this was a competitive program, and the other participants were his rivals. Some might even be less than sincere with their teammates, as securing a top position meant sharing the lucrative prize with them. Among the few who entered without concern for money, the majority sought the enticing rewards. Upon seeing other groups near the initial survival site, Zhang Yu's first instinct was to be cautious. With competitors around, resources would need to be seized. Notions of sustainable development were only relevant under one's own watch. Take the cassava, chili peppers, and sago palm trees. If they discovered those, they would claim them. The program's rules were intriguing, only stating that participants could not attack one another, implying that other means of undermining and seizing from competitors were permissible. The hawk mother was indeed perceptive, providing him with a hint. Zhang Yu produced a piece of fish, which he had torn off before setting out. When interacting with animals, one must not only befriend them, but also establish mutual relationships and hierarchies, achieving a balance for harmonious coexistence. This is a reward for you, Zhang Yu said, feeding the hawk mother directly with his hand, unafraid of being pecked. After she consumed the fish, he whispered, "Over there, they're not friends." In a live broadcast, Murong Xiaoye had already regained her lively demeanor. "Oh, it appears Zhang Yu is the first to spot other competitors. Let us see which team that is." Viewers commented. The situation seems precarious. The presence of other participants may completely alter Zhang Yu's survival strategy. Why such reactions? Isn't it better to take a moment to greet and interact? Where do these naive children come from? This entire competition is akin to sitting atop a mountain of unclaimed cash. Can you calmly interact with those who wish to take your money? The allure of substantial monetary rewards, ranging from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands, has led some individuals to abandon their principles. Not to mention the staggering prize of over $1 billion offered by the production team. Victory in such a contest promises a complete transformation of one's fortunes, liberating participants from financial worries. Let us not overlook the presence of numerous international competitors. Interaction is one thing, but physical engagement is more pertinent. My fondness for this program stems from this very dynamic, and the excitement is yet to unfold. However, it seems that the two competing teams are positioned alarmingly close to each other. Is this a deliberate tactic by the production team? At this moment, Murong Xiaoye has already retrieved the information and route of that particular team, which is no secret to the production crew. Let's take a closer look. It turns out they are contestants from Barogwo, which has sent 2 teams to compete. This particular team consists of two survival experts hailing from the southeastern inland, having journeyed over 20 kilometers to reach the subtropical rainforest by the sea. Their purpose is to collect salt from the shore while seeking familiar resources within the rainforest. They have just discovered a large fish on the beach, its demise a mystery, and are now preparing to cook it over a fire. While Murong Seya enthusiastically shares this information, the viewers in the chat are distracted, discussing other matters. Brothers, I just checked it out, and it's already successfully dissuaded me. For those wanting to lose weight tonight, you should take a look. The cuisine from Assam will exceed your imagination. I think I'll pass. Just seeing their live stream makes me want to steer clear, fearing it might leave me with some psychological scars. Alas, Assam thrives in the rainforest, where venomous serpents pose no threat to them, which spells danger for Zhang Yu and his team. As for the level of peril, I cannot say, but I know that incidents involving Assam are frequent, while the goddess Shinsuyue is as beautiful as a celestial being. What on earth is the production team thinking? How could they introduce contestants from this nation? Are you not aware? This program is broadcast in every country to attract viewership from a particular nation. It is essential to include their participants. No worries, my goddess possesses martial skills. Indeed, I almost forgot. Do not underestimate Zhang Yu's remarkable abilities. If provoked, who within a few meters could rival him? If Assam strikes first, would Zhang Yu and his team's response be considered self-defense? Would it violate competition rules? Of course not. How could one not retaliate when faced with aggression? The same rules apply even on the moon. As the online community fervently debates and elevates this matter to trending status, Zhang Yu returns to the shelter, accompanied by 3 birds and dragging a bundle of discarded items. Why have you been gone for so long? Shinsuyue inquires, reminiscent of a wife chiding her husband for returning late. After some contemplation, Zhang Yu decides to disclose his discovery. I have located another team. Chapter 39. Perhaps we should abandon the delineation altogether? Zhang Yu and Shinsuyue exchange but a single line before succumbing to silence. The emergence of other competitors has severely disrupted their survival strategy. If Zhang Yu can spot them, they too can discern his presence through the smoke. What if they come searching for him? What if they attempt to seize resources that rightfully belong to him? What if they resort to insidious yet non-violent tactics to harass him? These scenarios remain unbound by any regulations. If Mother Falcon were to regain her health and be tamed, it could be said that they might have a chance, allowing the falcon to bring them some fortune. Whether life or death would depend on luck. However, that is merely a hypothetical scenario. Reality seldom accommodates such conditions. We shall take one step at a time. Perhaps things are not as dire as we imagine, sighed Shinsuyue. Zhang Yu nodded in agreement, acknowledging that they had no other choice. Unbeknownst to them, this incident had captivated the attention of many, even drawing increased viewership from the Barogwa region, with considerable online interest as well. Zhang Yu organized the refuse they had collected, 2 plastic water bottles, a piece of torn fishing net, and the rest were of little use. Night had fallen, and the stove emitted a series of hissing sounds, the noise of seawater evaporating upon contact with the stone slab. Since their arrival, they had managed to harvest 1/3 of a bottle of salt, a rather slow pace. In truth, if they had containers, they could boil seawater, which would expedite the process, but being on a subtropical island, they lacked the large shells found in tropical regions, as well as suitable stones that could serve as pots. They could only collect salt bit by bit. Zhang Yu handed the ropes and fishing nets he had gathered over the past 2 days to Shinsuyue, instructing her to organize them into bundles. They would be useful in the future. After assigning her tasks, he picked up a backpack and began to dismantle it. Why are you taking apart what we painstakingly assembled? Shinsuyue lamented. I sense that rain may come tonight or tomorrow. We should fashion 2 fish traps, so we can gather seafood without venturing into the sea. Rain? Shinsuyue furrowed her brow. What about our firewood? Zhang Yu paused, then quickly rose to head outside, having completely forgotten about it. Beneath the slope of their shelter lay a considerable pile of firewood, which they had casually brought back from their outings. Zhang Yu efficiently arranged the firewood into a neat stack, soon constructing a frame nearly as tall as himself. He then placed some useless broad leaves atop it and weighted them down with additional firewood to prevent them from being blown away. Since they were tidying up, he decided to do it all at once, collecting the plucked pelican feathers and tossing them into the backpack, along with the coconut shells they had consumed over the past few days. These items held potential for secondary processing. The remaining items were iron, which was extremely important and needed to be transported into the shelter. Once these tasks were completed, Zhang Yu used branches and weeds to cover the open side of the shelter, shielding the stove from rain. In fact, if it were to rain, it would provide a splendid opportunity to collect fresh water, but their need for it was not pressing, and more importantly, they lacked suitable containers to gather the rainwater. Nonetheless, he dug a few sand pits and laid broad leaves at the bottom. These leaves were abundant at the edge of the rainforest next to the shelter. Whether they would collect water was left to chance. Observing nearby competitors, The first change they brought was the urgency to complete their current tasks rather than taking immediate rest. Zhang Yu worked swiftly on the basket, and although there were many matters to attend to since arriving on the island, life had become simpler. These straightforward tasks, when approached with patience, revealed themselves to be far from difficult. Shen Siyue carefully unfastened the torn fishing net, rolling the extracted lines into several bundles. Do you have anything in mind that you would like to do in the future? After finishing his tasks, Shen Siyue washed his hands outside and returned to inquire. Zhang Yu pondered for a moment, admitting that he had not yet decided, but perhaps he would attempt some activities he had previously wished to do but could not. Shen Siyue tilted his head playfully, asking such as? Zhang Yu, diligently crafting fish trap cages, casually replied, for instance experiencing some extreme sports, wandering around to observe the customs and traditions of various regions, or returning to our village to construct a mountain villa. And what is your dream? Shen Siyue remarked, noting Zhang Yu's practicality, as he seemed focused solely on feasible endeavors. Zhang Yu picked up a stick, contemplating smoking, and wondered why they were discussing dreams. Come on, just tell me. If you share it, I promise to fulfill a small wish of yours, and you will surely enjoy it, Shen Siyue said, unknowingly displaying a hint of playfulness. After a moment of serious thought, Zhang Yu expressed, well, I dream of learning martial arts from you, to see if I could become a master like those portrayed on television, or perhaps conducting an orchestra, even if just for one performance. Shen Siyue raised an eyebrow. Your dream is indeed quite impractical. You wish to conduct an orchestra, but do you even understand music? Zhang Yu shot her a skeptical glance. Who are you looking down on? I have melodies playing in my mind. Did you not say you would teach me music? Once I learn, I can compose it. Shen Siyue stifled a laugh, thinking Zhang Yu was merely teasing her, unaware that he spoke the truth. His memories were becoming increasingly vivid, and he believed this clarity would persist, allowing him to write down the songs and music he had once heard. Pleased, Shen Siyue nodded and declared, since you were so cooperative, I shall reward you. Zhang Yu looked perplexed, pondering what sort of reward she could possibly offer. Suddenly, Shen Siyue's delicate hand opened to reveal a cigarette but resting in her fair palm. Zhang Yu was taken aback. He had forgotten how he had disposed of it in his days that day. He had taken to smoking during his struggles at home, indulging heavily, and with the absence of such vices on this deserted island, he had scarcely thought of it. His hands trembled slightly as he cautiously accepted the offering, exclaiming, Thank you, thank you. He used the stick to retrieve a piece of charcoal, bringing the cigarette but closer, and inhaled deeply. This sensation could only be fully appreciated by seasoned smokers. They conversed until Zhang Yu had crafted 2 fish trap cages, at which point they decided to retire for the night. After sending the drone away, Zhang Yu suggested softly, Shall we not draw the line? He swore to the heavens that he harbored no ulterior motives, with the teachings of the true heart method guiding him. He fell into a deep slumber until dawn, contemplating Shen Siyue's comfort. The space was limited, and sharing half of the bed. He wondered if she found it tiring to sleep so closely. Shen Siyue's cheeks flushed crimson, yet she offered no objection. She was aware that this arrangement was less than ideal, but waking up in Zhang Yu's embrace each morning, followed by a customary playful punch, left her too shy to protest. Once they lay down, Zhang Yu carefully removed his positioning wristband, signaling with his eyes for Shen Siyue to do the same. Place the wristband beside the drone, where 2 individuals recline akin to a young couple, facing each other, whispering intimately at an exceedingly close distance. How could they remain indifferent to the other teams? Certain matters are simply too delicate to be discussed in the live broadcast. The 2 are united, their positions must align, and they must also devise some strategies against their adversaries. However, as Shen Siyue spoke, she gradually succumbed to slumber beside him. Watching the exquisite beauty beside him, utterly defenseless, Zhang Yu's heart trembled, even though he was typically oblivious. An indescribable emotion, perhaps a form of affection, flowed within him. Chapter 40. Iron Gate. On the 4th day of the wilderness survival competition, a light rain fell. The sudden drop in temperature caught many off guard. Numerous teams awoke in the night to reinforce their makeshift shelters, drawing the fire closer for warmth. Yet, many teams unwittingly allowed their fires to be extinguished by the rain. The cold, damp temperatures gently rousing them, leaving them unable to return to sleep. On Seasons Island, only a handful of teams sensed this abrupt cold rain and had prepared accordingly. The rest endured the harsh conditions with great difficulty. When Zhang Yu awoke, he felt no chill, the beauty nestled in his embrace. He comfortably closed his eyes, his breathing gradually adopting an odd rhythm of 5 short breaths followed by 1 long. And his complexion began to flush. This was his sensation this morning, a newfound sense of control over the power and ethereal energy within his body. This feeling allowed him to breathe and meditate without assuming that awkward, yet amusing posture. Such progress alone equaled the efforts of others who had trained diligently for 1 or 2 years. Shen Siyue achieved this after a year and a half. Shen Xiuhua after over 2 years, and Elder Shen Heng after 6 months. while Zhang Yu managed it in merely 3 days. Breathing exercises are time-sensitive. One must cease when the discomfort becomes unbearable and resume the next day. Otherwise, a hasty pursuit can disrupt one's balance of energy, leading to various peculiar ailments. After all, humans are born with a natural breathing rhythm, and the 5 short 1 long technique contradicts bodily norms, requiring years for the body to adapt. Shen Suyu had stayed up late the previous night, and Zhang Yu remained still in the morning, causing her to sleep on. The rain continued to fall outside. The once rising temperature swiftly extinguished, transforming into a damp, biting cold. During his breathing exercises, a sudden clarity dawned upon Zhang Yu. It was an unexpected late spring chill. He never anticipated encountering it on this desert isle. He wondered how the distant team was faring and hoped they were struggling to adapt to this environment. In a high school sophomore classroom, the homeroom teacher was passionately discussing the arrangements for the school anniversary celebration. Qingqing stealthily took out her phone, using a stack of books as a shield, and opened the Duya live streaming platform. She navigated effortlessly into a live room, her gaze fixated on the tumultuous and unfriendly barrage of comments, gradually gathering information from the broadcast. Ha ha! Asan's fire went out last night. They didn't have enough firewood and foolishly built a makeshift shelter in the rainforest. The humidity is too high to ignite a flame. They're freezing like dogs now. They had but a meager supply of food, consumed joyfully during yesterday's celebration. One can only hope that the rain continues for another 2 days. To freeze those 2 wretched souls. Why could they not remain in their original survival spot, instead of intruding upon Zhang Yu and Shen Suyu? The rainforest harbors too few toxins. Even the emergence of a beast would suffice to drive them away. Yesterday, the beautiful female host in the live broadcast spoke of hypothermia. Let us observe, are they truly at risk of it now? Their skin is dark and glistening. How can this be deemed hypothermia? They are not yet in such peril, as one can see them moving about in their little shelter. In my opinion, Zhang Yu should stealthily approach and dismantle their shelter. Such actions fall within the bounds of the rules. But how foolish if Zhang Yu were to emerge now. What his own health? Within the cavern shared by Zhang Yu and Shen Suyu, Zhang Yu had concluded his efforts for the day with no significant breakthroughs. Yet, the sensation of waning strength had begun to creep above his knees, reaching halfway up his thighs. In a couple of days, he might experience another breakthrough. However, his focus lay not on this, but rather on the person nestled in his embrace. Shen Suyu had awakened, though her eyes remained closed, quietly shifting her legs away. Loosening her hold on his arm, they remained in a peculiar standoff, an awkward tension hanging in the air. Zhang Yu found himself tempted to pull her closer on several occasions. He sensed a decline in his resolve. This woman was merely basking in passive advantages. But should she become earnest, he would be the one to fear. Once they emerged from this place, he would return to the countryside, where she, a young lady of privilege, would be utterly incompatible with him. Zhang Yu was yet unaware that he had transitioned from a previous aversion to women to now contemplating compatibility. Have you awakened? He whispered. Shen Suyu replied softly. It is raining outside. Are you hungry? Not hungry. I wish to lower the fish trap into the sea. Oh no, it's so cold outside. What if you catch a chill? I believe it should be fine. I'll return after setting the trap. Winter swimmers manage for a similar duration, do they not? But we currently have no hot water. Rest assured, trust me, I will be fine. Once the trap is set, we shall reap rewards even if we remain here. Very well, I shall heat the home a bit. Zhang Yu, clad oddly in mere shorts, grasped 2 large fish traps and hurried outside, the drone trailing closely behind to capture the moment. Shen Suyu's tender affections were becoming increasingly overwhelming. An urge to confess stirred within him, leading him to believe that perhaps she harbored feelings for him, and that a declaration would yield success. Yet could it truly be so? Zhang Yu himself doubted it. They had only been together a few days, and perhaps it was merely mutual fondness. A hasty confession was not in his character, nor did he desire to enter a relationship casually. He sought a lifelong commitment, one in which he would invest everything, rather than face tremendous challenges a year later. Some endeavors cannot be accomplished solely through courage. Feeling somewhat agitated, Zhang Yu ignored the chill of the seaside, opting instead to distance himself from the previous spot and set a trap on the western edge. Once again, he ventured eastward, submerging himself in the sea, where he set yet another trap, each ensnaring an odorous fish sufficient to allure nearby aquatic life. However, as he contemplated his return to the shore, a bolt of lightning cleaved through the sky, illuminating the ocean floor with startling clarity. Crack! A flicker of movement caught Zhang Yu's peripheral vision. It seemed there was a dark object in the distance. It was not an alligator, but rather an entity that starkly contrasted with the seabed, one of its corners protruding upward. Momentarily taken aback, Zhang Yu propelled himself backward, propelling his legs toward the enigmatic object. The drone accompanying him faithfully followed, and within his live stream, the viewer count surged into the millions. With so many teams present, Those safeguarding the flame of hope were fast asleep, while those without shivered in the harsh elements, braving the inclement weather. Only Zhang Yu chose to venture into the sea amidst such turmoil. Under the watchful eyes of millions, he swam above the object, revealing a flat, right angle. As he reached out to touch it, brushing aside some marine life, the surface felt cold and unyielding. Zhang Yu kicked his legs, surfacing to catch his breath, then plunged back down. His feet found the ocean floor once more, and he attempted to pull the object free. He had confirmed it. What he held was iron, a door panel seemingly forged from iron sheet. As the murky sediment swirled around him, the surrounding water became instantly tainted. Zhang Yu promptly closed his eyes, feeling the object shift in his grip by 2 or 3 dozen centimeters. Relying on his memory, he exerted all his strength to tug the item backward. Judging by its weight, texture, and feel, this door-like frame was likely a square tube, somewhat thick, with a high probability of being steel. The iron sheet appeared to be anything but ordinary, resembling a white steel plate. Regardless of the accuracy of his conjectures, Zhang Yu was aware that fortune was smiling upon him. Yet, due to the lightning's interruption, while he excitedly maneuvered the treasure beneath the waves, it was his companion on shore, Shun Suyu, who anxiously sought him. Chapter 41. Is this concern for him? Zhang Yu, where are you? Shun Suyu's voice echoed across the beachfront. Zhang Yu had ventured out into the rain. Her worry was already palpable, with dangers lurking on the island, the western bays teeming with crocodiles, making it uncertain if any would wander over for a meal. Each visit to the shore demanded her meticulous observation of the surroundings. Any obscured sight would prompt her to toss stones as a precaution, only daring to linger once she felt secure. Just moments ago, it was as if a thunderous roar had detonated beside her ears, leaving them ringing. Even the semi-open cave began to shed dust and debris, as if on the verge of collapse. She recalled Zhang Yu's words from a few days prior, pondering the safety of their cave should geological disasters be frequent on this island. It seemed that indeed, such concerns were warranted. If the cave were to collapse, would anyone survive? One could not afford to be overly optimistic. How was the cave formed if not by geological upheaval? Yet, just as Shun Suyu resolved this question, another suddenly struck her mind. Amidst the thunderous roar of the storm, Zhang Yu raced through the rain, unaware that Shun Suyu could not remain still at the thought of him. She hurried into the downpour, desperately searching for Zhang Yu. Her first destination was the rocky area, but it was devoid of life. The shore was empty as well. Panic began to envelop Shun Suyu. Zhang Yu, where are you? Don't scare me. Come out. This is not a joke. In the main live broadcast room, Murong Xiaoyu sighed, witnessing her friend in such turmoil for the first time. She found it hard to believe that Shun Suyu had developed any feelings for Zhang Yu. Rather, it seemed that fear had stirred up memories of her past. When Shun Suyu's mother had passed away, Shun Suyu had been utterly devastated after the funeral. She had withdrawn from school, appearing almost soulless. It was only after spending more than a year abroad that she gradually emerged from the shadows of her loss, beginning to engage with her friends again. At her core, Shun Suyu was a gentle and dignified person, but after a fallout with her father, she had become willful and headstrong. Regardless of how a person may change, their essence remains unchanged, while others may not perceive it. Murong Xiaoyu could see that during the days Shun Suyu spent with Zhang Yu, the island's environment had allowed her to release some of her inner gloom, and the once gentle Shun Suyu was beginning to resurface. Yet, who could have anticipated the events that would unfold today? Within the confines of the 100th live broadcast room, the visuals were obscured. The drone captured only the murky sediment stirred up from the ocean floor, rendering everything unclear. The production team was only aware that Zhang Yu's vital signs remained stable, with no alarms triggered. One searched frantically on the shore, while the other was submerged, engaged in an unknown endeavor. The last image broadcasted showed Zhang Yu tugging at an object, after which the water became turbid. For viewers, every second felt like an eternity. 5 minutes later, the production team's defensive drone began to descend, aiming to capture Zhang Yu's current condition up close. In the water, anything could transpire. Even the most skilled swimmer faced the peril of drowning if cramping occurred. At the 6th minute, a figure suddenly emerged near the eastern beach of the rocky area. Yes, it stood up abruptly. One of the drones trembled violently in response, startling the operator behind the controls. Zhang Yu wiped his face, his body coated in sediment from the ocean floor, having accidentally swallowed some while contemplating a breath of air. After locating the object, he had been pulling it backward, estimating he was about 15 or 16 meters from the shallows. He was not moving slowly. Holding his breath, he anticipated reaching the shore with his next inhalation. Zhang Yu. The voice was hoarse and weak, laden with a sense of indescribable despair. Zhang Yu yearned to wash his face, but at that moment, he caught a faint echo of Shun Suyu's voice, almost convincing him he was hallucinating. Meanwhile, the drone that had been following him struggled to ascend, burdened with debris from the ocean floor. He reached out to assist the drone in clearing the sediment while his gaze wandered aimlessly. He first gazed towards a shelter, then gradually shifted his focus. At last, amidst the rocky terrain, he spotted a delicate figure crouched upon a large boulder by the sea. Zhang Yu? The two were separated by a distance of about 100 meters, requiring them to shout to communicate. Zhang Yu's form stiffened momentarily before she swiftly turned. Searching for something. Zhang Yu, I am here. Zhang Yu had already reached the shore. The object was cumbersome, and the waves could not wash it away. But what was wrong with Zhang Yu? Why was she outside? Could it be that the group had arrived? With this thought, he hurried towards her, his mind conjuring images of Zhang Yu being bullied, an inexplicable surge of anger rising within him. If they were too much, he would find a way to deal with them decisively. Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu stepped into the water, seemingly unbothered, her fair face glowing with joy. Her eyes reddened as she too rushed toward Zhang Yu. Where have you been? I thought you were struck by lightning. Tears glistened in her beautiful eyes, reminiscent of when her mother had suddenly vanished. Zhang Yu had never encountered such a scene. He was at a loss as to where to place his hands. Was this what it felt like to be cared for? He missed the sound of thunder that Zhang Yu had mentioned, still believing it to be the arrival of another group. I ventured into the sea, didn't I tell you? By the way, how did you come out? Did that team arrive? Don't be afraid. If they dare to bully you, I will make them pay dearly. Upon arriving on the island, he always carried stones or nails on his person, even now wearing only his shorts with a nail tucked at the waistband. Shorts? This was rather awkward. His appearance was disheveled, as though he had just rolled in a mud pit. His hair, face, and clothes were smeared with dirt, emanating a strong, foul odor. Although he had rinsed off somewhat, it was evident that he had not cleaned himself thoroughly, remnants of mud still clinging to him. Zhang Yu discreetly assessed him, not minding his dirtiness, and upon confirming he was unharmed, lowered her head as if she were too sensitive. Zhang Yu scratched his head. You speak? What is going on? Noticing Zhang Yu's scant attire, Zhang Yu quickly composed herself. A thunderclap startled me. I thought you'd been struck, so I came out to look for you. But no matter how I searched, I couldn't find you. I thought you. Was that all? Was it necessary to be so worried? I thought that team had come. Yet, warmth enveloped his heart. Was she concerned for him? Had she cried for him? Chapter 42. The fishing boat S-hatch. I'm fine. I was in the sea when the thunder struck. By the way, I discovered a treasure. You should hurry back to the shelter. Don't catch a cold. Zhang Yu smiled broadly, returning to her usual self. It's all right. What did you find? Now is not the time to dawdle. Zhang Yu simply seized Zhang Yu's hand and ran towards the beach they had previously visited. It seemed to be a steel door panel, or perhaps a plaque. The water was too murky for me to see clearly. I dragged it up for over 10 meters with my eyes shut. However, I am certain we have struck gold. So much steel. Enough to forge a batch of useful tools. The significance of iron implements is indisputable, as various teams are consciously and unconsciously amassing them. Some individuals scour the riverbanks in search of rusted stones, which, when collected in sufficient quantity, can be refined to extract iron. Additionally, many are scavenging along the shores, where even the recovery of a single bottle proves immensely beneficial. The two soon returned to their previous location, where the waters, once muddied by Zhang Yu's disturbance, had now returned to clarity. Before them lay a blue steel plate, adorned with a black skull emblem positioned towards the upper center. Such embellishments were inconsequential. One could paint as they pleased. The plate exhibited only a few rust spots, indicating it had not been submerged for long. Zhang Yu grasped one end of the steel plate and pulled forcefully. In an instant, the entirety of the object was revealed. It was a hatch from a fishing vessel, not one of the standard types, but reminiscent of the makeshift boats often seen in Zhang Yu's hometown, where individuals would modify and weld as they wished. This door was crafted from a single sheet of white steel, framed with square steel. It bore a locking mechanism, and behind it was a bolt made from a round iron post. This was a genuine stroke of fortune. The white steel alone could be fashioned into blades of significant thickness, while the square steel offered limitless potential for creation. Wait a moment, let me dive in, Zhang Yu declared, shifting his position before leaping into the sea. Yet a sudden thought struck him. How would he manage such a large object? He would need to create a hammer and chisel, then heat the door in sections until it glowed red, gradually shaping it as required, or further refining the plate into smaller pieces for smelting. By the time the two returned to their shelter, a quarter of an hour had elapsed. Online reactions to Zhang Yu and his companion's acquisition of the white steel door varied widely. Naturally, fans of Zhang Yu and Zhang Yu supported them, arguing that they had obtained the prize through merit rather than theft, thus rendering any dispute frivolous. However, fans of other streamers or celebrities expressed discontent, voicing a myriad of complaints. Some claimed that the production team had made a grave error by allowing a steel door to remain submerged in the ocean, deeming it utterly implausible. Others contended that Zhang Yu's team could declare the competition concluded upon acquiring the door, arguing it disrupted the balance of the contest. Such perspectives are symptomatic of a broader issue. When confronted with someone more capable, rather than reflecting on their own shortcomings, many instinctively plot against others. This tendency is a common flaw. Like a predator targeting the vulnerable, those in commerce often seek to exploit or even dismantle larger enterprises. Despite the prevalence of such behavior, it remains a disreputable principle. The production team swiftly issued a statement affirming that the rewards garnered by the 50th team were entirely legitimate and above reproach. The same logic applied to any other team that might acquire items capable of upsetting the competition's equilibrium. On the island, the experiences of Zhang Yu and Shen Suyu were but a mere footnote in the overarching narrative of survival. Each team yearned for the rain to cease. For some shelters were hastily constructed, their fires extinguished, leaving them vulnerable to the elements, as those fighting for survival teetered on the brink of hypothermia. Zhang Yu and Shen Suyu sat cross-legged in the cave, having already rolled up most of the sleeping mats. Shen Suyu was sketching something on a piece of iron sheet made from a canned food container, holding a chunk of red iron ore in her hand. Meanwhile, Zhang Yu was whittling a straight wooden stick, roughly the size of his finger, with several other split sticks lying at his feet. Have you finished drawing? Zhang Yu organized the necessary sticks and picked up a slightly thinner bundle of nylon rope. Is it really going to work? Shen Suyu expressed her skepticism about what Zhang Yu had said, feeling quite involved in their task. Zhang Yu deftly unraveled the nylon rope, separating it into 3 strands, and remarked, "Why do you doubt me? What benefit would I have in deceiving you? Have I ever exaggerated? Do you believe that if we had all the tools, I could make a gun in the wild?" Shen Suyu was unwilling to believe him, having been admired for her beauty since childhood. She had encountered many boys who boasted, and she had never trusted what others said unless she witnessed it herself. "Stop boasting. A gun? Why not say you can make a rocket launcher?" She scoffed. Zhang Yu shook his head in resignation and turned to the fixed drone camera, saying, "Honestly, no one believes me. Do you all believe? Viewers, yes, we believe. Everything you say is right. Say a few more words, and maybe I'll believe you." Fortunately, there were no cows nearby. Otherwise, they would have been sent skyward. As if aware of the viewer's nature, Zhang Yu could not help but add, "I'm serious. Once we're fully settled, I'll make a gun. The only issue is that gunpowder is difficult to procure, and what we manage to make may not be pure, significantly reducing its power. As for a rocket launcher, forget it. The ammunition is inadequate, rendering it useless. However, we could craft a simple ancient cannon." Feeling that Zhang Yu was increasingly exaggerating, Shen Suyu interrupted, "All right, enough of the nonsense. Let us focus on what we can accomplish at present. Here, take this and show me what you can do." She handed the drawn iron piece to Zhang Yu, who immediately placed it into the embers. He hastily assembled the wooden sticks while muttering, "Forget science. We'll first create the blades, then I'll forge a casing for a blower. With a blower, we can build a furnace and commence iron smelting." Shen Suyu was not inclined to listen to Zhang Yu's grandiose claims. It was neither her character nor her family's to be boastful. "How about this? Since we have time, I'll teach you music." Zhang Yu paused for a moment, then replied, "Sure, go ahead. I can learn while I work. It won't be a hindrance." Shen Suyu displayed great potential as a teacher, enthusiastically asking, "What do you know about music?" Zhang Yu continued his task, pondering seriously before replying, "Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, si." Shen Suyu responded, "So, we're starting from scratch? All right then." From that point, they switched roles. Shen Suyu spoke endlessly, often singing snippets of songs as examples, and Zhang Yu naturally joined in, making their interactions quite enjoyable. Of course, compared to other live streams where participants were frozen with chattering teeth, their overall popularity had decreased somewhat on this rainy day. As Shen Suyu continued teaching, she became increasingly astonished, finally realizing one of Zhang Yu's remarkable traits. He seemed to possess an extraordinary ability to remember everything he saw. Whatever is taught can be mastered without any obstacles. For some inexplicable reason, she suddenly pondered whether someone like Zhang Yu could inherit the legacies of both his grandfather and his great-grandfather. Chapter 43. The Wilderness Blower. The blower was finally completed, and accounting for the time wasted in the morning, it only took the entire morning to finish. The light rain gradually intensified, hinting at a downpour. Had they not been preoccupied with igniting the fire to extract salt and construct the blower, they would have felt the chill. Above the blower was a wooden stick, the top of which was grooved, with 2 nylon ropes tied within. The tension in the nylon ropes descended along the wooden stick, and near the lower middle of the stick, a crossbeam was affixed, with sections binding the descending ropes. Below the crossbeam lay a circular stone hollowed in the center, which was the most laborious part of the construction. The wooden stick passed through the stone, but was secured to it, and any gaps were leveled with splinters of wood. Having been under the tutelage of Shen Suyu, Zhang Yu had no time to explain the principles of the blower until everything was completed, at which point Shen Suyu curiously observed its effect. This was essentially an application of the pressure-driven auger drill, which we could utilize in the future for drilling purposes, of course. I would create an even better and more refined version by then. Grasping the crossbeam, a gentle downward pressure would set the wooden stick in motion, causing it to rotate and, subsequently, driving the 6 fan blades fashioned from metal at the bottom. The outer shell, crafted from earthenware, served the purpose of collecting the wind generated by the fan blades, channeling it through the earthen pipe into the furnace. Zhang Yu explained in great detail, and as he pressed down, the stone weight immediately began to spin, producing a distinct whooshing sound at the blower's outlet. When he gently released his grip, the tension in the ropes automatically diminished, causing the fan to rotate slowly. Then came the constant cycle of pressing down and lightly lifting his hand, creating intervals that were almost continuous in the airflow. As the ingenious blower took shape, Zhang Yu's livestream became inundated with gifts. Viewers commented, "Impressive. To create such a useful device in the wilderness is truly remarkable." With the blower complete, along with the construction of the furnace and charcoal, the fundamental conditions for smelting iron had been established. 6,666. Reward, reward, reward. I believe Zhang Yu may not be exaggerating. He might indeed be capable of crafting a firearm. I am a craftsman. Making a gun is not the most challenging aspect, but crafting the ammunition is. It's uncertain whether there is sulfur on the island. Once Zhang Yu concluded his explanation, he ceased his work, as both charcoal and the smelting furnace required clear weather to proceed. He suddenly gazed outside, lost in thought. Shen Suyu's impression of Zhang Yu, once characterized by his grandiose claims, underwent a complete transformation. He fulfilled his promises effortlessly and produced a remarkably effective blower. Moreover, what was even more significant was that Zhang Yu possessed an exceptional memory, having learned a considerable amount in just one morning. Furthermore, he could sing the songs he had been taught quite beautifully. It was truly astonishing. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before he exhausted his musical knowledge. Of course, Zhang Yu still lacked proficiency in instruments, which could not be taught on the island. What are you thinking about? Shen Suyu could not resist inquiring. Zhang Yu caressed his chin, initially intending to wait for the rain to cease before preparing to smelt iron. However, observing the weather, it was evident that the downpour would not relent anytime soon. Thus, he pondered, why not brave the rain and construct a shelter with a canopy overhead? The rain would cease to be a concern. Shen Suyu's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. Are you out of your mind? It's freezing outside. If you continue to expose yourself to the rain, you'll catch a cold. Ironically, while she warned Zhang Yu about his potential illness, she herself was on the brink of succumbing to the very same fate. Zhang Yu instinctively reached out to touch her forehead, his expression growing serious. You feel a bit warm, and your face is flushed. It seems you might be catching a cold. Earlier, Shen Suyu had also been drenched in the rain, but a mere morning's exposure shouldn't have led to illness. Yet she could already sense some symptoms manifesting. Her face fell hot, not from embarrassment, but genuinely from the onset of illness. What was to be done? Although she had trained in martial arts and could often go years without falling ill, whenever she did catch a cold, it was quite distressing. How do you take that xiong flower? Zhang Yu's words sparked a glimmer of hope in Shen Suyu. She perked up. I can brew xiong flower tea. I've dried some already. However, hot water. Zhang Yu's gaze instinctively drifted towards a remaining piece of thin iron sheet, but soon he was captivated by a green coconut beside him. With a thud, Zhang Yu struck his palm with his fist. It's all my fault. We haven't needed hot water these past few days, so I completely overlooked the coconuts. The coconut shell can serve as a makeshift pot, and boiling water will be no issue. Are you just realizing this? Just a couple of days ago, my throat was hoarse, and no one paid me any mind. Indeed, they had no need for hot water, as they had distilled seawater and coconuts at their disposal. Can you really boil water in a coconut? Yes, but one must manage the heat carefully. Using an excessively high flame will certainly lead to the coconut shell burning through once the water boils. Zhang Yu took a knife and began to carve the coconut, this time with meticulous care, eventually creating a small opening. There was no need to pour out the coconut water, as it was rich in nutrients. He used a wooden stick to tidy up a corner of the stove, coating the base of the coconut with a bit of yellow clay, and then placed it directly on the charcoal. Adding some firewood around it ensured that the flames would engulf most of the coconut. He asked Shen Suyu for a few dried xiong flowers to toss into the coconut, leaving the rest for later. Reflecting on his earlier thoughts, Zhang Yu felt restless. I should go build a shelter. Don't worry. I know my body well and won't overexert myself. Shen Suyu hesitated, but eventually nodded in silence, knowing that her objections to Zhang Yu's actions often proved to be correct in the end. Zhang Yu handed her his coat, his tone unconsciously softening. Stay close to the fire, sweat out a bit. Later, add 3 pieces of fine firewood next to the coconut. I'll be outside, and this time, don't come looking for me in the rain. Shen Suyu, feeling a mix of embarrassment and irritation, replied, I know. Just take care of yourself, and don't push too hard. Zhang Yu took a bundle of rope and 2 small knives as he stepped outside, confident that he would not catch a cold, an instinct he strongly felt. The inner strength taught by Shen Suyu proved invaluable. He could sense a protective vitality enveloping him, rendering him unafraid of the cold winds outside. He ventured outside, undeterred by the biting cold and the incessant downpour, hastily selecting suitable pieces of wood to commence his task. Should he find none adequate, he would venture nearby to chop some down. His urgency in these endeavors was justified. During rainfall, the distant team would struggle to detect any signs of his iron smelting, as the smoke would dissipate before it could take form, scattered by the rain and wind. Completing his work swiftly would enable them to depart this place sooner, not out of fear of the other team, but rather with aspirations of claiming the first prize in 3 months' time. He had come to earn money, and dealing with those who harbored ulterior motives was merely a secondary concern. Chapter 44. The harsh wilderness survival as the clock swiftly approached 3 or 4 in the afternoon. Zhang Yu, having sipped the coconut juice-infused osmanthus tea, broke into a sweat before succumbing to slumber. Zhang Yu, diligently laboring outside, kept a watchful eye on her, feeling a twinge of guilt. In his view, it was a man's duty to protect a woman, yet he felt he had fallen short. Since their arrival on the island, had there been a day when Zhang Yu was not subjected to fright? The first day brought death, a crocodile. The second day, a snake. The third day, the other teams. The fourth day, he feared she had been struck by lightning, only to be drenched by the rain. Day after day, even the most resilient souls would likely find themselves on the brink of collapse. After several hours of labor, Zhang Yu had managed to construct a sizable rain shelter. The roof was crafted from overlapping broad leaves, while the frame was fashioned from branches and suitable dry wood. One corner housed a substantial pile of firewood, while the other corners were anchored into the ground with stones, ensuring stability against all but the fiercest winds. There was no time to build a dedicated furnace for smelting iron. However, he could utilize the night to produce ample charcoal. For now, he needed to brave the rain once more to check on the fish trap. It was time to retrieve it. Approaching the shelter quietly, he discovered Zhang Yu had awakened, staring vacantly into space. "How are you? Feeling any better?" Zhang Yu contemplated reaching out to touch her forehead, but hesitated, fearing his hand might be too cold for her. "I'm not sure. It seems a bit more serious than usual. My colds tend to be rather severe," she replied, her voice tinged with nasal congestion. Zhang Yu, at a loss, picked up a coconut and skillfully cut it open, preparing to place it in the fire once more. "I'll go collect the fish trap. Don't sleep just yet. Have a little something to eat before resting." Zhang Yu lifted her head, her fragility almost dissuading him from leaving. "Be careful," she managed to say. Zhang Yu smiled, shedding his clothing in the shelter, and took the smallest backpack from their supplies before stepping into the rain. "Honestly, among so many teams, I've yet to see anyone as responsible as Zhang Yu," remarked a fellow competitor. "How is Asan's group faring? Has anyone checked on them?" "I have. They're still hiding from the rain, and their shelter is leaking. I sincerely hope the rain does not cease. Have you seen Bailey's group? Those two have been roasting lamb and chatting for half the day. What's so interesting about their comfortable lives? You should check on Wilderness Jieka. He has found a cave, sealed the entrance, and is shivering inside." Ah, the cunning man who trended online. Merely a facade. There is no comparison to the true man Zhang Yu. In the latest news, a team from the land of the rising sun has suffered from hypothermic shock, leading 2 members to withdraw from the competition. The spectacle drew immediate attention, as onlookers quickly shifted their focus. Upon witnessing the state of this Japanese team, gasps of shock resonated among the crowd. One member lay pallid and unresponsive, resembling a corpse, while another trembled uncontrollably, teeth chattering. Their shelter had collapsed, leaving them exposed on the ground, covered only by leaking foliage. How dire the situation appeared. Initially, many from the Huan nation intended to mock them, but now they found themselves a loss for words. Yet, there were still those harboring animosity towards Japan, as the barrage of comments showed no mercy, unleashing curses and wishing for even colder weather to freeze the two. Suddenly, Zhang Yu, about to plunge into the sea, heard the sound of helicopters rapidly approaching inland. Positioned closest to the production team, he could hear any helicopter passing by. Uncertain of which group had been eliminated, he reflected on the harshness of the weather. Zhang Yu understood that this was merely the beginning. The late spring chill was not easily dispelled, and this weather change might claim the lives of at least 10 contestants. After a moment of contemplation, he dove into the water, his drone following suit, but it resurfaced moments later. The main broadcast room quickly received the news and switched their feed, even neglecting to cover the plight of the 2 Japanese contestants. Murong Xiaoya, visibly distressed, listened to the director's rapid commentary through her earpiece, her concern palpable as she said, "Let us check on Zhang Yu's group. He set fish traps earlier today and is now retrieving them from the sea. However, our drone just captured footage of a crocodile over 3 meters long, heading straight for him." Unaware of the impending danger, Zhang Yu remained oblivious as our defensive drone lowered its altitude, locking onto the crocodile. Should Zhang Yu find himself in peril or call for help, the drone was prepared to fire a powerful tranquilizer. At that moment, the focus shifted entirely away from the two Japanese contestants. Zhang Yu's group had become one of the most watched teams. With a teammate suffering from a cold, and now Zhang Yu facing a crocodile attack, their chances appeared grim. Viewers commented, seriously, what were they thinking? They had food reserves. Why not stay quietly in their shelter? They truly know how to stir up trouble, endangering their teammates, and now jeopardizing their own lives. This is what you get for being reckless. This story teaches us that those who do not provoke danger shall not face death. A bunch of hindsight critics should stop their chatter. What is wrong with Zhang Yu diving into the sea? What has he gained from it? This is not the moment to cry unfair. It's just a 3-meter crocodile. My uncle raises crocodiles, and with the right techniques, they aren't as deadly to humans as you think. You've watched too many movies. I would trade the rest of my ex-boyfriend's life for Zhang Yu's safety. Well then, I'll join in. I'll sacrifice 10 years of my best friend's youth. I'm willing to exchange the lifespan of my entire family upstairs to ensure Zhang Yu remains unharmed. In the courtyard of the esteemed elder Shun, he and Zhang Jing were intently fixated on the computer screen. Unbeknownst to them, the daily ritual of watching Shun Su Yu and Zhang Yu's live broadcast had become an essential task for the two venerable gentlemen. Elder Shun, perhaps you should leverage your connections to give that young lad a hint. Zhang Jing, lacking the demeanor befitting a medical expert, was indeed astounded by Zhang Yu's formidable capacity for learning. Today, Shun Su Yu's grandmother, Yao Hua, a distinguished instructor from the premier orchestra in the capital, was present. A luminary in the musical realm, Yao Hua too was in search of a worthy successor. However, music seldom adheres to such conventions. Witnessing Zhang Yu's prodigious talent, even Yao Hua was moved to express her admiration freely, elucidating the young man's remarkable abilities to the two old gentlemen. Elder Shun had already acknowledged much of Zhang Yu's potential, and should Elder Shun be convinced, Elder Zhang would undoubtedly feel compelled to explore this further, as he too found himself intrigued. Nevertheless, a martial artist's resolve must be meticulously evaluated, and Elder Shun resolved to observe Zhang Yu closely. Sensing the imminent danger surrounding the young man, he remained silent yet vigilant, watching the live stream intently. No need to intervene. Consider this a trial for the lad. Old Zhang, you too possess some inner strength. This boy shows great promise, and should possess an instinct for danger. Let's observe further. Just as Elder Zhang was about to speak, the camera in the live stream captured a menacing spectacle. A massive alligator suddenly surged towards Zhang Yu from behind. Zhang Yu was on the verge of reaching his fish trap. Chapter 45, The Alligator's Assault. Frequenting the riverbank, one cannot escape the risk of dampened shoes. Living in close proximity to the alligator's domain, how could it resist the temptation to forage in these waters? Yet, Zhang Yu had fallen into a cognitive trap. Believing that the rocky area was a forbidden zone for the alligator, thinking it would find navigation difficult and might even become ensnared among the stones. He had forgotten, however, that his fish trap lay in the rocky area to the west. After a long day's toil, Zhang Yu felt fatigued and yearned to retrieve his trap swiftly. Eager to rest, alas, he still had charcoal to prepare, a task that required little effort, and the billowing smoke would go unnoticed under the cover of night. He had spotted the trap, and could even discern the shadows of fish and shrimp within. Perhaps he was the first to set a fish trap in this stretch of sea, and it appeared nearly full. As fish emerged from the trap, some naive ones circled before re-entering. Just as Zhang Yu brimmed with anticipation for a bountiful catch, an unsettling sensation prickled the hairs on the back of his neck, an instinctual warning of impending danger. This was an unprecedented feeling. He was unaware of the imminent threat approaching from behind, relying solely on his instincts. Beneath him lay a larger stone. Without hesitation, Zhang Yu sprang onto it, propelling himself with all his might. A resounding thud echoed in his ears, followed immediately by the ominous presence of a large, dark alligator. Zhang Yu's scalp tingled. Despite being submerged in the frigid waters, adrenaline surged through him, making him feel as though he were sweating profusely. In that fleeting moment, he reacted with astonishing swiftness, extending one hand to seize the scales upon the bay crocodile's back. His other hand had already retrieved a steel nail secured to his waist. A singular thought consumed him. He must not afford the crocodile an opportunity to turn, lest his chances of survival diminish further into the abyss of despair. Above the surface, the defensive drones stood poised for action, nearly discharging tranquilizer darts just moments prior. For all who witnessed this scene captured by the underwater drone, the images would be indelibly etched in their memories. A considerable number of onlookers even shut their eyes, unable to bear the intensity of the perilous spectacle. At that critical juncture, Zhang Yufu's instincts sharpened as if he possessed eyes on the back of his head. Utilizing the recoil from the stone, he propelled himself forward in an instant. He narrowly evaded the snapping jaws of the bay crocodile, a remarkable testament to human survival against the odds. In that moment, Individuals commuting to work or school, sitting in offices, riding buses or subways, or on dates, all lost themselves in the visceral experience of this aquatic struggle. Upon grasping the crocodile's body, the creature immediately thrashed its tail violently, a movement that, while cumbersome on land, generated a tumultuous force in the water, propelling it forward with sudden vigor. Zhang Yu's mind was blank as he acted purely on instinct. His hands deftly maneuvered with precision. Before the crocodile could twist, his fingers exerted tremendous force. Rather than being flung off by the creature's might, he harnessed that very strength to leap forward, positioning himself atop the crocodile's head. Without a moment's hesitation, he clutched the steel nail firmly between his fingers, using the hardened callus on his palm to brace the nail's end, and struck down mercilessly upon the crocodile's skull. Those witnessing the scene instinctively clenched their fists, as though they too were embroiled in the battle. The drone faithfully executed its filming task, controlled by an intelligent system unperturbed by the specter of life or death. The sound of impact reverberated through the water, muffled yet profound. Zhang Yu felt a sharp pain in his palm, quickly followed by the realization that the nail had penetrated the crocodile's skull. With renewed force applied through the nail, he propelled himself further forward. The crocodile, sensing the pain, instinctively began to roll. Zhang swiftly relinquished the nail and wrapped both arms around the crocodile's massive jaws. In his mind, this was the safest course of action, a technique gleaned from observing various methods of crocodile capture, to find a way to keep the creature's mouth shut. Timing his actions with uncanny precision, he found success. Yet the strength of the crocodile in the water was overwhelming. As the creature rolled, he too was tossed about, eyes shut tight against the tumult. Regardless of the dizzying spins, he resolutely clung on. The crocodile, too, would eventually tire. Those who frequent the shore possess some knowledge of fishing techniques. Tiring out the catch is crucial. He bided his time, waiting for the crocodile to exhaust itself. Hoping to retrieve the steel nail once more to deliver a few final blows, the nail was embedded deep, unlikely to dislodge easily. If fate cannot be defied, then he decisively broke free from the grasp of the crocodile and swam to the shore. The 3-meter-long crocodile rolled with Zhang Yu in the water, causing onlookers to feel their hearts leap into their throats. It was extraordinarily thrilling. Each movement was comprehensible, yet no one had ever witnessed a human accomplish such a feat. At that moment, even the slightest misstep could grant the crocodile an opportunity to open its jaws, potentially sealing Zhang Yu's fate. Mr. Shun and Mr. Zhang's hands had unknowingly clasped together. In the cave, Shun Suyu suddenly opened her eyes, struggling to rise, feeling a sense of unease. She simply wished to see Zhang Yu return. In the live broadcast room, Murong Xia had lost her ability to speak, her small fists clenched tightly. This breathtaking battle required no commentary, for merely a glance would be etched in memory for a lifetime. In Wanghai Village, Zhang Zhenkai gripped his smoking pipe tightly, while Wuxiu Li's eyes widened, tears streaming down like a flowing river. In the second-year high school classroom, Qing Qing pressed her mouth shut with all her might, oblivious to the teacher's approach and her desk mate's constant reminders. 30 seconds, 1 minute, 3 minutes. The crocodile that Zhang Yu clutched twisted violently, its dinosaur-like tail thrashing wildly as man and beast rolled forward. This continued unabated for 3 whole minutes. It was only then that Zhang Yu sensed the crocodile had exhausted all its strength. An opportunity. Zhang Yu's eyes suddenly snapped open, his gaze resolute as iron, exuding a chilling intent to kill. His body leveraged the crocodile's momentum and flipped swiftly, positioning himself directly above the creature's head, instantly locking onto the steel nail embedded there. Perhaps sensing that removing the nail would be arduous, Zhang Yu instinctively channeled his internal energy, grasped the nail, and yanked with all his might. With a whoosh, the crocodile's blood gushed forth, but at that moment, the creature had spent every ounce of its strength. Despite the pain, it lay limply like a dead fish, at Zhang Yu's mercy. And Zhang Yu did not disappoint. He raised his fists and, utilizing the steel nail between his fingers, rained blows upon the crocodile's skull. Realizing the benefits of channeling his energy, he felt his strength surge. And what he held between his fingers seemed no longer a steel nail, but a sword capable of slicing through iron like mud. Zhang Yu lost count of how many punches he threw, the surrounding seawater turning crimson. Feeling a wave of suffocating oxygen deprivation, he swiftly swam upwards. The water here was not particularly deep, merely 3 or 4 meters. His head soon broke the surface, fresh air filling his lungs, seemingly restoring his normal thoughts. A wave of exhaustion washed over him, but this was not the time to relax or feel fear. Zhang Yu prepared to dive once more, knowing that the crocodile could not survive. In that case, it would be better to drag the crocodile ashore. He vaguely recalled hearing that crocodile meat was highly nutritious and purportedly effective for treating coughs. But before he could dive again, The crocodile floated to the surface on its own. Chapter 46. Crocodile. Meet the crocodile lay belly up, and without hesitation, Zhang Yu clung to it and struggled to swim towards the shore. Upon reaching the shallows, he struggled to drag the tail of the bay crocodile until its head was finally lifted from the sea, and Zhang Yu collapsed beside the creature with a splash. This scene was destined to trend on social media, becoming the backdrop for countless computer screens and mobile lock screens. No one erupted in cheers. The spectacle was simply too overwhelming. The true length of the bay crocodile surpassed what was visible, nearing 4 meters. In stark contrast, Zhang Yu, lying beside it, stood at a mere 1 meter 80. The disparity in their sizes was the most striking aspect, leaving all witnesses profoundly awestruck. Is human strength truly this formidable? In the live stream, Zhang Yu's breaths echoed like a bellows, rain mingling with the sweat cascading down his body. He chuckled, a laugh born from his narrow escape from death. His laughter grew louder, transforming into a boisterous guffaw. Ha ha ha. Being somewhat introverted, he had never experienced such a thrilling encounter with life and death. It must be said, this crisis had considerably transformed him. If he no longer feared death, what else could possibly intimidate him? Being overly cautious could weigh one down. When he cast aside all reservations, he discovered that a more exhilarating life awaited him. Zhang Yu's hearty laughter reverberated along the beach, earning him the admiration of everyone in the live stream. A man should be like this, generously embracing life. The sensational headlines surged to the forefront of trending lists across major platforms, igniting the wilderness survival competition program with renewed brilliance. Watching the video felt markedly different from the live broadcast experience. The production team fervently promoted the footage, ensuring that anyone online would undoubtedly encounter it. Moreover, Zhang Yu's battle with the crocodile not only gained fame domestically, but, through numerous international broadcasts, quickly captured the world attention. While many could grasp a crocodile's jaws and slay it, who could manage to turn the tables in the water, rolling with the creature to the brink of death? In China, Zhang Yu had yet to earn a moniker, but abroad he had already acquired the illustrious title of the man who rolls with death. Regardless of the external uproar, this man, who danced with death, lay exhausted in the shelter an hour later. Shen Suyu had already risen, offering Zhang Yu some water and tirelessly tending to the overwhelming bounty of seafood. After 3 trips, he finally brought back all the fish, including the crocodile, to the shelter. Shen Suyu, now lacking the energy to scold him, could only assist within her limits, allowing him a moment to recuperate. All the fish bladders were left to dry, useful for consumption or as fish glue. In ancient times, these were even used as small umbrellas. The remaining fish entrails were designated for the falcon family's dinner. As they had barely eaten throughout the day, a feast was perfectly timed. Besides fish, there were crabs, octopuses, cuttlefish, and even lobsters, the latter being a first sighting in these waters. They didn't eat fish. Instead, they needed to consume these delectable seafood immediately, fearing that they might not finish it all in one sitting. The harvest was undeniably abundant. Moreover, one must not forget the presence of a formidable alligator, a memory that deeply resonates with Shen Suyu. What left an indelible mark on her was when Zhang Yu triumphantly dragged the creature back, cheerfully inquiring, "Can alligator meat cure a cough?" Upon receiving Shen Suyu's dazed affirmation, Zhang Yu promptly led her to behold the magnificent reptile. Oblivious to the transformation in Shen Suyu's gaze, Zhang Yu remained blissfully unaware. If in the morning, Shen Suyu's heart had been torn asunder, much of it stemming from the profound loss of her mother, the sentiment had shifted somewhat. A peculiar glimmer now danced in her beautiful eyes. Zhang Yu, still blissfully ignorant, felt an exhilarating high from the day as challenges, discovering that confronting formidable beings was far more exhilarating than mere experimentation. An hour later, he insisted on laying Shen Suyu down, not out of misunderstanding, but rather a desire to spare her from exhaustion. Positioned beside the stove, he roasted seafood while tidying up the assortment of fish. In the interim, he sliced a generous portion of alligator meat and placed it on a stone slab to sear, utilizing fish oil he had collected in a mineral water bottle. Neither he nor Shen Suyu had ever handled an alligator, but he was intent on preserving its sizable belly, recalling the notion of crafting garments from fish skin for future endeavors. Thus, they toiled and feasted until dusk enveloped them, with the fish and alligator meat meticulously arranged in 2 rows atop the cave ceiling. A curious sight, considering not a single raindrop fell within the semi-open cavern. The wind had shifted, diverting the rainwater elsewhere. Zhang Yu indulged to the point of needing support to stand, feasting on lobster and crab to his heart's content. Much to the envy of those watching the live stream, he ventured outside to ignite several bonfires, employing a rudimentary method to create charcoal. By allowing the surface of the wood to burn before layering it with leaves to facilitate smoldering, he aimed to achieve the desired result, albeit under less than ideal conditions. In the future, he aspired to adhere to a more stringent charcoal-making process to enhance quality. After an indeterminate amount of time, satisfied with his charcoal supply, he utilized coconut shells to collect rainwater for a thorough cleansing. Employing plant leaves and charcoal, he eliminated the fishy odor from his hands and body before returning to the shelter. Uncertain if it was merely an illusion, he felt an undeniable warmth within, as if the alligator meat indeed possessed restorative qualities, allowing him to venture outdoors without feeling the chill. Even Zhang Yu appeared to have improved significantly. Though she did experience a slight fever, other symptoms such as nasal congestion and cough had vanished. A fever was a positive sign, indicating that her immune system was functioning effectively. Over the course of the day, the crude salt he had harvested amounted to nearly 2 bottles of mineral water. Of course, there were insufficient containers to store such a bounty. The sea salt was neatly wrapped in broad leaves, awaiting a second washing and refinement the following day. Zhang Yu. I miss my mother, Zhang Yu murmured, eyes closed within the shelter, perhaps lost in a dream or perhaps awake. Zhang Yu replied gently, the departed are gone. Do not cling too tightly. Consider this. We too shall take our leave in several decades, and the ancients merely tread the path ahead of us. Then sing me a song about my mother. Zhang Yu responded after a brief silence, her words reminiscent of dreamlike musings. Zhang Yu felt a sense of helplessness. It was astonishing that a single straight man like him could find himself entangled with a woman. After some contemplation, he concluded that singing a children's song would pose no significant issue, as it would not be excessively shocking. Recalling my mother's words, the glimmer of tears, the rhubarb flower, the stars in the sky do not speak, while the children on the ground long for their mothers. The eyes above blink and blink. The heart of mother, oh, rhubarb flower. Zhang Yu's voice resonated with a deep, magnetic quality, reminiscent of a father's consolation and a mother's memory. No one knew that he was singing this song for himself as well. The tea gardens of his homeland were in full bloom, and his mother's heart was far away. Each night, he recalled her words. Chapter 47. What is this for? Zhang Yu fell asleep in tears, and Zhang Yu gently laid her down, covering her with his coat. He then placed the drone and the positioning bracelet at the cave's entrance, gazing silently at the night sky. He pondered about the parents in that world. In this world, if parents cared, they could still see him through live broadcasts. But in that other realm, he remained unaware that his casual singing had set the live stream ablaze. Viewers commented, "Oh my, this song is beautiful. Why have I never heard it before? Who wrote this? Could it possibly be Zhang Yu?" The lyrics resonate with Zhang Yu's experiences. I just checked, and there is no such song. It must be written by Zhang Yu. What a treasure of a man. If Zhang Yu does not want him, I shall take him. I miss my mother so much, it hurts. Just a month ago, I bid farewell to my dear mother, and now hearing this song makes me long to join her. Come on, think positively, as Zhang Yu said. Our ancestors merely departed ahead of us. Decades from now, we too shall follow. What kind of live stream is this? It makes me cry, laugh, salivate, and feel anxious. What do you think Zhang Yu is contemplating? Perhaps he is also thinking of his parents. Zhang Yu is quite filial and has lost himself to his obedience. He likely feels a sense of guilt regarding his parents' expectations. I wish I could give him a hug. Go ahead and hug him. The goddess shall embrace him. Get lost. In Wanghai village, Wu Xioli was reduced to tears. Zhang Yu's song stirred her maternal instincts, making her wish to hold her son tightly and prevent him from doing anything against his will. What are the iron rice bowl and city dwellers? They are all but illusions. Zhang Zhenkai resumed puffing on his dry tobacco, pulling out a notebook to silently draft a breeding plan, such as paternal love, quietly given, rarely expressed. In a villa in Kyoto, Shanxiu Guo held a photograph with a heavy heart. He had believed his daughter had emerged from the grief of losing her mother, yet it appeared she still had not. Gazing at the picture of his beloved wife, Shanxiu Guo's resolve strengthened. This time, he would be selfish. His daughter's happiness was paramount, and matters of legacy could be addressed later. A simple song had rendered countless souls restless throughout the night. Unbeknownst to him, the production team had already edited and uploaded Zhang Yu's unaccompanied version to music platforms. Those who did not understand found it ordinary, yet those who had watched the live stream and were deeply moved cherished it as a treasure, entering it into a single loop play. This is the foresight of the production team. Undoubtedly, the contestants will create something noteworthy, particularly since 3 of them possess songwriting abilities. By securing operational copyrights, they not only stand to profit, but also enhance the show's popularity. As the night on the island gradually fades, 5 helicopters have traversed the skies overnight. Including the 2 prior instances, at the very least, 7 participants have withdrawn from the competition. In reality, a total of 10 contestants have exited. A sudden bout of early spring chill, occurring just halfway through the competition, has directly resulted in nearly a 10% reduction in participants. Even the production team has begun to worry. The fewer the contestants, the less prize money they can distribute, yet too few participants render the show rather dull. On the 5th day of wilderness survival, Zhang Yu awoke refreshingly, immediately sensing that the range of his true heart technique had extended to his thighs. On the verge of a breakthrough, his legs felt warm, as if imbued with boundless energy, prompting him to practice the shadowless leg technique shortly. Though the name suggests an air of fantasy, it is quite grounded, primarily teaching various leg maneuvers, focusing on swift attacks rather than complex techniques. This foundational training was imparted to him by Shen Siyue. "You're awake?" Shen Siyue's voice echoed softly in Zhang Yu's ears. He glanced down to see her skin, pale and translucent, tinged with a hint of sickly red, while her eyes sparkled with renewed clarity, indicating a commendable recovery. Zhang Yu marveled at his own perceptiveness, able to deduce Shen Siyue's condition from such subtle signs. "Yes, I'm awake. How do you feel?" he inquired with concern. Shen Siyue smiled gently. "I feel significantly better. However, my body still lacks strength. It could be due to the crocodile meat, the jasmine flowers, and the coconut juice. I believe I should be fully recovered by tomorrow." Zhang Yu nodded, acknowledging the rapid progress. He planned to consume more crocodile meat and jasmine tea today. Their conversation unfolded in an unusual setting, with a family of falcons beneath their feet and a long stove beside Zhang Yu, while Shen Siyue leaned against his arm, nestled comfortably against him. "I see the rain has lessened considerably outside, though the wind remains strong. What do you wish to do today?" As Shen Siyue leaned on him, Zhang Yu felt his heart race uncontrollably, stirring his tranquil blood as if urging it to boil. "The wind is indeed fierce, so I shall retrieve the fish trap, lest it be swept away by the tide," he replied casually. Shen Siyue playfully pinched him. "By the way, I was too dizzy yesterday to ask. How did you manage to slay the crocodile?" Zhang Yu briefly explained, realizing he could not conceal this matter. Should Shen Siyue encounter another crocodile, it could pose a problem. Moreover, he needed to remain vigilant, as the creatures could return. He had succeeded once, but could not guarantee his safety a second time. Wishing to prevent Shen Siyue from overthinking, Zhang Yu swiftly shifted the topic, which was also on his mind. "Siyue, do you know where the tailbone point is?" The 9 orifices are said to originate at the tailbone. This point appears quite significant. Today, he needed to grasp all the acupoints related to the true heart technique. Among the numerous points, he was only familiar with the Yongquan point and was still uncertain of its precise location. Who knows? What was initially a serious inquiry caused Shen Siyue's already flushed face to turn a deeper shade of crimson. It is indeed rather inconvenient for a woman to instruct a man on acupressure points. Wait a moment. Suddenly, Shen Siyue recalled the significance of the coccygeal point. Understanding human acupoints is merely one aspect. One must also comprehend the function of each point and the potential repercussions following an attack. Knowledge she possessed. It is not an exaggeration to state that, despite her delicate demeanor, Shen Siyue, if provoked, could render a person's existence unbearable, even if her combat prowess were not particularly high. "Why do you ask such a thing?" Shen Siyue felt an inexplicable concern. The coccygeal point, located at the tip of the tailbone, can be employed to treat hemorrhoids, constipation, and incontinence. Broadening the scope slightly, it may also assist in the treatment of certain functional kidney diseases, and if extended further, it could even aid in the management of epilepsy and other ailments. Other maladies aside, it was rather puzzling that Zhang Yu, a man of considerable stature, had remained single without even a romantic partner. Could it be that he was incapable? Chapter 48. The ant's marvelous skills. The awkward moment passed, for Zhang Yu had vehemently sworn that he bore no issues, leaving Shen Siyue with lingering doubts. As the instruction on acupoints is rather intimate, Zhang Yu distanced the positioning wristband and droned further away, coupled with the strong winds outside. It made their conversation within the cave inaudible. Zhang Yu shed his clothing, leaving only his boxers, while Shen Siyue commenced her explanation from the foot acupoints, detailing their benefits and martial applications. Shen Siyue found it quite curious that Zhang Yu's feet bore no odor, which struck her as odd. Her father's feet, if left unwashed for a day, would permeate the room with a faint yet discernible stench. This had nothing to do with wealth. Her father practiced martial arts, albeit at a mediocre level, possessing ample yang energy yet lacking in breath control, resulting in persistent foot odor. The most embarrassing aspect of being instructed on acupoints and meridians fell upon Zhang Yu, as Shen Siyue meticulously pointed out and explained each point from the soles of his feet to the top of his body. Naturally, when it came to the most private areas, she merely indicated the general location, her cheeks flushed with modesty. Initially, Zhang Yu felt somewhat uncomfortable, but as she continued, he involuntarily furrowed his brows slightly. Yongquan, coccygeal, and Niwen Palace. This pathway commenced at the soles of the feet, traversing along the back to the center of the forehead. Through Shen Siyue's elucidation, he realized that this pathway represented the governing vessel, This implied that the Chuanjian heart method cultivated the governing vessel. What then of the conception vessel and the other extraordinary meridians? Films often depict the opening of both the Ren and Du meridians. Now Zhang Yu possessed a deeper comprehension. When the Ren and Du meridians are connected, a great circulatory cycle could be formed. Yet, he lamented that the Chuanjian heart method only reached its midpoint of understanding. While Shen Suyu elaborated on acupoints, she also shared some theories regarding breath regulation and energy cultivation. Although the concept of the great circulatory cycle was absent, many methods of energy cultivation indeed operated according to its principles. After pondering for quite some time without arriving at a solution, Zhang Yu recognized that the only technique he was familiar with was this one, while Shen Suyu's knowledge lay far beyond his own level. To put it plainly, what Shen Suyu understood was merely an indistinct method of energy cultivation devised by ordinary individuals. Over time, it could gather some energy, but that was the extent of its efficacy. Zhang Yu dressed and stepped outside. An hour and a half had already passed. He had awakened earlier than usual today. Around 5 o'clock. In the wilderness, their biological clocks had gradually aligned with the rhythm of sunrise and sunset. A light rain fell outside today, and the clouds had lessened considerably, suggesting that no heavy rain was imminent. However, the lingering chill of early spring had not yet dissipated. In fact, it had intensified, with the cold weather and increasing winds likely prompting some participants to withdraw from their endeavors. Zhang Yu entered the shelter to practice the shadow-following leg technique, leaving the drone inside the refuge to stream live coverage of Mama Falcon and her family. Shen Suyu busied herself with various chores, such as clearing the salt collected on the stone slab and tending to the stove's fire and the leftover charcoal ashes. After completing these tasks, she washed her face with rainwater collected in a coconut shell and brushed her teeth with distilled fresh water and sea salt. Zhang Yu had taught her that in the wild, one could use charcoal and salt as makeshift dental care. While rinsing her mouth outside, Shen Suyu noticed Zhang Yu practicing martial arts in the shelter. At this stage, Zhang Yu had yet to master any formal martial arts routines. In truth, there were no set forms in combat martial arts. One simply memorized various techniques and adapted as needed. Performance martial arts, on the other hand, involved stringing techniques together, omitting unsightly movements while incorporating some superficial flair, gradually evolving into a display form. Zhang Yu diligently practiced the movements she had taught him, some executed with precision and remarkable vigor, the sound of his legs slicing through the air faintly audible. Others, however, fell short due to his lack of physical coordination. When Shen Suyu considered correcting him, she noticed that whenever Zhang Yu made a mistake, he would pause and repeatedly practice until he achieved the correct form. Zhang Yu might not possess a coordinated physique, but he had an astonishing intellect. Every move resided in his mind, and he instinctively compared them. This talent was formidable. As long as he dedicated himself to hard work, Shen Suyu believed it would not be long before Zhang Yu surpassed her. After an hour of practice, Zhang Yu finally ceased, striking a perfect horse stance, remaining still without performing any other movements. Shen Suyu, unaware of his intentions, busied herself with an abundance of sea fish and casually inquired, "By the way, what was the name of the song you sang yesterday? I've never heard it before." El Bing Hua. Zhang Yu quickly responded during a brief exhalation, practicing his hard qigong breathing technique, which Shen Suyu did not recognize. "That song is beautiful. The melody is simple yet captivating. You didn't write it yourself, did you?" Zhang Yu's face flushed crimson, but he adhered strictly to the breathing pattern of 5 short breaths followed by 1 long one. As Shen Suyu spoke to him, he could only respond quickly during his brief exhalations. Sort of just some random scribbles, he confessed, not intending to admit it, but realizing the explanation would be lengthy. So he opted for brevity. His memories were becoming clearer, and his mind was filled with many songs. If he could cultivate an identity as a songwriter, perhaps he could exchange some songs for a bit of money. He had never considered plagiarizing songs or books in this world, having experienced death once. He questioned the pursuit of fame and fortune. Wouldn't it be more delightful to amass enough money to live freely and luxuriously? Ah, you really can write songs. Do you have any others? By the way, don't you have a song called The Sea? When will you sing it for me? Shen Suyu asked, her attention still focused on the excessive number of fish drying in the sun. One by one, they were gathered and prepared to be placed in the shelter, making full use of the small basket. There was simply too much to consume. If everything was collected, the basket would be unable to contain it all. No, Zhang Yu replied with difficulty. He felt as though Shen Suyu buzzed around him like an incessant fly. Yet, just as he was on the verge of a crucial breakthrough, all his strength concentrated at the base of his thighs, fiercely surging towards the tailbone. Shen Suyu finally sensed something amiss. She looked at Zhang Yu and noticed that he was merely squatting, but his face had turned an alarming shade of purple. Just as she was about to speak, she fell silent. This scene was almost identical to that day. After a suffocating silence, Zhang Yu suddenly coughed up blood once more, Shun Suyu was taken aback and hurriedly ran into the shed, where Zhang Yu had already slumped down, utterly drained. You, didn't I tell you to stop if something felt wrong? Why are you coughing up blood again? Perhaps you should cease your practice, Shun Suyu stammered. Zhang Yu gasped for breath before responding. It's fine. I actually feel relieved after spitting out this blood. My body knows best. What's going on? A viewer inquired. Why is Zhang Yu coughing up blood? Is he new here? Shun Suyu had taught Zhang Yu a form of breathing exercise rooted in martial arts. And on his first day, he had coughed up blood. Now, he had done so again. Is this practice harmful? How can anyone endure such torment? Some called it superstition. Yet, Zhang Yu was able to expel blood through his training. Others urged for a scientific explanation, but none could elucidate the peculiarities of the situation. We're the experts. Come forth and explain. Brothers upstairs, tread carefully. Those individuals are akin to sticky plasters. Beware of becoming ensnared. Let us give Zhang Yu's technique a name. How about Tanti's divine skill? A little something to practice every few days. 9,999. Sixfold. Historically, the best ideas emerge from the barrage of comments. Hence it shall be called Dante's divine skill. In the courtyard, Elder Shun Hung trembled with excitement. Old Zhang, this young man must become my granddaughter's husband. Mark my words. Chapter 49. Preparing to forge iron. You just wait at home. Prepare some crocodile meat. Make plenty today. I feel as though I could devour half a crocodile. After speaking, Zhang Yu donned his shorts and ventured into the storm. The biting cold wind caused him no discomfort. Instead, his body felt warm. Unbeknownst to him, the netizens had already settled on a name for his technique, surmising that the blood expulsion was a result of either strength, inner energy, or a breakthrough through critical meridians. Perhaps the intensity of his breakthrough caused the reverse blood flow. After the breakthrough, he felt as though he had transcended, experiencing an exhilarating sensation. If he could unseal all his meridians, it was unimaginable what he could become. In any case, his leg and waist strength had significantly increased. Previously, his hands were the most agile, but now they were complemented by the power of his legs and waist. In high spirits, he faced the wind and began to sing loudly. What is this little pain in the storm matter? Wipe your tears, do not fear. At least we still have dreams. Yet, before he could finish the song, he leaped into the sea. He truly has a voice. A viewer exclaimed, Oh my, I seem to have stumbled upon something extraordinary. You are not merely a person. This individual possesses the remarkable talent of songwriting, which is truly astonishing considering he only began his musical journey yesterday. This transcends mere musical knowledge. Some lyricists and composers rely solely on instinct. Zhang Yu is utterly impressive. What is he singing? It is incredibly beautiful. The lyrics seem to carry an inspiring message as well. Surely the production team could communicate with Zhang Yu. At the very least, they could ensure he finishes singing before diving into the sea. Wouldn't it be more beneficial to distribute the song on music platforms? In Director Luo's office, Xiao Ning pondered for a solution. Director Luo, with a weary hand massaging his forehead, acknowledged that anything Zhang Yu casually sang was evidently a gem. Yet he never sang it in full, leaving the production team at an impasse. The snippet of El Binghua performed yesterday had already brought considerable profit to the team. And astonishingly, it had no title at that time. Today, several directors and entertainment companies had reached out to him. The production team had the authority to license Zhang Yu's songs. A simple sale could yield him a substantial sum. Moreover, if they sold the rights for covers and the other party undertook commercial ventures, the profits could be even greater, albeit with a division of earnings. Assistant Xiao Ning furrowed his brow in deep thought, recognizing the urgency of alleviating the burden on his superior. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated his eyes. Director Luo, we could conduct a random draw in a live broadcast under the pretext of comforting each contestant a month from now. The prizes could be trivial items, such as a bag of spicy sauce, a package of hot pot base, or a flute, while we arrange for Zhang Yu to receive a guitar. Any song can be accompanied by a guitar. With an instrument in hand, how could he resist singing? This approach is surely more feasible than clandestinely communicating with him. If we were to engage with the contestants directly and were discovered, our program would face considerable risks. Meanwhile, drawing random, inconsequential items would evade such concerns. This is entirely manageable. Director Luo felt intrigued, yet hesitated, questioning whether this might appear too unprofessional. Xiao Ning quickly interjected, Our wilderness survival competition is, at its core, a program. What harm is there in offering a consolation prize? Besides, survival is exceedingly challenging. Just moments ago, someone chose to withdraw. It is likely that this unexpected cold snap will eliminate at least 15 groups, and many others will undoubtedly fall ill. Even those who endure may find their spirits dampened. A consolation prize might encourage them to persist. Director Luo tapped his fingers on the table, then suddenly struck the surface with renewed vigor. You make a compelling point. I will propose this at the next high-level meeting. as it could serve as an intriguing highlight for our program. Hood, hood, hood. Zhang Yu glanced at the helicopter soaring distantly while clutching a fish basket in one hand as he made his way to the shelter. He needed to quicken his pace. With the cold snap fading, they should embark at once. Only by constructing a sturdy dwelling could they withstand the impending adversities. Perhaps due to the rain and wind, or perhaps the sea had grown too cold, where the fish and shrimp had become more cunning. Today's catch was significantly meager. They had only managed to secure a little over 20 sea fish and other marine delicacies. Relying solely on the scant resources near the shore would not be sustainable. And given the dangers of this maritime area, it was unwise to gamble with their lives. After a flurry of busy activities, Zhang Yu, after a delightful meal, instructed Zhang Yu to use several dry coconut shells to extract some core. A portion of this could be fashioned into pot brushes, while the finer fibers could be crushed to create soft bristled toothbrushes, sparing Zhang Yu the trouble of using her fingers to probe her mouth. As for himself, he was preoccupied with constructing the iron smelting furnace and preparing the clay for the crucible. The firing of the crucible was no trivial matter, as it determined whether iron juice could be collected intact. The outdoor crucible need not be large. Zhang Yu intended to create one measuring approximately 17 to 18 centimeters in height and 12 to 13 centimeters in diameter using a small amount of yellow clay mixed with loess. He slightly modified his home furnace, crafting a square structure, placing charcoal within, and then tossing in a piece of hematite for calcination, connecting it to a blower. Zhang Yu could assist occasionally in operating the blower. The temperature required for smelting or need not be excessively high. Moreover, the hematite he was using was not intended for iron smelting. Constructing the iron smelting furnace was not particularly challenging. It involved filling it with gravel and encasing it in loess to ensure a smooth inner wall. In just over half an hour, the furnace was complete. Zhang Yu retrieved the nearly calcined hematite and began to strike it with a stone, attempting to break it into smaller pieces. The ore had a relatively high purity, and when it was reduced to about the size of half a fist, it proved resistant to further crushing. He collected the fragments of hematite onto a stone, then pounded it gradually until it was reduced to small fragments, which he subsequently ground into powder. Zhang Yu occasionally glanced at him from the shelter, puzzled by his activities. The answer soon revealed itself as Zhang Yu took the earlier clay, kneaded it to remove impurities, and mixed in some fine loess. Using a wooden stick, he rolled the clay out like dough into a flat cake. The next step involved evenly sprinkling the hematite powder onto the clay disc, then kneading the clay to ensure thorough integration of the powder, repeating the sprinkling until all the ore dust was utilized. The next task was to shape the crucible from the clay, which was quite straightforward, akin to kneading dough. To achieve a smooth, inner surface, he used a knife dipped in water to gently scrape away a layer and level it. Once the crucible was formed, he added charcoal to the iron smelting furnace and carefully placed the crucible atop it. He ignited the fire and activated the blower. When the crucible glowed red in the fire, it was ready to be removed. After cooling, the crucible displayed a metallic sheen. A gentle tap with a finger produced a crisp, metallic sound. With the crucible prepared, Zhang Yu struck down the bolt of the door with a stone, leaving no part of the door unscathed, and gathered all the iron nails, scraps of iron plates, and iron wires, placing them into the crucible. Although the bolt was somewhat lengthy, it mattered not. Once melted, it would gradually transform into iron juice. Once everything was in place, he added more charcoal to the smelting furnace, positioned the crucible inside, and used a bit of yellow clay to narrow the furnace opening, retaining more heat. The remaining tasks involved calcination and the addition of carbon. The blower hardly ceased its operation. Unable to contain her curiosity, Zhang Yu hurried over to assist. The area beside the smelting furnace was quite hot, but Zhang Yu permitted her to stay. They busily toiled away, while the two individuals not far from them, named Johali and Zisluo, could no longer remain seated. Chapter 50. I truly cannot endure any longer. Johali and Zisluo, renowned stars of mukbang and wilderness survival from the kingdom of Bora, were chosen for their elevated social status and the enticing prospect of fame and fortune. Upon their arrival, they were discontented with their initial survival location inland, and less than an hour after disembarking the plane, they resolved to head towards the beach, guided by their recollections from a flight. The beach promised a vibrant tropical landscape, which was their familiar habitat. The journey of over 30 miles took them until the following day, fraught with peril as they encountered various dangerous wildlife, leading to many detours that consumed valuable time. Upon reaching the subtropical rainforest near the beach, they promptly sought to construct a rudimentary shelter. While others might fear such an environment, they remained undeterred, equipped with numerous strategies to deal with snakes and insects. After erecting their shelter, hunger gnawed at them. One took charge of kindling the fire, while the other ventured to forage for food. Johali, a portly figure with a belly reminiscent of a woman in her 10th month of pregnancy, instinctively sought out meat. His search led him to the beach, where, before even stepping into the water, he stumbled upon a fish weighing around 5 pounds. Lacking any discernible foul odor, this was already a considerable find for them. Upon returning to their campsite in the rainforest, they immediately set about roasting the fish. Exhausted from their arduous journey, they consumed the entire fish. Still feeling somewhat hungry, yet devoid of energy, they nestled within their makeshift shelter and succumbed to a deep slumber. However, misfortune soon struck. In the dead of night, they were awakened by the biting cold, only to discover that rain had begun to fall upon the island. The fire was flickering precariously, and they hastily relocated it to the entrance of their shelter. Yet, the charcoal produced no flames, and the firewood they had painstakingly gathered was drenched, leaving them helplessly watching the flames extinguish. In desperation, they resorted to using the dry leaves beneath them, but this proved futile, resulting in more smoke than fire. Once the leaves were consumed, the fire pit remained devoid of embers. They had no choice but to huddle together within the shelter for warmth. Conditions were harsh, yet they managed to doze intermittently. Upon awakening the next day, the rain continued unabated and even intensified. With no other options, they found themselves compelled to move about within the cramped shelter, a task that lasted an entire day and night. By the third day, the rain finally lessened, but a fierce wind began to blow. Joe Hawley, with his ample physique, could still manage to persevere through fat reserves, but Zislo was on the brink of hypothermic shock. He wished to move to generate warmth, yet he found himself devoid of strength, unwilling to surrender so easily, especially with such a substantial prize at stake. They acknowledged that their people, despite their average combat prowess, possessed a remarkable resilience akin to that of cockroaches. With a determined resolve, they decided to make their way to the beach, hopeful that they might salvage a fish, whether alive or cooked, to quell their hunger. However, no matter how resilient life may be, it cannot withstand the fierce winds of the sea. After traversing the rainforest, the coastal breeze was particularly strong, and she, Suluo, overwhelmed by the sea wind, collapsed to the ground, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Xiao Halley, I cannot continue. I wish to abandon the competition, Shi Suluo uttered weakly, his hand already resting on the positioning bracelet. Xiao Halley, filled with anxiety, exhibited the stark contrast between a robust figure and a slender one. Although his countenance was grim, he still possessed the strength to persevere, far from succumbing. Shi Suluo, my brother, hold on just a bit longer. Once we find something to eat, we will recover, he urged. With a bitter smile, Shi Suluo replied, Xiao Halley, I truly cannot endure any longer. I am even experiencing hallucinations, smelling the scent of smoke. Xiao Halley was taken aback. The scent of smoke? He sniffed carefully, his dark nose twitching. Indeed, a faint aroma lingered in the air. He immediately rose to survey the surroundings. Coincidentally, the wind had notably lessened at that moment, and Xiao Halley gazed into the distance. Shi Suluo, brother. It seems there are other teams over there. The prostrate Shi Suluo momentarily regained his senses and glanced in that direction, but saw nothing. However, Xiao Halley had indeed spotted something. The winds by the shore were blowing sideways, and despite the considerable distance, on the beach, such distances were trivial. For instance, he could clearly see that mountain. He did not see any people, only wisps of faint, irregular blue smoke. The smoke drifted directly towards them along the beach. Although diluted by the wind, a hint of it still lingered in the air. What does it matter if there are other teams? Teams are not permitted to attack one another, Shi Suluo thought, feeling his eyelids grow heavy. He could not afford to fall asleep, for that would lead to shock, and by the time the production team arrived, it would be too late. Xiao Halley, brimming with excitement, shook Shi Suluo. Who said we have to attack them? We can steal from them, ask for food, and if all else fails, we can at least make a fire, right? They wouldn't dare strike us. We are bound to gain something. Shi Suluo weakly protested, but I truly cannot hold on any longer. Xiao Halley hesitated for a moment, gritted his teeth, and declared, I will carry you. You must endure. Think of the prize money. Upon hearing the mention of money, Shi Suluo regained a semblance of clarity. Without delay, Xiao Halley hoisted him onto his back with a hearty shout. With great difficulty, Xiao Halley trudged forward in that direction, which was directly against the wind, and the gusts were growing stronger. Each step drained considerable energy. Viewers online quickly took note, and even their conversations were translated by those who understood the local dialect. What need is there to ponder? Those individuals are indeed revolting. Their words while eating are nauseating enough, yet their thoughts are even more grotesque. How do they dare utter such things? It is infuriating. If they truly behaved that way, Zhang Yu and Shun Su, you would be utterly helpless. Blow harder wind. Blow them away. How can you be this way? What is wrong with lending a hand to international friends? Damn, there's a fool here, brothers. Let us quickly deal with him. Let me check his information and expose him. In the live broadcast room, Murong Xiaoya found herself at a loss for words. As the audience grew increasingly agitated, She knew that a single misstep could lead to her being harshly criticized and possibly driven off the internet. Fortunately, the medical professor they had invited today spoke up. He was a middle-aged man who adjusted his glasses and calmly stated, Xiao Hali may not be able to carry Shi Sulyuo to Zhang Yu and Shun Suyu's camp. Their physical condition is quite poor, with Shi Sulyuo teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Although Xiao Hali still possesses some strength, their pace reveals the harsh reality. By the time they reach Zhang Yu's camp, they will likely collapse from exhaustion. In such weather, fainting would only lead to withdrawal from the competition. Chapter 51. The first acts on Sijideo, within the rain shelter constructed by Zhang Yu, Shun Suyu and her companions worked with clear division of labor. Despite being a young lady from a wealthy family, Shun Suyu displayed none of the typical frailty associated with women. Having recently recovered from a cold, she refused to remain idle in the shelter. If conditions permitted, we could meticulously sift through the lusts. That way, the iron tools we forge would not be so rudimentary. Zhang Yu remarked, carefully setting aside the freshly made axe and chisel molds. According to his estimates, the molten iron could only yield these few items. It was not merely iron, but rather steel. The material of the latch was steel as well. Zhang Yu, how are we supposed to carry all this? Shun Suyu fretted. A basket of dried fish, 10 to 20 pounds of salt, and we also need to take some coconuts, spices, cassava, and the Falcon Mother S family. Plus, there's that enormous door panel. Zhang Yu, you won't leave behind a single scrap of iron, will you? Zhang Yu glanced at the now molten steel, using a small wooden stick to carefully extract the layer of impurities from the top. Once he deemed it sufficient, he picked up 2 green wooden sticks in preparation to lift the crucible. One should not underestimate this process, including the crucible. The steel and crucible were quite heavy. As he maneuvered the crucible, he reassured her, do not worry. Despite the door panel's size, once melted, it will only amount to a few dozen pounds of iron lumps. Shun Suyu wished to assist, but was uncertain how. As Zhang Yu maneuvered the crucible, billowing clouds of green smoke emerged, threatening to ignite. Yet, Zhang Yu remained composed as he carefully brought the crucible close to the axe and chisel molds, pouring the steel into the molds without wasting a single drop. Once the steel reached the designated line in the mold, he approached the chisel mold and gently poured it in as well. The axe he was crafting was a single piece, one end serving as the blade and the other as the hammer face, thus functioning as both a hammer and an axe. While this design was not the most convenient, it effectively addressed the needs for both tools. The axe handle was a cylindrical shape. Given the current limitations, it might not be perfectly round, but this method was the most material efficient. Why not use a wooden handle? One might ask. It was possible, but it would compromise the axe's strength. Should the center of the axe be hollow, it would lack the solidity of a solid piece. The remainder of the task involved the chisel, which was equally vital, as it could easily split the white steel plates in the forthcoming forging process and serve as a lever or chisel as well. When the chisel mold was filled, a bit of molten steel remained in the crucible. This posed no challenge for Zhang Yu, who swiftly transferred the crucible once more, this time pouring the molten steel directly into a fist-sized mold. This was a forging item he had prepared, a blade reminiscent of a willow leaf, measuring approximately 10 centimeters in length, with a wooden handle extending the total to about 12 centimeters. The blade featured 2 blood grooves on either side, serving as a sharp knife in everyday use, but in critical moments, it transformed into a throwing knife. From a throwing perspective, Zhang Yu believed that the willow blade was the most formidable concealed weapon, confident that he could embed its blade into the body of any creature, except for large and tough-skinned animals like wild boars or bears. With the first iron smelting completed, he thought it merely needed to cool slightly before he could shatter the mold. Zhang Yu felt a swell of pride, firmly believing that their group would undoubtedly take first place in tool-making. Shun Se, brimming with enthusiasm, asked, Zhang Yu, could you possibly craft me a short knife? Zhang Yu, wary, replied, what do you intend to do with it? Shun Se, dissatisfied, retorted, why this expression? Can a girl like knives? Zhang Yu shook his head in refusal, stating, you are not suited to wield a self-defense weapon. He pointed to his own eye. Have you forgotten how you struck my eye? If you had a knife, wouldn't you stab me again? Shun Suyu's face fell, resembling a child denied candy. All she wanted was a knife for personal safety in the perilous wilderness. Without a means of defense, she felt utterly insecure. Zhang Yu, not one to be unreasonable, recalled a thought that had crossed his mind previously. Can you wield a sword? Shun Suyu replied, I can, but it's too long and heavy for everyday carrying. Zhang Yu snapped his fingers. All right, I understand. I assure you I will forge a weapon that satisfies you. His idea had originated from watching the film Killing Storm, where the antagonist, played by Jing Ge, was strikingly charismatic, ultimately meeting his downfall beneath a baton. He pondered whether there was a solution to this dilemma. The solution was simple. Create a scabbard with a mechanism for the sword Jing Ge wielded. In times of need, the scabbard could be drawn and attached to the hilt. transforming the entire weapon into a sword, or perhaps an awkwardly elongated knife. With greater length, many specific dangers could be mitigated. Though he had contemplated this before, his entrance into university had robbed him of the opportunity, and as time passed, he had outgrown the age of playing with knives. Make sure you keep your word, Shen Suyue exclaimed. Zhang Yu approached the axe mold, sensing that it had solidified. He picked up a stone and smashed the mold open. Rest assured, despite the current conditions, I could produce a knife for you in just over half an hour. Then, as if struck by a revelation, Zhang Yu muttered to himself, how foolish I am. Why go to work when I could sustain myself crafting various blades at home? Shen Suyue drew closer, giving him an admonishing glance. You should be cautious. Making controlled weapons could land you in trouble. Having already broken open the axe mold, Zhang Yu sighed. Sometimes, I feel that being here is quite pleasant. In the realm of live broadcasts, words were scarce. He grasped 2 wooden planks and secured the axe, proceeding to a sandpit he had previously excavated, where rainwater had accumulated. Without hesitation, he cast the axe into the water. A hissing sound erupted as steam billowed forth. Zhang Yu, upon testing the temperature with his hand and finding it bearable, retrieved the axe. The axe featured a broad blade on one side and a hammerhead on the other, with the body seamlessly integrating into a steel shaft, the end of which boasted a series of meticulously crafted finger grooves. Its hue was a deep, unpolished black, leaving it in this state due to the absence of refining tools. Flecks of iron slag adorned its surface, a byproduct of the mold, but minor polishing would remedy this. Overall, it possessed a smooth texture, though the blade required further heating and hammering before it could be sharpened. Zhang Yu raised the axe high, flashing a radiant smile at the drone. This was the first axe on the island of 4 seasons. However, his smile was short-lived as he noticed that the drone's camera had only focused on him for a fleeting moment before tilting upward, seemingly capturing something else. Instinctively, he turned to look. Wow! Zhang Yu couldn't help but exclaim, for in his line of sight, approximately 2 or 3 miles east of the rocky area, a figure was laboriously making its way toward him, taking slow, deliberate steps against the wind, as if in slow motion. Is this the group of contestants you mentioned? Not far from us, Shen Suyue asked anxiously. Zhang Yu's expression turned grave. Indeed, Shen Suyue narrowed her beautiful eyes, adjusting her focus to discern the figure better. They appear to be from Nanyu, or perhaps Borneo. Zhang Yu recalled the names of these nations as they corresponded to the original temporal nations he had encountered during the contract signing. Their intentions are far from benign. Their teammate is clearly incapacitated, yet they refuse to withdraw and are advancing toward us. This is no simple plea for assistance. Clenching her fists, Shen Suyue inquired, what shall we do? A glint of fury flashed in Zhang Yu's eyes. This team is clearly attempting to play dirty. They're banking on our reluctance to confront them. If they're shameless enough, they might even resort to stealing our supplies and brazenly occupying our shelter. This is a detestable rule set by the production team. So long as they do not engage in direct conflict, they can do as they please. They are seeking to undermine our resources. Zhang Yu scoffed. We are not made of clay. If they can be underhanded and obstruct our competition, why should we refrain from returning the favor? Shen Suyue turned to Zhang Yu. What do you mean? Zhang Yu pivoted, breaking apart the molds for the chisel and willow leaf knife, tossing them into the water for quenching. He then gathered a selection of broad leaves and laid them out on the ground, explaining to Shen Suyue, let us wait a moment, allowing them to draw closer. We will place the charcoal upon the leaves and wrap them up. It seems that the wind here is blowing directly towards them. If they catch a whiff of the smoke, it is of no concern to us. Isn't it just a matter of making things uncomfortable? There are plenty of ways to deal with it. When I was a child and couldn't outmatch the bigger boys, my only recourse was to pick up stones and fight back or throw sand. This method remains relevant even today, especially with the wind as our ally. They act so self-righteously. What's the issue? Am I disturbing anyone by burning leaves at my camp? Water friend, 6666. My keyboard is nearly shattered. I never imagined I was still so naive. Ha ha, what a brilliant idea. Smoke attack, let us suffocate them. But what if it doesn't disorient them? Here comes an honest man. Let us all take advantage of him. How could it not disorient them? Haven't you seen that fellow, Joha Li, is already at the end of his tether? Indeed, they're out in the wilderness with temperatures barely above freezing. And Joha Li has endured nearly 2 days and nights without sustenance, constantly moving his body. Now, carrying his teammate over such a distance while inhaling smoke. Hee. Even if it doesn't make them faint, it will surely infuriate them. Zhang Yu can wave leaves wrapped around charcoal in front of them. This doesn't count as an attack. As long as they retreat, everything will be fine. You people from Huagua are truly wicked. What is the harm in lending a hand on such a cold day? It's a shame that our 2 countries are neighbors. Oh, a foreign name? Do they climb over the wall to get in? Damn Indians. Living next to you is our greatest shame. It's not the time for your provocations. If you dare to provoke, be prepared to face the consequences. Hurry and leave. No, don't let him go. Let him witness how their competitors are bringing about their own demise. I can't hold back any longer. I must shower gifts upon the great Zhang Yu. I almost forgot. Brothers, let us send the gifts. What a relief. Ha ha ha. Gifts are flying in Zhang Yu's livestream. If you truly dislike him, just head over to Shun Su Yu's stream and shower her with gifts. Millions are celebrating, and within minutes, the gifts have surpassed 1 million. Moreover, the pace of gifting shows no signs of slowing down. Anyone witnessing the scene would find a way to express their elation. Zhang Yu and Shun Su Yu have already brought out the charcoal. After all, if they aren't suffocating the Indians, they might as well utilize it and continue forging. Observing that the plump Indian still possesses some resilience, Zhang Yu, with a glint in his eye, decided to gather a pile of firewood. Since they might not have enough charcoal, it wouldn't hurt to make some now, right? Under the witness of nearly 20 million viewers across both live streams, Zhang Yu ignited a pile of firewood. Due to the rain, the wood was somewhat damp, producing thick, fragrant smoke. Zhang Yu and Shun Su Yu barely noticed. The moment the smoke rose, it was carried away by the wind towards the beach, perhaps due to the waves or some other reason. The smoke could not reach the sea, instead blowing straight towards the two Indians. Burning charcoal is no small fire, with a great deal of smoke billowing. Zhang Yu occasionally tossed some green leaves onto the flames to ensure the wood doesn't burn too fiercely. No one could find fault with it. Not even the viewers on the Indian side, who were cursing more at Zhou Li and his companion than at anyone else. As the online community erupted in joyous fervor and the topic once again soared to the trending searches, Zisilo, perched upon Kayahali's back, could not help but succumb to a violent fit of coughing upon inhaling the persistent smoke. Ultimately, his exhausted body could endure no longer, and he lost consciousness entirely. When his vital signs began to falter, the tracking bracelet emitted a red light, pulsating ominously alongside a series of alarming beeps. In the event of a severe crisis or complete cessation of his heartbeat, the bracelet would shine continuously in red, accompanied by an incessant alarm. Zisilo belonged to the latter category. His body, succumbing to hypothermia, triggered shock and an unknown acute ailment, rendering him completely unconscious, teetering on the brink of life and death. Kayahali, as the professor had remarked, was akin to a horse racing towards a distant mountain. Though it appeared close, the journey had proven arduous, and he too had reached his limit. He could no longer hear the piercing alarm of Zisiluo's tracking bracelet. His sole thought was to reach the campsite of Zhang Yu and the others. However, after Zisilo lost consciousness, he possessed no strength to assist Kayahali, weighing him down like a dead weight. After taking only a few steps, Kayahali stumbled, and Zisilo tumbled from his back. Startled awake, Kayahali noticed the blaring alarm, but felt powerless to assist. Though he was eager to check on his comrade's condition, the acrid smoke wafting towards him made it difficult to breathe. When he turned to look, he nearly choked on disbelief. Zhang Yu and Shun Su stood at the windward side of the fire, busily tossing green leaves and dousing the flames with water. The thickening smoke obscured his view of the troublesome pair. In a moment of exasperation, Kayahali's eyes rolled back, and his body fell heavily backward, collapsing with a thud. Amidst the chaos, the viewers erupted in laughter. Ah ha ha ha. This comedic moment could sustain me for an entire year. How delightful. Zhang Yu, the eternal legend. Truly remarkable. Goodness. How fragile they are, Zhang Yu remarked. I was merely burning some charcoal at home. What on earth transpired? In the production team's office, Director Luo laughed until he was breathless, a rare display of mirth in such a private setting. Ha ha ha. Xiao Ning, has the helicopter passed yet? Xiao Ning joined in the laughter, recalling Zhang Yu's statement about releasing smoke, coinciding with the rescue team's departure, which should have reached them by now. Chapter 53. Cold forging Zhang Yu. They seem to have fainted. Should we? Zhang Yu remained unfazed, continuing to extinguish the flames in the fire pit. What happens to them is of no concern to us. We are in the midst of producing charcoal. Shun Su fell silent. Born into a family with a fierce spirit, she believed in the principle of non-aggression. If one does not provoke me, I shall not provoke them. Yet now, with the adversaries encroaching upon them, she felt no obligation to show compassion. This was merely a mild reprisal. 2 nights prior, they had conspired to set traps in the rainforest. These traps were no mere snares for enemies. As long as they did not result in death, injury, or maiming were inconsequential. It was not a matter of cruelty. Everyone was fighting for survival on the island. Why venture into another's territory with ill intentions? If one harbored malevolence, they could hardly blame others for their own harshness. Is humility rewarded with a share of the spoils? This was their first endeavor. Why should they yield to others? In the primal environment of survival, the innate wildness within people's hearts gradually awakens, not only in Zhang Yu and his companions, but in others as well. The audience is abuzz with discussions regarding this matter. Do you believe that once this unexpected cold spell passes, the individuals from other groups, provided they manage to survive, will resort to any means necessary? Undoubtedly. When the stakes are high enough, the majority would risk their lives. We would do the same. I still envy them for participating in the competition. Such programs are far more intriguing than those mundane entertainment shows that preach harmony among all. Indeed, our nation requires this kind of entertainment direction, otherwise. The culture of effeminacy is simply unbearable. I have a particular fondness for the teams of Zhang Yu and Yu, and I hope they can endure until the end. Alas, it is challenging. The island teams with wildlife, and the contestants are left to fend for themselves without external resources. Many of those streamers and so-called experts have encountered their share of misfortunes. Suddenly, the familiar sound reverberated through the air. The helicopter swiftly approached. As it hovered above the two individuals, the strong winds caused it to adjust repeatedly before it finally landed smoothly. The production team demonstrated their cleverness by positioning the helicopter upwind of the two competitors, using its body to shield them from the wafting smoke. At this moment, Zhang Yu and his companion could not halt their actions. The burning would release smoke, and extinguishing the flames to create charcoal produced even more. Yu stared vacantly at the helicopter and the crew, and Zhang Yu understood her thoughts. He pondered them as well. That helicopter was a direct conduit back to the civilized world. Once aboard, one could swiftly indulge in delectable cuisine, enjoy a comfortable abode, and take a refreshing hot shower. He remained silent. If Yu desired to return, he would not hinder her. Their relationship had a hint of ambiguity. Yet her familial circumstances loomed large. What made him deserving of her? Not to mention, any accomplishments he had achieved paled in comparison to what she might seek. Furthermore, deep down, Zhang Yu was unwilling to sacrifice his freedom and dreams for anyone again. What was the point of striving for someone when the emotional connection had not fully developed? Was it mere physical attraction? Indeed, there was some of that, but it did not drive him to the brink of irrationality. He desired to alleviate his burdens. Once he had the means, he could go anywhere. He had heard tales of celestial beings in private rooms, though he was unsure of their veracity. Zhang Yu quietly peeled a coconut, adding a few fragrant flowers within, and placed it on the stove in their shelter to cook. Glancing at the sky, he noted it was still early, likely around 1 or 2 in the afternoon. He approached the door and began to contemplate what to construct next. After a while, Yu noticed Zhang Yu's absence and hurried to his side. The two individuals seemed gravely affected. The helicopter had not taken off for quite some time, leading her to suspect they were in the midst of a rescue operation. Zhang Yu turned to her and reassured, "Their situation is irrelevant to us. Imagine, if one day we were to fall into the traps set by other contestants, whom would we blame?" Yu slowly nodded, gradually suppressing her feelings of compassion. "What are you doing?" Zhang Yu stroked the stubble on his chin, contemplating what essential tools to forge. "My thoughts gravitated towards the necessity of a shovel, a knife for food preparation, and a blade for self-defense." Yu proposed, "Let's craft a pot. Without one, we are limited to roasted and pan-fried fare." Zhang Yu sighed gently, conceding, "True, yet before we forge a pot, we must first create a smaller, round-headed hammer." Yu, puzzled, inquired, "Is crafting a pot that complicated?" Zhang Yu gestured towards the white steel door panel, explaining, "Given our current resources, the most suitable method of fabrication is to hammer the white steel into shape. The primary technique employed is cold forging." Yu blinked her bright eyes, asking, "What is cold forging?" Zhang Yu flexed his wrist, unable to suppress his motion. Cold forging entails shaping metal without heating it. A decent pot may require tens of thousands of strikes to perfect. Yu exclaimed in astonishment, "Is it truly that troublesome? Can't we simply make do with something less refined?" Zhang Yu's lips twitched. To him, that notion was an affront. "We cannot settle for mediocrity. We must strive for excellence, as it will serve us well in the future." With that, he ceased his deliberation, knowing that sleep would come late tonight. He enlarged the opening of the iron smelting furnace, adding charcoal, then positioned one corner of the door panel at the furnace's mouth. The first step was to gather materials, extracting the square steel from the door panel through forging, followed by heating the steel until it glowed red, and meticulously trimming it with a chisel to create the desired components. Knives were trivial in comparison. The real challenge lay in forging the circular white steel for the pot and the shovel, both of which necessitated cold forging. During this process, he also needed to create a round-headed hammer. Zhang Yu soon became engrossed in his work, while Yu, after assisting in lifting the door panel initially, found little else to do. After organizing the newly produced charcoal, she went to the shelter to prepare food. They had not been attentive to the helicopter. Unbeknownst to them, Shisu Luo's heart had ceased to beat. Fortunately, Xiao Hao Li was easier to manage. He recovered his body temperature and received some nutrient solution to stabilize. The medical personnel of the production team were primarily focused on rescuing Shisu Luo. The production team's helicopter arrived approximately 5 minutes after the two individuals collapsed. with medical staff tirelessly performing chest compressions to prevent Shisu Luo from succumbing to brain death. Various emergency measures ensued, and after approximately 15 minutes, Shisu Luo's heartbeat was restored. Although life was salvaged, the impact on his brain was likely significant, casting doubt on his ability to live normally in the future. The production team would certainly owe some compensation, albeit not excessive, as the insurance company would cover medical expenses and accident compensation, with the production team providing a supplementary amount. That afternoon, several helicopters made their rounds intermittently, while light rain persisted until evening. On this day, the urban dwellers finally witnessed the brutal reality of the wilderness. While no fatalities had occurred thus far, several individuals have been snatched from the clutches of death. Despite remaining calm and avoiding wild beasts, many nearly succumbed to the cold. This vividly illustrated the perilous nature of the wild. Those who envied the opportunity to compete have now calmed down. After all, how many would truly gamble their lives for a mere sum of money? Many may claim indifference, yet few possess the courage to act. It is akin to perilous professions. While the allure of profit is evident, how many dare to engage in them? Chapter 54. The end of the late spring chill. Out to explore how much could Zhang Yu and Shun Suyu consume in 3 meals? A crocodile holds the answer. On the day Zhang Yu dispatched the crocodile, he returned to the beach with a small knife, meticulously removing its head, claws, tail, and entrails before dragging the creature back to the shelter. A conservative estimate suggests that the crocodile meat, along with its bones, weighed around 200 pounds. On the first day, while working, they feasted without keeping count. By the second day, which was this morning, aware of the lengthy tasks ahead, Zhang Yu indulged heartily. He was unperturbed by the prospect of overindulgence, feeling as though any amount he consumed would be swiftly digested, to the extent that he rarely visited the restroom. The family of Falcon Mother had eaten some in the morning, and by evening, after the pair finished their meal, only 7 pieces of crocodile meat remained, likely amounting to 50 or 60 pounds. Who knows how much they truly consumed? When they realized the crocodile meat was nearly depleted, both were left astonished. How can you eat so much? Zhang Yu leaned against the cave wall, cradling his stomach, lazily pulling a fledgling falcon onto his belly. I have no idea. Perhaps it's the rigorous training you imparted. As you know, my progress in cultivation is swift, and thus my energy expenditure must be considerable. Shun Suyu pondered. Is that so? Yet, I didn't eat this much during my training. Zhang Yu gently caressed the soft feathers of the young falcon, which remained docile under his touch. Its eyes half closed in a state of relaxation. How long did it take you to master free breathing during your cultivation? Shun Suyu reflected for a moment. Around 1.5 years, I suppose. Zhang Yu replied, exactly. I've only been at this for a few days. Such rapid advancement surely comes with its drawbacks. The ancients were right about the disparity between wealth and martial prowess. Shun Suyu chuckled lightly. If you continue to eat like this, we may struggle to endure the next 3 months. Zhang Yu rolled his eyes wearily, his eyelids drooping. The area controlled by the true heart technique was quite active, siphoning energy from other parts of his body. The fledgling falcon resting on his belly, named Su Su, sensed his stillness, glanced at Falcon Mother, and promptly nestled down, treating Zhang Yu's abdomen as its nest. Witnessing this scene, Shun Suyu softened her movements while tidying up the remnants of their meal, recognizing the toll these past days had taken on Zhang Yu. However, after merely an hour of rest, Zhang Yu sat up, returning Su Su to its nest. Noticing Falcon Mother watching him, he gently parted the feathers at the back of her neck. The previously bloodied wound had already scabbed over and appeared set to heal completely within a few days. Shall we not forge again tomorrow? Sen Su Yue, aware of Zhang Yu's intentions, gently advised against it. Zhang Yu examined Falcon Mother's wings with a sigh. It seems she will soon be able to fly, and the little ones are also growing strong enough to take flight. Gently stroking Falcon Mother's head, Zhang Yu remarked to Shun Suyu, you should drink a coconut and rest early. There is no need to wait for me. Shun Suyu, upon noticing that Zhang Yu had disregarded her advice, felt no irritation. After all, matters of survival were ultimately governed by his decisions. Soon, the clanging sounds outside resumed, prompting Shun Suyu to contemplate her next move. She retrieved several sizable pieces of crocodile skin and, adhering to Zhang Yu's instructions, began to scrape the flesh off. It was only after she commenced this task that she comprehended the rationale behind his earlier statement. Removing the flesh from the crocodile skin proved to be a formidable challenge. She hesitated to apply too much force, fearing that the knife might puncture the skin irreparably. At that moment, Zhang Yu's voice called out from outside. If it's difficult to scrape, then abandon it. We lacked the proper tools earlier, rendering this piece of crocodile skin nearly useless. Moreover, the process of leather production is quite intricate. My earlier intention was to experiment with this material when the opportunity arose to see if it could be processed effectively. Immediately, Shun Suyu discarded the crocodile skin, exclaiming, you should have mentioned that sooner. Now my hands reek of it. In response, the clattering sounds continued. Zhang Yu had no time to delve into leatherwork, which was indeed a laborious endeavor. The treatment of fur was no small task. It required meticulous washing, followed by drying in the shade, not to mention the fixation of the fur itself. The most crucial step was tanning. Once the leather dried, it became exceedingly rigid. One could not simply rub it to soften it. There were methods employed by certain cultures, such as the Inuit, who rolled fish skin and pounded it with wooden sticks to achieve softness. Yet, authentic leather still necessitated various tanning techniques. Zhang Yu was familiar with several methods, one of which involved using animal brains as a tanning agent, albeit somewhat distasteful. Alternatively, plant-based methods required experimentation. He decided to keep the crocodile skin for experimental purposes. Unbeknownst to her, Shen Suyu had succumbed to slumber, while Zhang Yu remained engrossed in his work, whether it was early or late in the night. He had fashioned a pot that even he deemed satisfactory. Lacking modern craftsmanship for polishing, it had been meticulously hammered into shape. Adorned with intricate plum blossom patterns, each hammer strike left its mark. The surface, though slightly uneven, was quite remarkable. In addition to the pot, he had crafted a square shovel head and a pointed shovel head, both smaller than those typically available on the market due to material constraints. The remaining task was to forge knives. Although the white steel plate was quite thick, it fell short of the requirements for a long machete, limiting him to crafting a chopping knife and a knife for slicing fruits and meats. After repeated hammering, the cutting edge was commendable, and he planned to find suitable stones to sharpen them further, ensuring they rivaled industrial products in quality. To create a defensive machete, he would need to smelt square steel the following day. Despite the limited number of items he had produced, nearly half of the door panel had been consumed in the process. To forge a hammer, he had expended a significant portion of one of the 4 square steels. The material was remarkably unyielding. He anticipated being able to forge only 2 more knives, and he would have to be prudent with the remaining steel. As for the knife he had promised Shen Suyu, that would have to wait until after they relocated, as it required meticulous craftsmanship. Little did he know that even in the late hours of the night, over 100,000 viewers were observing his forging process. Furthermore, nearly every item had been appraised, with the pot being the most expensive. A wealthy individual known for frequently gifting was willing to pay a staggering 100,000 for it. The value of items such as knives and shovel heads amounts to several thousand, predominantly influenced by the phenomenon of celebrity endorsement, while the intrinsic worth of these objects is rather meager. Currently, Zhang Yu is yet to gain full public recognition. However, as time progresses, even a single handcrafted artifact may become unattainable for the average individual. On the 5th day of the survival competition on the deserted island, Zhang Yu's arms were swollen from exertion. The 6th day dawned clear and warm. After practicing, washing up, and having breakfast, Zhang Yu reasoned that following the recent rains, the wilderness would be teeming with hungry wildlife, making long-distance travel inadvisable. Thus, he proposed to delay relocation until the following day and instead suggested a foray into the rainforest to gather some chili peppers and cassava. After their meal, the family head, Zhang Yu, announced his decision, which was readily accepted by Shen Suyu, who had been cooped up in a shelter for 2 days. She even made a rather audacious request to bring along Falcon Mother and her family, sensing they too seemed rather bored. Upon glancing at Falcon Mother, who was earnestly gazing back at him, Zhang Yu chuckled and replied, "Very well, a little exercise will benefit them as well." Chapter 55. You still want me to call you father? Zhang Yu's intent to explore was, in truth, a means to alleviate the soreness in his arms. Without the genuine heart technique, he doubted he could lift either arm today. Nevertheless, after several days of strenuous labor, he felt as robust as stone. Although he contemplated challenging Shen Suyu, he feared retribution. After preparing, Zhang Yu wielded an axe in one hand while the other was wrapped in tree bark, upon which Falcon Mother perched. On either shoulder stood Susu and Yiya, one on each side. Shen Suyu, emulating him, carried Fishy while wielding a knife and a sharp shovel head. Viewers remarked, in this family, only Zhang Yu possesses combat prowess. The others are mere burdens. Alas, with all the live streams outdoors today, it's hard to decide which one to watch. They settled on the main live stream, knowing it would promptly switch to any captivating scenes. In the main live stream, Morong Xiaya was summarizing the recent cold snap. Good morning, esteemed viewers. Welcome to the Wilderness Survival Competition. Today, the highest temperature on Four Seasons Island is 14 degrees. The 2-day cold spell has now passed. Over these 2 days, 18 contestants opted to withdraw, including 7 entire teams. Currently, we observe 59 individuals weakened, with 32 suffering from colds and other ailments. The situation is dire, and we hope they can persist. As of now, following evaluations by the program judges, Team 50, comprising Zhang Yu and Shen Suyu, has scored 39 points, placing them in the lead among all teams. The second place is occupied by the team of Bailey Air and AI from Europe, who score 19 points. Murong Xiaoya beamed. Indeed, you heard correctly. The gap between first and second place is monumental. The leading team has successfully forged iron tools, which, upon professional assessment, were deemed superior to our everyday implements. Additionally, Zhang Yu and Shan Suyu's team has acquired a substantial quantity of preliminary refined sea salt, along with ample food supplies. Murong Xia playfully blinked her large eyes and feigned mystery as she whispered, "Let me tell you a secret. Their group could have scored around 45 points. But Zhang Yu's excessive appetite caused the score to drop." A viewer commented, "I apologize. My Zhang Yu has embarrassed himself. He is currently honing his skills in the art of indulgence, so please be understanding." It was amusing to realize that Zhang Yu had lost 6 points simply due to his voraciousness. Is this score based on a 100-point scale? Is this your first time here? Certainly not. It is not a 100-point scale. Every point has its origins, and as long as enough is accumulated, the score can theoretically continue to rise indefinitely. In the heart of the rainforest, so you pondered, your family background is quite extraordinary. Why is there a lack of offspring? Walking through the lush greenery, the fresh air was invigorating, though the dense vegetation slowed their pace. Shen Suyu followed behind Zhang Yu and, after a moment's pause, replied, "My grandfather had 7 brothers, and he is the youngest. 6 of his brothers perished on the battlefield, while he sustained grave injuries and retired late, which is when my father was eventually born." Shen Suyu did not elaborate further, but Zhang Yu could surmise that had her mother been present, she would have likely desired more children. Regrettably, that was not the case. What about you? Why are you the only child in your family? Shen Suyu did not feel particularly sorrowful. The sadness she harbored had already been largely expressed. Zhang Yu remarked casually, "Isn't it quite normal for our generation to have only one child?" Suddenly, the silent mother hawk called out twice, piquing Zhang Yu's curiosity as he followed the direction of her gaze. There was a snake climbing a tree. "Oh, it appears to be a green tree viper." Zhang Yu pointed to a nearby tree where a snake was leisurely flicking its tongue, its head flat and round, a dark green color adorned with dense diamond-shaped scales. The mother hawk slightly spread her wings, seemingly contemplating a hunt, though her wings were not fully developed, rendering her unable to fly. Taking a couple of steps forward, Shen Suyu naturally grasped the hem of Zhang Yu's clothing. "A green tree viper? It possesses medicinal value," she noted. Zhang Yu nodded, aware that this particular snake was a component of traditional Chinese medicine, known for dispelling wind and dampness, unblocking meridians, and stopping spasms. He continued walking a few meters before methodically setting down Susu, Yiya, and the mother hawk. Reaching into his pocket, Zhang Yu withdrew a stone and, with a leisurely swing of his arm, sent it hurtling forth with surprising speed. With a satisfying crack, Zhang Yu smiled as the stone struck the snake's head, causing it to plummet from the tree. At that moment, the mother hawk, wings slightly spread, hopped eagerly to the writhing snake, her talons swiftly grasping its vulnerable neck. With a fierce peck, the snake appeared to convulse as if struck by lightning, ultimately succumbing to paralysis. The mother hawk clumsily carried the nearly 1-meter-long green tree viper back to Zhang Yu, placing it at his feet, her eyes fixed upon him. "This creature has medicinal properties. It will benefit both humans and birds alike." Zhang Yu turned to Shen Suyu, who wore an adorably dazed expression. "Why are you looking at me?" she inquired. Unable to contain himself, Zhang Yu replied, "Because you are quite beautiful." Shen Suyu's cheeks flushed crimson, yet Zhang Yu paid no heed to her embarrassment. "Hand me a knife. Let us skin the snake. We shall keep a portion of the meat for snake soup and give the remainder to the mother hawk and her kin." Shen Suyu couldn't hertit, contemplating giving Zhang Yu a piece of her mind. However, his attentive care over the past few days made it somewhat difficult for her to do so. Zhang Yu, with a smile gracing his lips, sat down, took the knife from Shen Suyu's hand, and began to skin the snake, a task that was quite simple. What was there to be angry about? Was it not a fact that he was handsome? Oof. Shen Suyu huffed softly, yet her brows curved in a gentle arc, causing her momentary irritation to dissipate like mist. In just a few strokes, Zhang Yu had removed the snakeskin, chopping the body at the midsection to present the side containing the internal organs and gallbladder to Mama Falcon. Shen Suyu set the fish down, and it eagerly rushed over to Mama Falcon. Their family had consumed some food earlier, but the snake intrigued them, and Mama Falcon likely felt a sense of pride in this catch, making it particularly delicious. Zhang Yu chopped the remaining snake meat into several segments, wrapping them in broad leaves. He smacked his lips, wishing he could indulge in a cigarette. With no pressing tasks for the day, he felt rather leisurely, and in such moments, the desire for a smoke crept in. Smoke, smoke, smoke. What is there to smoke? You have trained in martial arts. You know that smoking dulls your sensory perception, don't you? Shen Suyu replied with dissatisfaction. Zhang Yu shrugged. Dulling is dulling. The purpose of martial arts is to strengthen the body. And why do we strengthen the body? Of course, it is for a better life and enjoyment. Shen Suyu could no longer contain herself, Sitting beside Zhang Yu, she playfully pinched the soft flesh at his waist. "You are being illogical." Zhang Yu immediately pleaded for mercy. "Ouch. Ouch. Okay, I was wrong. Can we not have a proper conversation without resorting to violence?" Shen Suyu huffed. "Regardless of the situation, I am, in some sense, your mentor, am I not? It is only right that I guide you in this regard." Before Shen Suyu could finish her sentence, her gaze fixed on the bushes behind Zhang Yu. Unbeknownst to him, feeling somewhat indignant, he retorted, "I've even taken you on wilderness survival trips. You say I play both father and mother, nurturing and protecting you. Have I ever asked you to call me father?" Shen Suyu withdrew her gaze, appearing more confident. Upon hearing Zhang Yu's words, she flared up. "You want me to call you father? Zhang Yu, I will strangle you, you ungrateful disciple." Chapter 56, Tobacco Leaves. Water friend, Zhang Yu is too much. Wanting my goddess, Suyu, to call him father? If anyone should be called that, it should be me. Get lost upstairs. Have you grown enough hair to be a father? Goddess, I am a suitable age. Come to me quickly. I say, enough of this. What kind of twisted preferences are these? Hee, you don't understand. This is a form of amusement. Look behind them. Quick, take a look. What are we looking at? Grass? Broad leaves? Huh. Could that broad-leafed plant be tobacco? Damn. Their luck is just too extraordinary. Sitting beside tobacco leaves and wanting to smoke, this is truly tobacco. Zhang Yu is fortunate. He did not notice that goddess, so you seem to have seen it. In the rainforest. Get up. You get up. I'm still a young man. And you have ridden me several times. Say that again. Say it again. Get up quickly. Don't do this. If you don't get up, I will just go along with you. With a flushed face, Shen Sue climbed off Zhang Yu, and the family of Sun Ma withdrew their worried gazes, having feared that the household might be on the brink of disintegration. Shen Sue herself was at a loss. She had never behaved in such a manner in public. It was one thing to frolic with a man or engage in intimate contact. She had scarcely even touched a hand, not even during her years studying abroad. Yet, upon arriving on the island, everything had changed. Her demeanor had transformed into something far more innocent, as if the restraint she had maintained for so many years had vanished without a trace. Some might perceive her as a frivolous person for becoming so quickly familiar with someone, indulging in playful banter. But it was hardly her fault. Each day was fraught with unimaginable crises and terrors. Perhaps the shift in her character was merely a form of self-preservation. Zhang Yu reluctantly sat up, contemplating how inappropriate the situation was, and resolved to dismiss any irrelevant thoughts. Just as he was about to voice a feigned complaint, Shen Sue suddenly declared, "If you promise me a condition, I shall grant you a wish." Zhang Yu opened his mouth to respond, but decisively fell silent. Shen Sue's words struck a familiar chord. The last time she had posed a question, she had rewarded him with a cigarette, but was she about to offer him some other benefit this time? "You must first state your condition. Are you suggesting that if you command me to die, I should comply?" Zhang Yu thought it prudent to be cautious. "Promise me quickly. Otherwise, I might change my mind." Shen Sue stamped her foot, her charming demeanor causing Zhang Yu to lower his head in submission. Who could possibly resist such a lure? Surely, you haven't discovered something else? After pondering, he realized that this was the only possibility. Shen Sue placed her hands on her hips, glaring at him with her beautiful eyes, prompting Zhang Yu to concede defeat. Women could be unreasonable, as his own mother had often demonstrated. All right, I promise, he relented, and Shen Sue's face lit up with a smile, seemingly brightening the entire rainforest. Now look behind you, she instructed. Zhang Yu, puzzled, turned around. What am I supposed to see? Shen Sue approached, extending her slender fingers to point at a broadleaf plant. Don't you recognize this? Zhang Yu stepped closer for a better look, his expression one of bewilderment. He had no idea what it was. Shen Sue hesitated, contemplating whether to reveal it. Smoking was undesirable, yet in this wild environment, there were few things that could genuinely ease Zhang Yu's tension. This is tobacco leaf. How can you not recognize it? Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu was taken aback, scrutinizing the plant that Shen Sue claimed was tobacco. He had never encountered such a thing before. His introduction to smoking came only after his family had faced turmoil, and he had never delved deeply into the subject. Nevertheless, this did not diminish his exhilaration. He eagerly tore off a small piece of a leaf and placed it in his mouth. As he chewed, a wave of spicy bitterness gradually filled his mouth. This was indeed tobacco. Ha. Sue, I adore you, Zhang Yu exclaimed, enveloping Shen Sue in a bear hug, spinning her around several times amidst her startled cries before finally setting her down. Nearby, the family of Sun Ma paused their meal, wondering what had transpired between the two bipedal creatures. Were they truly destined to part ways after all? Let go. You must release me. Shen Sue felt like a mere rag doll, helplessly manipulated by another. Zhang Yu laughed heartily as he released her, then crouched down, gazing at the tobacco leaves with a silly grin. Water friend, alas, the goddess is ultimately no longer pure. Is it really necessary? I noticed that upon discovering the cassava, Zhang Yu didn't seem particularly pleased either. You wouldn't understand. Indeed, those who do not smoke cannot comprehend. Now the question arises, how should the tobacco leaves be processed? After the silly laughter, Zhang Yu pondered the same issue. How exactly should one handle this? Is roasting sufficient? What else the matter? Aren't you proficient in everything? Such a simple task eludes you? Shen Suyu is unsure whether to feel anger or embarrassment. After being embraced by Zhang Yu, he simply disregarded her. Zhang Yu scratched his head, admitting, I've never researched this matter. Shen Suyu intended to act aloof, but considering Zhang Yu's impressive knowledge, she decided against it. During my visit to the herbal medicine cultivation base of my company, I observed the local methods of processing tobacco leaves. In fact, these leaves are not yet ready for harvest. We could take some back and return in a month to collect them. Zhang Yu was astonished. Your family has a herbal medicine plantation? Shen Suyu crouched down to select the barely suitable tobacco leaves. There was a patch of about 100 plants. Of course, to ensure high-quality herbal medicine, it is best to cultivate it oneself. The demand far exceeds supply. Zhang Yu nodded in agreement, affirming her point. These days, while fools oppose traditional Chinese medicine, the wise prosper from it. Since you hold traditional medicine in such high regard, once we are out of here, I shall have my grandfather take you on as a student. That would be splendid. Having more skills is never a burden. I have long desired to learn. What was meant to be a relaxing exploration was abruptly interrupted by the unexpected discovery of tobacco leaves, which Zhang Yu was reluctant to abandon. He meticulously crafted a backpack, and the two chatted while gathering half a backpack full of tobacco leaves, consuming considerable time. They decided to head directly to the cassava patch to dig up a bunch of cassava. They also found bird's eye chili, uprooting it entirely and wrapping it in soil. Moving it within 2 days should pose no issue. After completing these tasks, they returned home, as Zhang Yu still needed to forge 2 knives and cut the remaining steel into smaller pieces for easier transport. Today, they considered themselves a relatively calm group. Other teams were frantically scouring the wilderness after the late spring chill, akin to famished ghosts reborn. The late spring chill not only presented severe challenges for the participants, but also for the wildlife. The team of Bailey and Aide, previously trailing in points, encountered an unexpected stroke of luck, capturing a wild boar weighing over 200 pounds in their trap. Their joy was amplified by the presence of 8 piglets reluctant to flee from the boar. If another scoring round were to occur, they might be nearly equal to Zhang Yu's team. Chapter 57. Refining Coconut Oil. Professor Liu, is it possible to farm wild boars? In a live broadcast, Murong Xiaya posed this question to today's guest, a professor of botany and zoology. Professor Liu, unlike others who expound at length, succinctly stated, given the current situation, it is indeed feasible to farm them. Bailey and his team will need to construct a sturdy enclosure and ensure a sufficient daily food supply for the piglets. The reproductive capacity of wild boars is remarkably high, with a single litter yielding 8 to 10 piglets, and they can produce 3 to 4 litters in a year. Murong Xiaya exclaimed, wow. Does that mean that Bailey and Ed's group will never be short of meat? Professor Liu chuckled. Theoretically, yes, but this isn't wild. Such a reproductive scale is unattainable. They lack the necessary tools, and constructing a fenced enclosure would be quite challenging. Moreover, there are predatory wild animals nearby, which poses significant dangers. Murong Xiaya, perceptive as ever, sensed that Professor Liu had more to say. So what do you mean? She inquired. The professor humbly replied, if it were up to me, under such circumstances, I would opt to gradually consume them. Raising them would demand a considerable amount of their energy, leaving them little time for anything else but tending to the wild boars. Professor Liu's words divided online viewers into 2 camps, one supporting his perspective and the other advocating for domestication. This professor clearly has never been to the countryside. How many people are actually raising wild boars nowadays? As long as Bailey and the others master the right methods, they could declare themselves champions. How naive. Even domestic pigs occasionally escape their enclosures. How much more so for wild boars? How will they construct a pig pen? Without tools. Even felling a small tree would be a struggle. And didn't they hear Professor Liu's warning? This is the wilderness. Wouldn't a plethora of piglets attract more carnivorous animals? Could Bailey and his companion face danger? Indeed. And have they considered how much a pig consumes? How will they gather enough food for such voracious animals? They would need to devote half a day simply to worrying about feeding them. Wouldn't that detract from their competition? Disappointment swept over the audience who favored Bailey and his group. Would they really let such a splendid opportunity slip away? Nonetheless, Bailey and his companion possessed remarkable ingenuity, their thoughts diverging from those of the viewers and the professor. It is evident that we cannot raise the piglets for now. We can only temporarily care for them. Instead, let's use one of the piglets as bait to hunt other prey. Bailey declared excitedly, securing the little wild boar. As long as we employ the right methods, we will have an ample supply of meat for a long time. Ed, patting the boar's flesh with satisfaction, chuckled in agreement. However, he soon expressed concern. But this could put us in jeopardy. Bailey dismissed the worry. Haven't you heard of fighting to sustain oneself? Ed hesitated. Are you suggesting that? Bailey, filled with enthusiasm, continued. We cannot allow the wild boars to hinder our survival progress. We will temporarily care for them while crafting tools and hunting. By the time we have fully utilized the value of these piglets, we may possess everything we need. Winning first place in multiple evaluations will undoubtedly be ours. Though Ed cherished the idea of surviving in the wild, he too harbored dreams. Having both served in the military, they understood the principle of fighting to sustain oneself. In their current predicament, it was indeed an excellent strategy, albeit somewhat perilous. Yet, it mattered little. If they encountered an insurmountable beast, they could simply retreat. Their decision instantly garnered considerable optimism from most online viewers. Currently, only 2 teams are racing ahead, poised to enter a period of rapid development, while the rest, hindered by misfortune and a lack of experience, find themselves in varying states of subsistence. On the beach, Zhang Yu and Shen Siyue are diligently collaborating. Their efforts no less intense than those of other competitors. Shen Siyue is meticulously organizing and packing their belongings, while Zhang Yu busily forges iron, immersed in his work. Upon returning, he adeptly slices through a pile of coconuts, ready to attempt the extraction of coconut oil. As he forges, he instructs Shen Siyue on the somewhat intricate process of coconut oil extraction. She carefully splits the coconuts open and pours the coconut milk into a makeshift container crafted from broadleaves, which serves as their current drinking water. Under Zhang Yu's guidance, she skillfully uses a knife and small steel plate to scoop out the coconut flesh, utilizing the coconut shell as a vessel, and mashes the flesh into a paste with a stone akin to grinding garlic. Employing a side of Zhang Yu's shirt as a makeshift filter, she pours the mashed coconut milk into a pot. The remaining dry fragments, known as coconut pulp, could potentially be fried if starch were available, but under the current circumstances, they must be discarded. With the coconut milk in the pot, it is left to settle. Given the island's moderate temperatures, refrigeration is unnecessary. After a few hours, a layer of white solid forms atop the pot. This is the coconut oil, albeit still containing a good deal of moisture. The pot is emptied, and the solidified coconut oil is placed back in the pot, which is gently heated near the stove. Though this method may compromise some of the oil's nutritional value, expediency necessitates such sacrifices. Once the oil is mostly melted, it is then set out to bask in the sun, allowing the moisture to evaporate. What remains is a solid, fatty coconut oil, which Shen Siyue melts once more before decanting it into a wine bottle. With 1 wine bottle and half a mineral water bottle, they have successfully obtained their desired coconut oil. In addition to the coconut oil, Shen Siyue also heats some biologically sourced fish oil, yielding 2 bottles of oil that can be preserved for an extended period. The seawater distillation apparatus is now ready to be dismantled. Having collected approximately 20 pounds of raw sea salt, during her free moments, Shen Siyue washed a portion of the salt with clean rainwater twice, ensuring that the salt they now consume is relatively healthy. On Zhang Yu's side, he heats the remaining white steel plate, skillfully dividing it into smaller pieces with a chisel. Once finished, he crafts 2 knife-shaped molds from clay. The machete he aims to create is a popular piece of equipment in his wilderness adventures, a jungle machete. Its defining feature is its cutting prowess. The blade is slightly thick, with serrated edges on the front half, suitable for use as a saw when needed. The handle is elongated for a 2-handed grip, and the blade has a gentle curve with a non-protruding tip, imparting a cool aesthetic. The 2 blades differ slightly, with Shen Siyue's being a smaller version, taking into account her strength and requiring a thinner blade. Thus, he toils throughout the day, not concluding his work until after 8 in the evening. Much like rural life, it may appear tranquil at times, yet when busyness strikes, an entire day can swiftly pass, seemingly without accomplishing much. Zhang Yu wrapped the knife handle with tree bark, and Shen Siyue took it in her hands, unable to part with it. In the wilderness, this object offered her immense security. Zhang Yu, how sharp is this knife? Will it damage the trees while chopping? Zhang Yu sat nearby, nursing his stomach after consuming a considerable amount of crocodile meat. If he continued to eat sparingly, it would likely be gone by tomorrow evening. Damage? Are you worried about the trees? Zhang Yu said, picking up a coconut shell, and without exerting much force, casually brought the knife down. Chapter 58, Moving. As Zhang Yu's blade descended, the coconut shell was effortlessly split in 2. With sufficient strength, even a wolf could be cleaved in half with a single stroke. Zhang Yu remarked, somewhat pleased with himself. Shen Siyue exclaimed, wow, isn't that far superior to those knives available on the market? Zhang Yu set the knife on the ground beside the bird's nest, blade facing the wall. Do not compare it to those mass-produced items. They often cut corners in quality. A truly good knife does not actually cost much more. It simply requires more effort in forging. Shen Si imitated him, cautious not to hold the knife too closely, fearing that in a moment of confusion, she might inadvertently harm Zhang Yu. So, according to you, there are no good knives available in the market? As they lay down, Zhang Yu habitually brought the drone and the positioning wristband to the cave entrance, feeling quite averse to the prolonged filming. The viewers could only hear their regular conversation. Of course, there are good knives, but they are quite rare. Some manufacturers intentionally create them to be sharp for a short time, but they fail in the long run. Shun Siyue removed her outer coat and pants, running her fingers through her hair. What do you mean? Zhang Yu refrained from gazing at Shun Siyue's enchanting figure. If a product is of exceptional quality, it offers little advantage to the seller. Many companies have gone bankrupt due to their overly high standards. Take mobile phones, for instance. They could easily be designed to last 10 or 20 years, yet they are deliberately made to last only 3 to 5 years. The pharmaceutical industry is even more insidious. You ought to be aware of this. They intentionally avoid producing medicines that can cure ailments, focusing instead on those that are ineffective yet necessary to consume. It would not be unjust to subject such individuals to harsh penalties. Affected by the circumstances of that era, Zhang Yu harbored a deep disdain for such abhorrent practices, lamenting the decline of conscientious merchants. However, he did not realize that the exposure of such issues to those businesses was still minimal in this timeline. Viewer, is what Zhang Yu said true? Why does it resonate so deeply with me? Is it reasonable? Do you not observe the quality of the appliances we use? Do the medicines we consume actually work? How many truly eradicate ailments? A common cold remedy may contain identical ingredients, yet is priced exorbitantly, while the efficacy remains the same. I work with stainless steel. I can assure you that even a casually made knife by me would outperform those that appear exquisite 100-fold. I am a factory worker producing air conditioners. Some materials are cut to save costs, which may seem economical, but they do not endure over time. I am involved in beverage processing. In truth, the vast majority of beverages on the market consist of additives and water, offering no benefits beyond flavor. My goodness, please refrain from speaking further. I feel on the brink of despair. Why does it seem as though I am ensnared within an immense conspiracy? Your feelings are not misplaced. If you are not permitted to consume additives, how would one contract ailments such as cancer? How would hospitals, pharmaceutical companies, and the capital behind them continue to profit? Thus, Zhang Yu's decision to return to the countryside to achieve self-sufficiency and ensure health and safety is indeed a wise one. The live streaming room has transformed into a forum for revelations, with individuals from various professions stepping forth to expose the industry's secrets. After all, this is the internet. As long as a thorough investigation is not conducted, no one will know who spoke out. There are those who reveal, those who spread rumors, those who offer partial evaluations, those who voice dissent, and those who remain silent. It is not that people choose to remain voiceless. Rather, even when they speak, their words often go unnoticed. Many internet celebrities and frustrated journalists gaze with fervor upon the live stream, their eyes alight with anticipation. They have already recorded the broadcasts. This is material. They can simply select one to investigate further, ensuring a sensational news story. Late into the night, the higher-ups of the production team find themselves unable to sleep, convening an online meeting to deliberate on how to manage the situation. Whatever course of action they choose will offend someone. Suppressing public opinion will alienate the majority, while allowing it to flourish will antagonize capital, sponsors, and vested interests. It is only when Director Luo receives a message from the powerful figure backing his program that he is able to reach a decision. Addressing the camera with a grave demeanor, Director Luo states, "The higher-ups have instructed us not to concern ourselves with public opinion. Society requires the oversight of its citizens. We must disregard the pessimistic sentiments of a select few and allow public discourse and reputation to compel those who benefit to enact change." Unbeknownst to us, as the popularity of the survival competition escalates, the resultant public discourse grows ever more significant. Others may remain unscathed, but for Zhang Yu, a stranger to this time and space, he often finds himself inadvertently revealing explosive information, even when he tries to be cautious. On the 6th day of the survival competition, amidst heated discussions online, the contest continues, and the principal subject of the controversy faces the arduous challenge of relocating. On the 7th day of the competition, the weather is clear, with temperatures rising to a peak of 18 degrees Celsius. Zhang Yu and Shun Siyue prepare for their journey, each carrying a basket. Zhang Yu's burden includes steel pieces, tools, cassava, salt, oil, water, and dried fish, among other provisions. Atop his load rests a bird's nest, and the family of the falcon appears solemn, as if aware that this day is unlike any other. Various plant seasonings and medicinal herbs, along with 5 bird's eye chilies, the latter adorned with a cluster of pungent green peppers. Her load is light, totaling no more than 20 pounds, including the basket, while Zhang Yu's burden likely exceeds 50 pounds. Perhaps you should share some of your load. It seems your waist is bending under the weight. Shun Suyu remarks, a look of concern crossing her features, for she cannot even lift his basket. Zhang Yu, however, dismisses her worries with a smile. I bend to protect the basket. If I walked upright, I fear the bottom would not withstand the strain. I've built considerable strength over the past few days. This weight is no challenge. He speaks the truth. Although his progress in mastering the true heart technique has slowed after surpassing the waist level, his strength increases day by day. This little matter is truly insignificant. To exaggerate a bit, even if he were to carry Shun Suyu for 20 to 30 miles, he would not be exhausted. The two lingered not long, simply sealing the shelter with stones, tossing the unburned firewood into the cave, and then resolutely embarking on their journey. They would undoubtedly return to this coastal area, as this shelter served merely as a temporary abode. This time, their pace quickened considerably. Their primary objective was not to explore or search for useful items, but to find a suitable place for long-term habitation. This had been planned while they were on the mountain, hence their direction was quite clear. The number of viewers in the live broadcast had surged to over 6 million early in the morning, and it continued to rise. Today, other teams were also busy, yet none could match the thrilling journey of Zhang Yu and his companions. Many even chose to take a day off, purchasing snacks and beverages, enjoying the sight of Zhang Yu and Shun Suyu traversing the wilderness, treating it as a little holiday for themselves. Just then, after Zhang Yu and Shun Suyu had swiftly crossed through the rainforest, they encountered their first predicament. Chapter 59, Sichuan Pepper. Before Zhang Yu and Shun Suyu appeared a wolf. The wolf, gray in hue, was large yet lean, with deep crimson bloodstains on its hind legs. This was a solitary wolf, possibly driven away from its pack or injured and unable to keep pace. Not to worry, they decided to ignore it. Zhang Yu grasped Shun Suyu's hand, slightly veering off course. The wolf was busy devouring a wild rabbit and halted its meal upon noticing their approach, glaring at them with glowing eyes. Shun Suyu was not particularly frightened. She instinctively remained wary of the wolf, fearful it might charge recklessly. In truth, they had already breached some animal taboos. One should avoid eye contact and make subtle evasive movements, or simply ignore it altogether, which would be far better. Noticing Shun Suyu's persistent gaze upon the wolf, Zhang Yu squeezed her small hand, questioning her curiosity. Why do you keep looking at it? Let's not provoke it. We are not at the time for wolf meat. Shun Suyu's cheeks flushed slightly as she instinctively retorted, wolf meat? Isn't it said to be unpalatable? Zhang Yu vigilantly scanned the grass ahead, opting to take a detour in uncertain areas. Sometimes, a dense clump of grass might conceal a snake. Those who claim it is unappetizing have likely never tried it. Wolf meat is quite nourishing, best suited for stewing. The longer it is cooked, the more delectable it becomes, especially when paired with dipping sauce. Truly a rare delicacy. Zhang Yu had tasted wolf meat before. He had a distant relative residing in the grassland who reported no peculiar taste, with tender, enjoyable texture. Shun Suyu was well aware of the medicinal properties of wolf meat, though she had never consumed it and found the mere thought revolting, considering wolves and dogs are quite similar. Sensing Shun Suyu's distracted demeanor, Zhang Yu sternly advised, focus on the journey and remain alert. That wolf's hind leg appears sunken, and that wound seems to be from sharp claws. Have you considered what kind of animal could inflict such damage? Startled, Shun Suyu glanced back at the wolf, which responded with a menacing snarl. The falcon mother, unbeknownst to anyone, had leaped to the edge of the basket, her powerful talons gripping the rim tightly. Her feathers fluffed in agitation, and her keen eyes fixated intently on the wolf. A viewer remarked, truly a hunting falcon, aside from its master and kin. Also foes. If in pristine condition, it would undoubtedly ascend to great heights before diving down. Is Zhang Yu's assertion genuine? What creature could have inflicted those wounds on the wolf? Is there a sage among us to elucidate this mystery? At the commentary booth, a wildlife scholar had been invited to assist in the analysis. However, as the program progressed, the booth's presence diminished, being the first of its kind. The production team was contemplating the elimination of the fixed commentary space. They were considering a format where the host and guests could join the commentary in a manner akin to a live link, though the change had yet to be implemented. The female host, Tian, directed her gaze towards a young man in his 30s, referred to as Teacher Chi. What do you think could have harmed that wolf? Teacher Chi enlarged the previous screenshot, revealing the wounded area of the gray wolf. Observe this injury. The upper part is circular, and the lower section bears deep gashes. We can initially dismiss hoofed animals such as cattle, deer, and sheep as culprits. Neither its kin nor raptors could be responsible. And there are no lions on Four Seasons Island. Hence, the only animals capable of inflicting such damage are cheetahs, bears, or tigers. He circled the wolf's hind leg, indicating that it had evidently sustained a heavy blow. A cheetah lacks such power, and a bear's claws are not particularly agile. With a confident smile, Teacher Chi concluded, thus, this wolf was injured by an adult tiger. Does that imply the tiger is not far from Zhang Yu and his companions? Tian exclaimed. After a moment of contemplation, Teacher Qi responded, we can deduce that the wolf, having been wounded, likely did not flee far. We are yet to identify the species of the tiger, making it difficult to ascertain its territorial range. However, it is certain that they inhabit Four Seasons Island, and their territory would be relatively confined. The location Zhang Yu has chosen for residence, I've seen it, is not far from the tallest mountain. The tiger is likely in that vicinity. Viewers seated before their computers or televisions collectively gasped in horror. They were aware of the lurking danger, yet Zhang Yu and Shun Suyu remained oblivious, unwittingly stepping into the jaws of peril. Could it be that this highly favored team would so easily withdraw from the competition? Zhang Yu and Shun Suyu were engaged in a discussion about the situation, lacking the high-definition imagery provided by drones to observe the wolf's injuries. We must exercise caution. It could have been gored by a wild buffalo or scratched by a tiger or bear. In following Zhang Yu's lead, Shun Suyu had nearly forgotten the island's treacherous environment. The thought of encountering a tiger sent a shiver down her spine. Should we perhaps turn back? Zhang Yu, a homebody and straightforward man accustomed to city life, had not possessed much wildness or bloodlust. However, after experiencing the harrowing events of a suicide and an alligator attack, he had undergone significant transformation. He resolutely dismissed Shun Suyu's suggestion, asserting, returning is not an option. Along the coast, we could only reside for a maximum of 6 months, whereas the inland offered a stark contrast, proving to be far more suitable for habitation. He turned to gaze into Shun Suyu's eyes, remarking that it appeared she was unprepared for the challenges ahead. On the island, carnivorous beasts claimed their territories, and regardless of what lay before us, seizing a piece of land was our ultimate objective. Tigers held no terror for him. After all, how many blows could they withstand? Zhang Yu brandished the machete in his hand, the blade slicing through the air with a whistling sound. He continued, in comparison to tigers, I harbor greater concerns about bears. Their tough skin and thick flesh make them formidable adversaries in battle. Shun Suyu, burdened by her thoughts, was just beginning to grasp the dangers of the wilderness, nearly forgetting the multitude of fierce carnivores that inhabited the island. Contemplating the other teams, her fair complexion paled as she asked, Zhang Yu, do you think those who withdrew from the competition encountered wild beasts? What if that, at that moment, they could no longer see the wolf? Zhang Yu sought a clearing and decided to pause. Let's take a moment to rest. Why fret so much? If you possess such timidness, why partake in the competition? The production team has safety measures in place, so what is there to fear? Shun Suyu felt a flush of embarrassment at Zhang Yu's words. Indeed, since they had chosen to participate, they ought to be mentally prepared. These wild animals were not akin to those in a zoo. They could actively hunt, and humans were certainly on their menu. Zhang Yu stretched his slightly sore shoulders and scanned the surroundings, ultimately fixing his gaze upon a plant resembling a tree. Suddenly, a look of surprise crossed his face. No way. So you come quickly. Is that Sichuan pepper? Shun Suyu set down her backpack and followed Zhang Yu's pointing finger. They stood on a modest hillock behind several trees, where a small tree bore clusters of green fruits. Unsure, she tugged at Zhang Yu, urging, let us approach and take a closer look. Chapter 60. May I ask you for a favor? Zhang Yu recognized Sichuan pepper because he had previously purchased green Sichuan pepper online. After rinsing it, he would crush it using a machine, then sought the fragments in oil. Its aroma was irresistible. A dash of it made any dish particularly delightful, whether for barbecuing or hot pot, rivaling any specially bought seasoning. Zhang Yu and Shun Suyu each wielded a knife as they approached the Sichuan pepper tree, which, though small, was lush with leaves and abundant in peppercorns. Without needing Shun Suyu's confirmation, Zhang Yu joyfully declared, this is definitely Sichuan pepper. Suddenly, a rustling sound emerged from the foliage, like the sudden scurry of something through the leaves or grass. Instantly, both became vigilant as a large gray rabbit leaped from behind a tree. Even with Zhang Yu's quick reflexes, he was unable to react in time. However, something moved even faster. Startled, the rabbit jumped, and a branch overhead shifted suddenly. It was a python. In a swift motion, it slithered past the rabbit and wrapped itself around the creature with ease. Zhang Yu and Shun Suyu, both ordinary individuals, instinctively took a step back in shock at the sight of the colossal snake. Cold sweat trickled down Zhang Yu's forehead. Despite his cautious approach, he failed to notice the serpent coiled upon the tree, which was less than 4 meters away from him and was as thick as an arm. It was understandable, for this python bore a pattern of dark, cloud-like markings that camouflaged it against the bark. This creature was likely a rock python, known in his original time and space as a Burmese python, though its name here eluded him. Zhang Yu's scholarly prowess was not the reason for his knowledge. Rather, it was that the varieties of Asian pythons were few, making them easy to remember once one took the time to learn. For Shun Suyu, who suffered from a fear of clusters, the snake was a source of dread. Do not fear, It is merely a python, Zhang Yu reassured her, gripping his machete and hesitating over whether to attack. He was not in immediate need of sustenance, but he had set his sights on that rabbit, and the python's skin would also prove valuable. Furthermore, the falcon family's breakfast had yet to be served, and in an effort to conserve resources, he intended to catch something along the way for them to eat. Shinsuyu clutched Zhang Yu's arm tightly, her anxiety palpable. "May I request one thing?" she asked cautiously, her gaze fixed on the serpent that had ensnared the gray rabbit, its body beginning to stiffen. "What is it?" he replied. "In the future, could you refrain from holding onto my arm whenever there is danger? If I need to resist, how can I do so if I am bound by your grasp?" This was a sentiment Zhang Yu had long wished to express, especially since he had trained in martial arts. Irritated, Shinsuyu released her hold, seemingly unperturbed by the python now. Who needs to cling on?" A fellow observer commented. It seems this man is doomed to be single by virtue of his own strength. Even I, who am without a girlfriend, know that if such opportunities arose more frequently, winning over the goddess would be a simple task. Honestly, you lot," another chimed in, "I struggle to find the right words for you. Put yourself in his shoes. We are in a perilous wilderness. ISNT Zhang Yu, correct? I've thought the same. This ISNT a romantic drama. When fear arises, we shouldn't simply gravitate towards the male lead. If a moment of resistance is required, would Zhang Yu not be entrapped by Suyu's grasp? I saved someone from drowning yesterday, and they flailed about desperately, nearly pulling me under. I truly wish to knock them unconscious." Zhang Yu, indifferent to Suyu's feelings, sprang into action the moment she released him. With his machete in hand, he charged towards the python. Zhang Yu. Shinsuyu instinctively gasped, but quickly silenced herself, unwilling to impede his actions. As for her reliance on him, she could not fully comprehend its origins. Perhaps it stemmed from a lack of emotional fulfillment in life and past wounds, compounded by the perils of the wilderness. In stark contrast, Zhang Yu felt a surge of energy, akin to an unbridled wild donkey, brimming with inexhaustible vigor, particularly in his legs, where once walking had been a labor. Now it felt as if he had been equipped with a booster. Covering the 4-meter distance required only 2 strides before he launched himself into the air, gripped tightly to his machete, shouting with exuberance, "Daring fiend, release that rabbit. Beware my blade." It may have seemed somewhat juvenile, yet the exhilaration coursing through him was undeniable. The machete was aimed at the back of the python's head, but it seemed that the leap was too fierce, with a tree trunk as thick as a thigh falling within the range of his attack. Regardless, the battle cry had already been shouted. Better to strike first and explain later. Zhang Yu instinctively strengthened his arm's grip, and as he was less than 50 centimeters away from the python, he swung down with all his might. The blade met the python with no resistance, slicing through it effortlessly, and then cleaving into the tree. The trunk emitted a sharp sound as Zhang Yu's swing slightly distorted, yet he persevered and brought the blade down with force. A third of the tree trunk was severed in one stroke. Zhang Yu landed, and soon the thrashing python fell to the ground, along with the rabbit. Behind him, Shinsuyu stood in stunned silence. This was astonishing. One strike. He nearly felled the tree as well. In a live stream, exclamations flooded the chat. "What the hell? Incredible. Is that even real? What kind of knife is that? This is too wild." Excitement gleamed in Zhang Yu's eyes. It felt as though he had opened the door to a new world. Harvesting in the wild was exhilarating. Unbeknownst to him, this scene would soon transform into a viral sensation across the internet. He quickly seized the rabbit, which was merely temporarily stunned. There was a chance it could suddenly leap away at any moment. Ignoring the python's head, he grasped its tail and approached Shinsuyu, boasting, "What do you think? Impressive, right?" This knife had been intentionally thickened by him. His strength had been steadily increasing, and he had crafted a heavy blade to maximize the chopping effect. Admiration shone in Shinsu유's eyes, but recalling Zhang Yu's earlier words, she felt a surge of irritation. Attempting to feign disinterest, she retorted, "Just average. Your striking technique is abysmal. If you couldn't cut through that tree, you would have become the laughingstock." Zhang Yu, unwilling to back down, challenged her. "If you think you can do better, then go ahead. You just talk big." Shinsuyu, exasperated, shot back, "What are you comparing with me for? I'm not afraid of snakes. If you have the guts, face it one-on-one." Zhang Yu deflated like a punctured balloon, the earlier pride and confidence evaporating. A gentleman doesn't quarrel with a lady. After speaking, he walked past Shinsuyu. Whether intentionally or not, the python's body brushed against her leg, causing her to retreat several steps. "Hey, where are you going? What about the Sichuan pepper?" Zhang Yu suddenly halted, realizing he had nearly forgotten the task at hand. He glanced towards the backpack, where the falcon mother was already perched, 3 little heads peeking out beside her. Zhang Yu placed 2 fingers to his lips and let out a sharp whistle, calling out, "Falcon mother, Su, it's time to eat." Behind him, Shinsuyu gritted her teeth in frustration, regretting ever agreeing to the names for the little falcons. which made it seem as though she were being called instead. Chapter 61. The Territory of Beasts. They did not gather too many Sichuan peppers, perhaps a little over a pound, before they decided to stop. All right, that's enough for now. We can gather more when we return here next time. At this moment, Zhang Yu's demeanor towards Shun Suyu reverted to its earlier amicable state. It is not that he is overly attentive. Rather, he suddenly recalled that the tobacco leaves required Shun Suyu's expertise to manage, as she controlled his mental sustenance. How could he afford to offend her? The python skin had long been stripped away, and he had placed some Sichuan peppercorns within, wrapping them in leaves to mitigate the strong odor. Once Zhang Yu called out, the family of the falcon mother came bounding over like a flock of free-range chickens, eager to partake in a meal. Zhang Yu observed that while the falcon mother was pecking at the python meat, the little ones began to mimic her, showcasing their remarkable learning abilities. He fervently hoped that the falcon mother would recover swiftly so she could teach them to fly and hunt sooner. After both of them drank some water, he made a deliberate effort to amuse Shun Suyu, eliciting laughter from her before they resumed their journey. Of course, the falcon mother's family had not finished their meal, still feasting in the nest of the backpack. Falcons are quite carnivorous. It is estimated that the falcon family requires 2 pounds of meat daily. Thanks to the ample food supply, the falcon mother was recovering rapidly. Just a few days ago, she barely moved her wings, yet now she occasionally unfurled them and flapped a few times. Meanwhile, Su, Yu, and Yu were growing at an impressive rate, their appearance as nestlings rapidly transforming. Their down had begun to grow in a more organized manner. Most of Su and Yu's feathers remained white, with occasional black feathers on their backs, while Yu's plumage was a mlang of colors, with a white chest and black, brown, and white hues on its back. Zhang Yu felt that even without marking them, he would eventually be able to distinguish each one. From atop the mountain, they surveyed the landscape below, yet traversing the terrain proved to be a challenge. Zhang Yu and his companion quickened their pace, yet by noon, it seemed they had only covered half the distance. Along the way, they stumbled upon other useful items, and Zhang Yu even discovered a rosewood tree. Though not excessively thick, it would suffice for crafting furniture. Wildlife was scarce. They could hear the calls of wild chickens, yet they remained elusive. There were plenty of rabbits, and Zhang Yu managed to kill one with his willow leaf blade. Be mindful of your steps. If you spot any animal droppings, inform me immediately. The further Zhang Yu walked, the more he sensed an intangible sense of impending danger approaching. What's wrong? Shun Suyu's forehead was damp with perspiration. After so long, she was exhausted. Yet she understood that resting in an unfamiliar territory was unwise. Reaching their target campsite was of utmost importance. We have not encountered any sizable herbivores or other carnivorous creatures along this route. Did the program not claim that the island is teeming with wildlife? I suspect we are traversing the territory of some formidable predator. Shun Suyu instinctively drew closer to Zhang Yu, this time refraining from making any errors, merely grasping a corner of his clothing. Your words resonate with me. However, can we truly easily identify the droppings of such a large beast? Zhang Yu continued walking, extending a hand to grasp Shun Suyu's small hand, using his strength to pull her along and increase their pace. Certainly we can. In densely vegetated areas, one need not look. However, in paths frequented by animals, large predators invariably mark their territory with droppings and urine. With diligence, we shall surely discover them. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Yu added, Suyu, if danger arises, step back. If I cannot handle it, we will retreat. Shun Suyu grasped Zhang Yu's hand, urging him not to take any risks. For even the production team's aircraft might not offer complete protection. Just as Zhang Yu was about to respond, his pupils suddenly constricted and his body froze in place. Chill. Speak softly. I believe I have discovered something. Earlier, they had been discussing feces, and as they traversed a small dirt slope, Zhang Yu spotted a pile. His initial instinct was to cautiously survey the surroundings. After ensuring there was no immediate danger, he approached the excrement with care. Before he was even within 3 meters, an acrid stench assailed his nostrils. The feces were not particularly dry, likely a product of the last day or two, and combined with the pungent odor, Zhang Yu deduced they were in the territory of a large predator. His composure began to fray. They were merely 10 miles from his chosen destination. Had he chosen incorrectly? If he changed course recklessly, would they encounter other beasts? Yet if they remained, they would inevitably confront the threat, and they must be prepared to act aggressively should the opportunity arise. What manner of beast left this waste? Shunse tightened her grip on the machete, glancing back anxiously, fearing a wild animal might pounce from behind. Zhang Yu's expression darkened. If his suspicions were correct, it was likely a tiger. Its feces, due to its carnivorous diet, emitted a foul odor, and considering the size of the droppings and the peculiarities of their journey, only a tiger fit the bill. Surprisingly, instead of panicking, Shen Siue steadied herself, stating simply, I will follow your lead. Those few words infused Zhang Yu's heart with immense strength. What should they do? Difficulties? Then perhaps they should not act at all. Tigers typically have expansive territories. If they departed to seek a more suitable location, it would conservatively take them 2 days. In that time, they could encounter unforeseen changes. Wilderness exploration must be undertaken with ample preparation. And now Shen Sue appeared weary, her gait awkward, likely due to blisters on her feet. This was a formidable obstacle. Zhang Yu harbored thoughts of eliminating it. If they could dispatch the beast, they could establish their designated survival site and have a clear route back to the coast whenever they desired. As for the courage to confront the tiger, it stemmed from his weaponry, the machete in his hand, and the latent power within him. Absent tools, he would have retreated, but with weapons in hand, it seemed feasible to take a chance. Zhang Yu exhaled deeply, his gaze resolute, his tone unwavering. Let us proceed. The two of us should not be intimidated by a single beast. Shen Sue hesitated, questioning, are you certain there is only one? Zhang Yu, maintaining a vigilant watch ahead, grasped Shen Sue's hand and replied after a moment of silence, Sister, tigers are solitary creatures. Shen Sue, still uneasy, glanced back before retorting. Who are you calling sister? You're merely 3 years older than I. I might as well call you uncle. Zhang Yu chuckled. Men 3 years older are like gold bricks. Perhaps you should consider that? Shen Sue, blushing with indignation, shot back, consider you? Nonsense. After which, she turned again, and Zhang Yu felt a pang of sympathy for her fatigue. All right, enough looking back. Don't you know that the hawk has been keeping watch behind us? If anything happens, it will sound the alarm first. Upon hearing this, Shen Sue felt considerably more at ease, yet her lips betrayed her defiance. Humph. How do you know that the hawk mother will sound the alarm? I've heard that tigers are adept at ambush. The pair exchanged banter as they advanced, oblivious to the fact that the hawk mother, who had been watching the rear, suddenly shifted her keen gaze to the side. Chapter 62. A prickling sensation. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Zhang Yu's scalp prickled as he instinctively turned to look behind him. The hawk mother was never a chatty bird. She usually called out only 3 or 4 times. And with a sense of urgency, this was a first. Shen Sue, startled like a bird struck by an arrow, spun around abruptly, her backpack colliding with Zhang Yu in the process. However, there was nothing behind them. Yet, Zhang Yu could not afford to be careless. He quickly set down the heavy backpack and urged, hurry, put down the backpack and be on high alert. Rediscovers sen Sue. Gripping his machete in his right hand while his left hand deftly searched the sides of his waist for concealed weapons, tearing through a layer of the thick fabric of his trousers to facilitate the attachment of his willow leaf knife. Naturally, he did not believe that the knife could inflict any harm on a tiger. After checking his concealed weapons, he took a slight step forward, half shielding Shen Sue, both hands firmly clutching the heavy machete. Zhang Yu, wait, what s? Zhang Yu's gaze sharpened like a blade, and he immediately pointed. There, amidst a mound of yellow earth and grass, lay a patch of withered yellow in stark contrast to the surrounding greenery. Most importantly, Zhang Yu had spotted a tiger, nearly completely crouched on the ground. A prickling sensation enveloped him. His hair stood on end. Before encountering the tiger, Zhang Yu had harbored some confidence in his ability to fell one. But upon seeing the real thing, he grasped the gravity of the challenge. Stay calm. I must remain composed. In the live broadcast room, Mu Rongxiao Yu observed the crouching striped beast, and even through the screen, she felt a chill creep over her limbs, her body instinctively frozen in place. The drone captured both the god's eye perspective and the first-person views of Zhang Yu and Shen Sue, with the latter providing a more vivid depiction. Before them was an adult male tiger, measuring approximately 2.5 meters in length, and with its robust tail extending beyond 3 meters. The tiger's 4 paws gripped the earth, its powerful hind legs coiled, poised to strike at any moment. Dear viewers, we are currently witnessing Zhang Yu and Shen Sue's team encountering an adult tiger, identifiable as a male by its size. It appears that the tiger intended to ambush them, but the hawk they rescued alerted them to its presence. Nevertheless, the situation remains precarious. As the king of the forest, even with machetes in hand, Zhang Yu and Shen Sue will find it exceedingly challenging to contend with an adult tiger. In Director Luo's office, he promptly received the news. Quick, inform the drone safety officer to prepare to launch the tranquilizer darts at a moment's notice. Assistant Xiao Ning was about to activate her earpiece when Director Luo quickly added, tell them not to fire unless Zhang Yu and Shen Sue signal for retreat or press the surrender button. Xiao Ning's expression reflected her dilemma. But Director Luo, if it comes to that, our rescue may arrive too late. Director Luo frowned deeply, waving his hand. Do as I instructed. I firmly believe that Zhang Yu will not be easily defeated. If we encounter a beast, we shall take action. What purpose does this event serve otherwise? Hurry and notify them, and simultaneously dispatch the helicopter. Depart at once. If nothing occurs, it will merely be a wasted flight. Within an office building in Kyoto, Mr. Shun, the director, received alarming news. Miss Shun is in trouble. Her team has come face to face with a tiger. Upon hearing his secretary's hushed report during a meeting, Shun Shou's expression darkened immediately. This meeting is adjourned. Disperse, he declared before hastily exiting the conference room. In the courtyard, the number of elders watching Zhang Yu and Shun Suyu's live broadcast had increased to 4, consisting of Shun Suyu's grandparents. Yao Hua, Shun Suyu's grandmother, clutched her chest, her gaze fixated on the large screen projected on the television. The old gentleman Shun continuously offered reassurances. It's all right, it's all right. I once killed a tiger myself. Yao Hua retorted, what did you use to do that? A gun. But what about them? Old Zhang Jing also chimed in to console. Dear mother-in-law, please calm your emotions. Xiao Yu and the others will be fine. On CG Island, Zhang Yu stood on high alert. So you step back. At that moment, the tiger had risen. Realizing it could not ambush its prey, it began to advance slowly. Emitting a low growl, Shun Suyu remained still. Although she harbored a natural fear of snakes and insects, she felt a strange calm in the face of the ferocious tiger. Zhang Yu's focus was entirely on the tiger, his palms slick with sweat. He understood well that this was not a battle of mere driving away. It was a fight with the potential for death. He could be injured, or even lose his life. His feelings were a tumultuous blend of anxiety, fear, excitement, and fervor. Having faced death once, he possessed a reckless courage. He forcefully cast aside distracting thoughts. He had relinquished too many opportunities in the past, and now he could choose. Even if it meant facing death, he would move forward. Roar. The male tiger, sensing its authority challenged, altered its strategy and let out a powerful roar. Zhang Yu felt a buzzing in his head as the ferocity of the king of beasts washed over him, the sound reverberating through the air, creating a unique pressure that left both him and Shun Suyu momentarily dazed. The male tiger, a sovereign of combat, monitored every subtle movement of Zhang Yu and Shun Suyu with precision. Sensing the effectiveness of its roar, the tiger's hind legs pushed off the ground, and its massive body lunged toward Zhang Yu in an instant. Zhang Yu snapped to attention, adrenaline surging through him, his boiling blood robbing him of rationality. He shouted, charging towards the tiger with his machete raised high. The distance between them was merely 15 or 16 meters. In a full sprint, they would collide in the blink of an eye. Zhang Yu swung the machete decisively at the tiger's head. However, the ferocious beast suddenly came to a halt, its claws digging fiercely into the ground, its body curving gracefully to evade Zhang Yu's strike. Yet, Zhang Yu remained composed within, recognizing the tiger had dodged his blow. He swiftly adjusted his grip and swung the blade horizontally toward the tiger. At this moment, the tiger lunged forward, its visage a mask of ferocity. Its jaws gaped wide, revealing sharp fangs glistening with blood and viscous saliva, while a fearsome roar rumbled from its throat. One of its paws lashed out, the sharp, menacing claws glinting ominously. The maneuver mirrored the instinctive actions of a tiger capturing its prey, striking with a single paw, ensnaring its foe, and then swiftly seizing the throat. True combat transpires in the blink of an eye. Although Zhang Yu had undergone significant transformation under the influence of the Chuanjin heart method, he now operated solely on instinct. Devoid of the luxury of contemplation, the heavy blade sliced through the air with a whistling sound, aimed at the tiger, which initially seemed indifferent. Yet, as the blade drew near, it seemed to sense the razor-sharp energy emanating from it. The tiger retracted one paw and propelled its other paw with astonishing speed, targeting the very blade itself. If one were to closely observe a cat catching a mouse or a tiger hunting, they would discern that the initial strike can be light or heavy, feigned or genuine. Though the technique appears simple, the variations are intricate and rapid. Should the first strike fail, the other paw swiftly follows to assist in the assault. What Zhang Yu faced now was this swifter second strike. Bam! Zhang Yu scarcely registered how the tiger's paw struck his blade. He only felt an overwhelming force surge through him, rendering the grip on his weapon utterly inadequate. The heavy blade was thus knocked from his grasp, sent flying by the tiger's powerful swipe. Those who witnessed the scene gasped in horror, some even closing their eyes in dread. While it is newsworthy when a tiger attacks a human, witnessing it firsthand is truly chilling. On Xiaobo, a sophomore, was considered a lackluster student who had completely given up on academics. His school life revolved around slumber, with teachers treating him as though he were invisible, ignoring his presence entirely. Just a few days prior, his classmate Qingqing had been caught watching a live stream during class, her phone confiscated by the teacher. To everyone's surprise, Qingqing, the beautiful girl, had cried for her phone, insisting she needed to finish watching the stream. Upon inquiring after class, Hong Xiaobo learned that Qingqing had been engrossed in a popular wilderness survival competition show. Driven by curiosity, he too became captivated by it. For several days, He had forsaken his nightly visits to the internet CAF, opting instead for restful sleep, only to watch the live stream in class the following day. Naturally, he had also taken note of Zhang Yu, as Qingqing had mentioned him as her brother. Gradually, he found himself admiring Zhang Yu, who, despite his flaws, was rich in knowledge and talent, with his remarkable throwing ability being particularly captivating. For days, he had been secretly training his hand strength, aspiring to master that very skill. During the first period that afternoon, more than half the students were drowsy, but Hong Xiaobo's eyes sparkled with excitement as he fixated on his phone, concealed behind a book. When Zhang Yu encountered the tiger, Hong Xiaobo clenched his fists tightly, silently cheering for him. So engrossed was he that he failed to notice his desk mate and the neighboring classmates peering at a screen. Meanwhile, the teacher descended from the podium. As Zhang Yu's heavy blade was sent flying by the phantom swipe of a tiger's paw, despair washed over Hong Xiaobo, and he muttered indignantly, "Damn it! Hong Xiaobo, what are you doing? Hand over your phone." A few days ago, the scene of Qingqing's capture was replayed. Hong Xiaobo extended his hand to shield his phone from the teacher, akin to a basketball player protecting the ball. His gaze fixated on the screen, while his lips hastily pleaded for mercy. Teacher Wang, I was wrong. Let me finish watching. I promised to study diligently." The one he called Teacher Wang was a young instructor who, intrigued, glanced at the screen of Hong Xiaobo's phone and soon found himself engrossed. Zhang Yu's heavy blade was swatted away by the ferocious tiger, and before he could react, the tiger lunged, its powerful hind paws propelling its entire body onto Zhang Yu. The massive tiger head opened its fearsome jaws, aiming for Zhang Yu's neck. No, not far away. Shen Suyu, witnessing Zhang Yu's blade being knocked aside, momentarily stunned, immediately let out a piercing scream. In that instant, she had completely forgotten about abandoning the competition. Rushing towards the tiger that had toppled Zhang Yu, knife in hand, her beautiful eyes now ablaze with fury. Unbeknownst to anyone, as Zhang Yu fell, one of his legs curled instinctively. When the tiger pounced upon him, its belly pressed against his foot. This was his final instinctual response. Whether it be a life and death crisis or a fleeting clarity brought by the transformation of the true mind method, he could only strive for one last act of defiance in the face of mortality. Being pinned down by the tiger, kicking and hitting proved futile. The more he resisted, the more ferocious the tiger became. All Zhang Yu desired was to shove it away. As fate would have it, when his foot felt the tiger's weight pressing down, Zhang Yu concentrated all his strength into one foot and kicked outward with all his might. To his astonishment, the tiger's rear soared into the air, its forward motion distorted, its claws flailing chaotically in the air. Then with a thud, the tiger landed heavily on its back, tumbling over. The turn of events was too rapid for many to comprehend. Even Shen Suyu was caught off guard. In just a few strides, she had rushed forward. Yet before she could bring her knife down, the tiger executed a backflip, landing on its back. However, for a tiger, a fall posed no real harm. It quickly righted itself, adjusting its stance with agility. Shen Suyu, her eyes aflame with rage, disregarded all caution and swung her knife at the tiger. The clever beast refused to engage directly with the weapon wielded by the bipedal creature. This time was prepared, one paw extended, swiftly striking towards the blade held by Shen Suyu. At that moment, Zhang Yu was rising from the ground and instinctively sought his own knife, only to realize it lay 2 meters away, too far to retrieve in time. In a heartbeat, Shen Suyu's knife was similarly struck away by the tiger's powerful paw. Perhaps due to the force of the impact, Shen Suyu cried out in pain, her body stumbling sideways. Suddenly, a falcon, unbeknownst to when it had arrived, soared beside Shen Suyu, its wings spanning nearly a meter, feathers fluffed up, emitting urgent shrills. In that moment, it seemed as though time had ceased. The ensuing scene was all too predictable. Shen Suyu would fall, and the tiger would seize the opportunity to sever her throat. Or perhaps it would first deal with the falcon before turning to Shen Suyu. The mere thought of such a sight sent a thunderous shock through Zhang Yu's mind. Damn it, dare you lay a paw on her? His hand grazed his lower back, and 3 slender blades materialized between his fingers. Without the slightest hesitation, he swung the knives and hurled them forth. Thud, thud, thud. A fearsome roar erupted. The distance was too close. The blades pierced the air silently before embedding themselves in the body of the great tiger. One knife plunged deeply into the creature's eye, leaving only a hint of the green hilt visible. Another blade traversed through the side of the tiger's mouth, its tip just breaking through the nose. The last dagger, known only to Zhang Yu, disappeared entirely into the tiger's throat. The tiger let out a bellow of pain. One eye blinded and likely suffering damage to its brain, it lost all semblance of judgment, its claws instinctively swiping at the obstruction in its line of sight. Zhang Yu, having just released his flying knives, sprang to his feet, took 2 swift steps, and concentrated his strength in his right leg, delivering a powerful kick to the tiger's jaw. This was the most ferocious, striking posture. Zhang Yu's foot connected solidly with the jaw of the tiger, which was still bent low, trying to claw at its injured eye. A resounding crack echoed as the tiger's mouth snapped shut, accompanied by the sound of something shattering. And then the enormous beast, weighing over 200 kilograms, toppled backward. Its head let its body down, crashing heavily to the ground. Remarkably, this tiger did not rise again. Instead, its limbs twitched uncontrollably as if electrified. In that moment, Zhang Yu should have sought out his knives and delivered a finishing blow, yet his foremost thought was of Shun Suyu's safety. She had stumbled just moments ago, and the tiger had not touched her, meaning it had struck the blade, causing the hilt to jolt her away. Or perhaps the end of the hilt had struck her wrist. Zhang Yu hurried to help Shun Suyu to her feet. She appeared somewhat dazed, struggling to comprehend how he had possessed such strength to topple the tiger. As she regained her senses, the question was swiftly cast aside, and they both voiced their concern for one another in unison. Is your hand all right? Is your foot okay? Chapter 64. Escaping Danger. Zhang Yu flexed his foot while Shun Suyu moved her wrist. They spoke again in perfect harmony. I am fine. I am fine. Shun Suyu smiled, tears of joy glistening in her eyes. Zhang Yu also smiled, lost in thought, and he embraced Shun Suyu tightly. He was unsure of what this moment represented. Was it relief after a near escape, the comfort of mutual safety, or the joy of overcoming adversity together? None of it mattered anymore. After such an intense experience, he wished for nothing more than a simple embrace with the one he cherished. Alas, their embrace lasted but a few fleeting seconds before the strange sound of the tiger's convulsions interrupted them. He quickly released Shun Suyu, pulling her back a few steps, and retrieved his heavy blade, casting a wary glance at the still twitching tiger. Shun Suyu exhibited an unexpected calmness. Her voice softened considerably. What happened? I think I just saw your flying knife pierce its eye. Zhang Yu asserted confidently. I threw 3 flying knives in total. One struck its eye, likely injuring its brain. Another pierced its mouth and nostrils to prevent it from biting you. And the last one should have embedded itself in its throat, though I didn't see it clearly. Shun Suyu's eyes, usually devoid of such emotion, now glimmered with a rare hatred. Then let us refrain from delivering the final blow. We shall wait here for it to perish, and we can collect an intact tiger skin. In the main live broadcast room, the barrage of comments was filled with question marks. While those directly involved understood what had transpired, the spectators were utterly bewildered. Everything unfolded in a mere few seconds. The entire exchange between Zhang Yu and Shun Suyu lasting less than a minute. It was swift to an unimaginable degree, leaving the audience's mind struggling to keep pace. By the time the tiger collapsed, twitching on the ground, many were still grappling with the incomprehensible events that had just occurred. Can someone explain what just happened? My mind is still trapped in the despair of Zhang Yu's heavy blade being swatted away, yet my eyes witnessed it all without grasping the reality. Is this truly a real tiger? How could Zhang Yu have flipped it with a single kick? The subsequent kick rendered it motionless. Is his foot unharmed? Has the tiger been rigged? Why is it so light? The only phrase echoing in my mind was Zhang Yu's defiant declaration. Do you dare to move her? I cannot fathom that a tiger has simply succumbed like that. You replay it. Quickly, let us discern what transpired. Indeed, it's reminiscent of a boxer suddenly collapsing mid-fight. It's both shocking and feels somewhat surreal. Without a replay, it would be impossible to accept. Mu Rong Xiaoyu, witnessing the viewer count surge to 40 million, suppressed her own astonishment and disbelief, instructing the director to replay the earlier scene. The timing was fortuitous. Both guests were absent, leaving her to narrate solo. Everyone, please remain calm as we review the replay. The footage swiftly returned to the moment Zhang Yu confronted the tiger. The creature maneuvered with astounding speed, its tail raised like a steel whip, maintaining perfect balance as its body executed a flawless arc. We observed that as Zhang Yu realized the tiger had evaded, he reacted with remarkable swiftness, positioning the knife horizontally and pivoting his body as the axis to slash toward the beast. The tiger struck too quickly. Let us increase the slow-motion multiplier. Wow, the heavy blade was deflected. Look closely at Zhang Yu's foot. It seems he anticipated the tiger's charge. My goodness, that's incredibly impressive. How does he react with such extraordinary speed? His strength is formidable, capable of propelling the tiger away. Shun Suyu's knife was also dislodged. Observe how she was knocked off balance by the force of her grip. As the scene showcased Zhang Yu, his face flushed with fury and eyes ablaze with a fearsome intent. Mu Rong Xiao, you couldn't resist capturing that moment. It was simply too magnificent. Let us examine how Zhang Yu hurled the flying knives. Good heavens, look! His fingers merely grazed the 3 willow leaf blades at his waist, and they seemed to adhere to his hand. Notice, he secured the willow leaf knives only after initiating the throwing motion. Let us slow it down to 128 times. Mu Rong Xiaoye, single-handedly leading a group, exclaimed in astonishment. He scarcely had time to aim. It was truly 3 knives, one for the eye, one piercing the mouth, and the last plunging directly into the tiger's throat. Zhang Yu delivered another fierce kick, and no wonder the tiger remained down. It was utterly incredible. This segment of video was imbued with suspense, fervor, and the uncanny. Though it was not the first time witnessing Zhang Yu's throwing prowess, many still felt a sense of disbelief. Indeed, during his initial attempt to hurl a stone at a coconut, the absurdity was palpable. The coconut's roots were nearly invisible, and even with a knife, several cuts would be required. Yet Zhang Yu, he simply flung a stone and asked if it seemed unbelievable. In truth, with a couple more drones, the clarity would have been astonishing. Zhang Yu employed the rotational force of the stone, utilizing its sharp edge to strike the coconut. However, if such details were revealed, it would surely baffle onlookers beyond comprehension. This time, the act of throwing knives was more direct. 3 knives launched simultaneously, hitting precisely where Zhang Yu intended, was quite absurd. Those who viewed the slow-motion footage exhaled deeply, as though they had just experienced a breathtaking cinematic masterpiece that required savoring, lingering in awe. In a live stream, the tiger continued to twitch, though it was exhaling more than inhaling now. Zhang Yu examined Shen Suyu's wrist, where a conspicuous bruise encircled her fair and translucent skin. She had indeed twisted it, but it was not particularly severe, with no bone injury. As for Zhang Yu's foot, he needed no scrutiny. Only he understood the circumstances. The force he had exerted in a moment of desperation was astonishing even to himself. Both were still reeling from the experience, particularly as they had both pushed their limits earlier, now feeling an overwhelming fatigue. "You should rest your head on my lap for a while," Shen Suyu suggested, glancing at the tiger. "What if other animals come?" Zhang Yu assured her, "That won't happen. Sleep now. This area will be safe for quite some time." As soon as Shen Suyu laid her head on his lap, she drifted off. Hummingbird mother, seeing they still had to wait, returned to the side of a few fledglings. Zhang Yu sat cross-legged, closing his eyes to silently recite the true heart method, allowing his body to recuperate swiftly. Their current state resembled that of warriors on their first battlefield, the first encounter with bloodshed and combat. Both body and spirit required time to adapt. Watching the serene beauty resting peacefully on his lap, Zhang Yu's gaze became complex. It was undeniable that he had developed feelings for Shen Suyu. Yet this sentiment unnerved him. Did he deserve her? Emerging from the wilderness, he was nothing, and perhaps it would be best not to make things clear with Shen Suyu. Without a beginning, there could be no end. Chapter 65. What uses all this supplementation? Their respite lasted merely half an hour before they had to rise and attend to their tasks. Before their departure, there remained an essential undertaking, the dismemberment of the tiger. Perhaps they would not leave today after all. The tiger's skin was a treasure, one that must be preserved. Other creatures would surely harbor some trepidation upon encountering it, and the skin itself bore medicinal value. Tiger bone possesses significant medicinal value, often utilized in tinctures and powdered forms, serving as a fortifying agent for bones and kidneys. The merits of tiger gallbladder, kidney, and whip are self-evident. Such treasures should not be squandered. Tiger blood, while also beneficial, is rather unpalatable. Nevertheless, it could be offered to the falcon's mother, aiding the fledglings in their growth and assisting her in recovery. Lastly, we have the tiger meat, which, regardless of its culinary appeal, serve a vital role in nourishment. To waste even a morsel would be ignominious. Perhaps we should establish our camp here? It is impractical to carry away so much, suggested Shen Suyu. Zhang Yu, wielding a knife, began to skin the tiger, allowing it to dry briefly. Of course, the audience in the live stream witnessed a mosaic of blurred imagery, as overly graphic depictions were prohibited. After a moment's hesitation, he resolved, "Very well, we shall camp here tonight. But we must depart by tomorrow. The absence of a nearby water source poses a significant risk." Shen Suyu chuckled softly, covering her mouth. "Did you not claim that tiger blood is nourishing? Then you should partake." Zhang Yu rolled his eyes at her. "Nourishment, nourishment. What good does it do if it cannot be utilized?" Instantaneously, Shen Suyu's cheeks flushed crimson, rendering her silent. Zhang Yu was merely curious to discern whether consuming tiger meat would enhance his cultivation. Logically, it should, after all. The previous encounter with a saltwater crocodile had facilitated his rapid breakthrough. If this tiger proved fortuitous, it might enable him to complete the primary route of the Chuanjian heart method. Utilizing their portable fire starter, Shen Suyu ignited a flame, the crude kindling. A porous piece of wood weathered by years, caught fire readily and remained alight even when covered. Once a robust fire was established, she extinguished it with a splash of water, reserving some for the following day. Zhang Yu meticulously sliced the tiger meat into uniform chunks, while Shen Suyu suspended them with twine, employing smoke for preservation. This method, although not long-lasting, would suffice until they could procure more food and commence the curing process for jerky or ham. With a pot and oil at their disposal, Shen Suyu placed some meaty bones into the pot to simmer, aware of Zhang Yu's hearty appetite. She also crafted several skewers of meat, placing them near the embers to roast slowly. The addition of Sichuan pepper elevated the flavors, enhancing both the grilled and stewed dishes. As Zhang Yu worked, he remained vigilant of the fading light, laboring for 2 hours to gather branches and construct a temporary shelter. The advantages of having tools became apparent. Other exploration teams would never dare to camp outdoors, as building a shelter consumes precious time. Yet, Zhang Yu and his companion could erect a fine shelter within an hour, even laying down neatly arranged branches beneath them and covering it with hay, rivaling the comfort of caves found on the islands. That evening, the two sat by the fire, relishing the tiger meat. Uncertain if Shen Sua sensed it, Zhang Yu felt the meat energizing him, radiating warmth through his limbs, akin to the sensation of a warming drink. The falcon's family also indulged that day, having feasted on python meat earlier and now savoring the upgrade to tiger meat. Suyue, how do you suggest I enhance my martial prowess? Today I faltered twice in my attempts, revealing numerous shortcomings. Shen Suyu, heartily enjoying her meal, vaguely replied, practice. Incessantly practice, integrating what you have learned into your instincts. When the moment comes to apply it, do so without overthinking. With a focused mind, you will achieve your goals, thus fulfilling the requirements. Zhang Yu, eager to please, offered Shen Suyu an additional piece of meat and chuckled, when will you teach me some formidable martial arts? Today, the only effective technique was a kick against the tiger. The Bagua palm proved utterly ineffective, though in truth, he had scarcely practiced it. Shen Suyu pondered seriously for a moment and said, illuminated by the firelight, I will teach you the Tongbei fist and the Bajiquan. How does that sound? Especially the Tongbei fist. If you master its power techniques, perhaps you could have knocked the tiger unconscious with your final strike today. She was well aware of Zhang Yu's considerable strength. If she could teach him to harness it, their safety would be greatly enhanced. Of course, she had not mastered them herself. She was merely a modern-day Wang Yuyin, rich in theory, yet only marginally stronger than the average person. Perhaps sensing the invigorating effects of the tiger meat and bones, they both began to practice vigorously after their meal. Naturally, the drones capturing their activities and the defensive drones were focused on the falcon moth family, who had indulged excessively and retired early for the night. Water friend, let us disperse, let us disperse. They aren't teaching us anything. Oh, you upstairs wish to learn? Then peruse the previous videos. You might catch glimpses of Zhang Yu practicing and Shen Suyu teaching. Go ahead and learn. It's not that they won teach. Even if they did, you and be able to grasp it. The key techniques are one aspect, but you must also possess the perseverance. Just look at Zhang Yu's throwing skill. How many have practiced it themselves? Enough already, brother. I've trained for 3 days and now have a muscle strain. Typing is a struggle. My wrist is aching, alas. Some things are indeed contingent upon talent, and comparisons are futile. I'm more concerned about when these two will establish their relationship. Today, they saved each other's lives. It moved me deeply, especially when they embraced. I was almost ready to prepare a gift. It's challenging for them to be together. The disparity in their families is too great. In the wilderness, it may not matter, but what about in the city? In the courtyard, the old gentleman remarked, Dear, I wish to visit Zhang Yu's parents' village tomorrow. Hearing the fervent discussions among netizens regarding the couple's relationship, old Master Shen suddenly addressed Yao Hua. You wish to go? Is that appropriate? Perhaps let Xiao go instead. Yao Hua understood old Master Shen's concerns. Old Master Shen scoffed. Let him go? I fear he would botch it. There is nothing inappropriate about my visit. I must reassure Zhang Yu's parents. Otherwise, they might think we are aloof, and that would not do. Yao Hua sipped some warm water. Very well, you've sought a worthy successor for half your life. Now that you finally have one, let us settle everything so they can marry when they emerge. Speaking of marriage piqued Yao Hua's interest, say, old man, what is it like to hold a great-grandson? Old Master Shen could not help but correct him, great-grandson. It's all the same. In Wanghai village, Zheng Kai pondered. How much betrothal gift should Xiao Yu prepare if he marries that girl? Zhang Jinchai found himself yearning for a smoke again, a desire that hinged upon the ethos of his family. If they were somewhat avaricious, little Yu would stand no chance. Yet, should they be more enlightened, preparing a sum of 10 to 18 million should suffice for Yu's wedding. Wu Shili sighed, 10 to 18 million indeed. The most lamentable aspect of life is that one exists while money dissipates. Once their family fortune had exceeded 100 million, with several vehicles in their possession and the luxury of a villa. Now, reminiscing about that wealth feels effortless, but in reality, their total savings amount to a mere few tens of thousands. Chapter 66, Survival in the Wilderness. Exceedingly harsh Zhang Yu remained oblivious to the happenings outside. Under the patient guidance of Shen Sue, he committed each technique to memory, practicing tirelessly until exhaustion forced him to rest. Their current shelter was even more rudimentary, with chilly drafts seeping in from all sides. Just as he settled down, Shen Sue in a half-asleep stupor, entwined herself around him like an octopus. The provocation of the steel gun ignited an immediate fury in Zhang Yu, compelling him to divert his thoughts elsewhere. Alas, survival in the wilderness is indeed a grueling ordeal. The following day marked the 8th day of their survival competition. Hey, Zhang Yu, what day is it today? He had just finished attending to his personal hygiene. Curiosity aside, leaves and sticks serve their purpose. It's the 8th day, Zhang Yu replied, taking the remaining half bottle of water from Shan Suyue to brush his teeth and rinse his mouth, then wash his face. Such luxuries felt extravagant in their current circumstances. Only 8 days, yet it feels as though months have passed. He mused as he retrieved his backpack, extracting freshly cut branches to reinforce it. Isn't it splendid? A day feels like a month, and we've gained many extra days to live, Shan Suyue teased. By the way, are we truly taking all the tiger meat and bones with us today? Zhang Yu asserted, of course we must, with the innards and blood removed. The tiger is significantly lighter, and we are not far from our destination. I shall carry it, regardless. Upon waking that morning, he felt the full cultivation method reach his shoulders, his strength seemingly amplified. The tiger meat and bones were treasures not to be discarded. Before Shan Suyue could voice her thoughts, Zhang Yu interrupted, the tiger meat you cooked isn't sufficient. We should prepare more to reduce our rations. Shan Suyue shot him a glance. There is so much tiger meat. Even if we feasted freely, how much could we truly consume? I cannot fathom how to transport several hundred pounds of it. Zhang Yu swiftly provided a solution. After reinforcing 2 backpacks, he began weaving them with branches, planning to balance the load by carrying one in front and one at the back. He decided to discard the python meat and feed the tiger's innards to the falcon's family. By the way, how is your foot? Shan Suyue paused, perplexed. What about my foot? How did you notice? After traversing such a distance, her feet had long been blistered, but thankfully, after consuming tiger meat and resting yesterday, her condition had improved significantly. Zhang Yu's fingers danced adeptly as he wove the backpacks, now quite familiar with the task. Though the branches were not as pliable as vines, and the absence of willow branches limited the capacity of the backpacks to carry only lighter items. Certainly, it is evident to the eye. Nevertheless, I shall persevere a little longer. Just moments ago, I ascended a tree to survey the surroundings, and it appears that our destination lies less than 10 miles ahead. After over an hour of arduous trekking, Zhang Yu bore 2 large backpacks on his back, filled to the brim with supplies that protruded beyond the confines of the bags. Yet, he managed to hoist them with great difficulty. Meanwhile, Shan Suyu's burden had also increased substantially. The tiger skin alone was exceedingly heavy, a result of its drying in the afternoon sun and subsequent roasting overnight. Yesterday, he had collected the tiger's brain in an emptied water bottle, for its innards could not be preserved for long. Upon reaching their destination, he must immediately commence the tanning of the tiger skin. Fortunately, it was not as weighty as he had imagined. After all, the meat had been smoked, reducing its moisture content and, consequently, its weight. In the live broadcast room, Murong Xiaya had prepared a stack of materials gathered by the production team. Good morning, dear viewers. Today, our 50th popular team is set to arrive near the highest peak of the Four Seasons Island. Thus, surrounding this peak, I shall enlighten you on the distribution of other teams in the vicinity. The production team had never unveiled a map of Four Seasons Island. Only distant photographs could be found online, with the precise topography yet to be disclosed. The island derived its name from the highest mountain, known as Four Seasons Mountain. Murong Xiaya pointed to the panoramic view of Four Seasons Island on the screen, where the mountain stood out prominently, its summit perpetually cloaked in snow. The diverse landscapes surrounding Four Seasons Mountain earned it the moniker, reflecting the island's unique environment, which subsequently led to its designation as Four Seasons Island. Positioned to the east of Four Seasons Island, Four Seasons Mountain is surrounded by dense forests, with relatively scarce resources to the east. In contrast, the western terrain is flat, boasting forests, lakes, and small pastures, rich in produce. Murong Xiaoya, with a smile, reassured those who favor Zhang Yu and Shan Suyue, do not lose heart. Scarcity is merely relative. There is ample provision for survival. While the West may appear bountiful, it is home to numerous wild beasts, and currently, few teams have encountered them. This is simply because they have not ventured as far as Zhang Yu and his companions. Next, the screen displayed an aerial view of Four Seasons Mountain, marked with 4 small red circles. Surrounding the mountain, there were 4 groups of teams. To enhance the participants' chances of survival, the production team had chosen coastal locations for the contestants. Near the northern coast of Four Seasons Mountain, 2 teams from the countries of Mealy and Ross were stationed, with a team from the country of Wary to the west and another from Hanbang to the south. Audiences can rest assured, for due to the dense woodlands, these teams are unlikely to be aware of one another's presence. It will only be after they settle in that long-distance exploration may reveal their proximity. The initial survival locations arranged by the production team were quite merciful. Had the viewers seen the distribution map of the teams, they would notice that along the coastline of Four Seasons Island, a team is situated every few dozen miles. The inland teams were also positioned in areas rich in resources, far from any territories claimed by wild beasts. Bailey Air and AI, for instance, were assigned to the interior, where provided their survival skills were adequate, they would face no imminent shortage of food. Despite the careful arrangements, numerous teams have faltered, undoubtedly due to the recent unseasonable cold spell that has taken a toll on many participants. After Morong finished her introduction of the surroundings of Zhang Yu and his team, she turned her attention to introducing Bailey Air and their vicinity, all in an effort to heighten the audience's anticipation. On the Four Seasons Island, the familiar sound of helicopters could be faintly heard. Shun Suyue, with her swan-like neck craned upwards, searched in vain for the source of the sound. No need to look anymore. It's probably the contestants who fell ill from the cold snap a couple of days ago. Let us hurry on. Our destination is just ahead. Zhang Yu spoke with great effort, burdened by the weight of his load and the distance they had traversed. Thankfully, they need not worry about wild beasts, and the path was relatively easy to navigate. By around 11 in the morning, he finally spotted their target hill, though referred to as a mountain. It was merely a series of small hills, the highest being just over 20 meters, with most averaging around 10. As he approached, Zhang Yu recognized it as the Lus Hill he had seen before, situated in a windswept area where vegetation struggled to thrive. Nearby, another hill was primarily composed of stone, also falling within the wind corridor. Clearly, this was not a suitable location for constructing shelter. Although slightly disappointed, Zhang Yu did not relent. Who could say what lay beyond these two small hills? Zhang Yu, am I imagining things, or do I faintly hear the sound of water? Shun Siyu licked her dry lips. They had only half a bottle of water left, and no one was willing to drink more than necessary. Chapter 67. Waterfall. Zhang Yu remained silent, quickening his pace with a determined resolve. His head spun, and his ears buzzed. He could scarcely discern any sound of water. At the final slope, Zhang Yu gritted his teeth and pressed on until he could go no further. He immediately set down his heavy backpack and collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Shin Siyue moved slowly, her steps appearing awkward as if she were walking on nails. After Zhang Yu had caught his breath for a moment, Shin Siyue finally reached his side. Zhang Yu rose to assist her in removing her backpack. Let us take a short break, and then we can head to the summit. Shin Siyue sat beside him, took a small sip from her water bottle, and then offered it to Zhang Yu. What'll we do if there's no water source here? Shin Siyue realized the vital importance of water. On the first day on the island, she had endured hours of thirst, and now, surveying the surrounding area, there was not a hint of water in sight. Zhang Yu took several small sips, finally alleviating his parched throat. If we don't find water behind this mountain, we'll have to hide our supplies and search for it. Do not worry, we're not far from the highest peak. The summit is capped with snow, and there must be a stream flowing down the mountainside, ensuring we won't suffer from thirst. In truth, Zhang Yu felt uncertain. Melted snow typically flowed along established paths, and if it happened to run down the opposite side of the mountain, they could be forced to traverse several dozen kilometers to find it. If all else failed, he would have to resort to alternative methods to locate water. After resting for about 10 minutes, Zhang Yu stood up, urging Shin Suyue to follow him towards the summit. There was no need to worry about their modest possessions being lost on such a small hill. As they approached the summit, the expressions on their faces became increasingly peculiar. It was not just Shin Suyue who noticed, but even Zhang Yu could discern the faint sound of water. Upon reaching the peak, a breathtaking vista unfolded before them. Ah, a waterfall. Ha! Zhang Yu, you are incredible, exclaimed Shun Suyue, exuberantly bouncing and planting a fervent kiss on Zhang Yu's cheek. He too was overwhelmed by the magnitude of the surprise before them. The highest mountain descended into a gentle slope, which curved to the left, extending right up to their location. On this slope, a crystal-clear stream flowed, and directly ahead of them, a small waterfall cascaded down from a rock formation into a serene pool, visible in its entirety. The water from the pool wound its way to the right, and the current was quite robust. In comparison to the waterfall's gentle flow, Zhang Yu quickly deduced that there must be a spring feeding the pool. What a treasure this place was. Situated far enough from the peak, they need not fear falling rocks or winter avalanches. The pristine mountain spring was fit for drinking. Not only would survival be assured, but life in such a locale promised longevity. Wow, let's celebrate with flowers. This place is enchanting. Zhang Yu is simply remarkable, exclaimed a friend. The scene of the small river, flowing water, and cascading waterfall was utterly refreshing. Having seen so many places, none could compare to this. I found myself envious of them. Living amidst such beauty, I would gladly pay to experience it. Were they so thrilled about? Their isn't even a hint of fish in this stream. What will they eat? Just water? Perhaps they will hunt. After all, can a living person be starved? If all else fails, they could cultivate food The abundance of mountains and woods around ensures they would never lack sustenance. Did I alone witness the goddess kissing Zhang Yu? My heart shattered. Oh, I wish you both well. After her excitement subsided, Shen Yu clung tightly to Zhang Yu's arm. Zhang Yu, there's a pool. We can bathe here, she exclaimed. Zhang Yu, look how spacious it is. Can we not create a fish pond with this water? Then we will have an endless supply of fish. Zhang Yu, where should we live? How about we build a wooden cabin right next to the waterfall? Zhang Yu, look. There's so many river stones. We can use them to build a fence, and we can plant a garden inside. Seeing Shen Yu so joyful and full of dreams, Zhang Yu found himself tempted to acquiesce to any request she made. All right, let's retrieve our belongings and plan carefully, he said. Shen Yu replied eagerly, unaware that Zhang Yu's wishes would also be met with her utmost willingness. Deep down, Shen Yu was reluctant to come here, believing that life by the seaside was more stable. In truth, among those residing by the sea, only the two of them had chosen to relocate. Upon arriving here, Shen Yu realized Zhang Yu's choice was indeed wise. Even if they sometimes faced hunger, they could never be without water. God knows how much she despised the current state of affairs. Without the ability to bathe, she could only wash her face a couple of times, and even washing pots required careful calculation of water usage. It was truly unbearable. If it weren't for the live broadcast, Shen Yu would have likely leaped into that water pool by now. After some toiling, the two of them managed to move all 3 baskets of their belongings to the water's edge. Zhang Yu asked Shen Yu to roll him a cigarette. As he was thoroughly exhausted from the journey, his shoulders and back were still burning with pain, probably chafed. His feet had several blisters, yet he gritted his teeth and persevered. Shen Yu took out the tobacco leaves, carefully folded 2 nearly dried leaves, and then used a slightly damp leaf to roll it up little by little. This technique resembled that of rolling a cigar, though Zhang Yu requested it to be less thick, as he was unaccustomed to that. Once Shen Yu finished rolling, Zhang Yu had also surveyed the surroundings, and a rough outline of their future home began to form in his mind. Here, give it a try. I'm not sure if it's well rolled, Shen Yu said, her smile radiant as she handed a deep brown cigarette to Zhang Yu. Water friends, I'll offer 100. I want that cigarette. 100 for a cigarette rolled by the goddess? I'll offer 500. I'll bid 1,000. I want it for my collection. Jealousy twisted my features. Woe is me. Don't anyone stop me. I'm going to jump into the river. I want to team up with the goddess. I'd do anything. Just let her roll a cigarette for me. Who has urinating yellow? Wake up upstairs. Zhang Yu excitedly took the cigarette, gently squeezed it. It was quite firm, and without needing to test it, he could tell it was a success. He produced a lighter and quickly brought the cigarette to flame. Hiss! The heat was intense, and the potency was quite strong, instantly sending Zhang Yu into a euphoric haze. Shen Yu watched him intently, and after he savored the moment, he leisurely shared his plan. From the riverbed, it was evident that this area had never been flooded. It was far enough from the mountains, so we need not worry about winter avalanches. Zhang Yu pointed to the slope leading up from the small waterfall. We should be cautious of mudslides. Although unlikely, it is prudent to prepare in advance. Shen Yu listened obediently, realizing she could do nothing on her own. Zhang Yu took a puff of his cigarette and gestured to the ground. The best location for a shelter is atop this lush hill and stone mountain. The elevation is sufficient, providing a wide view and safety. Shen Yu felt a tinge of disappointment that Zhang Yu did not choose to build a shelter by the waterfall. Furrowing her brow, she remarked, "There isn't a sufficiently large platform here, and don't forget, the winds are quite strong on the other side of the mountain." Chapter 68, The Brick House. Zhang Yu revealed a confident smile. Yu, what does your ideal shelter look like? Shen Yu tilted her head, pondering. Her beautiful eyes couldn't help but glance at the waterfall. Well, I imagine a wooden house, ideally right next to the waterfall, where I could easily reach the water. Zhang Yu couldn't help but show a look of disdain, given that you've studied a bit of medicine. Let us not even mention how noisy it would be near the waterfall. Living there for a year, we'd both be afflicted with severe rheumatism. With a giggle, Shen Yu laughed heartily and playfully replied, "You asked me, didn't you? I don't understand those things. Let us go with your decision. I'll follow your lead." Who can withstand this? Zhang Yu withdrew his gaze, lowering his head to grasp a handful of the fine yellow earth beneath him. This soil, delicate with a low sand content, was perfectly suited for crafting earthen bricks. He then gestured towards the nearby rocky hill, which was ideally positioned for constructing a shelter. By removing the stones atop it, a solid foundation was likely to lie beneath. He elaborated further. The earthen bricks we create will be akin to the brick and tile houses found in urban settings, offering commendable resistance against the wind. We can gradually clear the summit of the rocky hill, establish a robust foundation, and utilize the earthen bricks fired from this yellow earth as our building material. Such a dwelling would be habitable throughout the 4 seasons, unlike the wooden houses you mentioned, which would struggle to endure the winter and require a significant quantity of timber, making them less efficient to construct. Shun Siyue was left speechless, her mouth agape in astonishment. Do you really think this is feasible? We're merely seeking survival. And you envision a lifetime abode. Zhang Yu pondered briefly, estimating that it could indeed be realized within approximately a month. However, that was a long-term plan. Prior to that, they needed to erect a relatively comfortable temporary shelter. Uncertain of Zhang Yu's construction methods, Shun Siyue suddenly recalled the competition rules. If they managed to build a sturdy and practical house, it would likely garner a substantial score. Glancing at the sun nearing its zenith, she decided it best not to dwell on distant aspirations and to address the immediate challenges first. All right then, where do you think we should set up our shelter? How about by the riverbank? This girl must have surely perished of thirst in her past life. Yet, such thoughts were best left unspoken, as they could jeopardize friendships and hinder romantic prospects. Were you a mermaid in your previous life? Always by the riverside, he joked. Let us take a short break and have something to eat. He pointed to a spot on the hillside, suggesting they clear an area for their shelter using local materials. There's no need to construct a tent. We'll simply stack stones to create a stone house. It should take about 2 hours to complete. Shun Siyue had never considered a stone house. She had assumed they would be building a tent. However, Zhang Yu's proposal sounded rather intriguing. Subsequently, Zhang Yu used a machete to cut 2 branches of suitable thickness, affixing the shovel heads to them, thus crafting 2 shovels. They cleared a small area on the hillside, gathering wood and dry grass nearby to kindle a fire. Shun Siyue took a pot and water bottle to the stream to wash the pot and fill it with water, savoring the cool, sweet taste of the stream. This water, sourced from springs and melted snow, was perfectly safe to drink. Naturally, when time permitted, Zhang Yu would locate the spring source for future use. As Shun Siyue busied herself with cooking, Zhang Yu retrieved the tiger skin, scraping off the excess flesh, a preliminary cleaning, before rinsing it thoroughly in the stream. Once clean, he would secure the skin with a wooden frame to prevent it from shrinking as it dried. The wind blowing from behind the mountain would aid in drying the skin. By tomorrow at the latest, they would begin tanning it, and in a few days, they would possess a tiger skin mat or blanket. It could also be fashioned into clothing, though that was not an immediate necessity. The reason for their meal was also to rest, as they had been laden with burdens throughout the morning, far more than the production team's donkey. Lunch naturally consisted of tiger meat, with the family of the falcon also partaking in the meal. The internal organs had been set aside and were on the verge of spoiling. Aside from the tiger's kidneys and gallbladder, which needed to be air-dried, the other organs were destined for disposal. After the meal, Shun Siyue busied herself with various trivial tasks, while Zhang Yu took a shovel and set to work halfway up the rocky hill. He moved the surface stones aside, but the larger stones beneath proved more challenging to manage. Nevertheless, this confirmed his assessment that the stones were densely packed, indicating a solid foundation. The difference between having tools and not having them was stark. After about half an hour, Zhang Yu had cleared enough space for the construction of a shelter. He then ascended to the summit and tossed the stones down to the designated area, fulfilling the material requirements for the shelter and simultaneously preparing for future construction. In accordance with his vision, he aimed to excavate 2 meters from the hilltop to create a satisfactory plot of land. Building a house in this location had numerous advantages. The elevated terrain provided a vantage point to spot any wild animals approaching, and once the house was completed, it would be exceptionally secure, impervious to threats from wolves or bears. With the wind at the back of the house, the chimney would be adeptly designed, ensuring an efficient stove that would keep the interior dry and comfortable. Any game caught could be hung at the back, naturally air-drying in the breeze. After another half hour of diligent work, feeling that the stone preparation was nearly complete, Zhang Yu took a machete to harvest thicker branches from the surrounding area to serve as beams for the stone structure. Both were fully engrossed in their tasks. Shun Siyue had relocated the chili plants near the creek and washed the green Sichuan peppercorn she had gathered along the way, laying them out to sun-dry. Their clothes had become quite soiled. While they could tolerate the dust, the pungent odor of fish was intolerable. She first washed her outer garments and trousers, allowing her inner clothing to remain suitable for wearing outside. However, it must be noted that the water flowing down from the mountain was quite chilly, almost numbing to the hands. As the sun dipped in the west, their labors gradually came to a close. Zhang Yu installed the beams and then covered the structure with a generous layer of leaves. Their stone shelter, intended for more than a month's habitation, was finally complete. The stone house nestled against the mountainside, its interior furnished with straw for bedding, featured a rectangular stove beside the entrance, topped with a chimney made from stones and clay. Such a sealed structure necessitated a chimney to prevent the risk of carbon monoxide poisoning. This new abode was slightly larger than their previous seaside dwelling, with a nook in the corner for the falcon family. Ideally, this should have been placed higher up, but due to special circumstances, this arrangement was necessary, as the falcon mother lacked the ability to fend for herself and could only dwell with them. This arrangement also fostered a bond. Once the house was completed, a proper home would be established for them inside. allowing them to adapt. Both were quite fatigued. Zhang Yu moved the backpack to the entrance of the new home, leaving the organization of its contents to Sun Yu, as he still needed to attend to the cleaning of the tiger skin. Notably, their pack also contained 2 rabbits. While preparing the tiger meat, only the entrails had been removed, leaving the skins intact. It was not until darkness fell that they finally completed their tasks. The pot simmered with tiger meat, topped with 2 cassava roots. Faced with a sumptuous feast, Sun Yu found herself devoid of appetite. After much internal conflict, she finally leaned closer to Zhang Yu, her cheeks flushed, and whispered softly, "Zhang Yu, would you accompany me to take a bath? I'm frightened to go alone." Chapter 69. Girls take their time in the bath. Is the term gentleman inherently pejorative? This was a question Zhang Yu pondered deeply. Listening to the splashing water behind him, he felt an overwhelming urge to glance back. Although darkness obscured his vision, it felt as though an invisible force restrained him, preventing him from turning around. What was even more absurd was that he was holding Sun Yu's clothes in his hands, her undergarments, which she should be wearing, or perhaps they had been casually washed during her bath. The mere thought of Sun Yu sleeping in the nude that night sparked an impulsive desire within Zhang Yu to remain outside. Otherwise, he feared he might lose control. "Zhang Yu," Sun Yu called out, breaking through his chaotic thoughts. He cleared his throat, feeling a parched sensation as he stood by the water's edge. "Ahem, what is it? Do you need your clothes?" Sun Yu's voice carried a hint of playful reproach. "Not so fast. Girls take their time in the bath." Heaven knows how much Zhang Yu was suffering at that moment. He resolved that regardless of how the house turned out, it must include a bathing area. Otherwise, enduring this torment daily might lead him to a breaking point. After a moment of hesitation, Sun Yu added, "I believe if we spend all our time building the house, the live streaming effect might not be very good." The live streaming effect? Zhang Yu mused, stroking his stubble. Did that even matter? Surely, surviving for 15 months would suffice. Sun Yu's voice sounded somewhat peculiar, as if she were bowing her head to wash her hair. "You do know the competition rules, right? Just surviving doesn't guarantee a prize. There's so many formidable participants, we may not measure up to them. If that were the case, they would need to consider the quality of their live streaming, ensuring it was engaging enough to attract a larger audience, which would significantly increase their income." Zhang Yu's initial reaction was one of defiance. Why shouldn't they be able to win a prize? He had barely showcased his abilities. Papermaking, ice production, furniture crafting, house building. The list of his skills was extensive and yet to be fully utilized. However, he soon thought of Sun Yu. Did she even need the live streaming effect? Did she lack funds? From what he knew, her family owned a real estate company and an herbal medicine base. She was certainly not in need of money. So, who was she saying all this for? This woman truly possessed admirable qualities. Yet, he couldn't help but wonder which affluent heir she would eventually end up with. He hoped it wouldn't turn out to be a scoundrel like those depicted in dramas and novels. Contemplating this, Zhang Yu felt a suffocating frustration creeping in. They always claimed that everyone was equal. What a farce. Nevertheless, he was not the type to succumb to despair or rage against societal injustices. If it came to it, he could always take a leap into the river again. It wasn't as if he had never done so before. He accepted Sun Yu's goodwill and resolved to seriously consider her suggestion, for after all, he needed to survive for several more decades. In that moment, Zhang Yu forgot his identity as a time traveler. How shall we make our live streaming captivating? It is hardly sensible to risk our lives merely for the sake of attracting attention, is it? The sound of fabric being scrubbed behind me indicates that Sun Yu has commenced the delicate task of washing her intimate garments. Should I turn around to take a glance? I merely suggested it. If it seems unreasonable to you, we can certainly contemplate alternative strategies. Zhang Yu swallowed hard, feeling a sense of disdain for himself. While he was attempting to discuss career matters, his thoughts were inexplicably drawn to what lay behind him. We could allocate 2 to 4 hours each day for exploration, focusing on one area daily, while devoting the remaining time to building our abode. What do you think? Zhang Yu reined his thoughts and pondered seriously. It made sense. Beyond the impact of our live broadcasts, understanding the surrounding circumstances and resource distribution was imperative. Furthermore, just because we currently have sufficient food does not mean we should rest easy. It would be wise to scout ahead. Very well, let us proceed as you suggest. We shall venture out each morning. Sun Yu beamed with delight. As long as the man did not harbor an inflated sense of self, being receptive to advice would bode well for navigating future challenges together. Oh, how far my thoughts have wandered. Zhang Yu, hand over your clothes to me. Internally, Zhang Yu protested vehemently against compliance, yet his hand reached behind him. I cannot see what is behind. You may take it yourself. After a brief silence, the sound of splashing water echoed. Feeling a lightness in his hand, Zhang Yu sighed heavily with relief, though a sense of disappointment lingered. He jested. Aren't you afraid I might suddenly turn around? Sun Yu was quite close, presumably using his shirt, fashioned into a towel, to dry herself. Oomph. If you dare to turn around, you could say goodbye to your eyesight. Zhang Yu, now incensed, questioned his intentions. Zhang Yu retorted defiantly, even if you were to show me, I wouldn't look. This statement struck a blow to her pride. I see you're too cowardly. Tell me the truth. Are you lacking in that department? Speak boldly. If necessary, I can have my grandfather assist you. Zhang Yu's face darkened, and he blurted out irresponsibly. You think I wouldn't dare? And as for my capabilities, you press down with your legs daily. Don't you have any inkling? The conversation had veered into treacherous territory. But who was Zhang Yu? A goddess? No, she was a woman. Women can often be unreasonable. Fine. Zhang Yu, you wish to evade responsibility. Scoundrel. Zhang Yu felt a surge of anger. Scoundrel? He could very well be one. Say another word, and I will turn around immediately. Zhang Yu, undeterred, continued her provocation. What of it? Is this something a man should endure? In a sudden motion, Zhang Yu spun around, and then he was taken aback. Before Zhang Yu could launch her verbal assault, Zhang Yu let out a nervous laugh. Haha, I knew you were dressed. Surprised, are you? Zhang Yu stood there, fully attired, her hair still glistening with droplets of water. Under the moonlight, her fair skin seemed to emanate a soft glow, resembling a delicate sprite in the darkness. She was utterly enchanting. Zhang Yu shot him an exasperated glance, thrusting the only towel in the household against his chest. Now, is your turn to wash. With that, she swayed her hips and strode towards the stone house, seemingly clutching a bundle of garments. Zhang Yu scratched his head, pondering whether he was angry or merely irritated. Fortunately, he had not sought out a girlfriend. Women could indeed be quite demanding. What a curious phenomenon that this towel still retained a hint of fragrance. Where could such a scent originate? Perhaps it was body scent? How astonishing. Driven by curiosity, Zhang Yu shed his clothes and leapt into the cool waters of the pool, marveling at how Zhang Yu could endure such conditions for so long. As the girl emerged spotless from her wash, he felt somewhat embarrassed and resolved to wash himself thoroughly, both inside and out, even turning red at the realization that he had scrubbed away quite a bit of mud. He wondered how the participants downstream would feel after drinking this water. After a while, Zhang Yu mimicked Zhang Yu and returned to the stone house with his undergarments in hand. Everyone was in the nude. It seemed rather equitable. Did it not? Chapter 70. Depleted resources. Zhang Yu chose to ignore Zhang Yu, silently finishing her meal before retiring early for the night. Initially, the online community speculated that something must have transpired, but a sudden notification from the live streaming platform whisked them away to another broadcast room. That night was destined to be sleepless. Zhang Yu had finished her shift, and after discussions with the production team, the commentary segment was canceled in favor of an interactive live streaming format. Tian, who had been eagerly watching Zhang Yu and Zhang Yu stream, was suddenly ordered to serve as the temporary host for the evening's main broadcast. Nervously clutching a stack of documents, Tian felt ill-equipped compared to Zhang Yu, and she was nearly reading verbatim. Dear viewers, we have an urgent situation. A team of our contestants, Group 16, comprising Xia Yiming and Li Sheng, located 70 miles west of Four Seasons Mountain, has come under attack by a pack of wolves during the night. They have opted to withdraw from the competition, and the production team's protective drones are currently safeguarding them. The main broadcast screen displayed their live stream, and as night fell, online activity surged. A platform-wide notification from Douyin propelled the viewer count to a staggering 80 million. The audience watched with bated breath as Tian's voice rushed through the airwaves. Xia Yiming is a popular and talented singer in our country, having voluntarily joined the wilderness survival competition due to a career stagnation. Li Sheng is a genius lyricist and composer, known for numerous beloved works. Their initial survival site was inland, near a flowing river. Through diligent effort over several days, they managed to construct a relatively sturdy wooden shelter and amassed enough food supplies for 2 to 3 days. According to the production team's analysis, it appeared they had set traps in the afternoon and caught a goat. However, they had neglected to slaughter it on the spot, and upon returning to the camp, the goat unexpectedly died, prompting them to proceed with the slaughter. Unfortunately, they had forgotten the critical rule of not releasing a strong blood scent within the camp, which attracted the wolves. The live stream depicted a tense standoff, with Xia Yiming brandishing a torch, one arm bleeding profusely. Li Sheng stood back-to-back with him, occasionally swinging the 2 torches in a defensive manner. Above them, the defensive drones had already launched 2 tranquilizer darts, successfully incapacitating some of the wolves. Yet despite this, the pack continued to inch closer, driven mad by the scent of blood. Brother Sheng, do not engage with the wolves. We simply need to maintain our position. Xia Yiming, his voice trembling, offered solace to Li Sheng. Both were thoroughly terrified, encircled by a pack of wolves, their bloodthirsty emerald eyes glinting ominously in the darkness. Although the exact number of wolves remained obscured, they could discern at least 15. At that moment, another wolf, unable to restrain itself, lunged forward, targeting the injured Xia Yiming. Get away, he cried, brandishing a torch. However, perhaps due to his overwhelming anxiety, the torch struck the wolf and snapped with a crack. Suddenly, 3 tranquilizer darts were fired in rapid succession from the overhead defense drones, successfully hitting 3 wolves that attempted to join the fray. The wolf that had initially attacked Xia Yiming rolled on the ground, extinguishing the flames on its body before retreating. Yiming, let us change positions. Those wolves seem particularly intent on troubling you. Li Sheng, setting aside his fear, moved to stand alongside Xia Yiming. Earlier, when Xia had stepped away to relieve himself, a wolf had ambushed him, biting his arm. In the wolf's perception, Xia Yiming represented the most vulnerable target, whether it was fear or excessive blood loss that caused it. Xia Yiming felt waves of dizziness relentlessly assailing him, rendering him weak. Meanwhile, in Director Luo's home, he held a phone in his left hand while commanding operations on his computer with his right. His wife, who had returned home for the day, opened the door for him as he dashed toward the garage. Do you lack common sense? Just how long must we wait for helicopter rescue? Mobilize the nearby contestants' defense drones for support. He barked into the phone. With 28 wolves in total and 8 tranquilizer darts available on the drones, if they could deploy one more, it might be sufficient to scare off the remaining wolves. Furthermore, locate the Wolf King. It must be taken down first. On the other end, Xiao Ning, upon receiving the command, swiftly instructed the drone operators, hurry, check for the nearest team, and mobilize their defense drones for assistance. The drone operators tapped furiously on their keyboards, quickly identifying the information for the closest group of contestants. Found them. The team from the Wary Nation on the western side of Chiu Mountain is the nearest. Then what are we waiting for? Quickly direct their drones to provide support. Not good, Assistant Xiao. The wolf pack is launching a full-scale assault on Xia Yiming and the others, exclaimed another drone operator, who was in charge of Li Sheng's defense drones. Xiao Ning's heart raced as the screen displayed the fearless wolves charging recklessly. He commanded, activate full defensive measures. Focus on locating the Wolf King. Capture the leader before the rest. In a live broadcast studio, Tian was sweating profusely, speaking rapidly. She was not narrating the battle scene, as that group had already given up, with both Xia Yiming and Li Sheng possessing considerable renown. Her current task was to promptly explain the rescue strategies employed by the production team. Breaking news. The production team has mobilized nearby contestants' defense drones for assistance. Xia Yiming and his team just need to hold on for 5 minutes before Tian could finish her sentence. A wolf inexplicably leapt onto the wooden hut and suddenly pounced, biting Li Sheng's defense drone. Yet the situation worsened, as 2 more wolves appeared on the roof, each targeting Xia Yiming and Li Sheng. The coordination of the trio of wolves was astonishingly seamless. One wolf lunged at the drone, while the other 2 silently attacked, leaving no room for defense. In a sudden ambush, Xia Yiming was caught off guard. A foul, bloodied wolf's maw clamped down on the nape of his neck. Overwhelmed by the unexpected assault, he was unable to muster even a reflexive resistance, succumbing to the wolf's grip and collapsing to the ground. Li Sheng, in a desperate bid to scare off the wolf attacking from the front, stepped forward, inadvertently creating an opening for the wolves behind him. He turned back. He was nearly paralyzed with fear. Xia Yiming lay on the ground, a wolf clamped onto his neck, while 2 others descended upon him, one biting his hand and the other his leg. In a frenzy, Li Sheng swung 2 torches at the trio of wolves, but in his panic, he made a grave error. The torches could not withstand such force and broke apart in his hands. With a swift flurry, the remaining defense drone discharged its ammunition, taking down 4 wolves that charged forward. At that moment, all bullets were expended, thanks to Li Sheng's fervent efforts. The wolf that had been tearing at Xia Yiming was compelled to relinquish its hold and retreat. Yet, a deep sense of despair enveloped not only the 2 men, but also the over 80 million viewers in the live stream, as well as the entire production crew. With every round fired, hope dwindled. Could they endure any longer? Chapter 71. Even the gods cannot save them. Among the 28 wolves, 9 lay motionless, lifeless on the ground. Instead of deterring the pack, this only ignited their predatory ferocity. Xia Yiming was in a state of semi-consciousness as the wolves closed in. Even as Li Sheng retrieved another torch, it offered no glimmer of hope for survival. He had underestimated the peril of the program. Perhaps he should never have been swayed by the allure of profit and the temptations of his agent. Now, it was too late for regrets. Desperately, Li Sheng brandished the torch, his solitary stance a mere struggle against impending doom. He knew that if they could hold out for 10 more minutes, help from the production team might arrive, yet those 10 minutes, often dismissed, had transformed into a countdown for their lives. Where are you? Please hurry, Li Sheng cried out, his voice hoarse, as the flame of his torch flickered like a dwindling hope. A haunting wolf howl echoed, not as a retreat signal, but as the final clarion call for attack. Responding to their alpha's command, the pack surged forward, no longer intimidated by the flickering flames, their ferocity unleashed upon Li Sheng. Wolves rushed from all directions, and Li Sheng felt himself unraveling. Observing animal conflict from a distance felt trivial, yet being ensnared in such a scenario revealed the profound despair of the weaker creatures. As he closed his eyes, awaiting the arrival of death, a familiar, ethereal voice pierced the air. Suddenly, two defense drones zipped into view, swiftly deploying tranquilizer darts that incapacitated the attacking wolves with precision. Joy, excitement, gratitude. To Li Sheng, those small drones appeared as formidable aircraft, entering the battlefield to determine the outcome of this harrowing encounter. The millions of viewers witnessing this scene erupted in thunderous cheers within their respective environments. Marvelous, marvelous, marvelous. What a timely arrival. Strike, annihilate these detestable wolves. The drones are impressively sleek. The drone operators are exceptionally skilled. This is simply splendid. Yiming is saved. Ha ha ha. What a thrill. The production team has not disappointed us. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Another 5 tranquilizer darts were launched, and the wolf pack lay in heaps upon the battlefield. 17 wolves sprawled haphazardly, and even without the scent of blood, the remaining wolves began to tremble in fear. The pack slowly retreated, yet a noticeably larger wolf stepped forward with measured strides. While the viewers clamored for the annihilation of all wolves, the team in the control area was drenched in sweat. The viewers were overly optimistic. Only 2 defense drones had been urgently deployed, equipped with a total of 16 tranquilizer darts, and now only 8 remained. Attention! Do not shoot the Wolf King. Target the wolves beside it. Create a deterrent effect to compel the Wolf King to flee. Otherwise, if the Wolf King falls, the remaining wolves might resort to desperate measures, leading to catastrophic consequences. Xiao Ning solemnly directed the 2 operators, aware that commands from above could be disregarded. Director Luo wanted him to shoot the Wolf King, but he felt the moment was not right. Had they struck earlier, it might have driven the pack away. Now that so many wolves had fallen, the death of the Wolf King could provoke a fiercer response from the remaining wolves. With only 8 tranquilizer darts left, prudence was paramount. One operator aimed at a wolf passing by the Wolf King and swiftly pressed the launch button. With the aid of the intelligent aiming system, the tranquilizer dart struck true, hitting the wolf beside the Wolf King. Howl! Thud! The wolf cried out in pain before collapsing helplessly. The Wolf King's advance halted immediately. Whoosh! Thud! A wolf on the other side of the Wolf King also fell. The Wolf King instinctively took 2 steps back, warily observing the flying object above. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 more tranquilizer darts were fired, and as yet another wolf fell, the Wolf King finally sensed fear. Grr! This was the signal to retreat. The other wolves hesitated not for an instant, tucking their tails and fleeing. Indeed, this time the wolf pack perceived themselves as defeated, rather than simply driven back. Defeat and retreat are entirely distinct concepts. A retreating pack may return, but a defeated one likely would not dare to approach this place again. Xiao Ning sank into a chair, utterly drained. This task was truly beyond human endurance. If accomplished well, his direct superior, Director Luo, would naturally claim the accolades. If poorly executed, he would bear the blame. Nevertheless, truth be told, how many could covet such a position, being a trusted confidant of a leader? He too would eventually ascend to prominence. Xiao Yang and Xiao Lu, you performed admirably. This month's bonus will be doubled, and I shall recommend to Director Luo that we showcase your mission videos at an appropriate moment. The young men, addressed to Xiao Yang and Xiao Lu, sat there equally exhausted, for only they knew the immense pressure they had just endured. The target has been struck, earning accolades from countless individuals. Were to miss, an avalanche of self-proclaimed experts would undoubtedly emerge online to voice their opinions. Upon hearing Xiao Ning's promise, both individuals revealed expressions of joy. The monetary aspect was insignificant compared to the fame that would be garnered, ensuring they would no longer worry about finding a patron who recognizes their worth. Thank you, Assistant Xiao, they chorused in unison. Xiao Ning, wiping the perspiration from his brow, paused momentarily. He realized he must urgently check on Xia Yiming's vital signs. The sound echoed like an earthquake alert, prompting everyone, regardless of their tasks, to rise and rush to their computers. This was the life sign alert button linked to the contestants' tracking wristbands. A continuous alarm indicated that a contestant's life was in dire peril or that their heartbeat had ceased. Currently, they were monitoring the teams of Xia Yiming and Li Sheng, and it was evident that the crisis involved Xia Yiming. No sooner had he thought to check on his life status than the alarm blared. Xiao Ning felt a wave of despair wash over him. Should a contestant perish, they would undoubtedly face backlash, and the death of a celebrity would impose immense pressure on their program. The prospect of continuation was uncertain, for if met with widespread opposition, even the most powerful investors would find it impossible to redeem the situation. Quickly, inquire about the helicopter. The sound of the helicopter's rotors soon filled the air. Viewers anxiously watched as a team of medical personnel laid Xia Yiming flat, assessing his heartbeat and injuries while others prepared a defibrillator. Hurry! The patient's heart has stopped. Prepare for CPR. Minutes passed. Change personnel. Administer another milligram of adrenaline. The hopeful light in the viewer's eyes gradually dimmed as the medical team continuously alternated in performing CPR. Yet Xia Yiming's heartbeat remained elusive. Half an hour later, the team leader announced, the patient has been bitten on the artery. Further delay has occurred. An elderly doctor shot a stern glance at a nearby individual, whispering, nearly 90 million are watching. Even if it's merely for appearances, we must maintain composure. At that moment, a heavily armed security personnel approached, inquiring, Dr. Chu, the anesthetized wolves will regain mobility in 20 minutes. Should we extend the anesthesia duration? The senior medical staff member, referred to as Dr. Chu, raised his voice slightly. We cannot give up until the last moment, Captain Jiang. Extend the anesthesia time for the wolves. Understood. It was no wonder they appeared indifferent to the value of life. With an artery bitten and torn, even divine intervention would struggle to save him. The first contestant to succumb in this wilderness survival competition was from their own country, and that night, many found sleep elusive. Chapter 72. Why do you refuse to take responsibility? In a restless slumber, Zhang Yu's eyelids fluttered as the distant sound of the helicopter nearly roused him. Beside him, Shen Suyu turned over, unknowingly entangling herself with him once more. Some might deem her behavior improper, sharing a bed with a man on the very first day on the island. Yet, only those who have experienced such harrowing events can truly comprehend the terror of witnessing death. How could one not be haunted by nightmares? In a perilous wilderness, who could remain untroubled amidst the myriad of dangers? It is not that she lacks a man, but rather that she subconsciously seeks a shoulder to lean on for protection. Of course, the adage about feelings developing over time holds some truth. After only a few days of shared trials and tribulations, their bond has transformed significantly. There is no need to await the following day, as the production team announced an hour later that Xia Yiming's rescue was futile, and he had succumbed on the deserted island, with arrangements for his remains currently underway. Many fans, despite witnessing everything Xia Yiming endured and the efforts of the production team, found it difficult to accept the reality. Throughout the night, the live stream was flooded with vitriolic comments. Their grievances centered on the inadequacy of safety measures prepared by the production team, the unprofessionalism of the drone operators, and the loss of one drone to a wolf attack. For every critic, there were defenders, including netizens and the production team's controlled responses. The gravity of this situation could fluctuate, contingent upon public sentiment. Since the incident involving Xia Yiming, the vast interests and supporters behind the production team have mobilized various channels and connections, or even funds, to quell the matter. As long as this incident is resolved, future fatalities will be less problematic. In truth, many understand that with the opportunity to earn billions and achieve fame, one must pay the corresponding price. To wish to avoid the cost would be tantamount to shirking responsibility. Do they truly believe that a wilderness survival competition is merely a stage performance by influencers or a game of make-believe? On the 9th day of the wilderness survival competition, the weather was clear, with a high temperature of 20 degrees Celsius. Zhang Yu awoke from his slumber, opening his eyes to find Shen Suyu gazing at him with a look of deep contemplation. After a refreshing bath, he felt immensely comfortable, and with no formidable beasts nearby, he had also found a cherished place to settle down, allowing him to sleep until he naturally awakened. Hey, what are you staring at? He asked, feeling somewhat uneasy under Shen Suyu's gaze. To his bewilderment, she replied, why don't you want to take responsibility? Zhang Yu was taken aback. What on earth prompted that question? Is something wrong? He furrowed his brow, perplexed by her sudden mood. Wait, why don't I want to take responsibility? Zhang Yu's mind raced back to their playful banter the previous night. What had he said? Something about being irresponsible, and whether he dared to. Could she be upset over her own words? He felt a sense of indignation rising within him. He gently removed Shen Suyu's arm from his, freeing his own arm from beneath her head. Look, I would like to take responsibility, but can I afford it? The money I tirelessly earned may barely cover a few of your clothes. How can I be responsible? We exist in entirely different realms. Even if I sold myself, it would be futile. With that, Zhang Yu left in frustration. Was this what it meant to be reborn? He felt he had embarrassed those who had undergone such transformations. All he desired was to live freely, yet he found himself entangled with a woman of high caliber. If he wished to win her over, he would need to enter her world, to stand as her equal. Wasn't that an unreasonable expectation? A perfectly pleasant morning had been tarnished by a sour mood. What a shame. With a hint of anger, Zhang Yu found a tree and began to practice his Tongbei Quan vigorously. In stark contrast, Shen Suyu, upon hearing Zhang Yu's almost complaining explanation, couldn't help but smile enchantingly. So, he was worried about this, huh? Just wait and see. It seemed she had thought of something amusing, and she chuckled softly. 2 hours later, after their meal, Zhang Yu took a sip of refreshing spring water. Can your feet manage a long walk today? Shen Suyu's demeanor had returned to normal, and perhaps it was not merely an illusion. Her charm appeared to have intensified. What's wrong? Where do you want to go? Zhang Yu gazed out the door towards the Four Seasons Mountain. Let's take Mama Falcon and her family up the mountain. From there, we could get a clearer view of our surroundings. Shen Suyu secretly admired Zhang Yu's clarity of thought, though regrettably, he seemed somewhat oblivious when it came to matters of the heart. That sounds great. Once we understand the environment, we can proceed to build our house with peace of mind. Without further ado, they set off. After a brief organization, Zhang Yu supported Mama Falcon, while Shen Suyu stood with the two guardians, Su Su and Yu Yu, on either side. Perhaps due to their good nourishment, the three little ones had noticeably grown in just a few days. As they walked, they chatted casually. Zhang Yu, I'm quite curious. How should we go about building a house? Shen Suyu's attempt to steer the conversation met with Zhang Yu's disdainful retort. Doesn't your family own a real estate company? It's clear you are a young lady who has never lifted a finger. Shen Suyu was nearly infuriated. Zhang Yu, if you keep provoking me, I'll challenge you to a duel. The memories of past beatings lingered vividly in Zhang Yu's mind, and he quickly backed down. We should start building our house by forging iron. Wait, don't think that just because I may not know much, you can fool me. Shen Suyu exclaimed. Zhang Yu gently stroked Mama Falcon's head, and to his surprise, she nuzzled against his hand. Forging iron involved primarily crafting a saw. Well, making a couple of daggers wouldn't hurt either. Last time, we were at a disadvantage without a close-range weapon when dealing with the tiger. Noticing that Zhang Yu's topic was veering off course, Shen Suyu raised her delicate little fist. Zhang Yu sighed. Of course, making a saw is essential for cutting wood. The construction of a brick and tile house is quite extensive. I roughly calculated that we would need tens of thousands of bricks. Thus, we require some auxiliary machinery. Shen Suyu grew increasingly perplexed. Machinery? Don't tell me you want to create a blender? Snap. Zhang Yu snapped his fingers. Correct. Have you heard of a water wheel? Shen Suyu's eyes brightened. You mean to utilize the waterfall next to our home? The phrase our home delighted Zhang Yu, and he animatedly explained, You are quite clever. Grasping it immediately, constructing a water wheel is essential. It can draw water into our house, providing us with natural running water without stepping outside. When building the house, we can install a wooden drive shaft to create a mill, a perpetual mixer. The clay used for making bricks needs to be mixed, which will save us considerable effort. In the future, it can also grind plant powders, and we can even turn the fish and shrimp we catch into paste for making shrimp balls, fish balls, and various other delicacies. There are endless possibilities. Having completed the water wheel, before Zhang Yu could finish speaking, Shen Suyu embraced his arm, her astonishing softness continuously stimulating Zhang Yu's senses. With an expression of sheer admiration, she exclaimed, Zhang Yu, you are truly remarkable. Chapter 73. There are people here. Cough, cough. Let us keep a low profile. It's all standard procedure, Zhang Yu humbly remarked. If you were to sing a song and receive admiration and praise from others, it wouldn't evoke much feeling in him, as that would belong to someone else. However, the skills he spoke of, such as building houses, were his own accomplishments. His lifelong passion for research had finally borne fruit. So how could he not feel a sense of pride? It was as if, after years of feeling like a failure, he had suddenly discovered he was a genius. The two took a detour to ascend above the waterfall, as if stepping into a new realm. Transitioning abruptly from the early summer season to late summer and autumn. The wind was brisk up there, and the temperature had noticeably dropped several degrees. Such a significant change, over a mere 10-meter elevation, was truly astonishing. Upon reflection, the reason became clear. The terrain at the foot of the Four Seasons Mountain was higher than surrounding areas, and, standing on the gentle slope, they were elevated above the other forests, resulting in differing visibility and temperature. This was a broad, gently sloping area, surrounded by lush greenery, with the distant silhouette of a coastal mountain barely visible, though its details were obscured. If a person were to stand atop that coastal mountain at this moment, they would be entirely unseen by one another. There has always been debate regarding human eyesight. Some claim we can only see a few hundred meters, but that is not entirely accurate. A simple example suffices. How far away is the sun? Our eyes can perceive it. One must also consider various factors. With no obstructions, no pollution, and a sufficiently large target to gaze upon, one can indeed see vast distances. The topography around the waterfall is quite unique. It appears they have chosen the only open space nearby, with the stream winding southward, disappearing into the forest after approximately 500 or 600 meters. Looking up at the Four Seasons Mountain, the vegetation began to thin out noticeably from the foot of the mountain, and by the time they reached the mountainside, trees were a rare sight. Higher up, it was merely rocks and grass, extending until the snow-covered peak, beyond which visibility ceased. The conditions at the summit remained unknown. Wild hares inhabited these mountains, though not distinctly visible, and occasionally birds could be seen. Zhang Yu's gaze slowly shifted from the ground to the sky. Chirp! The falcon gazed intently at the heavens, softly calling out. Zhang Yu focused his attention and, after a prolonged observation, faintly discerned a shadowy figure far in the distance, merely a small black dot. However, it was easy to surmise that it was likely a raptor, such as an eagle or a hawk. We must be cautious moving forward. This area is home to other raptors, Zhang Yu remarked thoughtfully. Shen Suyu followed his line of sight, but saw nothing. Raptors shouldn't pose a threat to humans, right? Zhang Yu withdrew his gaze and replied as they walked. In the human world, such encounters are rare, but in the wild, that is not always the case. However, there is no need for excessive worry. In about a month or two, this threat should dissipate. Shen Suyu found herself struggling to keep pace with Zhang Yu's line of thought. Why was that? Zhang Yu raised his arm, and the majestic figure of the Falcon Mother appeared before Shen Suyu's eyes. We have settled here, just as the Falcon Mother and her family have. Once her wings have fully developed, she will eliminate the enemies in the vicinity, including formidable raptors many times her size. A profound affection glimmered in Zhang Yu's eyes. This is the prowess of the hunting falcon, capable of conquering the mighty through meticulous preparation, ensuring a high probability of success. Not only the Falcon Mother, but in a month or two, the little ones, Susu, and Yuyo, should also be able to soar. Provided they are properly nurtured and recognize their owner, the heir supremacy over the Four Seasons Mountain will undoubtedly belong to the Zhangs and the Shuns. Wow, the Falcon Mother and her kin are truly remarkable, Shen Suyu exclaimed as she removed Yuyo, who had been perched on her shoulder. Unable to take her eyes off the majestic creature, Zhang Yu lavishly praised, "Of course, we will never lack for bird meat in the future. Should any wild chickens or ducks appear, they can easily catch them." The duo continued their ascent, yet the trickling streams formed by melting snow contained no fish. Not even in the pools beneath the waterfall. Zhang Yu speculated that the streams might encounter some discontinuity further along, thus preventing fish from swimming upstream. A fellow viewer remarked, "I am somewhat concerned for them. Do you think the wolf pack might reside on Four Seasons Mountain? It's hard to say, but there is no need for excessive worry. Haven't you seen the announcement from the production team? They will deploy surveillance drones to monitor those large beasts, significantly reducing the likelihood of incidents like the one involving Xia Yiming. Goodness, 28 wolves. How rich must the resources on this island be to sustain them? You've underestimated the count. What about the wolf pups? They might not be significantly fewer in number than the adult wolves. Alas, with such a band of wild rogues around, who could possibly contend with them? Let's wait and see. ISNT, they're a team of hunter contestants from the Mealy Nation. They might just manage it. Let us not elevate their capabilities unduly. Without firearms, what can they accomplish? That team is currently fishing by the sea. After a good half hour of climbing, Zhang Yu and Shen Suyu reached the midsection of Four Seasons Mountain. From this vantage point, the entire eastern, northeastern, and northern expanse of the mountain was laid bare before them. Zhang Yu, look over there. Is that smoke? Shen Suyu pointed nervously in a specific direction. Zhang Yu turned his gaze, his expression growing serious. There along the northeastern coastline, a plume of smoke billowed conspicuously. The absence of smoke elsewhere indicated that there were indeed people in that vicinity. In an instant, Zhang Yu grasped the production team's strategy for designating survival locations for the contestants. It seemed that every 3 to 50 miles, a group of contestants was arranged. Look over there. Zhang Yu pointed toward an area northeast of Four Seasons Mountain and explained, that distant group, combined with our own and the group eliminated a few days ago, formed a triangle. This illustrates the approximate distances between the various teams. With this explanation, Shen Suyu suddenly understood. The other teams were not particularly far from them, and on foot, they could reach them in a day or two. If they disregarded the dangers of the forest and the mountain paths were clear, this distance could be traversed in half a day. Zhang Yu rested his chin in contemplation. If this rule holds true, there ought to be another group of teams near the northern coastal region, not to mention the southeast and west, both of which must also have their own teams. It is improbable that this mountain serves as an initial survival point for contestants. However, there must undoubtedly be a group at the foot of the mountain on the other side, perhaps nestled within a traditional Kyoto-style courtyard. Old Master Shun's satisfaction with Zhang Yu grew with each passing moment. Indeed, he was meticulous in thought. With such support for Xiaoya, the household should face no significant troubles. Beside them, Yao Hua expressed curiosity. You visited Zhang Yu's home yesterday and stayed the night. What was your impression? Having returned not long ago, Old Master Shun took a sip of tea. The environment in Wanghai village is quite splendid, far superior to ours in terms of air quality, reminiscent of my childhood. Yao Hua playfully interrupted. Why are you rambling about the environment? Get to the point. Chuckling, Old Master Shun continued. It was pleasant enough. They're an ordinary family. Zhang's father is straightforward and sincere, while his mother possesses a refreshing vigor, unlike the typical housewife. They are kind-hearted, though perhaps due to illness and hardships. Their spirits appeared somewhat diminished. However, they seem to have recovered significantly since my visit, as I found them engaged in landscaping and even aquaculture. Yao Hua once again interrupted. What about the two of them? Old Master Shun cast a playful, wistful glance at his partner, wishing for a chance to finish his thought. Of course I agree. One must acknowledge how exceptional our Xiaoye is. Yao Hua beamed with delight, realizing the logic behind Old Master Shun's visit, his earnest regard for Zhang Yu. However, the notion of the elderly couple visiting together carried a hint of overly eager matchmaking. With their granddaughter's lifelong commitment secured, the couple had at last fulfilled their greatest wish. Turning his gaze back to the television screen, Yao Hua noticed Zhang Yu and Shun Suyu hurrying down the mountain. Old man, what is going on with them? Chapter 74. Unable to contain it, Zhang Yu. Slow down? Why the rush? Having surveyed their surroundings, Zhang Yu's pace quickened noticeably as they descended. Shun Suyu's blisters had yet to heal, and she found it challenging to keep up. Stopping, Zhang Yu observed her awkward gait and suggested, "How about I carry you down the mountain?" Shun Suyu's cheeks flushed slightly, feeling bashful. "Is that really all right?" Zhang Yu turned to depart. "If not, we must quicken our pace." "Come, I'll support you." Shun Suyu protested. "Could you not be so insistent? We're live streaming. Do I not care for my dignity?" "Truly, you are devoid of any sensitivity, you scoundrel." With a swift motion, Shun Suyu brushed aside Zhang Yu's outstretched hand, drawing a concerned glance from Mama Su. Was separation imminent? Zhang Yu, bewildered, questioned, "What is the matter with you?" Shun Suyu had already surpassed him, her high ponytail swaying gracefully with each step. "What is this? Are we not returning?" Zhang Yu hurried to catch up, unable to suppress his curiosity. "What is bothering you?" Shun Suyu, her eyes glinting with irritation, replied, "What do you mean what's bothering me?" Zhang Yu quickly diverted the topic. "Let us head back, shall we?" This time, Shun Suyu remained firm, hands on her hips. "Why the sigh? You must clarify what you mean." Zhang Yu shook his head bitterly, pondering whether women were inherently so perplexing. Perhaps remaining single was indeed preferable. With this thought, he felt a sudden lightness in his heart and remarked, "The pig during the new year, the startled donkey, the angry wife, the fish on the shore." Shun Suyu, with a cute and bewildered expression, questioned the relevance of his words to the previous topic. "What do you mean?" Zhang Yu, with a slight smirk, gestured downward and playfully exclaimed, "I can't contain it." Shun Suyu, with her mouth agape, appeared rather enticing in her confusion. Can't contain what? She recalled Zhang Yu's earlier statements. The pig, the startled donkey, the angry wife, the fish. Was he implying that she resembled a donkey when angry? The thought infuriated her. However, when Shun Suyu caught up with Zhang Yu, playfully hitting him and pretending to bite his arm, she could not bring herself to exert too much force. As her anger dissipated, after a brief tussle, they reconciled, with Shun Suyu obediently resting on Zhang Yu's back as he hurriedly explained the reason for their descent. If we can see smoke from dozens of miles away, it indicates a significant fire. What circumstances could produce such a large amount of smoke? The sensation of lying on Zhang Yu's back was quite pleasant. His broad shoulders lulled her into a drowsy state. It was unfortunate for Su and Yu, forced to stand alongside their mother, fell out of place. "I don't want to. Just say it directly," she urged. Zhang Yu, feeling the incredible softness against his back, worried he might be overwhelmed. If they're constructing sturdy wooden shelters, the timber inserted into the ground must be carbonized to prevent decay and insect damage, which would create smoke. Alternatively, they might be producing charcoal like us. If they are indeed making charcoal, it suggests they are preparing to smelt iron. Zhang Yu's words implied that once iron was smelted, the dynamics of productivity would shift drastically from mere survival. Sensing someone hot on their heels, he could hardly remain calm. A viewer exclaimed, "Did you go see? Is it as Zhang Yu said? I just returned. It's the Ross Country team. And they indeed plan to smelt iron. However, their materials are scarce, so they may only manage to produce a dagger." Zhang Yu and his team needed to act swiftly, for their advantage lay in iron tools, and their food reserves and shelters were not significantly superior to others. Moreover, Bailey's group has so much food that they can't finish it. They've been using wild boars as bait to capture numerous carnivores. If we were to score now, they might surpass Zhang Yu's group. In the main live broadcast room, Mu Rongxiao Yu was awakened early to assist the production team with public relations. Since last night, the discontented sentiments had been effectively quelled. The situation had largely settled. In truth, only two kinds of people sought trouble: a segment of Xia Yiming's fans and competitors from other television stations and online platforms. Their objectives were clear. With the program team sacrificing a bit of their interests, most issues could be resolved. The online discourse relied heavily on steering the narrative. Once the topic was diverted, the uproar diminished significantly. Today, the live broadcast predominantly featured Zhang Yu and his team, whose discord required a gentle touch to soothe. Their playful bickering elicited involuntary smiles, allowing other concerns to fade into oblivion. After a week of adaptation and progress, The majority of teams have now found their developmental stride. According to the production team statistics, there are currently 23 groups attempting iron smelting. However, without readily available scrap metal, progress in the wild will be exceedingly slow. Zhang Yu and Shun Suyu's team can still maintain an advantage for some time. It has gone unnoticed that self-preservation in the wilderness is also crucial, and it will be incorporated into the production team's scoring criteria. Bailey's team has performed commendably, establishing a network of traps around their shelter, creating an effective protective barrier. In the conference room of the production team, a colossal screen displayed a succession of images. Should an outsider enter, they would be astonished to find that these images predominantly featured various ferocious beasts posing lethal threats to humanity. The efficiency of the production team is commendable. Decisions made overnight are nearing completion within a few hours. Director Luo gazed with concern at one particular image, showcasing a cliff beneath the snow-capped Seasons Mountain, behind which lay a semi-open cave. Perched atop the cliff was a snow leopard, fixated on a pair of descending youths, none other than Zhang Yu and Shun Suyu. One could only hope they were unharmed. Director Luo turned, stating, "We cannot commit vast amounts of manpower and resources to monitor these beasts. We have reached our limits." He continued, "Everyone be vigilant. Should a beast approach the contestants, maintain utmost alertness. Do not fire tranquilizer darts unless it is determined that the contestants are completely defenseless. Only then may we act without their consent." The contestants remain unaware of the production team's alterations. Upon returning home, Zhang Yu and Shun Suyu busied themselves with various tasks. With numerous tools to create, Shun Suyu was enlisted to assist him, currently engaged in constructing a charcoal-burning wood pile under his guidance. This is an upgraded method for producing charcoal in the wild. Gather a pile of dry wood, standing it upright with thicker pieces in the center and thinner ones on the periphery. Then, encircle the wood pile with stones and clay, leaving an opening for the fire on top and small ventilation holes at intervals below. Ignite the wood from above, and once the flames reach a ventilation hole, seal it with clay to cut off the oxygen supply. It is a straightforward method, and Shun Suyu grasped it quickly, although she struggled somewhat with the clay mixture, either too watery or too dry. Meanwhile, Zhang Yu focused on crafting various tool molds, prioritizing the creation of daggers and bows before saw blades. Chapter 75. Disgusting methods of tanning. For Zhang Yu recognized their inadequacy in combat prowess. Shun Suyu was merely a liability, and it was fortunate that she did not hinder their progress at critical moments. It was a delicate matter to address. While he himself possessed formidable strength, capable of taking down a tiger under ambush conditions, he still fell short in terms of genuine skill comparison. Most of the competitors from other countries have prior military experience, which undoubtedly enhances their combat prowess. In close-quarter battles, he finds himself at a disadvantage. Before honing his martial skills, the only means to augment his combat effectiveness lies in weaponry. Zhang Yu's mind immediately gravitates toward firearms. He boasts the ability to craft guns, having successfully done so in the past. However, after testing it in a remote area, he chose to destroy the weapon. Now, unbound by legal constraints, he is tempted to create another. Yet, the process of gun making is tedious. The firearm itself is not particularly challenging, but the gunpowder within the bullets poses a significant hurdle. To date, he has yet to encounter any sulfur. Thus, the most suitable alternatives for him are a bow and a dagger, with steel as his material. Through quenching and tempering, he could forge a recurve bow that would surpass any crafted from branches or bamboo. His expertise includes making horn bows, recurve bows, and composite bows. However, crossbows are illegal, so he has refrained from studying them, and he remains apprehensive about the firearms he previously constructed and subsequently destroyed. Horn bows and composite bows are rather intricate to create. With the energy invested, one could have produced a firearm. The recurve bow is the most straightforward. Once completed, he can attach a wooden grip, use sinew for the bowstring, and simply cut arrowheads from sheet steel, completing the entire set in less than 2 days. He intends to craft 3 daggers, 2 for his own use, and 1 promised to Shun Suyu as a personal defense weapon. The remaining task involves making tools for a water wheel, requiring different sizes of chisels, with 3 being sufficient and 2 saw blades, 1 coarse and 1 fine. Essential carpenter tools include a plane, a set of carving knives, a set of engraving tools, a hand drill, and 2 files for polishing, 1 coarse and 1 fine. The anticipated consumption of steel for all tools and weapons is approximately 1 bar, which remains within acceptable limits. Having skipped lunch, he finds himself growing weary of consuming tiger meat, which has become somewhat monotonous and induces a sense of heat within him. However, in the wilderness, there are few choices. Enduring hunger is often the best option, as reaching a certain degree of hunger renders anything palatable. The two do not solely labor in silence. Throughout the day, Shun Suyu intermittently imparts her musical knowledge to him. Their dynamic is quite peculiar. One molds clay while the other tends to charcoal, occasionally singing and harmonizing. learning various pronunciation techniques and musical scores. Zhang Yu's mind resembles a blank canvas, capable of retaining everything Sun Suyu teaches him, though he struggles with digestion and absorption, akin to mastering martial arts, which requires time for maturation. By evening, Zhang Yu remembers the necessity of tanning tiger, rabbit, python, and crocodile hides. Fortunately, with the newly acquired files, he can easily scrape off the remnants of flesh and fat from the fur. In dry conditions, he merely needs to peel away a layer of connective tissue from the hide. Were he equipped with modern tools, there would be no need to air dry the hides. A high-pressure water jet could efficiently cleanse them before tanning. Once everything is prepared, he will extract the brain fluid from the deteriorating tiger brain, applying it to the tiger hide and other skins. Meanwhile, Sun Suyu recoils in disgust, exclaiming, "Zhang Yu, you can keep those hides for yourself." It's utterly revolting. Zhang Yu wore a gloomy expression, expressing his frustration. "Do you think I desire this? Although there are various methods for tanning hides, only this one is suitable for us at the moment. Rest assured, once the tanning is complete and the nature of the hide transformed into leather, we can rinse it again with clear water and allow it to dry before use." Ugh! Sun Suyu retched again. The odor of the deteriorating brain fluid bore a resemblance to rancid grease, mixed with the stench of decaying flesh, which was utterly nauseating. No. The hide must surely have absorbed those odors, and clear water will not wash them away. It's revolting. Zhang Yu grimaced. He only had a general understanding of the method and had never attempted it himself. This is a common tanning technique among hunters. How about this? You go nearby and collect some petals and uniquely fragrant plants, crush them, and boil them in water to create a liquid. Once I finish tanning and clean it, we can use that fragrant liquid for a second tanning. It should be effective. Sun Suyu is eager to leave this place. Just to clarify, if that odor persists, you shall not bring the hide into the house. Zhang Yu replied in a muffled tone, Yes. Go ahead and find something aromatic." The act of gathering plants was not truly tanning. It could be more accurately described as infusing fragrance. Zhang Yu believed this approach could work. A viewer commented, finally discovered something that Zhang Yu is unfamiliar with. I don't know how to tan hides. Could an expert please weigh in? Step aside, I'm here. Another chimed in. Zhang Yu made a mistake in the initial step of tanning. While he did scrape off the meat and grease, he needs to roast it over charcoal. Please go away. Fool. Roasting is essential to allow the fats in the brain fluid to penetrate the collagen fibers beneath the skin, altering its nature. After applying the brain fluid, roasting or smoking can be done. If follow Zhang Yu's suggestion to wash it after tanning, well, that would likely result in a botched job. Not entirely a botch, though. This method would yield a stiffer hide that would require a second tanning. I'm not certain of the outcome. It depends on how Zhang Yu proceeds. Perhaps the plants Sun Suyu retrieves will align perfectly with the plant tanning method, leading to an unexpected success. Dear viewers, what do you all do? How do you know so much? In truth, the method of tanning is merely a matter of technique. Precision cannot be achieved in the wild. Fundamentally, it is about transforming the hide into fur. Success will depend on how long Zhang Yu tans it and whether he meets the necessary criteria. Zhang Yu did not possess the extensive knowledge of the online community, but he understood the basic principles of tanning. After repeatedly applying the brain fluid until the inner side of the dry hide was thoroughly soaked, he applied another layer, his anxiety palpable. Amidst the astonished gazes of numerous viewers, he took the hide to the trunk of a tree as thick as a thigh. Wrapping the inner side of the hide around the tree trunk, he grasped one end and began to pull and rub it vigorously. The pulling was intended to create gaps in the fibers, while the friction allowed the brain fluid to penetrate into those spaces, effectively altering the hide's properties. A viewer interjected, "Excuse me, this guy actually knows this technique. I had completely forgotten about it. It truly is a hunter's quick method for tanning hides." Wow. He inadvertently succeeded. After he finishes tanning and cleaning, he applies the fragrance agent that Sun Suyu retrieved, a dazzling process that surprisingly yields success. I envy that tiger skin. I wonder how much it would cost to acquire. Purchasing it is indeed possible, but would require several years of residence. Chapter 76. The notion of firing ceramics tanning fur may sound straightforward, yet whether scraping off flesh and fat or stretching it with force, it demands considerable effort and skill to prevent damaging the hide. As the pelts have dried to about 80 to 90%, Zhang Yu dares not rub them too vigorously, engaging in a gentle tug-of-war of stretching and rubbing. Sun Suyu seems genuinely repulsed. She does not approach to inquire about his peculiar actions. Instead, she takes a plethora of flowers and some plant leaves, crushing them all in a pot before adding water and placing it over the fire to boil. Zhang Yu, you should really craft some containers. One pot is simply insufficient. Sun Suyu exclaims, clearly averse to smelling that odor once more. Understood. Zhang Yu gritted his teeth in response. As he was currently exerting himself to stretch the hides, the drone nearby was faithfully capturing his efforts. Honestly, making containers ISNT as simple as it seems. Zhang Yu abruptly turned to the drone and asked, "Do you know how to fire pottery?" The viewers were momentarily taken aback. This mode of communication was truly difficult to adapt to. Isn't it just turning clay into mud and then shaping it as desired? Not so simple. The craftsmanship involved is quite intricate. Yet, I've seen those wilderness videos where they effortlessly create a pot. ISNT it easy? Zhang Yu paused before responding. You can't just use any soil to fire. Most likely, it will shatter before it even finishes firing. To produce quality ceramics, the choice and treatment of the soil are paramount. Currently, yellow clay is the most suitable, but here, the yellow clay contains a significant amount of sand, which must be sifted out to achieve the desired pottery. The viewers were genuinely attentive. Then the question arises, how do we sift the soil? Where can we find a sieve? Would using clothing suffice? Perhaps we should ask the goddess Shen Suyue if she wears stockings. We could use them to sift. Can't you be serious for once? Quality yellow clay can not only be used for pottery, but also for bricks. A method for mass production is essential. Otherwise, the strength of the bricks will be mediocre. Zhang Yu seemed to anticipate the viewer's thoughts, and while stretching the hides, he added, many crafts adhere to ancient methods. For example, the file I crafted during the day was made using a chisel and hammer, meticulously carved out bit by bit. Sifting soil is not difficult. You know about rural markets, right? It involves distinguishing materials by varying densities and weights, using natural means. This method can also be applied to sifting soil, but it is limited to dry soil. Zhang Yu casually shared some techniques he knew. Firing pottery ISNT overly challenging, but to create aesthetically pleasing ceramics, one must also construct a manual potter's wheel, utilizing the principle of the pressure-driven drill from when he previously made the blower, albeit on a larger scale. If one desires pottery as a container, particularly for bowls and plates, glazing is an additional step required. Thus, the question arises, how should this glaze be prepared? Come on, let your minds wander and ponder. Zhang Yu remarked before momentarily falling silent, engrossed in the task of stretching the leather. Tian, accompanied by a guest of honor, joined the live stream in a dual broadcast format. With a smile, she addressed the invited celebrity. Brother Feng, do you have any expertise in ceramics? The individual referred to as Brother Feng was a second-tier movie star, and today's gathering included several well-known figures, all of whom had been prearranged to divert the audience's attention, thereby diminishing the impact of the Xia Yiming incident. Brother Feng chuckled wryly. Of course, I have dabbled in making ceramics myself, but that was merely in shaping. Who really studies how clay is formed or how glaze is crafted? Tian nodded in agreement. I truly wonder what piques Zhang Yu's interest in such matters. Is there a master among us who could elucidate this? However, before the audience could respond, Zhang Yu began to speak to himself once more. He had already completed the tiger skin and was now focusing on the leather below. Glaze is a type of silicate, generally made from quartz, feldspar, and clay, mixed with water in specific proportions. Yet, these materials are quite elusive in the wild. Some decent clay can be found, but feldspar can only be substituted with differently colored crystalline glass, which requires a bit of luck in the stone hills. As for quartz, one can burn fine sand from the river to extract glass crystals, which can then be crushed and ground to serve as a substitute for quartz. Zhang Yu, how do you know so much? Shen Suyue had appeared behind him without him noticing. Zhang Yu, possessing a fair degree of composure, merely jumped slightly. Don't you know? People can frighten others to death. He replied curtly. Shen Suyue retorted, isn't you who is here mumbling like someone possessed, scaring everyone away? Humph. Zhang Yu defended himself. I was merely chatting with the audience. Shen Suyue conceded. All right, you win. Does a conversation that garners no response still count as a conversation? I suppose it does. Zhang Yu, with a gleam in his eye, winked at the drone. I have a penchant for exploring the creation of various things, so of course, I would acquire such knowledge. Shen Suyue could not help but cover her nose, the scent of spoiled brain matter lingering. Then why don't you delve into more advanced creations? Zhang Yu rolled his eyes. How do you know I haven't? Given the right circumstances, I could even construct an engine. Do you believe me? He added, moreover, lacking financial resources limits me to exploring cost-effective projects. I would love to experiment with mech suits and aircraft, but alas, those endeavors are far too expensive for my budget. Shen Suyue inquired with curiosity. Mech suits? Were those? Zhang Yu was taken aback, wondering if this world had yet to encounter films or anime featuring mech suits. You don't know what a mech suit is? Shen Suyue pondered briefly. Is it the shell of a robot that can house a person inside? Zhang Yu exhaled a sigh of relief. Close enough. There is certainly a market for such creations. Shen Suyue nodded in understanding. So, when will you fire the ceramics? Zhang Yu replied, one step at a time. Some of the tools aren't even forged yet, and you expect me to produce ceramics. He had been so engrossed in his tasks that he lost track of time. Likely nearing 9 or 10 o'clock, when Zhang Yu, under the stern supervision of Shen Suyue, finally completed the tanning process. The once odorous hides were now imbued with the fragrance of flowers and herbs. To prevent the pelts from shrinking, Zhang Yu and Shen Suyu meticulously secured them with wooden frames. If all went according to plan, once the hides dried, they would be ready for use. One might underestimate the significance of this task. After all, who could find comfort sleeping on straw? Not only was it noisy, but one would also be subjected to prickling sensations and incessant itching. With the pelts at hand, however, rest would become far more pleasant. Though a single tiger pelt would hardly suffice. Zhang Yu had not yet contemplated setting traps, as the local fauna was sparse. He awaited the completion of his recurve bow, after which he would venture into the surrounding mountains and forests to hunt. Many shared his sentiments. After all, the likes of Beliar and Ed were exceptions in possessing ample food. Among these individuals were two groups residing in the northeastern part of Four Seasons Mountain. Familiar with the coastal areas, it was only natural for them to harbor interest in the interior. Chapter 77. Did Shen Suyu abuse Zhang Yu? On the 10th day of survival in the wilderness, the weather shifted from sunny to partly cloudy, with winds reaching up to force 4 and a maximum temperature of 19 degrees. Upon awakening, the contestants on the island seemed to have made a collective decision. After finishing breakfast, they all set out to explore the areas of interest around them. Even those without specific exploration plans busied themselves, as the overcast sky was somewhat daunting. A lingering fear from the recent cold snap that left no one eager to endure a similar experience. Zhang Yu and Shen Suyu, however, remained indoors. This morning, as Zhang Yu practiced his techniques, he coughed up blood again. The influence of the Chuanjian heart method had reached the Feng Fu point, located near the back of his head. Progress was imminent. He was not far from the final acupoint, the Nishuan Palace. He could only wonder what changes awaited him. At present, he felt an itch in his neck and throat, akin to the soothing sensation one experiences after consuming throat lozenges. Yet, this was not the most pronounced transformation. Once the influence reached the Feng Fu point, Zhang Yu felt his mind clear as never before, whether in breathing exercises or in controlling his body, as well as mobilizing his strength while inhaling. He had made significant strides. It was as if a sudden enlightenment had dawned upon him. This was no mere illusion. It was a tangible reality. He could now muster strength from his feet to the back of his head. If only the Chuanjian heart method could establish a complete circulation, he would be able to summon his entire strength in an instant, easily delivering a lethal punch to a bull. Why are you coughing up blood again? Shen Suyu returned with some spring water, immediately noticing Zhang Yu, who was gasping for breath with blood at the corners of his mouth, staring blankly. Cough, it's nothing. I feel great. I'm almost ready to take you on in a duel, Zhang Yu asserted, clenching his fist. The transfer of power to his hands was still somewhat laborious. Yet he could feel the enhancement. The strength he could now unleash was likely on par with that of seasoned boxers. This was without even employing his full force. Stop boasting. It would take me 3 moves to defeat you. Be careful. If you keep coughing up blood, it's clear something is amiss. Don't joke with your health. Do you understand? Zhang Yu gestured dramatically with his hand, mimicking a chopping motion, and suddenly inquired with curiosity. Suyu, do you think it's true that people get knocked unconscious on television? Shen Suyu's smile took on a more profound meaning as she replied. Oh? Are you contemplating knocking someone out? Zhang Yu, oblivious to her deeper implication, scratched his head and said, I'm just curious. It looks quite impressive. As he spoke, he executed a few more chopping motions, even generating a gust of air. Shen Suyu's expression shifted slightly. The sound of the air was unexpected, revealing the considerable force Zhang Yu had developed. How did he manage such strength? Listen to me, you mustn't experiment recklessly. Even a standard strike can pose a serious risk, potentially endangering life if someone is knocked out. However, mastering the technique of force application and targeting specific acupoints can indeed lead to rendering someone unconscious. Zhang Yu harbored doubts about this boastful individual, yet he lacked any evidence to refute her claims. Dark energy, as if you could do it too, he muttered under his breath. The wind was quite strong that day, and Shen Suyu caught his words. Raising her elegantly arched brows, she asked, What? Are you eager to give it a try? Having just reached a breakthrough and feeling particularly robust, Zhang Yu responded with enthusiasm. Let's see if you can back up your words. Shen Suyu casually cradled her water bottle in one hand and approached him with a calm demeanor. Are you truly ready to test it? Zhang Yu replied, Bring it on. Let's see if you're just boasting. Very well then. As her words fell, her delicate hand swiftly struck an acupoint on the back of Zhang Yu's neck. The speed was astonishing, and the force was indeed formidable. Zhang Yu felt darkness envelop him, followed by a thud as he collapsed. Hey. Shen Suyu hastily discarded the bottle, rushing to support him, but it was too late. She could only watch as he succumbed to unconsciousness. This technique, which she had only heard about from the old master Shen, had never been tested by her, and she hadn't truly believed it could work, leaving her unprepared to catch Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu, wake up. I didn't mean to. The audience reacted in disbelief. No way, is this for real? Could Zhang Yu be pretending to deceive Shin Su-yu? It's genuine. Did you not see how he fell? No hesitation whatsoever. That's the typical response of someone who has fainted. Is the goddess truly that powerful? Then why does she always appear so fragile and weak? I still find it hard to believe. What do you mean? Can't you see with your own eyes? Even though they are on sand, it's not deep. Zhang Yu might have even injured himself. Is this considered maliciously attacking a teammate? Surely the production team won't eliminate Shin Su-yu. Are they foolish? They bicker daily, mostly in jest. They would never genuinely harm each other. Enough with the noise. This is domestic abuse. The old master Shun, who had been practicing, shook his head in exasperation. This girl dares to try anything. Thankfully, he had refrained from teaching her those deadly moves, which could have resulted in serious harm. Just then, hurried footsteps approached the courtyard, and before the person arrived, their voice echoed, "Dad, why did you unilaterally decide their fate? I merely resolved not to pressure Su-yu, but that doesn't mean I agreed to her marrying that boy." The old master Shun, slowly concluding his practice, retorted with irritation, "They are both in love, and Zhang is a suitable match. Why should it not be settled?" The individual in question is Shun Xiogua, his complexion flushed as he argues vehemently. What does mutual affection even mean? They have only known each other for a mere 10 days. They hardly know one another. Moreover, what makes that young man suitable? A person who has attempted suicide lacks the courage to confront difficulties. How can he possibly be deemed appropriate? Shin's father's gaze grew increasingly severe, casting doubt on his son's intellect. What 10 days? When one has found the right person, a single meeting can lead to a lifetime together. As was the case with your mother and me, such instances are abundant. You claim his suicide is an act of cowardice, but have you considered the reasons behind it? Let me tell you, those who take such drastic measures often harbor deep concerns for others. Furthermore, there are matters you fail to comprehend. Zhang has already cultivated his internal energy. He merely lacks the knowledge to utilize it. If he discovers a method, whether in martial arts or in learning your father-in-law's medical skills, his accomplishments will undoubtedly surpass ours. While you cherish your daughter, there must be limits. You cannot stifle Xiaoya out of selfishness. Leave. Your presence irks me, having only scratched the surface of knowledge. How dare you look down upon others? Shin Xiugua's eyes widened in disbelief. Internal energy? At such a young age? How could that be possible? He harbored no doubts about his father's judgment. Gazing at the computer screen in the courtyard where that insufferable boy was slowly awakening in his daughter's embrace. Is he truly so remarkable? If what the old man says is accurate, perhaps he isn't so bad after all. Alas, having a daughter indeed feels like a loss. Witnessing one as precious child being courted by a swine is truly disheartening. Chapter 78. Crisis approaches. Zhang Yu, listen to me. I did not intend to do this. The first thing Zhang Yu did upon regaining consciousness was to seek revenge. Shin Su-yu's technique was quite peculiar. It left no lingering aftereffects. Resembling the sensation of waking from a deep slumber, his mind felt vacant, slightly dizzy. Determined to exact his revenge, he immediately took action, firmly grasping Shin Su-yu's hands. No matter how skilled one is in martial arts, in a state of restraint, one is rendered powerless, is one not? Not intentional? How dare you utter such words? I was merely attempting to grasp the sensation of hidden strength. Why did you have to knock me unconscious? Shin Su-yu, already feeling somewhat guilty, weakened in her stance. Captured by Zhang Yu, she made no effort to resist, responding with a hint of grievance. Why didn't you say so sooner? We were discussing whether it was permissible to knock someone out. Who could have known you wished to experience hidden strength? Zhang Yu found himself at a loss for words, struggling to articulate his thoughts. I do not care. You have harmed me. What shall we do about it? After speaking, Zhang Yu could not help but scrutinize Shin Su-yu. With both her hands grasping his, her defenses were wide open, yet he found himself at an impasse. Shin Su-yu adjusted her posture, wary. What are you planning? The live stream is ongoing. If I scream, you'll undoubtedly be struck by a tranquilizer dart. Zhang Yu retorted defiantly. What of the production team? Are they unreasonable? You were the one who struck me first. Shin Su-yu countered. That was because you invited me to hit you. Zhang Yu. Upon noticing Zhang Yu's silence, Shin Su-yu sought to appease him. All right. I truly did not mean it. If it comes to it, I can teach you this technique later. A glimmer of joy appeared on Zhang Yu's face. Really? Including the method of harnessing hidden strength? The concept of dark energy eludes Zhang Yu, who, despite his efforts, cannot comprehend its manifestation. Shin Su-yu, seemingly a mere novice in combat, consistently outmatches him, which is quite perplexing. With a serious demeanor, Shin Su-yu nodded repeatedly. Yes, indeed. Now may I be released? Zhang Yu promptly let go of her, stating, It is settled then. Hurry and prepare the meal. I intend to complete the crafting of tools and weapons today, while also making initial preparations for the construction of a water wheel. Unbeknownst to Zhang Yu, a glimmer of cunning sparkled in Shin Su-yu's eyes. Dark energy? After years of sporadic martial training, she harbored little confidence in her ability to wield it. How could Zhang Yu have mastered it? As the two busied themselves with crafting and preparing for the water wheel's construction, there was little of visual interest, leaving only hundreds of thousands in the live stream, captivated by their endeavors. The majority of those who exited their live broadcast gravitated towards the streams of the northeastern Miri Nation and the northern Ross Nations teams. With a general understanding of the map, the viewers soon discovered an intriguing fact. Both teams were coincidentally exploring towards the direction of Zhang Yu's encampment. Zhang Yu was not the sole intellect in this venture. A slightly elevated vantage point revealed the gentle slopes extending from the Four Seasons Mountain. At the confluence of these slopes and the forest at the mountain's base, there must be resources advantageous for human survival, such as fresh water. The coastal dwellers were suffering. While salt was abundant, they were gravely lacking in potable water. After several days of unseasonable cold, the rainwater they had collected was nearly depleted, prompting a desire to explore in hopes of fortuitous discoveries. The Ross Nations team mirrored Zhang Yu's composition, a male and female duo. The man, Daniel, was as robust as a bear, while the woman, Anya, possessed a fair complexion and a model-like physique that captivated a considerable audience. Contrary to assumptions, their relationship was not what one might envision. Anya had served in the military and was quite adept in combat, and Daniel, a fitness instructor and hunter, enjoyed solitary excursions into the wilderness, garnering a substantial following as a wilderness influencer. Having recently crafted a rudimentary knife, they were eager to venture inland. Daniel, I still believe we should explore eastward along the coast. I noticed a group had landed there when we arrived by plane. It would be prudent to ascertain the situation, Anya suggested. Despite being a woman skilled in combat, she felt it was advantageous to secure their position on the beach, as long as they could devise a strategy to drive away nearby teams. Daniel replied in a low voice, "Do not forget the production team's rules. If we fail to develop, even if we survive for a considerable duration, we will not secure the prize." This place was not their forte. They ought to search for a suitable dwelling not far from here. Daniel shared a fondness for the sea, the warm, inviting environment, the sunlight, and the sandy shores, all of which were absent in their homeland. However, their purpose here was not leisure. Having survived by the coast for days, they had found little beyond fish and shellfish. He concurred with Zhang Yu's assessment. The coastline could only serve as a resource-gathering site, not a true habitation. On the other side, the team from the Kingdom of Meili is also advancing towards the gentle slopes of Four Seasons Mountain. Without considering any extraordinary circumstances, if they continue on their path, the three parties will ultimately converge at the foot of the mountain. However, traversing the dense forest spanning dozens of miles will require at least 2 days. And with their current supplies, they're not equipped for a long journey. This team from Meili consists of 2 men, Ian, a Caucasian who is an avid traveler and a travel blogger known for exploring remote destinations, and Bob, an African-American former boxer who, upon seeing the recruitment for this program, was fortunate enough to be selected among many applicants. Their objective is crystal clear: to seize first place and claim the substantial prize. Yet, unlike other teams, the camaraderie between them is lacking. Ian finds Bob increasingly irksome, and by the second day, they had chosen to separate their accommodations after initially sharing a shelter. Bob, being a retired boxer, harbors even greater resentment towards Ian. Had it not been for the lure of the prize, he would have relished the opportunity to deliver a blow to Ian. Their relationship resembles that of mere collaborators rather than true teammates. They both agree to explore the interior, yet their ability to procure fresh water is quite limited. Had they not been preoccupied with the notion of crafting a weapon first, they would have ventured into the interior long ago. The smoke that Zhang Yu and Shun Suyu observed yesterday emanated from Ian and Bob's camp, where they had just completed the achievement of crafting a small knife each. However, their hopes of finding a water source are destined to be dashed, as the water flow on Four Seasons Island is peculiar, and neither team occupies a position conducive to finding fresh water unless they delve into the interior to locate a suitable spot for excavation. This was also Zhang Yu's contingency plan. If a water source could not be found, he would seek a lower-lying area to dig a pit. Armed with a shovel, he believed that digging a few meters deep would yield some fresh water. Exploration is invariably fraught with surprises and perils. Unbeknownst to them, half a day had elapsed, and neither team was aware of the distance they had covered. What was certain, however, was that they could not proceed any further. Failing to return to camp before nightfall would pose significant dangers. Viewers were on edge for Zhang Yu and Shen Suyu. They had not been burning charcoal today, and by noon, they merely returned to the stone house for a brief rest before resuming their activities. Had they produced a large amount of smoke from burning charcoal at that moment, it would have undoubtedly drawn the attention of the two approaching teams. As fate would have it, both teams ignited their fires simultaneously, eagerly roasting the inland wildlife they had caught along the way. From above, the distance between the two teams was no more than 10 miles. Anya, ever vigilant of her surroundings, was the first to spot the smoke rising several miles away. Daniel, look, there's another team over there. Chapter 79. Uncertainty over the first victim. Puff. Puff. Hiss. Daniel immediately extinguished the fire, and the two exchanged a silent glance, both recognizing each other's thoughts. Although this is a program, the prize is immensely substantial, and no one treats it merely as a game. Approaching to greet the other team would be an act of folly. The instinctive response upon encountering other teams is one of disdain and wariness. To achieve personal satisfaction, one must devise strategies to eliminate other teams. The Huagua team occupies approximately half of the available slots in the competition, and they exhibit little sense of urgency. In contrast, the situation abroad is markedly different. Shall we take a look? Daniel suggested, his first encounter with another team evoking an immediate distaste. Being so close to them, how can they possibly thrive? Anya shared his sentiment, contemplating ways to ensure that Team's elimination. Not all beautiful women are inherently kind, and this is certainly not a benevolent game show. Without hesitation, the duo abandoned their plans for grilling meat. One produced a dried fish to nibble on as they walked. If only they had some steamed buns to accompany the fish, that would have been delightful. Meanwhile, the spectators were in high spirits, particularly those rooting for Zhang Yu and Shen Suyu. This is splendid. Their competition is yielding the best outcome. A collective sigh of relief swept through, as there was genuine concern that both teams might focus their efforts on Zhang Yu and Shen Suyu, potentially inflicting severe damage with a single raid. What tactics do you think these two teams will employ against one another? It's hard to say. Direct confrontation is unlikely. They will probably resort to raids. The production team's rules were deemed excessively frustrating, seemingly designed to hinder fair competition. What do you understand? This approach maximizes the challenge. Surviving isn't particularly difficult. The possibility of mutual raids adds an element of unpredictability. Not particularly difficult? On what basis do you make that assertion? I witnessed two teams digging up roots for food today. The domestic audience remained relatively rational, while viewers from both countries were vociferously engaged, particularly those from Mealy country who anxiously supported ENS team while vehemently criticizing Daniels. The online vitriol continued unabated, with many resorting to circumventing barriers to voice their disdain. Naturally, the Ross country fans were equally unyielding. The public discourse intensified, and the popularity of the survival competition quietly surged. This was precisely what the production team required. Why are international events so lucrative? The answer lies in their vast following. What value does exceptional wilderness survival hold without controversy? Diverse support for different teams across nations is the true essence of success. In the production team's conference room, medical personnel and security staff stood ready, prepared to deploy tranquilizer darts if necessary. Promotional team, generate significant buzz abroad. We must seize this rare opportunity, Director Luo instructed passionately. At this moment, the production team was enveloped in exhilaration. They remained impartial, recognizing that heightened program popularity would benefit all. Even if the team they favored, Zhang Yu's group, faced elimination, they would merely express regret. Director Luo, the last team from beyond the lookout country, has discovered Bailey, Air, and Ed's team. They are currently deliberating whether to approach. A leader who had been monitoring other teams reported, a look of delight crossing his face. Luo paused, then burst into hearty laughter. Excellent, excellent. Maintain close surveillance on them, and ensure they receive some publicity. A gathering of individuals, utterly captivated by the spectacle, found themselves in an inevitable predicament. The prize had escalated to an astonishing 10 billion. If they failed to create a program with considerable global impact, it would spell disaster. Meanwhile, Zhang Yu and Shen Suyu had progressed on their end. Zhang Yu had successfully forged the tools, and the recurved bow had taken shape, now undergoing a gradual tempering process. Behind the Stone Mountain and Lust Mountain lay a natural drying ground. Zhang Yu lifted the tiger skin to his nose, inhaling its scent. Amidst the floral aroma lingered a hint of the unique fragrance of plant leaves. The inner side of the hide was rather unappealing, bearing a brown hue, a result of the final application of plant juices. After a night and half a day of being exposed to the wind, the tiger skin had dried completely upon touch. It felt only slightly softer than before. Yet, Zhang Yu remained unfazed. He grasped a section and kneaded it for a few moments, and that piece of tiger skin instantly softened. "Ha! Success!" Zhang Yu exclaimed joyfully. If this method proved effective, it would become their standard for tanning hides in the future. Did it work? Did it work? Shen Suyu approached, her face covered in dust. Zhang Yu assigned her a new task, to sift soil. With a gentle shake, a light breeze would separate the soil into varying grades, accumulating in quantity, which would eventually allow them to craft pottery. "We've succeeded. Tonight, we won't have to sleep on hay," Shen Suyu said, leaning in to cautiously sniff the tiger skin. Her face lit up with joy. "Zhang Yu, what are you looking at?" Zhang Yu, furrowing his brow, gazed into the distance from atop the Stone Mountain. The terrain here was also elevated. He seemed to discern wisps of smoke forming clouds. "Let's head to the waterfall above. It appears there is smoke," he exclaimed. If it was visible from the stone mountain, it indicated their proximity. The two swiftly made their way to the waterfall summit. Indeed, there seemed to be smoke. The wind was present today, though visibility was not optimal. The smoke was not far off, likely within a range of 10 miles, a mere estimate. Yet the very fact they could perceive it suggested they were close. Zhang Yu fell silent, pondering whether the other party had discovered their camp. If the group from the northeast was indeed approaching, it appeared they would arrive by tomorrow. Were they also in search of fresh water? What should we do? Sen Suyue, too, fell into contemplation. Even she recognized that they needed to prepare for contingencies. Zhang Yu considered the situation. Ideally, they should investigate further. Knowing one's adversary is key to victory, but they had numerous tasks to complete, leaving no time for idle encounters. Their location was too conspicuous. Preparations were essential. Shen Suyu felt a twinge of frustration. Why can't we just focus on surviving the competition? Then we shall set traps, Zhang Yu declared, uttering just 2 words. Seeing the look of confusion on Shen Suyu's face, it was evident she was unfamiliar with the art of trap-making. Zhang Yu offered a reassuring smile, saying, "Fear not. While I have not extensively studied ordinary hunting traps, I have acquired considerable knowledge about lethal mechanisms. Kulme, let us prepare a surprise for our impending guests." A voice from the crowd remarked, "Ah, this is the disparity of information. They are retreating, and the two teams are on the brink of confrontation. You two need not concern yourselves." From Zhang Yu's perspective, however, that Group S objective was unmistakably this very place. "I humbly inquire, if the traps they set lead to the demise of others, shall they bear any responsibility?" Responsibility, indeed. If one perishes, it is their own fate. They claim it is merely preparation for the prey. Who can they blame? Suddenly, I find no envy for the contestants. They might truly lose their lives. Zhang Yu and Shen Suyu are unlikely to devise particularly formidable traps. At present, pitfalls are the most practical. Placing sharp spikes within ensures that once one falls in, their escape relies on the rescue team of the program. I wonder who the first victim will be. Chapter 80. The Arrow Test on the 10th night of Wilderness Survival. The number of viewers only increased, and even the official live stream could no longer feign ignorance. They simply opened 2 live rooms to broadcast the contestant struggles. With a target in sight, Daniel and Anya moved swiftly and soon located the area where they had previously seen smoke. At that moment, Ian and Bob were just about to set off, forcing Daniel and Anya to grit their teeth and follow at a distance. Prior to the competition, the contestants had met. Daniel and his companion recognized them instantly. Had they been a team from Huagua, they might not have pursued so relentlessly, but the opponents were from Mili country, and the outcome was a foregone conclusion. For both emotional and rational reasons, they felt compelled to act. However, tracking was no simple task. Unlike Zhang Yu's group, who bore considerable burdens, the two groups navigated the forest with remarkable speed, which explained how, within a day, they were less than 20 miles from Zhang Yu's camp. Covering such distances in a day was significant, and by the time Ian and Bob returned to their camp, they were utterly exhausted, not to mention Daniel and Anya trailing behind them. After deliberation, Daniel and Anya decided to withdraw a distance, preparing materials for a fire. As darkness fell, they ignited a flame in the subtropical rainforest. While roasting meat, they discussed their next course of action. In truth, there were not many strategies to undermine the other party. It was merely a matter of raiding their base to deplete their resources. Alternatively, they could set traps to ensnare them, leading to their withdrawal, or perhaps incite wild beasts to eliminate them. Beyond that, they could attempt to provoke the others into attacking them, which would result in their forced withdrawal, or brazenly confront them to annoy them. The latter option was rarely chosen. After all, people value their dignity, and such tactics are fraught with risk, potentially leading to their own disqualification. Daniel hastily constructed a shelter with the gathered branches while conversing with Anya. "I believe we should observe them for a day, to discern whether they venture out for exploration or engage in other activities. Furthermore, whatever we do must leave no trace. Otherwise, we shan't have a peaceful competition ourselves." Anya turned the meat over. It was a rabbit they had caught along the way. Lacking the throwing skills of Zhang Yu, they found setting a snare trap to be manageable. "Let's proceed to investigate once we finish our meal." An hour later, the two individuals silently arrived beneath a tree by the sea, where Ian and Bob had constructed their sanctuary beneath a colossal rock. A modest wooden hut fashioned from 2 small branches, appearing from afar as a cramped lavatory. In addition to the 2 huts, there was a shelter in front, beneath which several cooking stoves were situated, accompanied by numerous bottles and marine debris. The food of the 2 men was not visible, presumably stored within their respective huts. Exhausted from a day of travel, Ian and Bob retired early, much to the disappointment of the eager viewers who anticipated an enthralling scene. Daniel and Anya observed for nearly an hour before retreating to the rainforest for rest. However, they dared not indulge in slumber. One remained outside while the other rested in the shelter, taking turns to stand watch. It must be said that one could not help but admire the resilience of the Indians. They exhibited a remarkable lack of fear towards wildlife that is typically ingrained in humans. The following day, Ian and Bob rose early. "Bob, let us take a day to rest and prepare ample provisions, for our next outing will require us to spend a night outdoors. Should we fail to find a suitable place, we can return," Ian suggested. Although Bob felt a tinge of impatience towards Ian, he recognized the wisdom in Ian's proposal. Food was paramount in the wilderness, and the absence of sustenance posed a grave danger. They resolved to distill more water, as it appeared challenging to locate fresh water nearby. After a brief exchange, they busied themselves, unaware that two pairs of eyes were silently observing them from the cover of the rainforest. Hours later, Daniel surmised, "They are likely only resting for the day. They may set out again tomorrow." Anya paused thoughtfully before whispering in Daniel's ear, "Let us devise some traps. On their return journey, their intentions will likely align with ours, not to seek resources, but to advance swiftly in exploration. If they merely intend to raid a home, our efforts in ambush would be in vain. Instead, let us prepare several traps, wait for them to depart, and then return along the coast to our camp. What do you think?" Daniel nodded in agreement. "Let it be so." Thus, under the watchful eyes of millions of viewers, two teams emerged, one diligently searching for seafood, while the other meticulously set various formidable traps along the rainforest path. Meanwhile, Zhang Yu and Shen Se noticed a plume of smoke, heightening their vigilance, as they dedicated the entire afternoon to laying traps. In a bid to expedite their progress, Zhang Yu felled a tree of considerable girth that evening, laboring until midnight to carve it into manageable pieces. On the 11th day of the wilderness survival competition, upon rising in the morning and practicing his skills, he retrieved the rope from his home, selecting strands that were not too weathered to be rewoven. Originally intending to utilize tiger tendons for bowstrings, he had set them aside, having washed and dried them. Yet, he suddenly recalled the abundance of rope at his disposal, most of which was nylon, superior for bowstrings compared to tiger tendons. He brought forth the fish bladder glue that had been simmering in the pot since dawn, along with the wooden handle he had previously repaired, which had been treated with coconut oil for basic protection. He applied the glue to the handle and bow, ensuring a firm adhesion. Then meticulously wrapped the wooden handle and bow with the tiger tendon, layer upon layer, securing it tightly. At the end, he clamped the small steel piece he had prepared earlier and hammered it securely. He did the same on the other end. Due to time constraints, Zhang Yu directly tied the string to the bow, and thus a powerful yet aesthetically pleasing recurve bow was crafted. Owing to the limitations of materials, Zhang Yu only fashioned 5 arrows, each tipped with white steel and fletched with pelican feathers. With that, a formidable ranged weapon was finally completed. Stepping outside, under Shen Su-Yu's eager gaze, Zhang Yu knocked an arrow and aimed at a large tree on the gentle slope of the Four Seasons Mountain, which was approximately 40 to 50 meters away. Whoosh! An arrow shot forth with remarkable speed, reaching the target in an instant. However, to his embarrassment, the arrow missed completely and zipped through the gaps between the trees. Let me try. I can shoot." Shen Su-Yu was already itching to have a go. Zhang Yu, somewhat skeptical, handed the bow to her. She had only played with ordinary bows during her childhood, but now her ability to hit a general area was commendable. Shen Su-Yu weighed the recurved bow in her hands, exclaiming, "Wow, it's quite heavy. You really invested in this." With practiced ease, she knocked an arrow and confidently drew the bowstring to its full extension, a feat that even Zhang Yu, the maker, hesitated to attempt for fear of breaking it. It appeared that the tempering process had yielded satisfactory results. Tempering involved covering the bow with heated sand, gradually warming the bow's body with the sand's high temperature, a method that prevents the steel from becoming overly brittle. Whoosh! Shen Su-Yu, decisive and unhesitating, released the arrow. Crack! In about a second, the arrow struck a tree trunk with precision. And that was not the end. Shen Su-Yu knocked another arrow, brimming with confidence, and shot the remaining 3 arrows in rapid succession. When Zhang Yu beheld the outcome, he was nearly speechless. The 4 arrows were neatly aligned in a straight line. Chapter 81. How should the ruler be made? How can you shoot arrows like that? Zhang Yu exclaimed in astonishment, feeling rather embarrassed at being overshadowed. Shen Su-Yu raised her chin defiantly. It must be noted that during their time on Four Seasons Island, she had not tanned at all. In fact, Zhang Yu had become noticeably fairer, unlike most teams that looked rather disheveled. Especially those who lived by the sea and went days without washing their faces, they appeared quite presentable. Why can't I know how to shoot arrows? This bow is splendid. Make sure to leave it for me, and remember to craft more arrows for me. With that, Shen Su-Yu strutted away like a proud peacock. not wanting to lose the 5 arrows she had. Crafting such small items was indeed labor-intensive, and even during his rest, Zhang Yu was constantly busy. The recurve bow was a remarkable success. Such a bow would be considered formidable even in urban settings and in future hunts. It seemed Shun Suyu would take center stage. Zhang Yu felt a twinge of disappointment. Shun Suyu was an independent and strong-willed woman, and throughout these days, she had actively sought tasks to undertake. When there was nothing to do, she would simply come to his side, teaching him things he did not know. Shun Suyu relied entirely on him for survival in the competition, and Zhang Yu felt little pride. Their relationship was one of equal exchange, with no debts owed between them. Shun Suyu did not exploit her beauty or the advantages of her femininity to idly enjoy the benefits, which both impressed and somewhat troubled Zhang Yu. In his perspective, if one were to marry, the wife should rely on her husband. Otherwise, if both parties have no demands from each other, can it truly be called love? A sense of indebtedness, he believed, is the norm. A relationship of equals can be perilous. Should either party's mindset shift, parting ways could become a mere whim, devoid of any bonds. Having successfully tanned the hide and crafted the recurve bow, the remaining tasks included building the water wheel and preparing for the pottery firing. After a brief engagement with the bow, Shun Suyu returned to her work of kneading the clay, a task not laborious, merely a gentle scoop of yellow earth, with no other concerns. Zhang Yu wielded a saw to strip the outer layer of wood, preserving the valuable intersection. The saw, constructed from an I-beam wooden frame, comprised 2 blades, one coarse and one fine. To perform such tasks, strength and skill are paramount, both of which Zhang Yu possessed, thanks to his father being a carpenter. Like father, like son, a mouse's offspring digs holes, and through observation, he had acquired a similar proficiency. As for strength, it was in abundance. Zhang Yu resembled a human cutting machine, wielding the saw with such vigor that wood shavings flew in every direction. The rhythmic and relentless sawing worked wonders for many who struggled with obsessive tendencies. Perhaps that was an exaggeration, yet the sight was undeniably soothing, creating an irresistible allure that kept many men lingering in Zhang Yu's live stream. In no time, a tree was expertly processed, and Zhang Yu gathered the arc-shaped planks, taking up an axe and chisel to begin his next task. After approximately an hour, a rectangular workbench was completed. Without a single nail, the entire structure relied on simple mortise and tenon joints, and where stability was lacking, he merely hammered in a wooden dowel, rendering it sturdier than any nailed framework. Next came the wood for the water wheel. Zhang Yu found a stone slab and, using charcoal as his pen, began to sketch and jot down notes. Habitually, he tucked a small stick behind his ear, a trick he learned from his father. A carpenter's ear, he believed, should always hold a pencil. A carpenter without something tucked away lacks spirit. At that moment, Shun Suyu approached, posing a question that many viewers have been eager to ask. Zhang Yu, without a ruler, how do you measure? Without lifting his gaze, Zhang Yu replied, isn't it simple? You know your body's measurements best. Use that as a scale, and you can determine centimeter-level dimensions. Once you have centimeters, millimeter measurements follow suit. Shun Suyu, avoiding Zhang Yu's eyes, absent-mindedly brushed a strand of hair, her gaze flickering with uncertainty, lost in her thoughts. The reticent yet fervent enthusiasts have undoubtedly been immersed in their excitement, with speeds exceeding limits and a plethora of comparisons, though largely indulging in bravado. Zhang Yu, however, remains unperturbed, diligently imparting peculiar knowledge. The most straightforward method to ascertain accurate measurements is still derived from one's own feet, a size universally acknowledged. Crafting a water cart is no simple feat. It necessitates various wooden boards and a significant number of drilled holes. In the absence of nails, one must resort to mortise and tenon joints, ensuring a tight fit. After a brief observation, Shun Suyu lost interest, as her own progress was not sluggish either. Under Zhang Yu's guidance, she had gathered several dozen pounds of high-purity yellow clay within a few hours. The collection appeared distinctly different. The yellow clay was fine and smooth, devoid of any stickiness. Following Zhang Yu's instructions, Shun Suyu sprinkled water over the clay, akin to kneading dough, gradually forming 3 spheres the size of soccer balls, which she then hammered into rectangular prisms. This was merely the initial step. The subsequent phase was uncertain even for Zhang Yu. Firing pottery is not simply a matter of placing clay into a kiln. There exists a crucial step known as aging. Aging, much like the resting of dough, allows for a better amalgamation of soil and slurry, ensuring thorough moisture absorption and a more uniform distribution of the clay's components. In ancient times, aging could take several months, while modern techniques employ vacuum and compression methods to achieve similar effects. Given their isolation on a deserted island, Zhang Yu's approach was to facilitate the combination of the 2 elements, though its efficacy remained uncertain. While it would be feasible to fire the clay immediately, in pursuit of superior quality, even as a formality, the aging process must be completed. Zhang Yu instructed Sun Yu to construct a square stone trough, perfectly sized to accommodate the 3 pieces of clay. The trough was sealed with yellow clay, and once completed, charcoal was placed inside for drying. Afterward, the 3 clay pieces were submerged in water within the trough. Next, a suitably sized stone was to be placed atop the clay, with additional stones stacked to exert maximum pressure on the lower materials. Then came the waiting game, as they lacked a kiln for firing pottery. The clay would remain in the trough to age, with periodic watering to maintain adequate moisture. Sun Yu devoted her entire morning to this task, and after a midday respite, she began excavating a pit at the base of the yellow clay hill in preparation for constructing the kiln. They remained vigilant of their surroundings, with Zhang Yu erecting a stone shelter at the hilltop to provide shade where the hawk's mother and her family were stationed for vigilance. Unfortunately, after a full day, there were no signs of movement. Could it be that their adversaries would strike under the cover of night? Chapter 82. The Wolf Approaches. The anticipation was excruciating, with Zhang Yu working tirelessly until evening, nearly causing Sun Yu to doze off. After bringing the hawk's family back to the stone house, the once vibrant camp, alive for over 10 hours, fell into a profound silence. Most online users had long since logged off to rest, leaving behind a sea of dormant accounts in the livestream. Some perhaps asleep at their screens, while others busied themselves with films or video games. Certainly, within the confines of the live broadcast room, a vibrant discourse has flourished. Over the course of a fortnight, numerous devoted fans have become acquainted, with some even proposing the establishment of a fan group. A notion that requires formal approval from the production team, who will oversee its management until the contestants re-emerge, at which point the authority will be returned to them. The stone dwelling where Zhang Yu and his companions reside features a rudimentary wooden door, equipped with 2 small mechanisms designed to provide a modicum of defense against wild beasts. Additionally, there's the ever-watchful presence of Mama Falcon for early warnings. Thus, they slumbered in a state of relaxed tranquility, oblivious to the passage of time. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted from the side of the stone house, reminiscent of the ground collapsing, accompanied by the sound of falling earth and the faint thud of a heavy object hitting the ground. The broadcast room captured the sound with clarity. What was that noise? I have no idea. I was listening to music. Are you experiencing auditory hallucinations? I heard it too. Could it be that the stone house has collapsed? That seems quite plausible. Why haven't they made a sound? Is it possible that their exuberance led to the structure's collapse? That makes sense. The noise was indeed distinct. Yet Zhang Yu and Sun Yu remained in a deep slumber, nestled together on a tiger skin rug, with Zhang Yu occupying the majority of the space while Sun Yu claimed a corner. She was not at a disadvantage, as half of her body rested upon him, a habitual sleeping posture for them. The commotion outside failed to disturb their peaceful slumber, but Mama Falcon and the 3 little ones were roused immediately. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The 2 awoke almost simultaneously, sensitive to the calls of Mama Falcon, which could jar them from their dreams. Zhang Yu turned his head to see Mama Falcon, Yu Yu, and Yu all calling out towards the exterior of the stone house. The feathers on the back of Mama Falcon's head fluffed up, indicating a clear threat lurking outside. In a reflexive motion, Zhang Yu grasped the machete beside him, while his other hand remained immobilized, pinned down by Sun Yu. What is happening? She exclaimed, sitting up in haste, searching for her own machete, as her dagger was not yet completed due to its intricate design involving threading. I don't know, but don't panic. Regardless of who it is, they may not be our match. Zhang Yu flexed his numb arm, still clutching a willow leaf knife. He attempted to rise to investigate, but Sun Yu firmly grasped his arm. I'm coming with you, and we should bring Mama Falcon. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Yu surmised that someone had indeed arrived outside. This was not the time to be timid. Although their metal tools were secured within the stone house, other belongings, including tiger meat and bones, lay outside. There was no need to take Mama Falcon, whose night vision was not significantly superior to theirs. Stealthily, Zhang Yu approached the door and donned the positioning bracelet on his wrist. Once the 2 had stirred, Mama Falcon ceased her calls but remained vigilant, watching the outside intently. Exchanging a glance, no words were necessary. Sun Yu raised her machete, while Zhang Yu slowly opened the wooden door. The night cloaked the deserted island in an atmosphere of palpable tension. The outside world was shrouded in darkness, with flickering embers from the stove beside the door casting an eerie glow reminiscent of a horror film. Could it be that, in the next moment, someone, or perhaps something unexpected might emerge from beyond the door? The drone sensed Zhang Yu's movements, its rotors whirring to life as it automatically entered recording mode. The viewers in the live stream, whether still awake or engrossed in their games, all switched their focus to the broadcast, anxiously observing the actions of Zhang Yu and his companion. The drone's camera was equipped with night vision, allowing the audience to see far more clearly than Zhang Yu could. What had transpired? Why did Mother Huan scream? It was unclear. Something must be approaching from outside, or else she would not have cried out in such alarm. What could it be? The other two groups were asleep. Could be a ghost? Perhaps it was another beast. One that could instill a sense of threat in Mother Juan. Quite a formidable creature indeed. What was the production team doing? Were they preparing for a rescue? Let us hope it's not a pack of wolves. Ugh, you jinx. It really might be wolves. Oh my goodness. Zhang Yu, don't go out. They felt they had no choice but to step outside. From their perspective, it was likely that they believed other team members had come to steal from them. I hope they remain safe. I truly adore this pair. With trepidation, Zhang Yu opened the wooden door, his machete at the ready. Shen Su-yu was equally on edge. Even the slightest shadow would prompt her to strike. However, after a suffocating silence, there was no sound at all, just as their hearts began to settle. A chilling scream suddenly pierced the night. The sound was reminiscent of a half-grown child's cry, short yet laced with anguish. Yikes! Shen Su-yu immediately leapt into Zhang Yu's arms, and even he shivered in response. The thought of a ghost had fleetingly crossed his mind, but now, with such a noise, what the hell? Could there actually be ghosts on this deserted island? Crick-crack. Zhang Yu's hair nearly stood on end, and Shen Su-yu seemed desperate to merge with him, her knife forgotten. Wait, something was amiss. After being influenced by Shen Su-yu's rising panic, Zhang Yu felt a moment of fear, but then he realized that was the sound of a branch bending and snapping. Instinctively, he wanted to rush outside, but Shen Su-yu clung to him as if glued. Seeing her so frightened made Zhang Yu feel a mix of concern and amusement. Do not fear. It's not a ghost. It seems something has fallen into our trap. We should go take a look. This was Zhang Yu's deduction. Normal stepping on a branch wouldn't produce such a sound, unless it was a large animal like a bear, which would never make such a cry. Of course, it was also possible that another team was trying to scare them with such tactics, but regardless, they needed to investigate. Though Shen Su-yu trembled, she forced herself to remain composed, her attempt at bravery tugging at Zhang Yu's heart. He lowered his voice, whispering in her ear, "Do not worry, I am here." It's possible that noise was made by that team. Upon hearing this, Shen Su-yu momentarily ceased her trembling and deftly bent down to retrieve her machete. With Zhang Yu leading the way, the two ventured outside together. Chapter 83. Indeed, Shen Su-yu was genuinely startled this time. If she were not comforted in a timely manner, it would not be surprising if she developed some sort of affliction from the fright. Zhang Yu appeared vigilantly outside the stone house. Though it was night, the moonlight and starlight offered some visibility. They resided halfway up the mountain, where the expansive view allowed them to quickly assess the situation. After finding nothing amiss, Zhang Yu, gripping his machete, proceeded cautiously towards the side of the stone house. Both sides of the house were rigged with traps. One side was laden with tiger meat and bones, and should any trap be triggered, it would be the side with the hanging tiger meat that needed to be approached first. The stone house was modest in size, and within a few strides, Zhang Yu reached the side, noting that what was once a flat surface now resembled a pit. His heart tightened immediately. Shen Su-yu had come to stand beside him, and together they peered into the pit. Hoo-hoo! Their bodies tensed. Yet they were not deterred by the sounds. Upon hearing the hooting, Zhang Yu felt a sense of relief wash over him. The pit's depth was approximately 1.5 meters. It was not meant to trap humans, but to ensnare animals. Should one fall in, they would undoubtedly be impaled by the sharpened stakes made of wood. If struck, it could very well lead to fatal consequences. It was too dark to discern what lay within, but the sounds resembled that of a wolf. If it were indeed a lone wolf, it would be entirely reasonable. Zhang Yu, holding Shen Su-yu's small hand, noted the sweat that covered both their palms. The creature within the trap dared not move, only vocalizing its threat. Once it was confirmed to be an animal, Shen Su-yu swayed slightly, as if all her strength had been drained. Different individuals respond to fear in various ways. Some become paralyzed with terror, others might descend into madness, while a few manage to overcome their dread to explore the unknown. There is no room for ridicule. At such moments, it is often the one who mocks others that proves to be the most pitiable. I'm all right now. Shen Su-yu's voice was somewhat hoarse. Then let us retrieve a torch from inside the house, and see if it is indeed that wolf. If so, I shall prepare a feast of wolf meat for you tomorrow. Zhang Yu replied lightly, as he led Shen Su-yu back inside. In the corner of the room lay a torch that Zhang Yu had crafted for emergencies during the night. It consisted of a wooden stick bound with dry grass, rolled up with tree bark, twigs, and a bit of grease to create a makeshift torch. Igniting the grass at the top would suffice. Thanks to Mama Falcon and the others, we would not have awakened otherwise. Zhang Yu lit the torch, and the stone house was instantly illuminated. A well-lit environment indeed provided a sense of security. When we make pottery, we shall craft an oil lamp. That would make things much more convenient at night. After several exchanges, Shen Su-yu remained unresponsive, prompting Zhang Yu to poke the dazed Shen Su-yu, who looked at him with a bewildered expression. Zhang Yu had long recognized Shen Su-yu's fragility, perhaps stemming from the abrupt loss of her mother. Do not dwell on morbid thoughts. There are no ghosts in this world, merely the fears we conjure ourselves, he reassured her. Yet, As he uttered these words, he could not help but recall his own journey through time. With such extraordinary events having occurred, could there truly be ghosts? Under the flickering glow of the flames, Shun Siyue suddenly let out a self-deprecating laugh. I fear ghosts, yet in truth, I yearn for their presence, for then I might still hear my mother's voice. Zhang Yu grasped her small hand tightly. It was Shun Siyue who offered him solace. I am fine. Such trivial matters cannot render me senseless. Though I do feel a bit disoriented. Zhang Yu, at a loss for words, suggested, let us go and see if the wolf has met its demise. The duo swiftly arrived at the edge of the trap. However, upon witnessing the creature ensnared within, they could not help but break into a cold sweat. There, lying in the trap, was a snow leopard. It was indeed a snow leopard. Its fur was a striking grayish-white, adorned with distinct black spots and rosettes, easily recognizable. One of its hind legs had been entirely pierced by a wooden stake, and there were bloodstains on its chest. The leopard lay there in a contorted position, with 3 stakes pressed against it, seemingly only 2 having inflicted harm. How could a snow leopard be here? Shun Siyue exclaimed in astonishment, momentarily forgetting her fears. The snow leopard emitted a series of threatening growls upon seeing them, and Zhang Yu pondered aloud, there's a snow-capped mountain nearby. Nothing is impossible. It seems we may be acquiring another leopard skin. Shun Siyue remained silent. While the snow leopard was indeed beautiful, it was also ferocious. Should it bite them, their fate would be sealed. Siyue, hold the torch. Let me determine how best to proceed. Zhang Yu unsheathed a newly crafted dagger, wielding a machete in his other hand. To avoid damaging the pelt, he would need to strike either at the original wound or the neck. A voice from the crowd remarked, Zhang Yu is truly resolute. Can't he show it mercy? Get lost, you do-gooder. This snow leopard fell into the trap while attempting to steal tiger meat. What if it breaks into the shelter next time to ambush us? Are you suggesting Shun Siyue should perish in Zhang Yu's stead? Another chimed in, dear do-gooder. The animals in the park are hungry. I suggest you jump in and feed them. They're so adorable. Your sacrifice will be worthwhile. Have you forgotten how Xia Yiming met his end? He was brutally devoured by wolves. If not for the drone, that pack would have feasted on his flesh. Why don't you go die instead? Let me clarify. I'm not a do-gooder. Is it possible to tame a snow leopard? One could pet it and have it assist in hunting. Difficult. Nearly impossible. The term wildness is hard to tame is not without merit. It would have been manageable if the animal was young. Do not speak so definitively. How does Falcon Mother explain? I believe all beings possess a spirit. I'm not a do-gooder. I support finding a way to tame the snow leopard. Zhang Yu, unable to reach the wooden stake at the bottom of the pit with his knife, retrieved a shovel to clear the remaining stakes. The snow leopard continued to emit plaintive cries, sounding both like a warning and a plea, devoid of the ferocity one might expect from a beast, which made him hesitate to strike. However, despite his reluctance, action was necessary. In this wilderness, it was a matter of either survival or demise. Though uncertain if any had already fallen victim to the beasts, he knew that over the past 15 months, there surely had been some. Be careful not to fall into the pit, Zhang Yu cautioned, his gaze sharpened, the dagger slightly raised. Above, Shun Siyue could not bear to witness the scene unfolding and instinctively averted her gaze, causing the torchlight to shift. Just as Zhang Yu was about to act, he halted. The flickering flames illuminated the underbelly of the snow leopard, revealing several pink heads, unmistakably indicating that it was a nursing snow leopard. So you look quickly. This must be a nursing snow leopard. Shun Siyue turned her head in haste, bringing the torch closer, and indeed, it was. Zhang Yu chuckled wryly. We can't kill it now. Doing so would surely invite the wrath of netizens. Shun Siyue's eyes sparkled with excitement. Zhang Yu, do you think we can find the cubs? If we can raise them, wouldn't we gain additional hunting companions? Chapter 84. A nest of cats and a flock of birds? Zhang Yu was uncertain about how many hunting allies they might acquire. All he knew was that they had one more patient, and it was unclear whether it would recover. The hind leg bore a penetrating wound, with a wooden splinter chosen to maintain its sharpness, about the thickness of a finger. The snow leopard's chest appeared to have merely sustained a superficial puncture, resulting in a bit of blood. While these injuries might be considered minor in an urban setting, the wilderness was a different matter entirely. Let's do our best and leave the rest to fate, he said. You go up first. We have herbs for stopping the bleeding and reducing inflammation. I will gather some, and then we can remove the splinter from the snow leopard. Zhang Yu and Shun Siyue returned to their stone shelter, where Shun Siyue began preparing the herbs. Zhang Yu, unfamiliar with the process, couldn't help but be distracted by the sight of tobacco leaves. Just as he took out a few sheets to experiment with rolling, a small hand snatched them away. Shun Siyue set aside her task, diligently rolling the tobacco, and they fell into a comfortable silence. Zhang Yu was unsure if his feelings were genuine. It seemed that Shun Siyue intended to take on the task of rolling cigarettes entirely, not allowing him to assist. Was she planning to roll for a lifetime? Regardless, he felt a profound sense of happiness. Before long, a cigarette was expertly rolled, which Shinsuyu handed to Zhang Yu before returning to her work with the herbs. The herbs needed to be crushed into a fine powder, and those she had gathered were already dried, requiring only grinding. After a considerable effort, they gritted their teeth and tore Zhang Yu's pants, which he had worn during his journey, into a pair of shorts sufficient in fabric. Once more descending to the pit's bottom, Zhang Yu, under the watchful gaze of the snow leopard, slipped the fabric over its head. Although the snow leopard seemed inclined to resist, its body was immobilized, and despite its fierce appearance, it appeared reluctant to bite. However, one should never gamble on whether a wild animal might inflict harm during treatment. How many have emerged unscathed without taking safety precautions? Even if one wishes to tame or reach the snow leopard's heart, it must be a gradual process of building trust. The falcon mother, however, was somewhat unique. At that time, she likely saw no glimmer of hope and instinctively accepted Zhang Yu and shunned Su Yu's assistance. With the snow leopard's head covered, Zhang Yu examined its body beneath, and then, amid the creature's anguished cries, he lifted it out of the pit. Without a considerable amount of strength, such a feat would have been impossible. Zhang Yu found himself somewhat admiring his own capabilities. Next, he held the snow leopard's head steady while Shinsuyu examined the wound, and with a sudden motion, she extracted the wooden splinter. To their relief, there was no significant bleeding. Shinsuyu quickly sprinkled herbal powder onto the wound and then bandaged it. The snow leopard appeared to have injured its muscles or tendons. As it was hesitant to move its hind leg, Zhang Yu removed the trousers that were draped over its head, hesitating momentarily before offering a piece of tiger meat near its mouth. This time, instead of threatening, it remained still, yet it did not consume the offering. Its piercing leopard eyes remained fixed on both Zhang Yu and Shinsuyu. Ignoring the creature, Zhang Yu hurriedly buried the bloodstains nearby and in the pit. Previously, he had overlooked this concern, as he believed no other carnivorous animals would intrude upon a tiger's territory. Now, he realized his error. The snow leopard had ventured close, and there could be other predators as well. Let it rest here. We shall return to sleep. Zhang Yu yawned, feeling the greatest need for rest, his arms still aching. Let's wash our hands before retiring. The leopard bore no offensive odor, yet Shinsuyu possessed a slight aversion to dirt. In the high-level conference room of the production team, everyone, including Director Luo, exhaled deeply. They were aware of the snow leopard descending from the mountains and coming near Zhang Yu's camp, notified in layers by the drone operators, which ultimately alarmed the upper management. However, what left them both amused and bewildered was that one of the traps Zhang Yu had prepared for the team from the Mealy Nation had been triggered by the snow leopard. Such luck was truly indescribable. Was it Xiao Yang responsible for monitoring this time? Quite commendable. You performed admirably last time. Keep up the good work. I have faith in you. After praising the drone operator from afar, Director Luo turned to the head of the technical department, urging, hasten the improvement of the intelligent tracking system. This will ease the burden on our staff, allowing just one team to be on duty at night. Noticing Director Luo's intention to conclude the meeting, someone hastily inquired, Director Luo, the team from the Mealy Nation departs tomorrow. What if they trigger the trap? Director Luo waved his hand dismissively. Let it unfold naturally. Just ensure the medical and security personnel are prepared. He chuckled, as if I were concerned they'd miss the trap. On the 12th day of wilderness survival, the weather was cloudy, with a high temperature of 20 degrees Celsius. Shinsuyu exhibited no unusual behavior that evening. She merely clutched Zhang Yu tighter in her sleep. Upon awakening, Zhang Yu acted as if nothing had transpired, proceeding with his martial training, personal hygiene, and meals. The snow leopard remained lying there, having consumed the piece of tiger meat, and it regarded Zhang Yu with calmness. Only when he approached did the snow leopard bare its teeth. Zhang Yu, notice how the snow leopard keeps gazing up the mountain? Is it possible that a young snow leopard is up there? Should we ascend to retrieve it? Zhang Yu felt a twinge of frustration. Climbing the mountain was no simple task, and the snow leopard's den was likely situated at a higher altitude. Furthermore, he was uncertain when that team would arrive. Shinsuyu's eyes dimmed slightly. These were indeed the facts. What if our home is raided? Zhang Yu chuckled wryly. In truth, that matters little. Raising a litter of kittens and a brood of birds feels rather futile. Shinsuyu was skeptical, while the snow leopard belonged to the feline family. Surely it would not seize every bird in sight. Zhang Yu said nothing, moving to stand beside the hawk mother. He fashioned a simple arm guard from tree bark, and without needing any invitation, the hawk mother leapt onto his outstretched arm. The two then approached the snow leopard, which, upon seeing the hawk mother, fixated its gaze upon her intently. The mother falcon, determined not to be outdone, shook her wings and gazed sternly at the snow leopard. The two creatures embodying an undeniable air of irreconcilable conflict. What to do? Uncertain of the young snow leopard's size, there was a genuine concern that it might take advantage of their inattention to kill a few young kestrels. Zhang Yu, soothingly stroking the falcon's head, pondered aloud. There is a solution. We can raise the nest inside the stone house, and with the mother falcon's protection, It should be fine. We can also gather them together regularly to help them become acquainted. Zhang Yu was reluctant to part with the snow leopard, recognizing the necessity of having a guardian beast. Let us proceed, as you suggested. We will do our utmost to retain the snow leopard if we encounter other teams. Zhang Yu did not finish her thought, but Zhang Yu understood intuitively. If they were to act out of bounds, it would not be their responsibility if the beast they raised took action. After distributing a piece of tiger meat to the snow leopard, Zhang Yu and Zhang Yu each carried a backpack, leading the falcon family toward the summit of Four Seasons Mountain. The young kestrels were still too small to be left behind, and as long as they could endure this period, their combat capabilities would soar. Before departing, Zhang Yu discarded all iron tools into the snow leopard's trap, covering them with grass to camouflage the setup. Meanwhile, the group they feared would come to raid their home had already begun their journey inland after a hearty breakfast. Under the eager gazes of Daniel and Anya, Ian and Bob approached the traps they had set with increasing proximity. Chapter 85. The Chain Trap Water Friend. What is happening? I took a nap, and now their SA snow leopard? Are we still going to climb the mountain to find the little snow leopard? Or is the water wheel off the table? For those who missed it last night, catch the replay. It all happened at 1 in the morning. Oh dear, the little snow leopard. I wonder how many cubs the mother snow leopard has. Regardless of the number, raising them is no simple task. Did you see how much the snow leopard eats? That sizable chunk of tiger meat could serve as a meal for both Zhang Yu and Zhang Yu. If the entire snow leopard family comes to share a meal, how long could their meager supply last? Alas, raising a snow leopard sounds enticing, but it is far from easy in the wild. This dilemma will surely give Zhang Yu a headache. Perhaps we should consider names for the snow leopard family? What's the rush? We don't even know how many little snow leopards there are. Everyone, hurry and check on Ian and Bob. They are about to step into the trap. Goodness, so soon? Let us go see. I wonder if they will face a direct confrontation. Today marks the shining moment for Ian and Bob, as the global audience for this program has largely converged into their live broadcast room, both domestically and internationally. Ian and Bob each carried a small basket containing minimal supplies, 2 bottles of water, a bit of seaweed, and enough dried fish for 3 or 4 meals. The seafood they gathered yesterday was left at the camp, which wasn't too much. Beachcombing is not as people often envision it to be, scouring for seafood everywhere. Their objective was clear: to reach the foot of Four Seasons Mountain in search of fresh water and a suitable new campsite. Ian led the way, with Bob trailing behind, which was precisely what Ian found most bothersome about him: his tendency to dawdle, making everything seem like a leisurely stroll, rendering survival alone more effective than working together. In truth, Ian had long conceived this notion. Should he discover a suitable location, he would devise a means to elude Bob. However, that was not feasible at present, for traversing the desolate island alone was perilous. Lost in contemplation, Ian paid little heed to his surroundings, unaware that a taut vine lay concealed beneath the foliage ahead. Obscured from view, he ambled along casually, having traversed this path several times before, now well trodden in the rainforest. The most effortless method of navigation in such a terrain was to follow previously established routes. Amidst the crowd's eager scrutiny, achoo! Ian suddenly unleashed a monumental sneeze, stumbling slightly, his legs inadvertently crossing over the vine. Daniel and Anya, observing from a distance, felt an immediate pang of anxiety. How infuriating that he had avoided it. Yet, the next trap was certain to ensnare him. They had constructed a series of 3 traps, one on each of the 2 paths, and another waiting at the end of the rainforest. Bob, trailing closely behind Ian, cast a glance at him, a desire to strike him on the back of the head surging within him. With his prowess, a single blow would undoubtedly send Ian to meet his maker. Why should he endure Ian's disdain? Lacking his own strength, how dared he navigate the rainforest and mountains? Those who discriminated against his skin color deserved a reckoning. Had this been in the outside world, he would have acted long ago in a secluded spot. With a heart filled with curses for Ian, Bob stepped over the vine. Buzz! A sound faintly echoed in his ears, yet he dismissed it. Meanwhile, Ian's expression shifted dramatically. That was the unmistakable sound of a bowstring being drawn. Instinctively, Ian began to run forward, deducing that they had triggered some kind of trap. Conversely, Bob remained oblivious as 4 wooden arrows swiftly shot towards his legs. Pain surged through him as the arrows pierced both limbs. Ah, damn it! Bob cried out in agony, just as he bent to extract the arrows. A sudden crash echoed ahead. Instinctively, Bob glanced up, his mouth agape in shock. Ah, a trap! Ian screamed as he stepped into empty air, the ground collapsing beneath him. In that critical moment, Ian extended his arms. Typical pit traps should not allow one's feet to touch the ground first, for one could never anticipate what awaited at the bottom. Based on his experience, he aimed to leverage his hands. If the trap were small enough, he might avoid falling entirely, or at the very least, brace himself with his hands to prevent his feet from hitting the pit's floor. His reaction was remarkably timely. However, it was unclear who had devised such a malevolent trap, for it was unusually wide and long, offering no leverage whatsoever. Thud! Crack! Ah! Bob stood frozen, his simple mind struggling to comprehend how such a vast pit had suddenly appeared before them. He could see the dense spikes awaiting at the bottom. At that moment, Bob sensed something approaching from both sides. Instinctively, as a boxer, he stepped back sharply. Thud! Two spiked boards made of wooden thorns and branches collided right before him. Bob was so startled that he stumbled back several steps. Who could be so ruthless? Was this an attempt to kill him? An overwhelming fury followed. Who dares to show themselves? Bob's furious shout was met with Ian's curses. Damn it! Bob, get me out of here! Bob paused momentarily, then cautiously approached. Upon seeing Ian's dire condition, he couldn't help but gasp in shock. Ian lay in the pit, both hands stained with blood. One hand grasped a wooden thorn, while the other was gruesomely pierced through. Bob could only see so much and had no idea if Ian was injured elsewhere. But he knew that Ian would likely have to withdraw from the competition. Despite his disdain for Ian, he had to lend a hand now. Bob tentatively moved forward. The pit wasn't very deep, only about half a meter, but it was particularly wide and treacherous. One misstep would send him tumbling into it. Sharp wooden thorns were planted at intervals within the pit. What should I do? Ian, slightly calmer yet still agitated, could feel the bowstring being drawn behind him. Yet he was the one who got hit. Who wouldn't be overwhelmed? A thorn pierced my thigh. You need to support me and lay me on my back. Upon mentioning the thorn, Bob paused again, recalling that he too had a thorn lodged in his leg. He quickly crouched down, tearing his pants to reveal a thick, hairy thigh. Only the pointed tip of the thorn had entered his flesh, about 2 centimeters deep, with 2 arrows having left 2 bloody holes in his leg. He couldn't ascertain if such wounds would heal in the wilderness, and with that thought, Bob's anger surged. He vowed that if he ever encountered the trap setter, he would smash their skull with a single punch. Oh, damn it, Bob. What are you still hesitating for? Ian's voice had turned sharp. Why is there no movement over there after you finish speaking? This procrastination was driving him mad. At that moment, he hated not just the trap setter, but Bob as well. Bob was equally furious. You bastard, shut up. I'm injured too. Chapter 86. What a tragedy. From a distance, Daniel and Anya watched as Ian and Bob exchanged heated insults. They observed Bob scream in pain as he pulled the wooden arrow from his leg and helped Ian to the ground before they quietly slipped away. What a tragedy. Ian had been struck in the leg by a thorn, and when Bob lifted him, the thorn was still embedded. Daniel, your trap is indeed impressive, Anya remarked. Daniel beamed with pride. This is a bear trap I designed myself. If it were dug a bit deeper, a bear would certainly struggle to escape. He had every reason to take pride, as he had designed a series of traps, accounting for the reactions of both men. This was merely the activation of 2 traps. In reality, there were 4 more trip traps surrounding Ian and Bob, which would also shoot wooden arrows and spikes upon triggering. A total of 3 interconnected traps had taken Daniel and Anya a full day to complete. Anya smiled and said, I guess both of them will have to withdraw from the competition, right? Daniel contemplated the situation. The African-American might not be a threat. They needed to act swiftly, destroy their camp, and make a hasty retreat. Meanwhile, Ian tragically realized he could no longer continue the competition. His injuries were quite severe, particularly the deep puncture wound on his hand. Should it become infected, it would spell trouble. The substantial prize money slipped from his grasp, and with mere days left to survive, he found himself empty-handed. With a heavy heart, he pressed a button to abandon his locator wristband. He observed Bob cursing as he bound his injured leg with a strip of cloth, and suddenly an idea struck him. Bob, what is your issue now? Bob's demeanor was decidedly unfriendly, as if he were on the verge of physically confronting Ian. Yet, Ian felt no anger. Instead, he struggled to remove his jacket. Bob, I can't compete any longer. You can take this jacket, and you can tear my pants and shoes too. They may be of use to you later. Bob was taken aback. What had caused this change in Ian? What was his intention? Ian seemed to read his thoughts and weakly added, Buddy, don't look at me like that. I noticed you were injured as well, yet you still saved me. Thank you. I've given up, and this is all I can do to help you now. Good luck. Bob felt a twinge of embarrassment. His disdain for Ian had stemmed from Ian's arrogance. But now that Ian was genuinely remorseful, it felt inappropriate to retain his hostile attitude. Just moments ago, they had been hurling insults at one another. Yet the atmosphere had shifted unexpectedly, rendering the scene rather surreal. Viewers commented, what is happening? Even with the simultaneous translation, I can't grasp it. One replied, what is so hard to understand? Ian knows he cannot compete, and doesn't he wish to alienate his teammate? After all, they are from the same country. A good rapport could enhance Ian's reputation. What a wise one you are. Do you think racial discrimination can be so easily resolved? Did you hear how harshly they were insulting each other? Just wait. Ian undoubtedly has his own ulterior motives. Allow me to elaborate. Ian's inherent bias against Bob aside, Bob triggered the trap first. Ian merely stumbled into it while attempting to escape, resulting in his withdrawal, while Bob still had the opportunity to continue competing. He must harbor a deep resentment towards Bob. Didn't you notice the detail of Ian offering his clothes to Bob? He was trying to wipe the blood from his hands. In the wilderness, the scent of blood is potent, and the implications are clear. Is this show truly that dark? I find solace in watching Zhang Yu and Shun Suyu instead. Bob, you must be cautious on the island. It is no longer safe here. Find a spot along the coastline to recuperate for a few days. Bob, inexperienced in survival, hesitated. I'll stay in our shelter. They shouldn't be able to do much, right? Ian forced a bitter smile. If my suspicions are correct, those who ambushed us should soon arrive at our camp. They will take our food and burn our shelter. Bob's eyes reddened with despair. He loathed the person who set the trap. Yet the vastness of the island meant that if they deliberately concealed themselves, he would exhaust himself in vain searching for them. Upon hearing Ian's analysis, Bob realized the enemy had traced his whereabouts and was intent on raiding his abode. Could he tolerate such an affront? He never envisioned that Ian would betray him. After all, Ian had provided him with clothing. How could he wish him harm? Moreover, the state of his leg injury remained uncertain, without wilderness survival experience. Could the two gaping wounds truly heal on their own? Clenching his teeth in frustration, Bob cast aside the two small baskets along with Ian's clothing and shoes into the nearby underbrush, vowing to seek retribution. With that, he took off toward the camp. Ian attempted to call out to Bob, but his efforts were in vain. Weakly, he collapsed on the ground, fully aware that the live broadcast was still ongoing. Hence he refrained from displaying any semblance of triumph. The sole expression of his current elation was the uninjured leg, which joyfully swayed from side to side. A moment captured clearly by the camera, eliciting an array of astonished reactions from viewers. Ian's ruthlessness indeed shattered the perceptions of many. Some might deem Ian's actions foolish. Yet such judgments stem from a vantage point of omniscience, where everything is laid bare. Ian felt no sense of exposure. Even if he were to emerge from this predicament, he would steadfastly deny any wrongdoing, leaving others unable to substantiate their accusations. As long as the evidence remained uncorroborated, it was tantamount to non-existence. This was the law of their land and a guiding principle for many. Bob harbored no suspicion of Ian's scheming. His emotions were wholly consumed by rage. Towering nearly 2 meters, he barreled through the rainforest like a raging bull, making a beeline for the camp. Daniel and Anya acted swiftly, surmising that Bob might return to the camp, yet they were unprepared for his rapid approach. As Bob burst forth from the jungle, he was greeted by the sight of flames soaring into the sky from the camp. Daniel and Anya were seen carrying a heap of debris along the shore, heading north. In a frenzy, Bob charged toward them. Daniel and Anya's defensive drones swiftly descended. Even Bob's own drone aimed its weaponry at him. They soon discerned the approaching Bob and immediately set their belongings down, bracing themselves. On Season Island, the interpretation of justifiable defense was not a muddled enforcement of rules. Any form of assault granted the right to defend oneself, without preconditions. However, the prerequisite was that one must first suffer harm or an attack. In the current scenario, Daniel and Anya could not strike first, nor could the drones deploy tranquilizer darts. As Bob barreled within mere meters of the pair, without uttering a word, he executed a half-squat slide and collided forcefully with Daniel. In the instant Bob rose, a colossal fist appeared without warning, crashing into Daniel's neck. All transpired in the blink of an eye. 2 of the 3 defensive drones managed to find an angle to launch tranquilizer darts, immediately firing 2 projectiles. Just then, Anya also sprang into action. It seemed as though Bob was on the verge of being subdued. Yet, contrary to everyone's expectations, Bob appeared to anticipate this moment. After delivering a heavy blow to Daniel, he swiftly pivoted, using his shoulder to collide with Anya. Chapter 87. Free Solo Climbing. Suddenly, a tranquilizer dart struck. Yet, it hit Daniel, who was already collapsing. Bob's reflexes were remarkably swift, allowing him to evade the dart's trajectory. Anya, a veteran of the military, found herself on the defensive against Bob, whose imposing strength was akin to that of a tank, without even initiating her attack. The question of whether a boxer or a soldier is more formidable is not easily answered. One should not naively assume that soldiers are invincible. Boxers also invest immense effort and sweat, and in this scenario where the disparity in strength was so pronounced, Bob held the upper hand. Though Anya managed to dodge the impact of Bob's shoulder, it merely served as an appetizer before the main course of his assault, a massive iron fist. The speed was overwhelming. Anya barely had time to cross her arms before the fist landed. A sharp crack echoed as Anya was forcefully sent flying. 2 tranquilizer darts arrived a moment too late, striking Bob's formidable physique, causing his towering frame to crash to the ground. The outcome was utterly unexpected. Many had anticipated that Daniel or Anya would withstand at least one blow before joining forces against Bob. or that Bob would be incapacitated by the darts before engaging in any real combat. However, none foresaw Bob's raw ferocity. This seemingly simple-minded individual displayed remarkable tactical acumen, even anticipating the drone's attack on him. After incapacitating Daniel, he still managed to confront Anya. The entire exchange transpired in less than 2 seconds, before anyone could blink. All three lay sprawled upon the beach. It took a while for the livestream chat to erupt in excitement. Wow, with skills like Bob's. Why is he even participating in a survival competition? He should be in boxing matches. Who could possibly rival him? The astonishment was palpable. Anya had been sent flying, and Daniel, the largest among them, had been defeated in an instant. Are boxers really that formidable? I want to learn. His movements were dazzling, swift, and precise. His physical prowess was undoubtedly unparalleled on the island. What a pity it would be if he withdrew from the competition. Withdraw? What about Daniel and Anya? What will be done? We must wait for the medical personnel to assess the situation. If they can continue, the competition goes on. If not, they cannot blame anyone else. Indeed, having struck first, Bob should reasonably expect retribution. It must be said that Bob's final reckless act garnered him respect. A farcical struggle of wits inadvertently led to his triumph. If only this man had a clever advisor by his side. He could leverage this moment to amass wealth sufficient to indulge for the rest of his life. Before long, within less than 3 minutes, 2 helicopters arrived. Ian, injured, withdrew from the competition. Bob initiated the first attack that led to others also stepping back. Daniel's breathing had ceased, and it took over 10 minutes of resuscitation to revive him. He too withdrew. Anya suffered a fractured arm. After much contemplation, she chose to continue competing. The fracture was not insurmountable. As long as she refrained from using that arm, it could heal properly. Now that the opponent has withdrawn, the area of the beach near her camp has significantly expanded. Even without venturing inland, she could easily survive for several months. Surviving for over 3 months guarantees at least $3 million in base income. This choice is not difficult to make. Even if it leaves some lasting impairment in her arm, many would likely accept it. A sudden turn of events has left both teams nearly annihilated. Bang, bang, bang. Zhang Yu, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, gazed contemplatively towards the northeast, where 2 helicopters flickered into view. What has transpired? Why are there 2 helicopters? Shun Suyu asked, her face etched with astonishment. They likely knew the position of the little snow leopard, and since the blisters on their feet had healed, they would soon reach the snow-laden summit. Zhang Yu exhaled a puff of smoke, pondering 2 possibilities. One being a conflict among teammates, the kind that is irreconcilable, hence the helicopters arriving to prevent them from clashing. The other possibility is that there are 2 groups of people. They may have developed conflicts among themselves, but how many have withdrawn remains uncertain. Shin Suyu, bemused, replied, "Does that mean we are winning by default?" Zhang Yu shook his head. "I don't know. Perhaps there are still some who haven't withdrawn. The threat of our camp being discovered still looms, so we must frequently observe those directions from above the waterfall. If we don't see any smoke for several days, we can reasonably dismiss the possibility of others being around." Shin Suyu waved her small fist defiantly. "No matter who it is, they cannot defeat us." Zhang Yu smirked. "Isn't this the same person who, last night, frighteningly sought refuge in my arms? If I recall correctly, someone even threw away their machete." Shin Suyu raised her fist. "You better not say that again." Zhang Yu, feeling somewhat indifferent, turned back to continue their ascent, declaring, "Enough of that. It's merely a way to intimidate." Shin Suyu clutched Zhang Yu's clothing, urging him to lead her onward, while she haughtily huffed. Upon reaching the snowy mountains, the temperature had plummeted below 0, and the mountain winds howled. Had they not been climbing, it would have been difficult to endure such conditions. Zhang Yu remained vigilant, acutely aware of his surroundings. The snow leopard's den was unlikely to be on the other side of the mountain. It lacked the keen sense of smell to detect the scent of tiger meat from such a distance. Its home must lie on this side of the mountain. Snow leopards do not settle in the snow, as they excel in leaping and traversing rocky cliffs. Considering these traits, finding the little snow leopard should not prove difficult. He looked up and noticed a steep cliff ahead, which likely housed the snow leopard's den. "Zhang Yu, how do we ascend?" Shin Suyu asked helplessly, gazing at the nearly 90-degree rock face. Such a perilous ascent seemed a challenge only a snow leopard could undertake. The cliff towered over 20 meters high, with its steepest section exceeding 90 degrees, its rocky surface sloping downward ominously. "How can we climb this?" Yet, Zhang Yu remained unperturbed, meticulously searching the base of the cliff. If the snow leopard's den is indeed here, there must be traces of its frequent passage. As long as they follow its path, they should be able to ascend. "Just wait for me here while I search for its trail," he instructed. What could Shin Suyu possibly say? Though he yearned to follow, Zhang Yu was no deity, and even a burden must possess self-awareness. After a brief interval of 10 minutes, Zhang Yu pointed excitedly at a distinct paw print, exclaiming, "This is the path upward." With that, He entrusted son Ma, Su, and Yu to shun Yu, who was somewhat reluctant, as she enjoyed accompanying Zhang Yu. Carrying only an empty basket and some ropes, Zhang Yu commenced his ascent. As he climbed higher, Shun Yu suddenly felt a pang of anxiety. Zhang Yu, perhaps we should not proceed. The snow leopard can be abandoned. Zhang Yu's voice echoed from afar. I am well aware. I aspire to attempt things I previously dared not do. Is this not free climbing? I am capable. Shun Yu stamped her foot in frustration. You wait for me. Zhang Yu. Oomph. Though she muttered in irritation, her gaze never strayed from him. Climbing was indeed perilous. Chapter 88. Zhang Yu was ill-prepared for the demands of free climbing. He was confident that the difficulty he faced exceeded that of most climbing endeavors. Setting aside the stability of the rocks, how many could withstand the frigid winds in the mountains? It was only due to his recent consumption of tiger meat, which invigorated his vitality, that he felt no chill. Nonetheless, it must be said that the clothing provided by the production team was remarkably effective, waterproof, wind-resistant, and with shoes that possessed excellent grip. Under the exertion of both hands and feet, they rivaled professional gear. However, those with a fear of heights should never attempt such a climb. A glance downward sent a wave of dizziness through his head. It was peculiar. He had once leaped into a river without concern for height, yet here he found himself gripped by trepidation. Could it be a matter of mindset? As Zhang Yu ascended more slowly, he sought signs left by the snow leopard while also testing the solidity of the rocks ahead. Some areas were merely gravel, quite slippery, while others were shale. Wait, shale! Zhang Yu began to scrutinize the nearby shale, which bore a pale hue, its surface weathered and embedded with clusters of crystalline particles. This material was ideal for creating glaze and pottery. The shale contained quartz and feldspar. Once he returned, he could fire it, crush it into powder, mix it with water, and a touch of clay to create glaze. Naturally, he would need to add some quartz for optimal quality. Step back a bit. Zhang Yu momentarily forgot his fear of heights as he called down to shun Yu. Concerned he might lose focus, she promptly led Sun Ma and the others away. After a short while, Zhang Yu began to strike the shale with his fists, which also aided his ascent. After all, weathered shale crumbled beneath footfalls. Stones tumbled down continuously, and Zhang Yu nearly lost sight of his purpose. By the end of this venture, he would have ample materials for all his pottery needs. Pottery was an essential aspect of life, and with containers, he could accomplish much more. After an hour of climbing the 20-meter stone wall, Zhang Yu finally reached the top. Much to the astonishment and trepidation of Shun Yu below, the snow leopard cannot traverse areas exceeding 90 degrees. It follows a zigzag route. As it approaches the summit of the rocky precipice, it encounters a concealed corner from which it can ascend. However, this is quite daunting and bears little difference from free climbing. Upon reaching the top of the cliff, Zhang Yu is astonished to find that the wind has ceased. To be precise, the gusts are perfectly shielded by the towering cliffs on either side, resulting in a notable increase in temperature. The mountain top spans approximately 7 to 8 meters, and Zhang Yu immediately spots a small snow leopard nestled within a semi-open cave. There are only 2 of them, appearing to be 1 or 2 months old, with their fluffy fur. One is predominantly white, exhibiting signs of albinism, while the other boasts a deep color reminiscent of a tabby cat. How could they be born this way? Why is there not a single cub resembling their snow leopard mother? Who is their father? Water friends, wow. 2 little cats. So fluffy, my heart is melting. How adorable. Zhang Yu indeed made the right decision to come here. It turns out the young snow leopards are so charming. As a cat lover, I find it utterly irresistible. Donations. Quickly hand over the funds for the snow leopard's milk. Not adopting them would be utterly unjust. I can't help but wonder if the rarity of snow leopards is due to their extraordinary beauty. These 2 are even rarer. I've certainly never seen any before. The albino snow leopard is exceedingly rare, and one resembling a tabby. Could this be a new species? Zhang Yu, who has a fondness for cats, approached them directly. Hoo-hoo! To his surprise, the tiny snow leopards bared their teeth at him, particularly the tabby-colored one, which bravely stepped forward, raising its fluffy paw as if to say, "Dare to come closer, and I shall scratch you." Zhang Yu, undeterred by their threats, staggered forward to attend to them. Nevertheless, he possessed a sense of compassion. He fashioned a leash from the rope to secure the small snow leopards, tying the end to the bottom of his backpack, ensuring the little creatures would not wander off. With only these 2 cubs in the den, he searched the surroundings but found no trace of other young leopards. Observing the frail physique of the snow leopard mother, one could surmise that resources here are limited. Raising even 2 cubs is fraught with difficulty. Convinced that he had exhausted his findings, Zhang Yu took a deep breath and resolved to descend the mountain. The adage ascending is easy, descending is difficult aptly describes his current predicament. It is akin to climbing down from a high building. How does one manage such a descent? The rope he brought was solely intended for securing the snow leopards. It is insufficient as a safety line for descending, compelling him to retrace his steps. Fortunately, his memory serves him well. He recalls every step and foothold from his ascent. At this moment, he must remain calm and composed, taking each step carefully as he retraces his path. If one were to compare his ascent and descent videos, they would note that his footholds are nearly identical. The two little snow leopards in his backpack are vocalizing with raspy cries, not particularly melodious. Those who claim leopards sound like meowing cats must have derived such notions from their domestic felines. Nonetheless, leopards exhibit several feline traits, such as purring, kneading, and hunting behaviors. An hour and a half later, Zhang Yu, feeling a sense of weakness in his limbs, leaped down from a rock. Sensu Yue hurriedly approached, checking to see if he was injured while expressing her concern. Are you all right? A warm sensation enveloped Zhang Yu's heart, accompanied by a refreshing exhilaration akin to overcoming a daunting challenge. After ascending the mountain, his spirits had noticeably brightened. Yeme fine. Come, take a look at these two little kittens. They will be members of our family from now on. He set down his backpack, revealing two timid little snow leopards gazing up at them. Wow, they're so adorable. Zhang Yu, do they bite? Can I hold them? Zhang Yu untied the rope from the bottom of the backpack and handed the white cub to Shen Yu. Not at all. They're too small to bite. Oh my, their fur feels so delightful, so smooth. Cuddling with them at night will surely be warm and comfortable. Zhang Yu's smile gradually faded. At night? Cuddling? What about him? Women can be so fickle. Feeling somewhat dejected, he glanced at the neglected family of hawks, whose four beady eyes were fixated on the little snow leopards. Perhaps it was shared sympathy, for Zhang Yu discerned a hint of jealousy in their gaze. He crouched down to gently stroke the heads of the hawk mother and her little ones. This time, the response was unmistakable. They no longer shied away, but instead eagerly nudged his hand. It seemed that even emotions require competition. Did even animals understand this principle? With this small gesture, Zhang Yu felt assured that he had completely won over the hawk family. The remaining task was to nurture the bond with the snow leopard family. Oh, and he also needed to foster a rapport between the cats and the birds. As the sun reached its zenith, Zhang Yu carried half a backpack of slate along with the hawk family, while Shen Yu cradled the two little snow leopards as they returned to the sanctuary. The snow leopard mother had been anxiously awaiting their return and struggled to rise upon seeing her cubs. Zhang Yu took the two little snow leopards and promptly handed them to their mother. Here, I brought you a son and a daughter. The male and female cubs, upon reuniting with their mother, perked up their little tails and wobbled towards her. The leopard mother glanced at Zhang Yu before carefully sniffing the two cubs and gently licking their fur. The little snow leopard's cries transformed into soft, delicate mews, reminiscent of kittens. Shen Yu watched the little snow leopards with reluctance, wishing to hold them a bit longer. Zhang Yu, feeling concerned, cautioned, take it easy. If you provoke their mother, she might bite. Be patient. Let's first establish a bond. Noticing the two little snow leopards inching closer to nurse, Zhang Yu led Shen Yu away. Though they hadn't engaged in any strenuous tasks, Zhang Yu felt quite fatigued, lying on the tiger-striped rug in the stone house. He pondered the tasks for the afternoon. Shen Yu, having the same thought, inquired, how long will it take to complete the water wheel? Zhang Yu contemplated. We can only accomplish a little today. I estimate we'll need all of tomorrow to finish. If all the accompanying equipment is ready, then perhaps the day after tomorrow. The water wheel was essential, as it would significantly expedite his future construction endeavors, especially regarding the mud work, which would no longer require their direct involvement. However, there remains much to be accomplished, such as producing a substantial quantity of mud bricks that must be dried before they can be placed in the kiln for firing. Or shall we air thousands, even tens of thousands of bricks? Direct sunlight is not an option. Hence, a shelter is imperative for protection. Shen Yu was entirely unaware of the complexities involved and eagerly volunteered, asking, what can I do? Zhang Yu made a gesture of holding a cigarette, prompting Shen Yu to roll tobacco for him with a graceful eye roll. After some contemplation, Zhang Yu instructed her to mine stones at our site in the afternoon, stating he would expand the area near Leopard Ma's place, where she could discard the stones. Without waiting for Shen Yu's inquiry, he elaborated. Let us build a den for Leopard Ma's family as well. We might as well take this opportunity to construct another stone house for storing meat and other supplies. Although Zhang Yu was reluctant for Shen Yu to bear such a burden, he knew he could not manage alone without her assistance. When you're mining stones, throw them towards the back of the mountain, he added. Having rolled a cigarette, Shen Yu handed it to Zhang Yu while inquiring, throwing them towards the back of the mountain? Are you concerned about me tiring myself? Zhang Yu lit the cigarette, taking a comfortable drag. The rear of the mountain serves as a natural drying area. I shall also erect a few shelters back there for drying the mud bricks. He then expressed his concern. We have to mix mud in front of the mountain and dry it in the back. It seems we need to carve a passage through the Lus Hill and construct a wooden slide to transport the prepared mud for brickmaking. Shen Yu felt a wave of anxiety at the thought of such a cumbersome task and questioned why they couldn't simply work in front of the mountain. Zhang Yu patiently explained, the stream in front brings excessive moisture, making drying less effective than at the back. Moreover, the construction process would leave a mess of mud bricks and loess, rendering our living conditions untenable. Rest assured, the loess must be excavated sooner or later. It won't be overly laborious, and once done, it will actually expedite the construction process. In such an outdoor setting, the most time-consuming aspect is the brickmaking, while the building itself proceeds rapidly. What about firing the bricks? You're not planning to carry them back to the front of the mountain for that, are you? Zhang Yu replied wearily, feeling as though their once idyllic island survival had transformed into a construction site. Zhang Yu, exasperated by her lack of foresight, reminded her that they could also excavate a kiln in the back of the mountain, and he could always fashion a hoe if necessary. Zhang Yu skeptically regarded Zhang Yu, questioning his certainty about completing the project in just over a month. Zhang Yu, lacking confidence, responded, "It should be feasible." "Well, 30 days and a month is still a month," she retorted. After an hour's rest, they resumed their labors. To uplift Zhang Yu's spirits, Zhang Yu crafted a straw hat adorned with a wildflower. Zhang Yu was nearly brought to tears by the gesture, feeling it was akin to a boyfriend buying rubber gloves for his girlfriend to ease the burden of washing dishes. Nevertheless, she gratefully donned the hat, recognizing it as a token of Zhang Yu's affection. Feeling encouraged by his small success, Zhang Yu resolved to surprise Zhang Yu daily. Otherwise, he feared she might abandon the work altogether, leaving him to fend for himself. To sustain a long-term existence on the island, constructing a house is imperative. The makeshift wooden structures crafted from branches, akin to those of other competitors, are hardly of any practical use. While they may suffice in warm weather, what about in the cold? During gusty winds? In the face of torrential rain? And should hail make an appearance, few would stand resilient. Moreover, a well-built house significantly enhances one's chances of survival in the wilderness. There's a stark contrast between residing in a bridge arch and dwelling in a proper house. After being persuaded by a straw hat, Zhang Yu busily toiled for over 2 hours atop the stone hill, gathering the necessary materials for her stone abode. The stone hill and the loess hill are merely mounds approximately 10 meters high, and after considerable effort, she found ample flat ground to construct her dwelling without much leveling. After a brief respite, she set off to excavate her earthen kiln, intended specifically for pottery making, indicating her fervent dedication to ceramics. Zhang Yu sometimes wondered if Zhang Yu was indeed a lady of high society, as the labor she undertook would typically overwhelm most men. That evening, 2 stone houses, one large and one small, emerged on the hillside. The larger house contained vital supplies such as tiger meat, seasonings, and tools, while the smaller abode served as the home for the leopard mother and her cubs. The 2 little snow leopards, newly introduced to this unfamiliar environment, dared not venture far and remained close to their mother, who lounged about like a tyrannical overseer, observing the 2 bipedal creatures as they constructed her home. The only solace was that when Zhang Yu carried the leopard mother into the stone house, she refrained from baring her teeth, perhaps acknowledging that this was for her benefit. Following dinner, fatigue overwhelmed them, leaving no inclination to name the leopard family, and they succumbed to slumber. On the 13th day of wilderness survival, a light rain fell, with a maximum temperature of 18 degrees. The island was once again graced by rain, bringing joy to half of the participants who had been parched, as they could finally bathe in rainwater and quench their thirst with fresh water. The live broadcast had already indicated that there would be no significant highlights that day, prompting the production team to hastily compile a comprehensive review to summarize and elucidate the competition's progress over the past 13 days. Murong Xiaoya rose early to draft notes, a fundamental quality of a professional host. Greetings to all our audience members. As the rain falls upon the island, we shall present a retrospective episode. But before we delve into this review, the judges of the production team have conducted an overall evaluation of all participating teams. Can you guess which team has claimed the top spot? Chapter 90. You discovered this. The large screen displayed the achievements of Bailey Air and AI over the past few days. Undoubtedly, they ranked first among all teams. The Bailey Air and AI team currently boasts a meat reserve exceeding 500 pounds, surpassing all other teams and equating to the total food reserves of the bottom 20 teams combined. However, they face a critical deficiency, the absence of salt. It is essential to note that prolonged salt deprivation can lead to hyponatremia, resulting in symptoms such as headaches, fatigue, and lack of concentration. In severe cases, it may even induce seizures and unconsciousness. At that moment, the screen showcased Bailey Air and AI using grass leaves as bowls to drink blood. Mu Rong Xiaoya, with an unwavering demeanor, remarked that fortunately, Bailey Air and Aid are experts in wilderness survival, adept at extracting salt from animal blood. However, this is not a sustainable solution and serves as a limitation to their overall score. While the duo fortifies their shelter, they're already contemplating a journey to the seaside to procure salt. Their combined score stands at 54 points, placing them at the forefront of all teams. A glance at the report reveals that the second position is occupied by a team from our nation, consisting of a retired soldier and a firefighter. They began to make strides after the late spring chill, utilizing a commendable stone cave as their shelter, with a river flowing nearby. Through their efforts, they have established a fish pond spanning 30 to 40 square meters, amassing over 150 pounds of fish. However, this alone does not suffice for second place. They have also discovered potatoes and planted 120 of them. If all thrive, their carbohydrate needs will be adequately met. The judges awarded them a score of 50 points, primarily due to their shelter. Regardless of the robustness of the stone cave, in the event of an earthquake or other unforeseen circumstances, it may become uninhabitable. Moreover, like Baillieu and Aide, they too lack salt, although they remain unaware of this deficiency for now. The third place is claimed by a team from South Vietnam. Mu Rong Xiaoya continued her eloquent introduction, noting that the production team has created video montages for each group, showcasing not only Zhang Yu's team's thrilling experiences, but also the commendable efforts of others. Even the third-place team from South Vietnam has constructed a decent dwelling using stones and earth. Though modest in size, it serves its purpose well. The competing teams can essentially be divided into two factions. One is the laid-back group, primarily composed of coastal teams, who are barely managing to sustain themselves. The other is the development-driven group, which, after an initial adjustment period, has begun to utilize local resources to ensure survival and growth. Many netizens expressed their discontent at Zhang Yu and Shun Suyue's team ranking outside the top 10, sitting at 11th place. Mu Rong Xiaoya read the judges' comments. Zhang Yu's team is the only one on the island to have taken in so many pets, and while their future development remains uncertain, they currently rely heavily on just the two of them, with their food reserves in a precarious state. Their advantage of possessing iron tools is gradually being matched by others, and the safety of their stone house is merely average. Currently, their scoring points hinge on sufficient freshwater, sea salt, iron tools, and defensive weapons. Many netizens expressed their indignation. Yet they could not deny this reality. Those who regularly follow Zhang Yu's team know that the supply of tiger meat has dwindled over the past few days. Including the families of leopard mother and falcon mother, they can only sustain themselves for 2 more days. Even factoring in dried fish and sea cucumbers, their provisions can barely last an additional 5 days. Zhang Yu's team does not solely rely on tiger meat. They've been complementing their diet with cassava, dried fish, and seaweed, which are now nearly depleted. However, what astonished many is that despite Zhang Yu and Shun Suyue's significant drop in rank, their admirers have not only remained steadfast, but have actually increased by over 100,000. Beauty is indeed justice. The beauty of Shun Suyu is beyond words, reaching a level akin to the pinnacle of aesthetic perfection. Zhang Yu, while somewhat handsome, has also garnered attention as a straightforward and somewhat clumsy demeanor gradually transforms. However, they are not the primary visual representatives of their family. That title belongs to the leopard mother and her clan. When Zhang Yu secured the drone beside leopard mother's family, throngs of people flocked to admire the adorable cats. Unbeknownst to many, the attractiveness of the falcon mother's family is also rapidly evolving. As the little ones mature, they will undoubtedly captivate not only domestic audiences, but also a plethora of international admirers. Despite the gentle drizzle, Zhang Yu remained undeterred in his quest to construct the water wheel. Early in the morning, he ventured into the rain, bare-chested and industrious. He refrained from assigning Shun Suyu any menial tasks this time, as she had been somewhat fatigued the previous day, her body sore and weary, and he did not wish for her to catch a chill on a rainy day. Thus, he left her in the stone house, where her duty was to weave ropes from the dried bark she had collected. Over the course of more than 10 days, Zhang Yu's physique had transformed from a slender frame to one filled with muscle. Even when he exerted himself, one could discern the outline of six-pack abs. Shifting to more serious matters, the components of the water wheel were only completed by the afternoon, leaving the installation as the next step. After extensive explanations and promises of various benefits to Shun Suyu, Zhang Yu erected 2 wooden posts, each the thickness of a calf, in the pond. The posts were driven into the sandy soil, and upon reaching a certain depth, Zhang Yu inserted a wooden beam into the holes of the posts, facilitating their connection. He then placed stones to anchor the posts and crossbeam, ensuring their stability. Naturally, the submerged portions had undergone carbonization treatment to prevent decay. With the posts in place, the installation of the water wheel could commence. Zhang Yu moved the operating platform into the water, diligently working beneath the waterfall. This small pond was now unsuitable for bathing, as the water wheel occupied a substantial portion of it, leaving little room for a wash. However, this was hardly a concern. He could always excavate a sandpit in the stream, ensuring a more comfortable bathing experience than the previous pond offered. The water wheel Zhang Yu crafted served 2 primary purposes. One was to harness the power of the waterfall's flow for various tasks, and the other was to divert water. This latter function, however, was not yet feasible due to the absence of bamboo. While hollowing out wooden tubes was possible, it would require significant effort, and currently, there was no pressing need for water diversion. In the rainforest, he had discovered some slender bamboo. Thus, it was evident that bamboo groves existed on the island. Regardless of size, finding a few would suffice. By evening, the water wheel was fully assembled, and the rain had ceased. Zhang Yu instructed Zhang Yu to personally remove the wooden stick obstructing the water wheel's rotation. As she did so, the water wheel began to spin, gradually accelerating. Zhang Yu stood at the operating platform, observing the water wheel's performance and water intake. Overall, he was quite pleased. The water wheel emitted minimal noise, as the two rolling bearings had been secured with steel hoops he had prepared days prior. With the friction between iron and wood minimized by the application of a little grease, it operated in near silence. At present, the water wheel has not yet reached its maximum capacity. By merely altering the waterfall's mouth to concentrate the flow, the rotation speed of the water wheel shall undoubtedly increase. Zhang Yu has also discerned this issue, albeit from a different perspective. Zhang Yu, is it possible for you to direct all the waterfall's water onto the water wheel? Zhang Yu wished to commend her cleverness, yet he feared that this girl might become overly proud. He feigned a thoughtful demeanor and inquired, "Why would one wish to do that?" Zhang Yu pointed at the small waterfall, exclaiming, "Look, since the water wheel's installation, the sound of the waterfall has diminished significantly. If all the water were to flow onto the wheel, it would hardly produce any noise at all. The persistent sound of falling water can become quite bothersome over time." "Wait, is this intentional on your part? Goodness, how did you come to that conclusion?" Zhang Yu's expression stiffened momentarily, followed by an awkward chuckle. Indeed, you've caught me. Who would have imagined that the water wheel could have such an effect? It was purely by chance. Chapter 91. Perhaps this is the allure of opposites attracting. Typically, water wheels are propelled by the flow of river water. However, given the modest stream of the brook, Zhang Yu contemplated harnessing the waterfall's drop to generate power. By sheer serendipity, he addressed the issue of noise created by the falling water. With Zhang Yu's insight, he realized that the sound had indeed diminished considerably. If a pipe were to be installed above the waterfall, the noise would likely lessen even further. The water wheel was nearing completion. All that remained was to create a transmission device to convert the water's energy into a wooden chisel, allowing it to continuously carve downward. Eventually, channels would be constructed on both sides to store the yellow earth, enabling the mixture of workable clay to flow in effortlessly, facilitated by a simple mechanism to add water, thereby producing moldable clay with minimal effort. In truth, the optimal design would resemble a mixer, yet regrettably, the power of the water wheel may not suffice for such an endeavor. A modest chiseling would suffice, yielding approximately 20 clay bricks at a time. Once transferred to the drying area behind the mountain, the new yellow earth would be reconstituted. This represents an assembly line operation. Of course, the water wheel serves more than this singular purpose. When modified with smaller chisels and filled with materials that can extract starch, it could automatically mash the contents into a slurry, effortlessly yielding a starch solution. Additionally, it could grind various substances, proving to be immensely versatile and liberating human labor, placing it far ahead of its time. As night fell, unable to resist Zhang Yu's pleas, Zhang Yu visited the stone dwelling of Leopard Mama's family. Upon his arrival, the previously resting Leopard Mama became alert, her keen eyes scrutinizing the two. Zhang Yu approached slowly, and Leopard Mama's mouth began to open, seemingly warning them to keep their distance. "Why are you baring your teeth at us? We are the ones who saved you," Zhang Yu retorted, slightly exasperated. "Though I dug the trap, your intentions were hardly pure. As your benefactor, I believe I have shown considerable kindness to an injured thief." Zhang Yu nudged Zhang Yu gently. "Why speak to it? It cannot understand you." Zhang Yu replied softly, "While it may not comprehend my words, it can sense my emotions." Zhang Yu peeked over Zhang Yu's shoulder, addressing Leopard Mama. "Leopard Mama, may I hold your two little snow leopards?" "Friend, Leopard Mama, I wish to play with your son and daughter. May I?" "Leopard Mama, may I borrow your two children for a night of fun?" "Mother Leopard, do you two bipedal creatures think I wouldn't bite?" "Mother Leopard, can you include me when you play? Although I am fierce, that's what makes it intriguing." Zhang Yu disregarded Zhang Yu's foolish question. His earlier words seemed to have had an effect as he stepped forward, and Mother Leopard did not bare her teeth. However, as he reached out to touch her, she could not help but show her teeth again. "Who?" Zhang Yu furrowed his brow slightly, while Zhang Yu anxiously tugged at his clothing, advising him not to push it, lest he be bitten. Zhang Yu relaxed his brow. This could be considered a good sign. Zhang Yu, curious, asked, "How so?" Zhang Yu refrained from attempting to approach Mother Leopard again. "The stone house we built for her must have been accepted, as she regarded this place as her home." It is only natural for her to show her teeth in her own territory. Go fetch Mother Falcon. Let us see if her presence elicits any special response from Mother Leopard. Shen Suyu did not inquire further, feeling that she had already posed too many questions. Oddly enough, although she was an independent woman, being with Zhang Yu made her instinctively want to rely on him, even losing some basic capacity for thought. Reluctantly, Mother Falcon was brought by Shen Suyu. Zhang Yu took her in his arms, and the cat and bird exchanged a distant gaze. He deliberately stroked Mother Falcon's feathers, disregarding their mutual hostility, understanding that adaptation takes time. Suyu, do you think wild animals are smarter than domesticated ones? Shen Suyu began to grasp Zhang Yu's intention. He was intentionally getting close to Mother Falcon to help Mother Leopard diminish her hostility and disinterest in food. It must be domesticated animals that are smarter. Just look at guide dogs. They are not much different from human children. Zhang Yu shook his head. I believe wild animals are the most intelligent. From these days spent with Mother Falcon and Mother Leopard, it is evident they can think. As long as we provide clear signals, they understand. As he spoke, Zhang Yu gently touched Mother Leopard's paw. Though she recoiled slightly after the contact, she did not display further warnings. Of course, Zhang Yu suspected this might also relate to the sincerity of his intentions. Otherwise, how could Mother Falcon and Mother Leopard be so quick to accept him? While showing disinterest toward Shen Suyu watched with trepidation, genuinely fearing that she might provoke Mother Leopard into attacking Zhang Yu. Yet Zhang Yu, seemingly oblivious, continued to reach for Mother Leopard's paw, while she persistently withdrew it. Viewers commented, Zhang Yu is truly audacious. This is a wild snow leopard. Isn't he afraid of being harmed? Harmed. If she were to rise, that would be something. Zhang Yu's current actions posed no danger. It was an experiment to gauge Mother Leopard's level of acceptance. Mother Leopard, remove your filthy hands. Do not touch me. Mother Leopard, I have a mate. Though he is a scoundrel, we are truly incompatible. After Zhang Yu had tested the waters 4 or 5 times, Mother Leopard began to regard him with a hint of impatience in her eyes. Zhang Yu smiled, then retrieved a small piece of tiger meat from his pocket. Mother Leopard's nose twitched as she visibly expressed her desire for the meat in his hand. Not wishing to tease her any longer, Zhang Yu slowly placed the tiger meat beside her paw. Crack! The falcon mother called out to him with a hint of displeasure. Unable to contain herself, Shen Suyu inquired, what does the falcon mother mean? Are you dissatisfied with the leopard mother? Zhang Yu, adopting a more relaxed demeanor, chuckled softly. This is a matter of territorial instinct. The falcon mother has already accepted us, and thus, in her eyes, the food belongs to our household. She is displeased at the prospect of sharing it with other creatures. The leopard mother paid little heed to the falcon mother's grievances. The allure of tiger meat held a unique attraction for her, not only beneficial to humans but also to animals alike. The leopard mother's apparent lack of hostility could very well stem from this factor. It was likely that the deceased tiger had crossed paths with her, or perhaps they were merely familiar with each other's scent. Zhang Yu had already noticed the 2 little milk leopards, who had been watching them from beside the leopard mother's belly. The milk leopards regarded Zhang Yu with trepidation, refraining from baring their teeth. The leopard mother, momentarily lifting her head to scrutinize them, soon resumed her meal of tiger flesh. Zhang Yu gently cradled the slightly white milk leopard, stroking its soft fur before handing it over to Shen Suyu, who had been eagerly awaiting the chance to pet the little creature. However, as soon as Shen Suyu received the milk leopard, the leopard mother immediately turned her gaze toward her, mouth slightly agape, as if preparing to show her teeth. Zhang Yu, sensing the tension, decided to retreat. All right, the leopard mother is displeased. Let us return for now. If you feed her a few times over the next few days, it should suffice. Reluctantly, Shen Suyu returned the milk leopard to Zhang Yu, feeling aggrieved. Why can she accept you, but not me? I even applied medicine to her. Upon taking back the milk leopard, Zhang Yu received only a warning glance from the leopard mother before she continued gnawing on the somewhat tough tiger meat. After pondering for a while, Zhang Yu finally arrived at a plausible explanation. Perhaps it was simply the allure of the opposite sex. Chapter 92. Exploring the South, it was essential to become familiar with the leopard mother's family, as the injury she sustained would likely heal significantly within 10 days. If there was no progress, their situation could become perilous. On the 14th day of survival in the wilderness, the weather was clear, with a high temperature of 22 degrees Celsius. After careful consideration, Zhang Yu resolved to work until around 10 in the morning, after which he would venture out with Shen Suyu to explore. Laboring under the sun was arduous, and there was no need to endure such hardship. They had been rising at 5 every morning to practice, freshen up, and have breakfast by 7. 3 hours of work in the morning, followed by a few more hours in the afternoon, would be sufficient. Today, they continued with the subsequent tasks related to the water cart. While practicing, Zhang Yu felled another tree, and at this moment, he was sawing the wood. Shen Suyu was busy digging the clay kiln, nearing completion. The space within was half the size of the stone house where the leopard mother resided, capable of producing numerous pottery pieces in a single firing. And based on their current progress, they would be able to fire it by tomorrow. Both were immersed in their tasks. Yet their minds pondered the same question. What name should they bestow upon the leopard mother's family? This topic arose during mealtime. Zhang Yu, possessing a slight obsessive-compulsive tendency, felt that the names should resonate with the style of the falcon mother's family. However, naming such a large creature with a reduplicated name felt incongruous. He knew that netizens would likely assist in generating names, but he had no access to their suggestions. Suyu. Zhang Yu paused his rhythmic hammering on the wooden frame, diligently crafting a wooden roller. The axle of the water wheel propelled the roller's rotation, its wooden ridges deftly nudging one end of the chisel. Once it reached a certain angle, the ridges would separate from the chisel, causing the other end to fall with a heavy thud. This initiated the next cycle, akin to a seesaw, lifting the chisel once more in a continuous loop. Not far behind him, Shun Suyu excavated clay from the loamy hill. Her back turned as she queried, "What is up? What do you think about naming the two little leopards, a Shui and a Li? Their mother can simply be called Leopard Mama." Shun Suyu curled her lips, suggesting names such as Shui Tuan, Tuan Zi, or Chio Chio. However, Zhang Yu insisted that snow leopards, when grown, are formidable creatures, and such names do not suit their temperament. A Shui isn't appealing. After all, she is a girl. Let us name her Xiao Shui and a Li instead. As for Leopard Mama, Zhang Yu perked up, conceding to Shun Suyu's suggestion despite its asymmetry. Shun Suyu's eyes sparkled. "Let us call her Hua." Zhang Yu remarked, "There are so many points to critique, I hardly know where to begin." A friend chimed in, "Goodness. Just goodness. Tuan Tuan for the tabby leopard, and Yuan Yuan for Xiao Shui will be splendid. Also, given Leopard Mama a mottled coat. Calling her Madame Hua isn't half bad." Ultimately, they decided that as long as they were pleased, it mattered little. Xiao Shui, a Li, and a Hua formed a loving family. Strangely enough, the name seemed quite melodic, clear in distinction, and easy to call. Under Shun Suyu's insistence, Leopard Mama was renamed a Hua. The slightly off-white cub was dubbed Xiao Shui, while the tabby-like cub was called Li. At 11 in the morning, only one more notch remained to be completed. Yet Shun Suyu stubbornly pulled Zhang Yu away, armed with bows, knives, daggers, axes, shovels, and the falcon family. Each carried a backpack containing 2 bottles of water, setting off for adventure. Exploration proved rather addictive. Despite its inherent dangers, the likelihood of discovering additional resources was substantial. Their intended direction was southward, following the stream, as Zhang Yu primarily sought bamboo, which was more likely to flourish along the banks. Additionally, he wished to observe the stream's downstream, hoping to find areas teeming with freshwater fish, envisioning a pond for aquaculture once they had leisure time. They possessed the source of the stream, a significant advantage. Today, they had not fed Leopard Mama, nay, a Hua's family. This was Zhang Yu's request. The aim was to leverage hunger as a means for a Hua to swiftly acknowledge their presence and establish her position. Neither had studied botany or zoology, their understanding of animals stemming from television and fragmented knowledge. After all, isn't it true that circuses train animals through hunger? Moreover, by allowing a Hua to experience hunger, when they return with food, she would perceive it as her share of the hunt. Animals can be fiercely untamed at times, yet at other moments, they are easily domesticated. A Hua currently fell into the latter category, for she must accept their presence whether she wishes to or not. Over time, even if her injuries healed, as long as they did not starve or mistreat her excessively, she would maintain her state of acceptance. Don't walk so quickly. Remember, there are snakes in the woods. Shun Seah, with a recurved bow slung over her back, perhaps felt an enhancement in her prowess, swaggering confidently ahead of Zhang Yu. She stuck out her tongue playfully, obediently trailing half a step behind him, and together they ventured into the forest along the stream. The terrain of the forest gradually sloped downward, indicating that the highest peak of this island lay in the direction they had come from. The vegetation transitioned from sparse to dense, particularly lush along the banks of the stream. After approximately half an hour of walking, the duo finally stumbled upon their first usable resource. "Wow, Zhang Yu, look, there's ginseng here," Shun Suyu exclaimed. Zhang Yu had been scanning the trees around him, initially doubting whether they had chosen the right survival spot, as they had seen nothing but the calls of birds during their trek. Where? He responded, and indeed, ginseng was present. The shape of ginseng leaves is unmistakable once seen, easily distinguishing them from other foliage. Zhang Yu had no experience in digging ginseng, but Shun Suyu did. "My grandfather once took me to dig mountain ginseng. We used our hands, being careful not to break the roots. The significance of ginseng is well known. Even a few roots found in the wild could remedy numerous ailments." At that moment, Zhang Yu felt an overwhelming urge to take a hearty bite. It was not mere greed for the herb's reputation, but rather an instinctive craving from his body. What it needed was indeed a potent remedy, akin to an intense thirst for water, a reflection of the body's requirements. His internal cultivation seemed to have hit a plateau for 2 days. He had been unable to break through the Baihui acupoint atop his head, despite his efforts feeling slightly lacking. Yet upon encountering the ginseng, his body yearned for it. Zhang Yu's impatience surpassed that of Shun Siyue. His hands eagerly sifted through the soil until he revealed the size of the ginseng's fleshy stem. Is it really this large? Could it be a radish? Zhang Yu had only seen ginseng before, but lacked a deeper understanding. His family was involved in aquaculture, and their knowledge of agriculture and medicinal herbs was quite limited. The ginseng was as thick as 2 fingers, comparable to an ordinary carrot. Shun Siyue's voice was tinged with unmistakable delight, yet she lowered her tone, saying, "What do you know? This ginseng has thrived to become this way." Zhang Yu continued to carefully excavate the soil, lowering his voice as well. How many years old must it be? Does a larger size mean more roots and greater age? By the way, why are you speaking so softly? Are you afraid the ginseng will escape? Shun Siyue glanced up at him with a playful glare, realizing he was quite uninformed. Allow me to teach you how to discern the age of ginseng. Chapter 93. A century-old ginseng. The most fundamental method of determining the age of ginseng is to count the luan or stem scars. Each year, a new stem grows, wilts, and falls off, leaving behind a pit-like scar known as a luan. 1 luan signifies 1 year. Ginseng is a perennial herb that may occasionally shed new stems due to accidents or other circumstances, halting growth. However, during such times, the ginseng does not perish. It may lie dormant in the soil for 1 or 2 years, or even several, before resuming growth. The method of assessing the age of ginseng through the counting of root bowls is the most fundamental approach. Subsequently, by examining the broken stems, the texture of the ginseng skin, the patterns on the ginseng, and the characteristics of the root head, one can arrive at a reasonably accurate estimation of its age. Shun Siyue elaborated meticulously, emphasizing that while older ginseng does not necessarily grow larger, it is generally true that larger, well-developed roots yield superior quality. Furthermore, the claims of ginseng running away are mere rumors. In autumn, the stems and leaves naturally wither and fall, rendering them seemingly invisible. Speaking softly, I learned this from some ginseng farmers, though it may lack scientific rigor. After Shun Siyue concluded his explanation, the two of them unearthed the ginseng, revealing an impressive number of roots, the longest measuring nearly half a meter. Shun Siyue's beautiful eyes sparkled. This ginseng was over 120 years old. In the courtyard, Elder Zhang Jing was scrutinizing the television screen with a magnifying glass, murmuring, "Not just 120 years. There are 6 broken stems here. So it must be at least 132 years. I would estimate it to be nearly 140 years." Elder Shinheng was equally exhilarated. What does it mean to be wealthy in culture and martial prowess? The advantage of the affluent in martial arts lies in their ability to procure abundant supplementary medicinal materials. Especially concerning inner energy, ginseng is an indispensable herb, and the older it is, the more potent its effects. With this exceptional ginseng, the future inheritors could cultivate inner energy in a remarkably short time. Of course, inner energy is not invincible, nor is it as exaggerated as portrayed in television or films. It simply provides a certain enhancement. Their luck was indeed remarkable. Elder Zhang Jing interjected, "Not only is it good fortune, but this island is also an excellent location. How did I not think of sending someone to such an island to seek precious medicinal materials?" Elder Shun sighed, "Alas, this is a disputed island in international waters. We cannot dispatch people there on a large scale. By the way, old Zhang, how do you think they should consume this ginseng to maximize its efficacy?" Without hesitation, Zhang Jing replied, "Of course, it must be combined with other ingredients." Suddenly, Zhang Yu appeared in the video, plucking a root hair and rinsing it with water before consuming it like a noodle. Shun Siyue was left astounded. Was this truly how ginseng was meant to be eaten? Zhang Yu was indifferent to niceties. What mattered to him was consuming what was beneficial, and he was genuinely eager to take a bite. What is the sensation of eating ginseng like? It resembles the sharpness of wasabi, a wave of energy surging through the nasal passages and head, overwhelming to the point one might feel as if their nose could bleed at any moment. This is no exaggeration. In fact, anyone consuming such aged ginseng would likely experience a nosebleed, yet Zhang Yu did not. Instead, he felt an energy coursing from his mouth to his brow, targeting the Baihui point that he had struggled to unlock. As he chewed and swallowed the long root hair, it felt as though his scalp had been shaven, a refreshing chill enveloping his head, allowing him to sense a gentle breeze from the outside world. However, it seemed he was still a bit short of breaking through. If only that energy could intensify, he could then circulate the complete Qigong method and breach the Baihui point. With that thought, Zhang Yu gazed longingly at the ginseng held by Shun Siyue. Shun Siyue instinctively concealed the ginseng behind her back. "What are you doing?" Just give me some. And 3 more. 4 roots of ginseng will suffice. Zhang Yu gazed at Shun Suyue with eager eyes. Shun Suyue shook her head vehemently. No, your body cannot endure it. And consuming it this way would be a gross waste. Even without pairing it with other medicinal herbs, if we brew a nourishing soup with the ginseng roots, the restorative effects will be maximized. Zhang Yu retorted. Aren't you just reluctant to part with the ginseng? Shun Suyue paused momentarily, then answered honestly. I do feel a bit reluctant, but it's for your own good. Oh, by the way, I must tell you that if this ginseng were to be auctioned off, it would fetch an astronomical price. A viewer commented, let us go. Let us jump into the river. Who else with me? Can it not take back what they find on the island? Why not? It's akin to fishing in international waters. Surely the government wouldn't prohibit that? An astounding sum. Even if they withdrew from the competition now, it would still be worthwhile. The buy Zhang Yu just had must be worth hundreds of thousands, right? That is certainly true. He is compromising the integrity of the ginseng. The first bite is the most valuable. In the office of the show's chief director, Director Luo sighed, Old Luo. Can't you make an exception? I know it's a difficult situation. You could mute the live stream and communicate with them. 20 million. I'll buy that ginseng. Plus I owe you a personal favor. Director Luo chuckled wryly into the phone. Old Lee, if you wish to consider me a friend, then don't make such requests. The total investment in the show is in the billions. If I make an exception for your personal favor and it gets out, I'll never direct again. The show would be ruined too. Besides, you know very well the Shun family's conditions. Offer 1 billion to Shun Qiuhua and see if he sells it to you. There was a moment of silence on the other end before the call ended abruptly. A hint of derision crossed Director Luo's lips. Those who seek personal gain without regard for others' difficulties are hardly worth associating with. A personal favor? Can it outweigh a multi-billion investment in a show? Not to mention, even a mere information of him providing backdoor access could easily sell for tens of millions. The discovery of a single ginseng root had already prompted several calls. What if something else were found? This door must remain firmly shut. Just give me 4 more, I know what I'm doing. Zhang Yu said, after a fierce internal struggle. He was eager to earn money. With wealth, he could attain freedom and resolve most of his difficulties. Had he not discovered the efficacy of the true heart method, he would have undoubtedly chosen to keep the ginseng. However, circumstances had changed. What could be more important than one's health? The breakthrough in his cultivation would yield significant benefits, and in his view, it was worth it. Previously, he had been like his parents, hesitant to indulge excessively, but what had that aversion brought him? The best thing should be enjoyed first. Money can always be earned again. Shun Siyue was aware that Zhang Yu was somewhat extraordinary, possessing an almost supernatural talent for cultivation and an impeccable memory. Such a person could likely consume 4 roots of century-old ginseng without issue. She personally plucked 4 ginseng roots and handed them to Zhang Yu, who meticulously washed them with water and then decisively crammed them into his mouth. Zhang Yu immediately assumed a horse stance, as a massive stream of energy surged through his mouth and nasal passages. This surge of energy is truly intoxicating. Chapter 94, The Hunt. With a swift motion, 2 streams of blood erupted from Zhang Yu's nose, yet he appeared oblivious, steadfastly maintaining his horse stance while practicing his breathing techniques. Shun Suyu opened her mouth, intending to voice her concern, but found herself at a loss for words. Zhang Yu had surpassed her in the realm of breath control. It was not unusual for one consuming ginseng to experience a nosebleed. Yet compared to that, Zhang Yu occasionally coughed up blood, which was far more alarming. Zhang Yu summoned his strength from the soles of his feet, propelling it upward until he reached the Baihui point at the crown of his head. He had followed this routine for the past few days, but today felt markedly different. An equally potent stream of energy was aiding him from another direction, pushing against the Baihui point, causing the once unyielding barrier to loosen swiftly. After approximately 10 minutes, Zhang Yu unexpectedly expelled a considerable amount of blood. Despite having witnessed this several times, Shun Suyu was still taken aback. This was exceedingly dramatic. She had never heard of anyone practicing to the point of hemorrhaging. No, this cannot continue. If his breath falters and something dire occurs, even a medical team from the production crew may be unable to assist. Zhang Yu, are you all right? Shun Suyu rushed over to support him, though in truth, he needed no assistance. The audience remarked, truly impressive. The great uncle's prowess manifests every few days. They could not fathom Zhang Yu's actions. Regardless of his physical condition, such exertion was unwarranted. Did they think Zhang Yu was foolish? Or that Shun Suyu lacked sense? If there were no underlying circumstances, would he persist in his cultivation? Would Zhang Yu eventually soar into the skies? Indeed, just wait. He is destined to be the last celestial being in the mortal realm. Enough already. What era are we in, still talking about immortals and deities? Zhang Yu opened his eyes, his gaze sparkling like the stars, leaving Shun Suyu momentarily speechless. He remained unaware of his transformation. What could possibly be wrong with me? Enough of this delay. Let us continue our exploration. Noting Zhang Yu's reluctance to elaborate, Shen Suyu refrained from pressing further, as they were still live streaming. She would inquire later that evening. Awakening to newfound clarity, Zhang Yu felt as though he had unlocked a revelation. His body felt more transparent. Previously, he had struggled to grasp the nature of the energy mobilized by the true qi method, yet now he could distinctly perceive it as qi. This qi, while akin to gas, was fundamentally energy. Nonetheless, describing it as qi was more precise. Perhaps this was the profound essence of qigong. The two continued their journey, delving into uncharted territories, progressing at a deliberate pace. They meticulously observed the flora and fauna they encountered, searching for anything of potential utility. The stream did not flow in a straight line, but rather meandered, gradually drawing closer to the foothills of the Four Seasons Mountain. Shen Suyu occasionally discovered edible wild vegetables, and the diversity of species in the woods seemed to increase. After some time, the stream's course appeared to lead directly into the mountain's depths. At a bend, the stream flowed beneath a hill, and upon emerging, its velocity noticeably quickened. There must be a spring or underground water within that hill. If the stones were not so difficult to excavate, Zhang Yu would have been eager to uncover its secrets. Nature is indeed wondrous. Shen Siyue remained silent, her mind preoccupied with concerns about Zhang Yu's recent bout of coughing blood. She felt it imperative to have a serious conversation with him. One's health is not a matter to be trifled with. As Zhang Yu retrieved his water bottle and bent to take a sip, a stone suddenly plummeted beside him, splashing water all over his face. A most egregious act. He quickly glanced at Shen Siyue, who, although watching him, appeared utterly bewildered. What was she doing? Was it not this young lady who had cast a stone his way? Then feigned innocence? Suddenly, a call from the Falcon Mother drew Zhang Yu's attention away from his grievances. The Falcon Mother tilted her head, her gaze directed towards the precipice behind him. Zhang Yu instinctively looked up, where the steep mountainside sporadically hosted a few resilient green plants. Before he could discern what the Falcon Mother had spotted, a clear indication presented itself. Bah! Zhang Yu staggered back, and soon he saw it. A white-furred goat standing nonchalantly on the cliff's edge, merely 30 meters away. As the goat shifted, it dislodged some loose stones that tumbled swiftly into the stream below. A cold sweat trickled down Zhang Yu's forehead. The stones that had recently fallen near him were evidently dislodged by the goat. Had one of those struck him, even after his recent breakthrough at the Baihui acupoint, it might have crushed his skull. A goat! Shen Siyue suddenly exclaimed, belatedly realizing the source of the commotion. Initially, she thought Zhang Yu was merely splashing about in the water, while he had assumed it was Shen Siyue's prank. Neither had anticipated that the goat on the cliff was the true culprit. Goats are adept climbers, outperforming even snow leopards in that regard. Yet, it was quite a sight to behold, watching the goat effortlessly graze upon the near vertical cliff. Can you hit it, Siyue? Zhang Yu inquired, unwilling to let the goat escape. If he were to be struck down by stones dislodged by that goat, he would likely be remembered for centuries. Shen Siyue, retrieving her recurved bow, began to cautiously retreat in search of the optimal angle. Zhang Yu silently gauged the distance. At their current range, he could hit it if he threw a stone with all his might, but once the stone reached such heights, its momentum would dwindle, rendering it harmless and merely startling the goat. Before long, Shen Siyue found her ideal position, drawing her bowstring with focused determination, her graceful stance exuding an air of valor. Whoosh! The bowstring sang as her arrow flew forth, reaching the goat in an instant. Due to the distance, the sound of the arrow embedding itself in flesh was inaudible. Yet the goat's anguished bleat resonated throughout the mountains. Bah! Accompanied by its cries, the goat, along with some stones, plummeted downward. No matter how skilled a climber it was, the massive arrow lodged in its body meant that even the slightest movement would send it tumbling from a cliff. Thud! As expected, the goat met its demise upon hitting the ground. Shen Siyue triumphantly raised her fist. The thrill of the hunt was exhilarating. Zhang Yu gave her a thumbs up, acknowledging her impressive archery skills, which indicated that hunting duties would henceforth fall to Shen Suyu. After cautiously surveying the area above and confirming there were no goats in sight, Zhang Yu hurried over to the fallen goat. The goat was rather small and slender, likely yielding only a few dozen pounds of meat. Hee, Zhang Yu, am I not remarkable? Shen Suyu, unsatisfied with just a thumbs up, wore a look that begged for further praise. Zhang Yu set down his backpack, placing Sun Ma, Su Su, and Yu Yu aside. Indeed, your archery is commendable. From now on, the responsibility for our long-range hunting will be entrusted to you. Of course. Just wait and see, Shen Suyu exclaimed, her joy stemming not from the hunt, but from the newfound sense of usefulness she felt. Zhang Yu unsheathed his dagger and began to expertly eviscerate the goat, a task he had become quite adept at. Shen Suyu had nearly forgotten the earlier incident, yet Zhang Yu recalled that sometimes life and death truly hinge on fortune. This time, He resolved to be more cautious, realizing that lingering beneath the cliff could cost him his life with a single falling rock. Chapter 95. Making ham? Zhang Yu had experience in butchering goats, having raised them at home. The goat's soft and supple hide could be tanned into fur. Unlike the comforts of home, he swiftly severed the 4 legs of the goat, instructing Zhang Yu to cleanse the bloodstains in the stream. Zhang Yu, are you cutting the goat legs to make ham? Zhang Yu inquired, eyeing the succulent meat as Zhang Yu meticulously cut away the remaining goat flesh, ensuring to collect the scant goat fat, a precious resource in the wilderness. You're overthinking it. With this little food, there's no need for ham. We'll return, salt it, and smoke it for a day. In a few days, we'll be eating. But I really want ham, Zhang Yu lamented, nearly drooling at the sight of the tender goat legs. Zhang Yu separated the ribs and spine, envisioning a warm goat soup for dinner, followed by gnawing on bones. Indulging in goat offal soup the next day, and enjoying hot pot with goat meat the following evening. He retorted, what is so complicated about wanting to eat? Ham typically takes nearly a year to prepare. If we were to make it, we'd have to wait around 6 months before we could taste it. It was no wonder Zhang Yu was somewhat oblivious, without considering the offal. The few dozen pounds of goat meat were hardly sufficient for a household with so many mouths to feed. This goat would only last 3 or 4 days, especially with a Hua lying about and expending minimal energy. If it were to regain its strength, the amount of meat consumed would multiply several times over for the 2 of them. The goat was dispatched swiftly, all tasks completed in roughly 40 minutes. And Sun Ma's family had nearly finished their meal as well. True to form, Zhang Yu collected the goat's brain, discarding the head to lighten the load, but keeping the 2 small horns. Noticing Zhang Yu's disappointment, Zhang Yu reassured her, once we have a sufficient food supply, I promise to make you ham. Zhang Yu, akin to a little girl, immediately transformed her frown into a smile. That is a promise then, Zhang Yu solemnly vowed. Rest assured, I keep my word, just as you taught me the subtle art of control. Zhang Yu's expression fell slightly. How annoying. Can't you say something nicer to give me something to look forward to? Zhang Yu is aware of the situation. Mastering the subtle arts is not an endeavor that can be accomplished overnight. His implication is that it remains uncertain when they will finally savor the ham. Once everything was prepared, the 2 continued their journey, sharing the burden of 100 pounds of mutton, which was hardly a strain. After all, Zhang Yu had previously carried an entire tiger's worth of meat for 10 miles. This was but a trifling distance. In a live broadcast, the capture of a sheep was presented for merely 20 minutes. Such a creature has been claimed by no fewer than 10 teams, particularly the leading group led by Beryl and Ed, whose bounty was so abundant that it could scarcely be consumed. Thus, after careful consideration, the 2 resolved to set off towards the seaside that very day. Lacking salt, the only means of preserving their meat was through smoking or drying it. Smoking would only keep the meat from spoiling for a few days. Beryl and Ed had no choice but to transform their excess into jerky. However, this is no trivial matter. Consider that the jerky alone was deemed to weigh over 500 pounds. Imagine the quantity they could produce if they had salt for curing. At dawn, Beryl and Ed shouldered approximately 100 pounds of jerky and made their way to the coast. By noon, just as Zhang Yu and his companion finished tending to the goats and resumed their path, Beryl and Ed unexpectedly encountered another team. Some viewers relish the mundane aspects of survival, while others eagerly anticipate the unforeseen predicaments faced by the contestants. Just 2 days after the conflict among Ian, Bob, Daniel, and Anya had concluded, yet another 2 teams found themselves face to face. The team Beryl and Ed encountered was none other than the last squad from the long-coveted nation of Barogwo. This particular duo consisted of 2 men. The producers were wary of allowing 2 members of the opposite sex to team up, as even same-sex pairings pose considerable risks. The 2 individuals were named Akash and Gandhi, and their survival progress was moderate. Not particularly good or bad, just sufficient to ensure their basic needs were met. Several days prior, they had spotted Beryl and Ed's group, whose ample food supply made it impossible to remain inconspicuous, as they were constantly engaged in smoking their provisions. Akash and Gandhi had been stealthily making their way towards Beryl and Ed, their intentions quite clear. However, they faced numerous wild beasts along the way, which hindered their exploration. Unlike Zhang Yu and Zhang Yu, who were armed and charged through their journey with abandon. At noon, when Beryl and Ed paused to rest, they sought to survey their surroundings and, coincidentally, found themselves gazing across the terrain at Akash and Gandhi, who were engaged in the same activity. Like creatures of equal rank in the wild, they exchanged distant glances without any inclination to approach one another. Beryl, do you think those 2 will discover a camp? Ed expressed his concern, for their camp concealed several hundred pounds of jerky beneath the earth. Beryl pondered for a moment. It's unlikely they'll find it. We've traveled quite a distance before encountering them, and our camp is relatively secluded. Noticing Ed's lingering apprehension, Beryl reassured him, rest easy. We have made thorough preparations. The area surrounding our camp is laden with traps, and who could possibly know that we buried the jerky underground? Even animals might not detect it, let alone humans. At worst, the camp may be discovered and deliberately destroyed, but our next step is to construct a comfortable and practical wooden cabin, which would not significantly impact us. Ed felt considerably reassured. Indeed, so what if they found it? Their primary concern is the jerky, which as long as it remains undiscovered, is of no consequence. Meanwhile, Akash and Gandhi were animatedly discussing their plans, and indeed, excitement filled the air. They had been observing the others for several days, noting their preparations for a long journey. Gandhi, a young man in his 20s, asserted confidently, "Their food supply is ample. They must be heading to the seaside to harvest salt. We shall quietly follow them. And once confirmed, we can proceed with our plan." Akash chuckled mischievously. Engaging in such thievery was undeniably thrilling. On the other hand, Zhang Yu and Shen Suyu had been out for 3 hours, discovering an abundance of herbs that could serve as seasoning. They gathered various medicinal plants recognized by Shen Suyu, and even spotted several goats perched precariously on a cliff. Alas, they had yet to find the bamboo that Zhang Yu sought. The goats were positioned far too high, atop cliffs several dozen meters tall, making it nearly impossible to shoot arrows from below. Arrows were a precious resource. The arrow used to shoot that goat had been broken when the goat fell. Shen Suyu was reluctant to attempt such a shot. This was a time for exploration, and they could devise a strategy for those goats when they specifically ventured out to hunt. Zhang Yu, shall we return after another hour? I'm feeling quite hungry. Shen Suyu suggested. Zhang Yu nodded, somewhat irked. All right then. He had resolved that they must train the falcon family to hunt for prey, ensuring they would not wander aimlessly in the woods. This survival location, at present, seemed slightly unsuccessful. Shen Suyu approached a cluster of mushrooms, ensuring they were not poisonous before plucking them. By the way, do you think there might be other teams in this direction? Zhang Yu instinctively scanned the horizon. Of course, there would be, every few miles. Huh, what is that?